Elder brother, in comparison to the Eastern Sea, the Northern Sea is still too barren after wandering for so long. We have yet to find anything of value, Yuanshi remarked. Now that the teachings of the Tao ancestor had just concluded, the three pure ones sought to embark on a journey, arriving at the Northern Sea. Contrasting with the Eastern Sea, rich in spiritual energy and dotted with spiritual islands, the Northern Sea was frigid and desolate. Not only was the spiritual energy sparse, but the islands on the surface were few, and the living beings were fewer still compared to those in the Eastern Sea. The three pure ones were beings of great fortune. Wherever they ventured, opportunities would arise. However, after a tour of the Northern Sea, they had yet to find even a low-grade, innate spiritual treasure, which justified Yuanshi's lament. At that moment, an unexpected occurrence transpired. Before them a golden light erupted from an island, radiating brilliance, as countless whirlpools formed around the sea's surface, creating a magnificent spectacle. Could it be that a spiritual treasure is descending? Such a commotion could very well indicate the emergence of a supreme, innate spiritual treasure. The three pure ones hastened towards the source. A supreme, innate spiritual treasure would indeed be a significant treasure for the three of them. Meanwhile, Yunlin gradually regained consciousness. What the hell? Did I not die from overwork? How am I alive again? Where is this place? Why is it so dark? After a while, Yunlin finally grasped the situation. He had once been a beleaguered IT worker, burning the midnight oil to write a program, only to die suddenly after 3 sleepless nights. He had not even received his bonus before meeting his untimely end. Upon awakening, he found himself reborn in the primordial world, and to make matters even more astonishing, he had become the son of the first Qilin. Host has safely landed in the primordial chaos. The divine selection system is now activated. Please make your choice, host. Choice 1. Possess the finest roots of all in the primordial chaos, diligently cultivate, and inevitably achieve sainthood. Choice 2. Gain the will of the Great Pangu, comprehend the laws of enlightenment, fulfill Pangu's wishes, and expand the primordial chaos. Choice 3. Obtain boundless fortune, free from calamity, with luck ever by your side. I choose 3. Yunlin declared without a moment's hesitation. What is this? Having been overworked to death in my past life, must I continue to toil in this one? No more striving. Even knowing that Hongjun had expounded the Tao twice, he felt no regret. Congratulations, host, on obtaining boundless fortune. The system's voice resonated. Boom! Suddenly, a brilliant light surged from outside Yunlin's egg, soaring into the sky. The 3 pure ones were struck dumb with astonishment. It seems this is not a spiritual treasure after all, but a being on the verge of birth even before its arrival. It possesses such momentum. This child has an immeasurable future. Yuanshi remarked. What an intense aura of fortune. I have never witnessed a being so favored by destiny. Tongtian exclaimed in awe. Even Laozi, who had remained silent, felt stirred. At that time, many powerful beings in the primordial world had taken on disciples. The 3 pure ones, however, had high standards and had not accepted any. Now it seemed they had finally found a suitable candidate. Then they beheld a small Qilin, resplendent in colors and enveloped in fortune, emerging from the egg. At the moment of its birth, a thunderous tribulation was expected, but under the cleansing force of fortune, the tribulation dissipated. So, it is the son of the first Qilin, Laozi remarked with a hint of regret. After the Dragonhan calamity, the fates of the Dragon, Phoenix, and Qilin clans had all taken a turn for the worse. The Dragon clan concealed themselves in the 4 seas, afraid to reveal themselves, while the Phoenix clan submerged into the endless volcanoes. The Qilin clan, suffering the most, willingly sacrificed themselves to pray for blessings in the primordial world to alleviate their karma. Now, Qilin were a rare sight in the primordial chaos. Each of the 3 clans bore the weight of immense karma. Laozi, who practiced the way of non-action and preferred to steer clear of troublesome matters, felt no inclination to take on a disciple upon realizing the being born was a Qilin. Yuanshi and Tongtian, however, were elated. They had fewer scruples. But the next moment, the newly born Yunlin tilted his head and fell into a deep slumber. Regardless of the circumstance, it was best to sleep comfortably first. This, Yuanshi sighed. Though this child is accompanied by boundless fortune, his disposition is too languid. It is likely he will struggle to achieve anything. He had always detested those lacking ambition, and now, seeing Yunlin asleep, Yuanshi lost interest in taking him on as a disciple. Then I shall take this child under my wing for now, Tongtian declared joyfully, for he was the least particular of them all. In the next instant, Tongtian descended onto the small island, clad in blue robes, surrounded by swirling laws, radiating divine light, creating a striking appearance. Little Qilin. Little Qilin? Seeing Yunlin unresponsive, Tongtian approached and gently nudged him. Who nudged me? Yunlin exclaimed angrily, for he detested being awakened during his sleep. Upon opening his eyes, he found himself face to face with Tongtian. Yunlin realized that his father, the first Qilin, had placed him on this small island with protective formations that only a Quasa saint could breach. The fact that this person could enter so easily must indicate that he was a formidable figure in the primordial world. Yunlin greets the esteemed elder, Yunlin said obediently. Tongtian was amused by Yunlin's response. This little one was quite perceptive. Little one, I feel a connection with you. Would you be willing to take me as your master? Tongtian laughed heartily. Yunlin pondered for a moment. The primordial world was fraught with peril despite the protective formations. Who could predict when misfortune might strike? Furthermore, his current strength was merely at the Xianxian realm. Now that the teachings of the Tao ancestor had concluded, the war between the Wu and the Lich was imminent. It would be wise to cling to a powerful figure for support. As long as the visitor was not the Eastern Sovereign, Hongyun, or the two from the Demon Clan, it would be acceptable to accept Tongtian as a master. Otherwise, it would be troublesome during the Fengshan calamity. However, judging by the individual before him, he likely did not belong to those unfortunate souls. The current Eastern Sovereign was the foremost among the male immortals. He had no time to concern himself with the Northern Sea. Hongyun did not appear to be a threat, while the two from the Sun Star were probably still busy preparing to establish the Heavenly Court. As for Tongtian, the three Pure Ones had a good relationship, akin to wearing the same pair of trousers, so Tongtian wouldn't play alone. Yunlin is willing, Yunlin replied. A shift occurred in the heavens, indicating that the master-disciple bond had been established, recognized by the heavenly Tao. Third brother, congratulations on acquiring such an exceptional disciple. Laozi stepped forward slowly. Third brother, this little Qilin is somewhat indolent. You must guide him diligently, lest you tarnish the reputation of our three Pure Ones, Yuanshi added as he emerged. Yunlin could hardly believe that he had inadvertently eliminated the correct answer. The master he had chosen was none other than Tongtian. Child, since you have joined my sect, I shall not be stingy. Here is a supreme, innate spiritual treasure, the heart-connecting lock bestowed upon you. Tongtian laughed heartily, waving his hand as a stream of light fell into Yunlin's embrace. Since he is my brother's disciple, I shall also not be stingy. Here is a mid-grade, innate spiritual treasure, the banana leaf fan, for you, Laozi proclaimed. In the primordial world, there were 4 banana leaf fans corresponding to the attributes of earth, fire, wind, and water. The fan in Laozi's possession was the fire banana leaf fan, which he used to fan the flames in the furnace while refining the elixir for Sun Wukong. Legend had it that if one could gather all 4 banana leaf fans, one might acquire a grand opportunity. Then I shall gift you this jade void glass lamp, Yuanshi added. Chapter 2. The Sermon of the Three Purities. At present, the three purities have not yet separated, and there is no significant discord between Yuanshi and Tongtian. Thus Yuanshi is not being stingy. The Yushu Liuli lamp, originally a top-grade innate spiritual treasure, now seems to have lost its wick and has devolved into a medium-grade innate spiritual treasure. In the primordial chaos, there exist 3 spiritual lamps representing heaven, earth, and humanity. Among them, the Yushu Liuli lamp is the heavenly lamp, the Byring Palace lamp represents the earthly lamp, and the Lingja lamp serves as the human lamp. When the 3 lamps converge, their combined might is boundless. Yunlin had a fleeting thought of asking if he could forego bowing to his master, but the question never left his lips. Had he dared to voice it, the 3 purities would have been greatly humiliated, and he might have faced immediate execution. Alas, since he has already boarded Tongtian's ship, it is wise to make early preparations. The calamity of the witches and the demons has only just begun, and the Fengshan calamity is still far away. Elder brother, second brother, this place is picturesque. Shall we sit here and discuss the Tao? Tongtian proposed. Liner is somewhat incomplete in his innate qualities. Let us assist him in restoring his essence here. At this time in the primordial chaos, there were no defined cultivation methods. Innate beings thrived naturally, relying on their instincts to absorb the spiritual energy and the essence of the Tao to strengthen themselves. Natural talent was of utmost importance. The methods of cultivation would only begin to emerge gradually after the completion of the 3 sermons at the Zixiao Palace. Otherwise, with so many innate beings, they would not be stuck at the peak of the Great Luo, unable to enter the quasi-saint realm. The act of preaching the Tao has become the most crucial means of transmitting knowledge. For the vast majority of beings, the opportunity to hear the teachings of great powers, especially those of the 3 purities, is an immense fortune. Indeed, Yunlin is somewhat incomplete in his innate qualities. Otherwise, he would not have been born with only the meager cultivation of the Xinxian realm. Unbeknownst to them, when Yunlin was born, he was caught up in a great battle that injured his essence. The primordial Qilin had no choice but to leave her child atop the northern sea. The absence of the offspring of the primordial Qilin in the later ages is likely due to the Qilin egg ultimately becoming a stillborn. Then the 3 purities began their sermon. Yunlin lay atop a stone platform opposite them. The grandeur of their teachings was truly remarkable. Tao. Laozi was the first to speak. The single word seemed to contain the mysteries of heaven and earth, as the laws and the essence of the Tao began to converge around him, enveloping the entire island in a profound aura. Yuanshi and Tongtian also commenced their teachings. In an instant, the winds and clouds surged, and the world seemed to lose its color. The 3 purities preached the Tao, prompting the host to make a choice. Option 1. Listen intently to the teachings, absorbing 80% of the Tao's essence. Option 2. Listen while pondering, absorbing 90% of the Tao's essence. Option 3. Fall asleep while listening, activating great fortune to exceed the absorption of the Tao's essence. Without a moment's hesitation, Yunlin made his choice. 3. I'll just sleep. The sermon had already lasted nearly a millennium. Even the plants and rocks on the island were suffused with the essence of the Tao. Given time, when the opportunity arose, they might even take on forms of their own. Third brother, your disciple seems excessively lazy, Yuanshi remarked with a hint of annoyance. The sermon concluded, and Yunlin remained sprawled on the stone, soundly asleep, with a bubble of drool hanging from his mouth. My disciple has just been born. How could he possibly comprehend so much? Tongtian chuckled, showing leniency toward Yunlin. Whether awake or asleep, the essence of the Tao will still enter his body, providing considerable aid to his cultivation. Yuanshi let out a huff, growing increasingly dissatisfied. This is not merely a question of how much Tao essence one can absorb. It is an issue of attitude. Pop! The bubble of drool burst, and Yunlin awoke. That little rascal sleeps quite soundly. Tongtian regarded him with fondness, harboring no feelings of reproach. Yunlin, you now take my third brother as your master, becoming his foremost disciple. Asked the 3 purities. We are transformed from the Father God and the primordial spirits, and as top-tier great powers in the primordial chaos, your laziness will ultimately bring you little success. Should you venture out, it would be a disgrace to the 3 purities, Yuanshi admonished with a stern expression. Yunlin yawned and paid no heed. My teacher hasn't said anything. Why are you blabbering on? He felt fortunate not to have taken Yuanshi as his master, for the incessant nagging would be quite bothersome. Yet, out of respect for the gift he received from Yuanshi, Yunlin refrained from further comment. Yuanshi's irritation only deepened upon witnessing Yunlin's indifferent attitude. However, before he could finish, Yunlin was enveloped by a wave of Tao essence. With a slurp, he opened his mouth, absorbing all the essence into his being. Pop! With a sound. An anomaly occurred, and Yunlin experienced a breakthrough, advancing from the early Xinxian realm to the mid-Xinxian realm. Pop! Another breakthrough ensued, elevating him from mid-Xinxian to late Xinxian. Pop! Once more, he broke through from late Xinxian to the peak of Xinxian, mere steps away from the golden immortal realm. This spectacle left the 3 purities momentarily stunned. This child's talent is truly beyond imagination, Laozi exclaimed. Tongtian felt a surge of delight, while Yuanshi appeared somewhat uncomfortable. Just after reprimanding him, Yunlin has slapped my face. Yunlin, do not become arrogant if you can absorb so much Tao essence while asleep. Imagine the results if you were to pay attention. Do not squander your extraordinary talent. Yuanshi sought to regain his composure. The final sermon from the Tao ancestor is approaching. Let us depart, Laozi proclaimed. The 3 lectures by Hongjun spanned 3,000 years, with a millennium between each session, and now that millennium had indeed arrived. Elder brother, The Tao ancestors' final sermon will surely encompass the path of saints. I wish to take Liner along. Tongtian hesitated. Absolutely not. The Tao ancestor has stated that the number of listeners is predetermined by heaven. During the previous 2 lectures, others wished to enter but were utterly unable to do so. If we anger the Tao ancestor, how would we fare? Laozi firmly rejected the notion. Yunlin felt quite touched. He understood that Tongtian was not ignorant of the rules. He merely sought to advocate for him. Such a teacher is indeed commendable. Teacher, I shall not go, Yunlin replied. Tongtian approached and gently ruffled Yunlin's hair. I will strengthen the formations on the island. You must wait patiently for my return. Yunlin nodded in agreement. Third brother, let us depart, Yuanshi urged. The 3 purities then took their leave, and the 3 lectures at the Zhixiao Palace were about to commence. Choice 1. Proceed to the Zhixiao Palace to listen to the Tao. Reward. Exquisite innate spiritual treasure, the Zhampa sword. Choice 2. Follow behind the 3 purities and sneak into the Zhixiao Palace. Reward. Innate spiritual root, the Ziluoko. Choice 3. Pay no mind to anything and take a nap. Reward. A magical fishing rod. Point 3. I choose 3. Yunlin immediately made his selection. While attending the Zhixiao Palace to listen to the Tao would indeed be a grand opportunity, the innate deities were riddled with schemes and intrigues. Although Yunlin was aware of the general direction, he did not wish to become embroiled in any turmoil. After all, he was but a tiny ant in the realm of golden immortals. Moreover, with Hongjun orchestrating the proceedings, recklessly entering could lead to dire consequences. Yunlin adjusted his sleeping posture and resumed his slumber upon the stone platform. In truth, this stone platform was no ordinary object. It was the exquisite innate spiritual treasure, the Wudao stone die in the primordial chaos. Many treasures assist beings in comprehending the Tao, but the most powerful was the shattered chaos jade plate. Beneath the chaos jade plate lay the Wudao stone, which aids in understanding the Tao and possesses practicality that rivals even the innate supreme treasures. Chapter 3. Fishing for the Huangzhongli. This Wudao stone was a gift from the primordial Qilin to Yunlin, a treasured possession of the Qilin clan from ancient times, highlighting the deep affection the primordial Qilin held for Yunlin. Yunlin slept for another 1,000 years, yawning and stretching. With a crackle and a boom, divine light radiated from his body, and a silver flower blossomed above his head. After a brief slumber, he had achieved the realm of golden immortal. Once he gathers the 3 flowers atop his head, he will ascend to the great Luo, just a slightly more formidable ant. He relished the comfort of his sleep. Enough of that. Time to find something to eat. Yunlin produced a rather rudimentary fishing rod. Magical fishing rod. Possesses a mysterious allure for marine life. Any creature that bites the hook will be under the rod's control, a gentle reminder. The magical fishing rod can sometimes catch other things as well. However, Yunlin was somewhat skeptical, as the fishing rod lacked bait. Could he truly catch fish? Did the fish consider themselves foolish? Standing atop the Wudao stone, Yunlin faced the sea and cast the fishing rod. Moments later, the rod began to stir. A fool has indeed taken the bait. With a mighty tug, a massive fish was pulled from the water. This fish resembled a shark, fierce and terrifying, its mouth filled with sharp teeth, possessing the cultivation of a golden immortal. Moreover, this great fish lunged directly at Yunlin. It had been eyeing him for a long time, lying in wait for 1,000 years, as this little creature appeared delectable, seemingly containing immense energy. Had it not been for the formation blocking its way, it would have attacked long ago. Now, seeing Yunlin cast the hook, it wasted no time biting down, hoping to draw Yunlin into the formation. Yunlin was taken aback. It wasn't that there was no bait, but rather that he himself was the bait. Roar. The large fish opened its massive jaws, its eyes gleaming with delight, ready to devour Yunlin. However, it soon discovered that it could not exert any force. Yunlin suddenly opened his own mouth. Yet, to the fish, that small mouth appeared to grow infinitely larger, ultimately allowing Yunlin to swallow the great fish whole. The flavor was indeed quite exquisite, but lacking any preparation, it fell short of perfection. I hope the system rewards me with a chef, Yunlin mused. He could handle the preparation himself, but he was simply too lazy to bother. The great fish, until its last breath, never anticipated that the prey it had been stalking was, in fact, the true hunter. Yunlin continued his fishing endeavors, catching a giant lobster. Eat. A 10,000-year-old giant clam. Eat. Yunlin decided to fish one last time. However, this time, Upon casting the hook, he seemed to have caught something unusual. With a sudden tug, he exclaimed, "What in the world?" It turned out to be a tree, inedible. "Hey, this tree seems to have fruit." Yunlin hoisted the tree up, discovering that the fruit it bore resembled plums, golden in hue. The entire tree was enveloped in a chaotic aura. Suddenly, a word sprang to Yunlin's mind, in a way. Could this be the fabled innate spiritual root? Huangzhongli. Legend has it that there are 10 supreme innate spiritual roots in the primordial chaos. Huangzhongli, Xinxing, Wudao tea tree, Pandao tree, ginseng fruit, bitter bamboo, five-needle pine, fusong wood, laurel tree, and gourd vine. Huangzhongli is said to be the foremost among these 10 innate spiritual roots. Moreover, it is rumored that both Huangzhongli and gourd vine are, in fact, chaotic spiritual roots that existed in the primordial chaos long before its emergence. When the primordial chaos manifested, they were demoted in status, becoming supreme innate spiritual roots. The Tao ancestor Hongjun once encountered a Huangzhongli tree, plucking some Huangzhongli fruits, which he later gifted to the three purities and others, but the Huangzhongli tree itself vanished from sight. Now, Yunlin had managed to reel the entire tree up. What a treasure! Let me taste the primordial chaos first spiritual root and see how delectable it truly is. Yunlin leaped onto the tree and began to feast heartily. In no time, he devoured 49 Huangzhongli fruits and found himself unable to consume any more. Yunlin lay sprawled atop the Wudao stone, his belly round and bulging, feeling entirely lethargic. The aftereffects are quite significant. He lamented that it is no wonder that Huangzhongli is regarded as the first spiritual root of the primordial chaos. It takes millennia to bloom, millennia to bear fruit, and millennia to mature. Each fruit harbors an incredibly pure and potent energy. From one perspective, a single Huangzhongli is even comparable to a low-grade innate spiritual treasure. Generally, a great Luo golden immortal would struggle to handle 3 in succession, yet Yunlin had consumed 49 in one go. Time to sleep. With his eyes closed, Yunlin drifted into a deep slumber. A surge of power enveloped his small body, gradually channeling through the Wudao stone and into him. Another 2,000 years passed. In the Zixiao Palace, awaken! Hongjun waved his hand, and numerous mighty beings of the primordial chaos stirred from their slumber. Each of the great powers had reaped rewards. Even Laozi had severed his second corpse, reaching the quasi-saint mid-stage. Do any of you have questions? Hongjun inquired. Tao ancestor, our witch clan lacks a primordial spirit and is unaware of the heavenly decrees. How can we cultivate a primordial spirit? Hutu asked. The 3 sermons had not significantly benefited Hutu. However, in an attempt to rectify the witch clan's shortcomings, she had attended all 3 lectures. Hutu, the witch clan is born from the essence of the Pangu great deity. Endowed with innate advantages, you possess the power of the laws from birth. Why cling to the notion of a primordial spirit? Hongjun replied. Hutu ceased to speak further. Thereafter, Hongjun addressed the questions of others one by one. Subsequently, Hongjun turned to the assembly, taking the 3 purities as his direct disciples and recognizing the 2 from the West as his registered students. The Tao consists of 50, the heavenly transformations, 49. Thus, the heavenly way is incomplete. I, the humble Taoist, seek to unite with the Tao and restore the heavenly decrees. A tremor passed through the primordial chaos as many of the great powers felt the rules of the primordial chaos nearing completion, and the constraints of the heavenly way significantly strengthened. Soon after, these great powers exited the Zixiao Palace, returning to the primordial chaos. Brother Zhenyuan, I shall take my leave first to contemplate the marvelous applications of the purple qi. When I emerge from seclusion, we shall drink and celebrate together. Red Cloud bid farewell with a smile. Zhenyuan did not dwell on it, parting ways with Red Cloud. After Red Cloud departed, Kunlun stealthily followed. He had struck a deal with Dijuan and Tai. Should they eliminate Red Cloud and seize the purple qi, he would willingly join their ranks. Meanwhile, back with the 3 purities. Elder brother, second brother, I shall make a trip to the northern sea. Laozi and Yuanshi nodded, understanding that Tongtian intended to retrieve Yunlin. The 3 once again set off together. Chapter 4. Tongtian as master. 3,000 years have passed. Liner should have broken through to the golden immortal realm by now. Tongtian chuckled. He had acquired so many treasures this time, and he would allow Yunlin to choose for himself. Your nephew's talent is indeed formidable, but he is far too lazy, Yuanshi replied. Tongtian did not contest this point. In the primordial chaos, time flowed like a river. Without significant opportunities, moving from the peak of the Xinxian realm to the golden immortal realm in just 3,000 years was highly improbable. After the conclusion of the third sermon, Yunlin awakened. A powerful aura began to coalesce above the island. Yunlin found himself enveloped by a surge of energy, and soon a silver flower and a budding silver blossom appeared above his head. Pop! A crisp sound erupted as the silver bud slowly unfurled. Swish! In an instant, an aura of profound mystery enveloped the entire island. Not good. Someone is breaking through to the Tai golden immortal realm. And the island where Liner resides seems to have been taken over, Tongtian fumed. Just as he was about to act, Laozi grasped him. Oh, not panic. Take a closer look. Upon closer inspection, Tongtian's expression shifted to one of delight. What a clever boy. In merely 3,000 years, he has begun to break through to the Tai golden immortal realm. Second brother, it appears we have all underestimated his potential. Yuanshi remained silent, initially believing Yunlin would struggle to break through even to the golden immortal realm. Yet now he had directly attained the Tai golden immortal realm. He felt a sting of embarrassment. Although little Yunlin was the son of the primordial Qilin and possessed remarkable talent, he had indeed sustained injuries to his essence. The fact that he achieved a breakthrough to the Tai golden immortal realm in just 3,000 years likely indicated that he had encountered some significant opportunity on the island. Before long, the anomaly dissipated, and the silver flower above Yunlin's head blossomed, signifying his entry into the Tai golden immortal realm. Liner. Tongtian approached with a beaming smile. Teacher, Master Uncle, Second Master Uncle. Yunlin greeted them, then produced 3 huangzhongli fruits and presented them to the 3 purities. Is this huangzhongli? Since the opening of the chaos, the spiritual root huangzhongli has not been seen. My teacher has sought the huangzhongli tree but has never found it. Xiao Yunlin. Where did this come from? I expressed my astonishment. Teacher, after you all left, a fruit tree fell from the sky, and then I just kept eating and eating, consuming 49 fruits before I fell asleep until now. Yunlin replied, half truthfully. The 3 pure one's lips quivered slightly. The very thing that Daozu searched for throughout the primordial chaos had inexplicably landed before this child. What extraordinary luck! Liner, let me take a look. How could your body withstand eating 49 fruits in one go? Tongtian exclaimed, seizing Yunlin and inspecting him thoroughly before letting out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, with this enlightenment stone to assist you, otherwise, you would have surely burst. Not everything can be consumed indiscriminately. I have acquired numerous spiritual treasures at the Purple Cloud's palace. Choose what you desire. With a wave of his hand, an array of spiritual treasures appeared before Yunlin. A warm current flowed through Yunlin's heart. Teacher, I want that fire jujube tree. Excellent. Huangzhongli is the foremost among spiritual roots. Other roots grow better beneath it, so choosing the fire jujube tree is indeed wise. Tongtian granted the fire jujube tree to Yunlin. The fire jujube tree, a medium-grade innate spiritual root. In truth, Yunlin was simply enamored with the fire jujubes it bore. Liner, I have come this time to take you to Kunlun to cultivate together, Tongtian declared. Teacher, I don't really want to go. Yunlin murmured softly. In the future, the 3 pure ones will be splitting up. Yuanshi would undoubtedly become irate over the chaotic nature of Tongtian's disciples, and Tongtian might leave in a huff. What use would it serve to go? Furthermore, Yunlin was not inclined to venture into the primordial chaos at this moment. He felt too weak. It was far better to cultivate his little island and enjoy peaceful slumber. Did your father arrange anything here? Tongtian inquired. Yunlin nodded in response. Very well then, since that is the case, I shall teach you here on this island for a time. Eldest brother, second brother, you may return to Kunlun for now, Tongtian instructed. All right. Laozi and Yuanshi departed. Liner, during my visit to the Purple Cloud's palace to listen to the teachings, your grandmaster expounded on the way of the saints. There are 3 paths to sanctity, the path of laws, the path of merit, and the path of corpse severance. Your grandmaster, Hongjun Taoist, follows the path of corpse severance, and I too intend to embark upon this path. Tongtian elaborated in detail to Yunlin. Although Yunlin was aware, he did not interrupt. Kunpeng and the others were plotting to kill Hongyun. The host is requested to make a choice. Choice 1. Persuade Tongtian to assist Hongyun in escaping calamity. Reward. Innate supreme treasure, Chaos Pearl. Choice 2. Persuade the 3 pure ones to help Hongyun escape calamity. Reward. Host directly ascends to the quasi-saint realm. Choice 3. The calamity has nothing to do with me. Reward. 3 light divine water spring. I choose 3. Yunlin made his choice. Hongyun's demise was inevitable. When Pangu opened the heavens and perished, his last breath stained the primordial chaos first cloud, which was none other than Hongyun. Hongjun and the heavenly Tao suspected that Hongyun was a contingency left by Pangu, thus his death was assured. There was no benefit in getting involved now. After a while, a slight shift occurred in the heavenly mechanisms of the primordial chaos, and Tongtian halted his teachings, gazing up at the sky, sighing, "Alas, my friend Hongyun is facing calamity. Heaven and earth are unkind, treating saints as mere livestock. Saints are unkind, treating all beings as mere livestock. Without attaining sainthood, one is but an ant." Yunlin too sighed in lament. Tongtian trembled slightly, feeling a sense of enlightenment, and under Yunlin's words, he severed the evil corpse and advanced to the mid-stage of quasi-saint. Liner, I must thank you. What a profound statement. Heaven and earth are unkind, treating all beings as mere livestock. I shall surely attain sainthood in the future and will not allow you to suffer any harm. Tongtian affectionately patted Yunlin's head. Yunlin gradually grew to accept this teacher he had initially resisted. 3,000 years swiftly passed. Tongtian diligently instructed Yunlin daily and also took time to help him dissipate the residual energy left in his body after consuming so many huangzhongli. After all, it was not something one could digest in a short time. Simultaneously, Tongtian taught Yunlin formations. The 3 pure ones, aside from their formidable strength, each possessed their unique skills. Laozi was adept in alchemy, Yuanshi in artifact forging, and Tongtian in formations. Tongtian truly imparted everything to Yunlin. Liner, I shall teach you just this much for now. This formation, I have enhanced it slightly. Even a quasi-saint would find it challenging to breach for a time, Tongtian stated, handing Yunlin a jade token. Inside were 3 sword energies sealed by me. If used appropriately, they could injure a quasi-saint, but it will also harm your spirit. Do not use it unless absolutely necessary. You possess great fortune, so I shall not demand you to practice diligently. Should any issues arise, remember to seek me out without hesitation. Anyone who dares to bully you, I shall stand up for you. Tongtian spoke at length, yet Yunlin did not find it tedious as Tongtian departed. Yunlin performed a deep bow. The departing Tongtian seemed to sense something, revealing a gratified smile. Chapter 5. Golden Prawn. Yunlin understood that Tongtian was genuinely sincere towards him. Once a teacher, always a father. Tongtian was indeed a good master. Soon, Tongtian returned to Kunlun. "Third brother, why have you lingered there for so long? Don't let a disciple delay your cultivation. I am merely a step away from severing the evil corpse," Yuanshi cheerfully remarked. However, upon seeing Tongtian, he exclaimed, "How did you break through?" Yuanshi felt a pang of discomfort. He was naturally a competitive individual. Laozi being stronger was due to him being the elder brother, but he always sought to surpass Tongtian. Yet, Tongtian had advanced even faster. It echoed the saying, "Seeing you profit is harder than seeing me lose." Yuanshi felt a mix of emotions. "Third brother, I observed that you were still some distance from severing the evil corpse. How did you suddenly break through?" Laozi inquired curiously. "Thanks to Liner. He spoke of how heaven and earth are unkind, treating saints as mere livestock. Saints are unkind, treating all beings as mere livestock. Without attaining sainthood, one is but an ant," Tongtian replied with a smile. Laozi and Yuanshi fell into contemplation upon hearing this. Such words indeed held profound meaning, offering them significant insights. "Third brother, I believe Yunlin wouldn't utter such words without reason, likely echoing the sentiments of the primal Qilin. Moreover, the primal Qilin might still possess some hidden agenda. As the heads of the 3 clans, we must be wary of being drawn into their schemes," Yuanshi cautioned. "You are overthinking, second brother. Regardless of my disciple's actions, as long as he does not engage in heinous deeds, I will protect him and ensure that neither of you brothers are implicated," Tongtian reassured calmly. Yuanshi felt a surge of frustration. Meanwhile, on the small island, Yunlin had seldom stepped down from the enlightenment stone. "Let us settle here." Yunlin reached the island's center, the eye of the formation, where spiritual energy was most abundant. With a flick of his little paw, a spring appeared before him. Gradually, the water within the spring formed a small pool, its waters shimmering in 3 colors: gold, silver, and purple. This was the 3 light divine water. The sunlight divine water can erode blood, essence, and flesh. The moonlight divine water can corrode the primordial spirit, and the starlight divine water can devour true spiritual thoughts. Each of the three divine waters is a malevolent substance within the primordial chaos. However, once the three combine, they become the supreme healing elixir capable of dispelling all toxins, healing all wounds and diseases, and even restoring flesh and bone, reviving the dead. Such a divine object as the three-light divine water was sought after by even quasi-saints. Even Yuanshi used some of the three-light divine water when she molded humanity from clay. Yet, Yunlin possessed a whole pool of it, which could only be deemed extravagant. Subsequently, Yunlin planted the Huangzhongli tree by the pool's edge, and then the fire jujube tree died in an instant. The spiritual energy thickened even further. Currently, the Huangzhongli bore only about 10 ripe fruits, while the fire jujube tree was laden with many. With a wide-open mouth, Yunlin devoured the fire jujubes one after another. I must acquire more spiritual roots in the future to cultivate my own orchard. Yunlin envisioned. At that moment, the system issued another prompt. Led by Emperor Jun, the demon clan established the demon court, and the host is requested to make a choice. Choice 1. Seize the opportunity to join the court and obtain a position. Reward, the primal blood of the primal Qilin. Choice 2. Rush to aid Dong Wang Gong. Reward, an exquisite innate spiritual treasure, the soul bell. Choice 3. Do nothing and fish at home. Reward, comprehension of formations. I choose 3. Yunlin didn't think twice. Dong Wang Gong was arrogant and overbearing, while Emperor Jun harbored ambitions of dominating the primordial chaos, yet both were merely pawns. Why would he wade into murky waters? Insane. Yunlin took out his fishing rod to fish, claiming the reward of formation comprehension. In an instant, he fully integrated Tongtian's explanations on formations. Now, Yunlin's skills in formations even rivaled those of Tongtian. Not long after, the fishing rod began to stir. When Yunlin reeled it in, he was astonished to find a giant prawn, a true immortal, larger than a small mountain. He exclaimed, "What a show-off!" Without hesitation, Yunlin swallowed the prawn whole and continued fishing. Prawn! He fished again. Prawn! He fished again. Prawn! Yunlin was left speechless, wondering if he had stumbled upon the prawn's nest. Skeptical, he cast his line once more. Suddenly, a flash of golden light blinded Yunlin. What on earth? A golden prawn! This time, Yunlin refrained from consuming the prawn, instead placing it in the waters surrounding the island for rearing. You understand my words, right? You look quite impressive. You shall be my mount from now on, Yunlin declared. The golden prawn trembled in fear. Just moments ago, it had witnessed how this little Qilin devoured many of its stronger kin. However, it could not resist the bait and bit. Here, a treat for you. Yunlin tossed a fire jujube into the prawn's mouth. Instantly, the fire jujube transformed into a surge of pure energy, merging into the prawn's body, elevating it from the early stage of true immortal to the mid-stage. While the fire jujube couldn't compare to Huangzhongli, its effects were still considerable. If one adept in fire consumed fire jujubes, the effects would be even more potent. Afterward, Yunlin assured the prawn, in the future, whatever I eat will include you. Dol, and you shall be called Xiao Pai. The golden prawn nodded vigorously. Yunlin understood that this prawn was likely a primordial aberration, the exact cause of its existence unclear. Although it possessed true immortal cultivation, it could not transform into human form, nor did it possess high intelligence. Such aberrations could only achieve transformation and gain normal cognition upon reaching the Daluo level. However, primordial aberrations often had high innate talents. With Yunlin being the only inhabitant on the small island, he felt a tinge of loneliness, and Xiao Pai became his pet and mount. For the final cast, the last time he caught Huangzhongli, he wondered what might come this time. Yunlin cast his line in no time. He felt a tug. Pulling it up, he discovered a fiery red gourd. The gourd was enveloped in a crimson mist, displaying several small cracks, indicating significant damage. The Jujo Sanhun red gourd. At a glance, Yunlin recognized its origin. The Jujo Sanhun red gourd was one of the 7 gourds formed from the innate gourd vine, acquired by the old ancestor Hongyun. This gourd contained 81 types of toxic miasma, making it a truly malevolent object. The benign Hongyun had held it, which seemed somewhat incongruous. Later, when Hongyun fell into a trap, being hunted by Kunping and others, he used his last breath to send away the primordial purple energy through the Jujo Sanhun red gourd. The whereabouts of that purple energy and the gourd remained unknown. Yunlin had not anticipated that he would reel it in. The primordial purple energy likely had been taken by Daozu. Given the gourd's current state, it should have been abandoned. He pondered whether it could be repaired. If restored, it would be a supreme innate spiritual treasure. Yunlin casually tossed the Jujo Sanhun red gourd into the 3 light divine water. Chapter 6. The North Sea Xian turtle. The Jujo Sanhun red gourd sank and floated within the 3 light divine water, which enveloped it, continuously repairing the gourd's cracks. This seems promising. Suddenly, a red light shot forth from the gourd, landing before Yunlin. Is this the Hongyun array of the old ancestor Hongyun? The Hongyun array was originally a primordial formation from Hongyun's cave dwelling, Huayun Cave. Later, the old ancestor Hongyun modified it, using the Jujo Sanhun red gourd as its core, consisting of 77 and 49 divine restrictions. When fully deployed, it could slay quasi-saints. It was considered one of the strongest formations in the primordial chaos, even more formidable than the one left by the primal Qilin. However, since the Jujo Sanhun red gourd was not yet repaired, the array would have to wait. Afterwards, Yunlin did not concern himself with it and continued to rest on the enlightenment stone. This slumber lasted another 30,000 years. In the primordial chaos, even 30,000 years was trivial. Some grand beings would meditate for millions or even tens of millions of years. During this slumber, Yunlin successfully digested a portion of the energy from the Huangzhong Li in his body, advancing to the mid-stage of Tai Golden Immortal. In truth, Yunlin had not fully awakened. It was the system's prompt that roused him. The demon court has breached Penglai Island's celestial court. Please make a choice. Choice 1. Join the demon court. Reward: medium-grade innate spiritual treasure, time boat. Choice 2. Rush to A Dong Wanggong. Reward: innate supreme treasure, Chengyu Hall. Choice 3. Remain indifferent. Reward: a loyal servant. I choose 3. Yunlin made his decision. However, why did the system's reward seem to be getting increasingly extravagant? What exactly is a loyal servant? Before long, a commotion arose outside the small island. Waves surged as a giant turtle, larger than the island itself, appeared offshore. Its aura was immensely robust, at least a Daluo Golden Immortal. I am the North Sea Xian turtle. May I inquire if the young master resides on this island? The giant turtle called out. Yunlin recognized the North Sea Xian turtle, the great tortoise that had long slumbered beneath the North Sea. Initially, it had been cultivating peacefully when, after Gonggong struck the Buzhou mountain, Niuhua used colorful stones to mend the heavens, and Tongtian severed its 4 legs with the 4 sword of extermination. It could be said to be the greatest victim of the primordial chaos, entirely suffering from an unmerited disaster. Young master? Could it be that the system's loyal servant refers to him? Soon, the giant turtle radiated a glow, and Yunlin felt a connection of bloodline with it. Young master, this is the mark left by my master upon me. Long ago, my master showed me great kindness, and upon participating in battle, I was tasked with protecting the young master, the North Sea Xian turtle declared. Yunlin then released the formation. Upon entering, the North Sea Xian turtle was moved to tears upon seeing Yunlin. Young master, I am late. It's all right. There's no need to blame yourself, Yunlin replied. The North Sea Xian turtle recounted events. At the dawn of creation, it was weak and was saved by the primal Qilin. It was later entrusted with watching over Yunlin in the distant North Sea, but it had recently fallen into slumber. Upon awakening, it discovered Yunlin had already been born and hurried over. I shall call you Grandpa Xian, Yunlin declared. As long as the young master is happy, the Xian turtle chuckled, gazing at Yunlin with eyes full of affection. Then, Yunlin sensed movement from the direction of the 3 light divine water and walked over. The North Sea Xian turtle was astounded upon seeing the 3 light divine water and the Huangzhongli. Just these 2 items are enough to drive countless beings in the primordial chaos mad with desire. Grandpa Xian, I am favored by fortune, so I occasionally acquire good things, Yunlin explained. Although the North Sea Xian turtle was a loyal servant, it still possessed feelings and emotions. It was better to clarify things in advance to avoid surprises later. Young master, your fortune is thriving. This is indeed a positive sign. Once, the Qilin clan was so glorious, yet it has fallen to this state. My master said that even if the young master becomes powerful in the future, you must not involve yourself in the struggle of the primordial chaos. My master has said that as long as you are safe, that is enough. The North Sea Xian turtle sighed. Speaking of which, Yunlin had never met his biological father. However, he could feel the genuine care and affection behind those words. Grandpa Xian, please assist me. I happened to acquire the Jujo Sanhun red gourd of the old ancestor Hongyun and his Hongyun array, Yunlin said. Initially, he intended to set it up himself, but now that the North Sea Xian turtle had arrived, he didn't need to exert himself. Moreover, such a grand formation would require a massive effort to set up. If Yunlin were to arrange it, it would take at least a millennium to complete. But the North Sea Xian turtle was different. It was a Daluo powerhouse, and not just any Daluo. Following Yunlin's instructions, the North Sea Xian turtle began to arrange the formation. The formation on the island was called the Yin Guang Divine Fire Great Formation, which was personally set up by the primal Qilin and later enhanced by Tongtian. Now, Yunlin is not intending to dismantle the Yin Guang Divine Fire Array, but rather to integrate it with the Fire Cloud Array. Yunlin has successfully merged the advantages of both formations. Before long, the North Sea Xian turtle completed the task using its immense magical power. This array has now been bestowed a new name, the Yin Guang Hong Yun Array. The young master's mastery of formations is truly remarkable. Once this array is unleashed, even a formidable being at the early stage of quasi-sainthood would find it difficult to escape, the North Sea Xian turtle exclaimed. Grandfather Xian, I have already become a disciple under the three clear heavens, and the way of formations was imparted to me by my master, Yunlin replied. The Tongtian Taoist? That does not diminish your status, young master. North Sea Xian turtle nodded in agreement. At that moment, a cacophony erupted from beyond the small island. Linwu, you cannot escape. Why not surrender peacefully? A group was seen pursuing an ice Qilin across the North Sea. The ice Qilin, with its hooves aglow and aided by a primordial spiritual treasure, was running swiftly. However, it was evidently gravely injured, with multiple deep wounds exposing bone, and blood flowed continuously, dripping into the North Sea. The elder said the Qilin clan has vitality in the North Sea. But why can't I find it? Linwu lamented, her magical power nearly depleted. Young master, it is a Qilin, North Sea Xian turtle declared. Save her, Yunlin commanded. The North Sea Xian turtle sprang into action as the closed in on the ice Qilin. Yet in the next moment, the ice Qilin vanished without a trace. Lord Ingzhao, Linwu has disappeared. They searched the vicinity without success. Their leader, Ingzhao, also scoured the area for a long time, but to no avail. It seems a great power intervened. A mere Linwu cannot alter the grand scheme. Let us depart. Though reluctant, Ingzhao ultimately conceded. Meanwhile, on the small island, Linwu had fallen unconscious. Yunlin retrieved the three light divine water, and Linwu gradually regained consciousness. Upon awakening, Linwu exhibited a demeanor of utmost vigilance. Do not be alarmed. I am the North Sea Xian turtle, and this is young Master Yunlin. You are safe now, North Sea Xian turtle reassured her. At the sight of Yunlin, Linwu instinctively knelt, trembling with excitement. Chapter 7. The crisis of the Qilin clan. Upon seeing Yunlin, Linwu felt her bloodline surging with an indescribable warmth and authority. I, Linwu of the Qilin clan, pay my respects to the young master. What has transpired? Yunlin inquired. Young master, since the Dragon Han calamity, my Qilin clan has secluded itself in Qilin Cliff, shunning worldly affairs. However, recently, that has expanded outward, demanding our submission. We refuse, and now they aim to breach Qilin Cliff and capture our kin. The elder mentioned that there is vitality in the North Sea, so I ventured forth with treasures from our clan. Linwu wept bitterly. The Qilin clan faces a grave crisis. The host must make a choice. Option 1. Rush to the rescue immediately, receiving rewards of 3 moving mountain talismans. Option 2. Dispatch North Sea Xian turtle for the rescue, receiving a high-grade primordial spiritual treasure, the Thundercloud Hammer. Option 3. The fate of the Qilin clan is of no concern to Yunlin, rewarding the 5 elements Qianyuan Chaos Array. I choose option 1. Yunlin decided. Grandfather Xian, to Qilin Cliff, Yunlin declared. He mounted the Pippy Shrimp while North Sea Xian turtle carried Linwu. According to Linwu, there is a primordial formation guarding Qilin Cliff, which they cannot breach in haste. Furthermore, Yunlin had sent a message to Tongtian. Little Pippy, let us be off. Yunlin tossed a fire date into Little Pippy's mouth and then leaped onto its head. Little Pippy surged forward with great speed. Across the North Sea, a golden light streaked through the air. Before resting, Yunlin had left numerous fire dates for Little Pippy and even a yellow zhongli. With the presence of the enlightenment stones on the island, and the 3 clear heavens having imparted wisdom there, Little Pippy's progress was rapid, having reached the late stage of Shenxian. This mount is extraordinary. It must be some rare creature from the primordial era, outpacing many Tai golden immortals. North Sea Xian Turtle noted, also assisting in Little Pippi's acceleration. At this moment, at Qilin Cliff, the Qilin clan had retreated to the core of the formation. This was the ancestral ground of the Qilin clan, filled with their preparations. However, they advanced aggressively, led by Kunlun, a quasi-saint, and the formation could not withstand for long. Lin Feng. Once the formation is breached, take the young Qilins and flee without delay. A powerful Qilin, a Deluo Jinxian, commanded. Though severely injured, its aura was disordered, and even its primal force was compromised. Though not say more. Our Qilin clan was once the overlord during the Dragonhan calamity, yet now we face this dire fate. Perhaps it is the punishment for the sins we have committed. The elder coughed up blood, bitterly smiling. Lin Wu has sought assistance. Lin Feng called out again, yet the elder merely shook his head. In truth, the elder was uncertain about the situation in the North Sea, and sending Lin Wu was merely to reassure the clan. We can barely hold on. The bloodline of the Qilin clan cannot perish on his watch. Lin Kuang, what use is your stubbornness? The Qilin clan has already declined. Had it not been for the Majesty recognizing you as a primordial auspicious beast, you would not even be considered for inclusion in the Heavenly Court. My advice is to cease resistance and join the Heavenly Court. I will ask the Majesty for a position as a. Outside the Qilin Cliff Formation, a green-robed elder chuckled. This was Kunlun, the of the Heavenly Court. After Dijun, with Tai Yi's assistance, had slain Hong Yun, Kunlun joined the Heavenly Court, even proposing to incorporate the Qilin clan. Bang. While Kunlun spoke, his hands did not cease their assault on the Qilin clan's formation. Cracks had begun to appear on the formation. Nearby, many had encircled Qilin Cliff. For my Qilin clan to pledge loyalty to Dijun, that is a fantasy. Even in death, we shall not serve another. The elder roared, desperately channeling the formation. Lin Feng began leading the last remnants of the Qilin bloodline to escape. Stubborn fool, Kunlun grunted, transforming into his true form, a massive bird, and his powerful claws reached toward the Qilin Cliff's formation. Just as the formation seemed on the verge of collapse, a sudden force enveloped Qilin Cliff. Kunlun was taken aback. Kunlun, my neighbor in the North Sea for some time now. Do you not recognize me? North Sea Xian Turtle materialized before Qilin Cliff. Following closely were an ice Qilin and a golden pippy shrimp. Lin Wu, you have returned. The elder's face lit up with joy. Elder, the young master has also come. Lin Wu exclaimed. The elder turned to Yunlin, tears brimming in his eyes, and then bowed deeply before Yunlin. Lin Kuang, I pay my respects to the young master. I pay my respects to the young master. The many Qilin behind the elder also bowed in reverence. Yunlin surveyed the scene, noting the Qilin clan's dire state. There were perhaps only 500 pureblood Qilins remaining. During the Dragonhan calamity, their numbers had reached millions. The Dragon and Phoenix clans, though also suffering, fared better in comparison to the Qilin clan. No wonder pureblood Qilins are so rarely seen in the primordial realm. Rise, Yunlin said, feeling a kinship with the Qilin bloodline. Young master, this place is too perilous. We must depart. The elder urged, reproaching Lin Wu for bringing Yunlin back. Asked the young master of the Qilin clan, how could I turn a blind eye while my kin face extinction? Yunlin declared, fear not, I am thoroughly prepared. Outside Qilin Cliff, you are that Xian turtle. Do you wish to oppose me? Kunlun sneered. Kunlun, it is not I who seeks conflict. I am the protector of the Qilin clan, and I ask you to withdraw. North Sea Xian Turtle replied. Chapter 8. Relocating Qilin Cliff. Hearing North Sea Xian Turtle's words, Kunlun laughed. Xian Turtle, you are merely a Deluo. Do you dare to oppose my heavenly court? Even at the pinnacle of Deluo, you cannot fathom the chasm between quasi-saint and Deluo. In the face of Kunlun's oppressive aura, North Sea Xian Turtle fought valiantly to withstand it. As Kunlun stated, the divide between quasi-saint and Deluo was monumental. North Sea Xian Turtle could not withstand even a single blow from Kunlun, yet he stood resolutely before him without retreating an inch. Grandfather, Yunlin cried out. Young master, do not approach. North Sea Xian Turtle urged anxiously. Kunlun's gaze fell upon Yunlin. It is said that the primordial Qilin once left descendants in the primordial realm. I see it is true. The Qilin is an auspicious beast of the primordial realm. If I capture the young master of the Qilin clan for my heavenly court's blessings, it would be a great achievement. Kunlun, how dare you? The Qilin clan members surged forward in a frenzy, and North Sea Xian Turtle stood protectively in front of Yunlin. I advise you not to harm me. My master is quite formidable, Yunlin asserted. I, of the heavenly court, seek to dominate the primordial realm. Who dares to act against me? Kunlun extended his claws toward Yunlin once more. Yet a glint of cunning flashed in Yunlin's eyes. Then go ahead. Try it. Suddenly, a fierce sword intent swept through, striking Kunlun's claw directly. Kunlun screamed, blood instantly spilling forth as his claw fell. Yunlin, quick-witted, seized the severed claw, for components from a quasi-saint are exceedingly rare. Then, a figure clad in azure appeared. Tongtian. Kunlun was taken aback, involuntarily stepping back. Kunlun, it seems your audacity has grown since our last meeting in Zhixiao Palace. You dare to lay a hand on my disciple? Tongtian's voice was cold as he turned to Yunlin with concern. Liner, are you all right? Yunlin replied softly, Master. He is quite fierce. He scared me. Kunlun, you have frightened my precious disciple. Whoever dares to harm my disciple, I will slay. Tongtian stepped forward, summoning the 4 swords of extermination and the formation map, their overwhelming sword energy seeming capable of annihilating heaven and earth. Kunlun, terrified, contemplated fleeing. Tongtian, this is a misunderstanding. This is compensation for my disciple. How about we let this matter rest? Dijun materialized, dropping a low-grade primordial spiritual treasure. Master, that giant bird is terrifying. I believe he has inflicted a severe psychological trauma on me, which will affect my future cultivation. I feel that without a high-grade primordial spiritual treasure, I won't be able to overcome this issue. Yunlin lamented. Kunlun. Dijun. Tongtian chuckled. Dijun, what do you think? This is a high-grade primordial spiritual treasure, the Xian Yuan mirror. Dijun produced a mirror once more, showing no intention of reclaiming the low-grade primordial spiritual treasure, turning to lead Kunlun and the others away. With a casual wave, Tongtian sent both treasures before Yunlin. You little trickster, your audacity grows. You even dare to swindle the heavenly court's lord. Isn't that because of your great reputation? Master, this is for you, Yunlin replied, stowing the treasures and tossing a small vial toward Tongtian. Tongtian, upon seeing it, was momentarily taken aback. So much 3 light divine water. Where did this come from? 3 light divine water can aid in cultivation and breaking through realms, and even assist in slaying corpses. You should keep it for yourself? No worries, Master. I still have a little left, Yunlin said. Indeed, just a tiny bit left. The system rewarded Yunlin with a spring of 3 light divine water, which initially contained a significant amount and could regenerate. Moreover, it was the first time Yunlin had learned that the 3 light divine water could assist in breaking through realms and even slaying corpses. No wonder so many sought it after. 3 light divine water is indeed beneficial for my master. Thus I shall accept it, Tongtian said, turning to leave. Why, third brother, I told you this little Qilin would surely cause trouble. We were initially at ease, and now we are entangled with the. Furthermore, I see Dijun has set his sights on him as well. When Tongtian arrived, Laozi and Yuanshi had accompanied him. Yuanshi was currently complaining, while Laozi appeared somewhat displeased. My disciple is quite clever. He would not engage in such matters. Tongtian refrained from explaining. If he acts foolishly, you must expel him from the sect. Yuanshi insisted sternly. Very well, Tongtian acquiesced, and both Yuanshi and Laozi ceased their remarks. Yunlin waved his hand, and a shower of 3 light divine water rained down. Thank you, young master. Thank you for saving us. The elders expressed their gratitude for their survival. Younger master, the primordial realm is becoming increasingly chaotic. I believe the Qilin clan can no longer remain at Qilin Cliff. North Sea Xian Turtle advised. Xian Turtle, Qilin Cliff is the ancestral land of the Qilin clan, a spiritually abundant blessed land in the primordial realm, with a primordial vein beneath it is essential for both the young master and the friends to remain here for cultivation. Moreover, the remains of countless ancestors of my Qilin clan are buried atop Qilin Cliff, the elder argued. Xian Turtle was correct. The Qilin is an auspicious beast of the primordial realm, possessing the ability to bless and suppress fortunes, coveted by many. The formation at Qilin Cliff had already shattered, making it unwise to linger. However, the foundation of my Qilin clan lies within Qilin Cliff. Thus, let us relocate Qilin Cliff. Upon Yunlin's declaration, everyone present was left dumbfounded. What? Relocate Qilin Cliff? Young master, this seems rather difficult to achieve, the elder stammered. Just moments ago, the elder had mentioned that Qilin Cliff was a renowned blessed land, connected to a primordial vein. It was not something that could simply be moved. Even a quasi-saint would find it impossible to do so. I possess a method to relocate both Qilin cliff and the primordial vein, but it will require your combined efforts to lift it, Yunlin stated, producing the Moving Mountain Talisman. Moving Mountain Talisman. A one-time use item, capable of relocating any spiritual mountain in the primordial realm, can move primordial veins. It was simply a beautifully ornate golden talisman, imbued with profound Tao rhythms. Even the Luo-level North Sea Xian turtle and the elder felt diminutive beneath its power to go. With a command from Yunlin, the talisman was affixed to Qilin cliff. The entire Qilin cliff erupted with brilliant light. Boom! The entire Qilin cliff trembled, sending ripples through the primordial realm. What is happening? It is Qilin cliff. Did the knot attack Qilin cliff? Could it be that the formation has been breached? No, look. Qilin cliff is actually moving. Countless beings gasped in astonishment. As powerful figures approached to investigate, they discovered a colossal Xian turtle carrying Qilin cliff step by step toward the north. Surrounding the Xian turtle, hundreds of Qilins had transformed into their true forms. Aiding in the relocation. The forefront of this procession was a small Qilin seated atop a golden pipi shrimp, directing the Xian turtle and Qilins forward. Chapter 9. The gift from the first Qilin. The sight of relocating Qilin cliff caught the attention of many powerful beings, particularly in the heavenly court. Your Majesty, while the three clear heavens are mighty, our heavenly court is not to be underestimated. Why should we fear? Qilin inquired. The possessed Tin Great, also known as the Tin, who had followed Dijun since the establishment of the heavenly court, serving as his capable subordinates. Both Qilin and Ingzhao were among this cadre. Fear? Not at all. You see our heavenly court currently in its prime. Yet achieving sole dominance over the primordial realm is an arduous task. I believe I can contend with the leaders of the three clans from back then, but I never dare to be arrogant or complacent. Dijun mused from his throne. The Wu clan poses a significant obstacle. After annihilating they began a brutally aggressive expansion, leading to friction with the Wu clan. The Wu clan boasted 12 ancestral witches, all quasi-saint level, with their members spread across the primordial realm, inherently endowed with the power of laws and formidable physiques, making their power comparable to that of the. Thus, Dijun sought to gain allies, with the three clear heavens as one of his targets. The three clear heavens were not only powerful but also direct disciples of the Tao ancestor. If they could be brought into the heavenly court, success would surely follow. However, time and again Dijun extended invitations, presenting exceedingly generous terms, yet the three clear heavens had never acquiesced. Dijun's earlier gestures of goodwill were not necessarily out of fear of the three clear heavens. Rather, he believed Yunlin to be a significant opportunity. The relocation of Qilin cliff was a monumental undertaking, requiring a millennium to move it to the North Sea. Yunlin had also intermittently slumbered for a millennium. Within the North Sea, few formidable powers remained. One was the Beiming Palace, the domain of Kunlun, and the other was the North Sea Dragon Palace. Regarding the relocation of Qilin cliff, although both parties were aware, neither spoke. Even if Kunlun had reservations, he dared not act. Young master, where shall we place Qilin cliff? Inquired the black tortoise of the North Sea. At present, he bore Qilin cliff upon his back, submerged in the ocean. Here, commanded Yunlin, directing the black tortoise to position Qilin cliff behind a small island. The island where Yunlin had long slumbered, while not small, paled in comparison to Qilin cliff. Excellent. The black tortoise of the North Sea and numerous Qilin, following Yunlin's orders, gently set down Qilin cliff. With a thunderous roar, immense waves surged forth as Qilin cliff descended into the North. Go. Yunlin exerted his power, and the mountain-moving talisman erupted with supreme might. With a resonating chant, the ancestral vein transformed into a dragon, retreating beneath Qilin cliff. The many Qilin sensed the spiritual energy atop Qilin cliff surging anew, even more potent than before, embedding the ancestral vein beneath the North Sea. Yunlin had also connected his small island with Qilin cliff. Grandfather Xian, please assist in expanding the formation, Yunlin instructed. Certainly. The black tortoise of the North Sea, obeying Yunlin's command, utilized his great powers to unfold the Yin Guang red cloud formation over the island. The formation not only enveloped Qilin cliff and the island, but also encompassed a vast expanse of sea. Little Pai felt the abundant spiritual energy joyfully circling around Qilin cliff. From now on, the Qilin clan shall thrive here, declared Yunlin. Many Qilin, including Lin Kuang, were moved to tears. Since the great catastrophe of Long Han, the Qilin clan had refrained from revealing themselves in the wilderness, becoming prey to many powerful beings. They had lived in constant fear. Now, with Yunlin's return, they had found their anchor. "Thank you, young master." The multitude of Qilin bowed in unison. Just as Yunlin was about to rest, Lin Kuang suddenly spoke. "Young master." The clan leader left behind some items. "Shall we take a look?" "Yes," replied Yunlin. Guided by Lin Kuang, Yunlin arrived at the very core of Qilin Cliff. Here, he could even sense the Qilin bloodline pulsating with energy. As Yunlin approached, a stone door slowly opened. Lin Kuang did not follow him inside. Yunlin entered alone. Inside lay 3 innate spiritual treasures and a bone. The first was a top-grade innate spiritual treasure, the Li Di Yin Guang banner. Among the 5 banners of the wilderness, this was one of the 5 leaves of the Chaos Green Lotus. The Li Di Yin Guang banner could summon all innate flames in the world, possessing tremendous power. The second was a medium-grade innate spiritual treasure, the Water Banana Fan. Yunlin already possessed 2 such fans. The last innate spiritual treasure consisted of 12 glowing beads, the Ding Hai Pearl. It was said that there were 36 Ding Hai Pearls in the wilderness, 24 of which were in Tongtian's possession, later bestowed upon Zhao Gongming, shining brilliantly during the Battle of Fengshan. Unfortunately, the last 24 were restrained by the falling treasure money and fell into the hands of Randang. After Randang defected to the west, he transformed the 24 Ding Hai Pearls into 24 heavenly lords. As for the remaining 12 Ding Hai Pearls, their whereabouts were unknown. Yet now, they had come into Yunlin's possession. Yunlin planned to retrieve all the Ding Hai Pearls from Tongtian in due time. Finally, Yunlin's gaze fell upon the bone. It was massive, radiating with a kaleidoscope of colors, with ethereal Qilin images dancing upon it. Calling to him from the bloodline, as Yunlin approached the bone, a peculiar light suddenly burst forth, and a tall Qilin apparition appeared. Gazing at Yunlin, the Qilin's eyes were filled with affection. "My child, this is your father's final gift to you. Live well and joyfully." Yunlin understood that this apparition was the primordial Qilin, and he recognized that this bone was the true bone of the primordial Qilin. To extract this bone would surely deplete its essence. Yet the primordial Qilin, knowing Yunlin's essence was incomplete, drew this bone from its own body to bestow upon Yunlin the strength to restore his essence. A father's love is as steadfast as a mountain. Though they had never met, Yunlin felt a surge of emotion. As he watched, the apparition of the primordial Qilin dissipated, and the bone transformed into a stream of light, retreating into Yunlin's body. Yunlin bowed deeply in the direction of the vanishing primordial Qilin and exited with the innate spiritual treasures. "Elder, where has our Qilin grass gone?" Yunlin inquired. The Qilin clan's treasures included 3: Yunlin's enlightenment stone, the innate spiritual root Qilin grass, and the Qilin halberd. The enlightenment stone aids in achieving enlightenment, while the Qilin halberd is a top-grade innate spiritual treasure used for combat. Also the weapon of the primordial Qilin, its might rivaling that of innate treasures. However, the Qilin grass is the true foundation of the Qilin clan. The Qilin grass is a superior innate spiritual root. Yet for the Qilin clan, its significance surpasses even that of top-grade innate roots. Not only does the Qilin grass purify the Qilin bloodline, but it also plays a crucial role in aiding the Qilin's reproduction, increasing their chances of conception. After all, compared to the Dragon and Phoenix clans, the Qilin have a lower birth rate. One could say that without the Qilin grass, the Qilin clan would not have become one of the 3 great powers of Long Han. "Young master, during the final battle, the Qilin halberd vanished, and the Qilin grass was stolen. Otherwise, our Qilin clan would not be in such a predicament," Lin Kuang sighed. "You should rest for a while. I will find a way to retrieve the Qilin grass later. I am going to sleep now. Let Grandfather Xin and the Elder oversee the formation, and no outsiders are permitted to enter. It is best not to venture out before I awaken. A great battle is approaching," Yunlin declared. Chapter 10. The invitation from the demon clan. Yunlin had just absorbed the true bone of the primordial Qilin, and the surging power of the bloodline roiled within him. He needed to sleep. No, he needed to cultivate. Moreover, Yunlin was aware that the demon clan and the witch clan were on the brink of war. Thus he imposed a curfew on the Qilin clan. Returning to the small island, he lay upon the enlightenment stone and fell into a deep slumber, with the black tortoise of the North Sea vigilantly guarding him. 10,000 years later, an anomaly appeared upon the island. As a majestic and divine Qilin emerged above the North Sea, roar, a resounding roar shook the North Sea. startling even Kunlun, who quickly shut his eyes again in the Dragon Palace of the North Sea. Though the Dragon clan had once clashed with the Qilin clan, they were now kindred spirits, preparing substantial gifts. I must visit Qilin Cliff, declared the Dragon King of the North Sea. Meanwhile, within Qilin Cliff, at the moment the colossal Qilin apparition appeared, all Qilin felt the power within them surging, especially the bloodline strength. At this moment, nearly every Qilin sensed an elevation in their realms. Even Lin Kuang's past injuries had fully healed. Unbeknownst to Yunlin, who remained in slumber, he had broken through to the late stage of the Tai Golden Immortal. Continuing to sleep, another 100,000 years passed in this time. His power ascended to the pinnacle of the Tai Golden Immortal. And most importantly, he had restored all his innate deficiencies. Yunlin yawned. Grandfather Xian, how long have I been asleep? Young master, it has been 100,000 years, replied the black tortoise of the North Sea kindly. That's quite a long time. Yunlin pulled out a huang zhongli and began to eat. Splash, splash, little pie, knowing Yunlin had awakened, joyfully swam beneath the enlightenment stone. Why now? Little pie had reached the realm of Golden Immortal. After finishing his huang zhongli, Yunlin transformed into a young man clad in white, appearing no older than 15 or 16, with rosy lips and white teeth, handsome and striking, exuding an aura that captivated all. Previously unable to take form due to his incomplete essence, he could now do so. However, he still found the form of a Qilin more comfortable while sleeping. The witch and demon clans are about to engage in their first great battle. Please choose host. Option 1. Join the demon clan, reward of a top-grade innate spiritual root, the cloud mist tree. Option 2. Join the witch clan, reward of a top-grade innate spiritual treasure, the colorful cloud shuttle. Option 3. Remain uninvolved, reward of a top-grade innate spiritual root, the primordial peach tree. I choose option 3. Yunlin received the primordial peach tree as his reward. Grandfather Xian, I will fetch some 3 light divine water for you. You should strive to enter the quasi-saint realm as soon as possible, Yunlin stated. It is futile, young master. Ever since the Tao ancestor attained sainthood, I have unwittingly fallen into slumber. Upon awakening, I found that I could not break through. Otherwise, with my foundation, I would have entered the quasi-saint realm long ago. Moreover, I cannot take form. The black tortoise of the North Sea sighed, shaking his head. Yunlin furrowed his brows. According to the original narrative, the black tortoise of the North Sea was to have his limbs severed in support of the heavens. Some claim that the black tortoise was a remnant of the 3,000 demon gods. Thus Hong Jun could not tolerate him, placing restrictions upon him. The black tortoise's inability to break into the quasi-saint realm and take form likely stemmed from the heavenly Tao's limitations. It would have to be addressed in the future. Yunlin planted the primordial peach tree, which bore abundant fruit. He plucked a few and tasted them, savoring their sweet and fragrant flavor. Innate spiritual roots are exceedingly rare, yet Yunlin now possessed 3. Huang Zhongli, the fire jujube tree, and the primordial peach tree. After learning of Yunlin's awakening, the Qilin clan's elder Lin Kuang also arrived. Now the Qilin clan had settled, and in the 100,000 years, 3 new little Qilin had been born, all progressing positively. Lin Kuang informed Yunlin that the Dragon King of the North Sea had visited, but Yunlin was asleep, and thus he had received him. Yunlin was disinterested in such matters, leaving it to Lin Kuang to manage. In the following days, Yunlin occasionally fished, catching various good things, including some scattered innate spiritual plants and treasures, though they were all of lower grades. Sometimes, Yunlin rode Little Pie across the North Sea, taking naps when tired. Another 3,000 years passed. The first great battle between the witch and demon clans concluded, with neither side gaining an advantage, resulting in countless beings suffering. Is the Qilin young master present? A voice called from outside the formation of Qilin Cliff. Young master, it is the demon god Bai Zhe, the black tortoise of the North Sea announced. Bai Zhe, among the demon gods, was favored by Emperor Jun, known for his profound knowledge of both celestial and terrestrial matters. He was regarded as the wisest among the demons, a talent of intellect rather than strength. Yunlin understood Bai Zhe's purpose and instructed the black tortoise of the North Sea to admit him. Qilin young master, His Majesty Emperor Jun of the Heavenly Court admires your talents and strategies, and thus wishes to invite you to the Heavenly Court as our commander, with a position just below the 4 great demon emperors. This is a gift entrusted to me by His Majesty Emperor Jun. I hope you will accept it, Bai Zhe stated directly upon entering. He then presented an innate spiritual treasure. Yunlin was surprised to see this treasure, the Qilin halberd. Once the weapon of the primordial Qilin, it held immense significance for the Qilin clan. The heavenly court had indeed invested heavily to entice Yunlin, knowing well his inclinations. Go recruit the demon clan. Please choose, host. Option 1. Accept by Zay's offer, reward of a top-grade innate spiritual treasure, the Cloud Sundragon Spear. Option 2. Reject by Zay, reward of the recipe for the Hunyuan Yuqiong wine. I choose option 2. Yunlin made his selection. The demon clan clearly did not value Yunlin himself, but rather sought to leverage the 3 pure ones behind him as a means to draw them in. Demon God by Zay. Although the heavenly court holds reservations about Tongtian, we are not to be trifled with. If the heavenly court were to act, the 3 pure ones might not be able to protect you. Bai Zay responded with some irritation. Do not be agitated, demon god Bai Zay. My desire for the Qilin halberd is not out of coercion. I can offer a method to strengthen the heavenly court. In the heavens, there is the sun and the moon. The sun has Fusong, and the moon has the Kasha, commanding the power of myriad stars, which can be transformed into the imperial liquid. Yunlin smiled. Bai Zay was initially taken aback, but quickly grasped Yunlin's intention. The power of the stars would greatly benefit the demon clan. If they could gather the power of the stars, it would enhance their cultivation. The 2 goddesses of the moon star were also formidable beings. Uniting with them would undoubtedly bolster the fortunes of the demon clan significantly. Bai Zay felt that Yunlin's proposal was more than sufficient to warrant a top-grade innate spiritual treasure. Creatures of the wilderness praise me for my wisdom, but compared to Qilin Young Master, I fall short. Qilin Young Master truly does not wish to leave the island? Bai Zay inquired. Leave? I most enjoy sleeping and fishing. Yunlin jested. He merely needed to move his lips to exchange for the Qilin halberd. What a remarkable deal. You are truly carefree, young master. Then I shall take my leave. Bai Zay turned to depart. The demon clan indeed possessed some capable individuals, yet the will of heaven is a blade. Divine powers cannot overpower destiny? Yunlin shook his head and remarked. Behind him, the black tortoise of the North Sea and Elder Lin Kuang looked on with admiration. Young master is truly formidable. With just a few words, he has managed to placate the demon clan's strategist. Elder, the Qilin halberd bears the marks of my father's battles. Place it upon Qilin cliff for our kin to contemplate, Yunlin instructed. After giving his orders, he yawned and took a short NAPT Mount Kunlun. Tongtian observed Bai Zay exiting Qilin cliff with a slight smile. Elder brother, second brother, I told you, Linner is not foolish. He would never agree to the demon clan. I will not say much, replied the old man. Yuanshi added, third brother, if Yunlin had agreed to the heavenly court, would you truly expel him from the sect? Tongtian fell silent, refraining from a response. Not long after, Bai Zay returned to the heavenly court. Did Yunlin not agree? That young man appeared quite greedy, yet he even rejected the Qilin halberd? Emperor Jun chuckled. If Yunlin had consented, the fortunes of the Qilin clan would have shifted to the heavenly court. He could sense that no. Yunlin accepted the Qilin halberd. Bai Zay interjected. What? He accepted the Qilin halberd but still refused to affiliate with the heavenly court? Is he attempting to seize it by force? Kuanping exclaimed furiously. Years ago, Tongtian had severed one of his legs due to that young Qilin's interference. Many demons were also restless. Your Majesty, it was not Yunlin's coercion. Rather, he provided us with a strategy, hence I gifted him the Qilin halberd, Bai Zay explained. The assembled demons erupted in a clamor. Bai Zay then articulated Yunlin's proposal. What sun and moon? What are these matters? Just a few words, and he received a top-grade innate spiritual treasure? The demon god Qinyuan was puzzled. Yet Emperor Jun laughed heartily. Splendid, splendid. What a remarkable Yunlin. It seems everyone underestimated him. This young Qilin indeed possesses great talent. Fushi, one of the 4 great demon emperors, also voiced his praise. Yet, it was regrettable that this Qilin young master wished to remain uninvolved in the tumult of the wilderness. Bai Zay sighed. Then let us proceed as the young Qilin suggested. Unite the sun and moon, and I shall send a marriage proposal to the moon star. With a wave of his hand, Emperor Jun set the heavenly court into motion. The union of the sun and moon, a fundamental principle of heaven and earth, would see the 2 celestial maidens of the moon star willingly marry Emperor Jun. 1,000 years later, a grand wedding was held. On the day of the nuptials, Nuwa, holding a red embroidered ball, orchestrated the first celestial marriage in the realm. At the moment the ceremony concluded, a radiant golden light suddenly appeared. Merit. It unexpectedly attracted Merit. a great demon exclaimed in shock. Following the descent of merit, a portion flew towards Qilin Island. At that moment, Yunlin was fishing, and the arrival of merit left him astounded. Is this even possible? Merit is a versatile resource, useful for cultivation, forging artifacts, and alchemy. Furthermore, as long as one possesses sufficient merit, even saints would hesitate to act against them. Otherwise, the heavenly Tao would surely impose heavenly punishment. Yunlin did not rush to refine it, instead gathering it behind him to form a radiant golden merit wheel. Subsequently, Emperor Jun gathered the power of the stars and unleashed the imperial liquid. Countless demons bathed in the imperial liquid, significantly enhancing their strength. Those who had yet to take form among the demon populace transformed immediately upon receiving the imperial liquid. When Emperor Jun established the demon clan, he vowed to the heavenly Tao that all creatures, from flowers and birds to insects and fish, as well as mountains and plants, could become demons. This reveals the vast ambitions he harbored. In this age, the fall of the imperial flow has led to the emergence of countless new demon clans, numbering in the billions. Thunderous roars resound. The celestial realm's fortune surges, and the golden dragon of fate soars into the heavens with a resounding roar. Emperor Jun and Tai, along with their companions, are filled with joy to tea this moment. Yunlin is diligently concocting his exquisite primordial jade wine. The wine, a reward from the system, is remarkable. It requires at least 5 types of daily spiritual roots fruits along with the divine water of the 3 lights to brew, supplemented by various rare materials, and even infused with merits. For those below the Great Luo level, consuming the first cup can elevate one to a minor realm. However, such effects are limited to just 1 cup and cannot be utilized when advancing from the peak of Tai Golden Immortal to Great Luo, as the latter necessitates personal comprehension of the laws. While it is indeed possible to break through with this wine, it may result in a lack of future advancement potential. Nevertheless, this is already quite extraordinary. For those above Great Luo, while this wine does not directly enhance one's realm, it can facilitate an understanding of the transformations and laws, even proving beneficial for those on the path to sainthood. The quality of the wine is also contingent upon the raw materials used. If the 5 fruits are all of the finest innate spiritual variety, its efficacy is maximized. The ingredients for the primordial jade wine are likely beyond the reach of even quasi-saints. Yet Yunlin possesses them. He has already gathered more than 5 types of innate spiritual fruit and has ample divine water from the 3 lights. He has also acquired a fair amount of merits. The brewing of this wine is a monumental task. Thus, Yunlin summons the ancient turtle of the North Sea and most of the members of the Qilin clan to commence the brewing process. They gather the spiritual fruits, draw the divine water, collect various supplementary materials, and with immense magical power, they refine the concoction. As they are about to seal the vat, Yunlin contributes half of the merit gold wheel from behind him into the wine vat. Seal, Yunlin commands. The ancient turtle of the North Sea and the others channel their magical power to seal the vat. Thunderous sounds echo. The group collectively submerges the vat into the North Sea, nourished by the ancestral spiritual energy of Qilin Cliff. If this wine is successfully brewed, it will be nothing short of extraordinary. The ancient turtle of the North Sea cannot help but express his sentiments. Meanwhile, Yunlin feels utterly exhausted and decides to take a well-deserved rest, transforming into a Qilin and lying atop the stone of enlightenment. Another 10,000 years pass. Tongtian is accepting disciples, and the host must make a choice. Choice 1. Inform Tongtian of the future fate of the and prevent him from accepting disciples, rewarding with the innate supreme treasure, the sun and moon bow. Choice 2. Establish the prestige of the eldest senior brother, rewarding with the finest innate spiritual treasure, the purple moon fan. Choice 3. Go with the flow, rewarding with a portion of the source of the thunder demon god. Yunlin chooses the third option. The calamity of the function is still far off, and he feels too weak at this moment. He fears that revealing information about the calamity might lead to disastrous consequences. As for establishing authority, he has no interest. Yunlin acquires a portion of the thunder demon god's source. The thunder demon god is one of the 3,000 demon gods, governing the laws of thunder. By absorbing this source of thunder, Yunlin will gain a strong affinity for the laws of thunder and be able to wield the power of lightning. Third brother, 1 Yunlin is acceptable, but now you've taken a treasure-seeking mouse as your disciple. They are all mere trifles, utterly incapable of greatness. Chapter 12. 12 petals in bloom on Kunlun Mountain. The primordial beginning is quite furious. While the three brothers ventured out, Tongtian has accepted yet another disciple, and this time, it is a treasure-seeking mouse. Primordial Beginning immediately begins to oppose this, but his protests fall on deaf ears. Tongtian merely states that Dubao is fated to be with him, while Laozi remains indifferent, leading to a stalemate. Primordial Beginning thinks that since Tongtian has taken on a disciple, he too cannot fall behind. In the future, his disciple must defeat Tongtian's disciple to prove him right. News of Primordial Beginning seeking disciple spreads. Randalamp rushes over, eager to become a disciple of Primordial Beginning. Randalamp, being one of the 3,000 guests of the Purple Cloud, is of equal standing to Primordial Beginning. However, his fortunes are rather meager. Despite attending 3 teachings, he has yet to step into the quasi-saint realm. He is unconcerned about his dignity. Upon hearing that Primordial Beginning is taking disciples, he rushes over immediately. However, Primordial Beginning refuses him. Randalamp may not care about reputation, but Primordial Beginning does. Despite this, the fact that a peer wishes to be his disciple brings Primordial Beginning great pride. Ultimately, he keeps Randalamp in the Yushu Palace as a guest elder. Afterward, Primordial Beginning takes on another disciple, Nanji. Master, Nanji is bothering me again. He keeps saying I am a mere trifler, incapable of greatness. Dubao feels quite aggrieved. Ever since Nanji arrived at Kunlun, he has constantly been at odds with Dubao. You should yield more to your junior brother Nanji. Do not let things sour between you, Tongtian advises. Dubao nods. Today, I shall take you to find your elder brother. I wonder if he is still asleep. Tongtian chuckles. Elder brother? Dubao is momentarily taken aback. He has heard much about his elder brother but has never seen him. Tongtian takes Dubao and departs Kunlun. This moment, a rich aroma of wine wafts above Qilin Cliff, even spreading as far as the North Sea. What is that? What could smell so delightful? Is there perhaps a rare treasure emerging? Kunlun follows the scent out of the North Underworld Palace. Inside the North Sea Dragon Palace, the North Sea Dragon King is also drawn out by the aroma. The creatures of the North Sea are irresistibly drawn toward Qilin Cliff. After 100,000 years, it is finally ready. Yunlin is overjoyed. Today marks the successful brewing of the primordial jade wine. Young master, the aroma of the primordial jade wine is too overwhelming, attracting many beings from the North Sea. Even Kunlun and the North Sea Dragon King seem to have been stirred. The ancient turtle of the North Sea remarks, Grandfather Xian, guard the great formation. Anyone who dares to intrude will be dealt with severely, Yunlin commands. Understood, the ancient turtle replies. Rise. Yunlin feels a surge within and formulates a spell. Boom! Beneath Qilin Cliff, a massive wine vat bursts forth from the water. In that instant, the fragrance of the wine intensifies further. Why has it suddenly turned dark? What is that? Is it a thunder tribulation? The beings of the North Sea exclaim in astonishment. Above Qilin Cliff, a thick, dark cloud appears, with countless lightning serpents dancing within. Since the Long Han calamity, the heavenly path of the wilderness has become increasingly perfected, and tribulations have begun to manifest. That is the 9-9 divine sky cave's primordial calamity. When such a tribulation descends, even great Luo would perish. A powerful being recognizes the origin of this calamity. Just as the ancient turtle of the North Sea prepares to counter the tribulation, Yunlin declares, Grandfather Xian, allow me. Having absorbed a portion of the thunder demon god source, he possesses the ability to control thunder. Moments ago, the laws of thunder within him surged, seeking to refine the source of thunder through this tribulation. In the next instant, Yunlin transforms into his true form and heads toward the center of the calamity. Is this Qilin young master truly foolish enough to face the thunder alone? With his strength, he will undoubtedly perish. Kunlun sneers. He believes that once Yunlin perishes, the beings of Qilin Cliff will be thrown into disarray, providing him the opportunity to seize the wine. Master, is that my elder brother? Is he being reckless? Dubao exclaims. Just after Tongtian brought him over, he witnessed Yunlin plunging into the tribulation. Your elder brother may be a bit lazy, but he is not foolish, Tongtian responds, though he remains concerned for Yunlin. Should anything happen to Yunlin, he will intervene immediately. Boom! The first bolt of tribulation lightning strikes. The ancient turtle of the North Sea and many Qilin hold their breath. Yet Yunlin simply opens his mouth. He actually consumed the tribulation lightning. The North Sea Dragon King gasps. The others are left in stunned silence. What kind of operation is this? Dubao stares in awe. marveling at how fierce his elder brother is. Wow, that's quite something. Yunlin savors the taste of the tribulation lightning with a smirk. Huh. I wondered how this lad would be so foolish. It turns out he has gained a portion of the power of the thunder source. Tongtian laughs heartily. The 9-9 Divine Sky Cave's primordial calamity consists of 81 bolts of lightning. Yunlin stands ready, awaiting the strike's .1 bolt, then another, until all 81 bolts of tribulation lightning are consumed within him. Burp! The crowd is left sweating in disbelief. At this moment, lightning radiates from Yunlin, and the power of the laws disperses. However, just as everyone believes the ordeal has concluded, a flower suddenly blooms atop Yunlin's head. It is a lead flower, then another silver flower. No way. Has my elder brother already stepped into the Great Luo realm? Tongtian's head is filled with question marks. He knows Yunlin is extraordinary, but he never anticipated such extremes. Is my elder brother about to ascend to Great Luo? Dubao is equally astonished. According to his master, while his elder brother may have taken the lead in becoming a disciple, he is actually younger than Dubao. Currently, he has just become a Tai Golden Immortal, yet he already feels immensely gifted. To think his elder brother could be so outrageously powerful. Master, how many petals can my elder brother's flower bloom? Dubao inquires. 8 petals. No, 9 petals. Your elder brother's talent exceeds expectations. Tongtian trembles slightly. Upon ascending to the Great Luo Golden Immortal realm, the golden flower will bloom. The number of petals signifies one's talent. Beings of the wilderness, like the 3 purities in Yuwa, possess 9 petals. Young master must ascend to Great Luo, quickly operate the great formation to its fullest. The ancient turtle of the North Sea urges. The Qilin immediately spring into action. Tongtian also swiftly takes action, shielding the heavenly secrets and obscuring everyone's sight. Wherever there are people, there are rivalries. The wilderness is no different. Jealousy towards Yunlin's exceptional talent is inevitable, so Tongtian has prepared in advance. Subsequently, a golden bud appears atop Yunlin's head, and under the flow of the laws, the golden bud gradually begins to bloom. 3 petals bloom, 6 petals bloom, 9 petals bloom. Tongtian and the others suddenly rejoice. 9 petals, an unparalleled talent in the wilderness. However, the next moment, the golden flower atop Yunlin's head unfurls 3 more petals. 12 petals bloom. In an instant, everyone, including Tongtian, is left speechless. Chapter 13, Dubao. The fool is myself, whether it is the ancient turtle of the North Sea, who has lived the longest, or Tongtian, the most powerful, neither can believe their eyes. 12 petals bloom. It seems the wilderness has never witnessed such a phenomenon. Just then, dark clouds of tribulation gather in the sky once more. However, due to Yunlin's overwhelming fortune, the clouds dissipate before they can fully take shape. Observing Yunlin's disappointed expression for not encountering the tribulation, Tongtian's lips twitch. While others fear the tribulation, Yunlin willingly embraces it. Tongtian appears. Greetings, master. Yunlin opens the formation to welcome him in. Good, Liner. This is your junior brother, Dubao. Dubao, quickly greet your elder brother. Tongtian smiles. Initially, Dubao had known about the existence of an elder brother during his time in Kunlun, but at that time, he harbored competitive feelings. Now, however, those feelings have long since vanished, and he even feels a bit intimidated by Yunlin. Elder brother, Dubao calls out. Junior brother Dubao, this is a gift for you. Yunlin presents a mid-grade innate spiritual treasure sword as a token of their first meeting. It is not that he is stingy. He simply knows that Tongtian will soon accept many disciples, and gifts for his junior brothers and sisters will be necessary, so he prefers to save a bit. Dubao is immensely grateful to receive the mid-grade innate spiritual treasure, feeling his elder brother is incredibly generous. All right, quickly put away your wine. I can hardly wait to taste it. Tongtian beams at the harmonious interaction between the brothers. Master, just a moment. Yunlin waves his hand, summoning the vat of wine. He then removes the clay seal. Splash! The moment the vat is opened, boundless phenomena appear, and the fragrance of the wine reaches its peak. Outside Qilin Cliff, those from the North Sea, even the quasi-saint Kunlun, are salivating at the aroma. At this moment, a figure steps out from the formation. My young master invites the North Sea Dragon King, the Rainbow Dress Fairy, and the Deep Sea Taoist Theo enter Qilin Cliff for a taste of the wine. The North Sea Dragon King and others are overjoyed and rush forward. These individuals had previously visited Qilin Cliff and brought gifts. Just as everyone is preparing to enter the formation, Kunlun suddenly exclaims. Wait, has the young master of the Qilin invited me? Kunlun believes that, as a celestial master and quasi-saint, he is undoubtedly the strongest among those present. The Qilin clan has no reason not to invite him. Of course, a typical person would not make a fuss over not being invited, but Kunlun is shameless. Senior Kunlun, I apologize, but my young master did not extend an invitation. Upon hearing this, Kunlun is infuriated and prepares to force his way in. Scram! A stern voice booms from within Qilin cliff. Kunlun trembles at the sound. Tongtian? Farewell. Kunlun swiftly flees. As the guests enter Qilin cliff, they immediately feel a sense of tranquility. Not just the aroma of the wine, but also the dense spiritual energy is unparalleled in the North Sea. Lin Quan warmly welcomes everyone. Most of these guests are leaders of significant forces in the North Sea, all possessing great Luo cultivation. They have previously shown goodwill towards Qilin Cliff. A guest is a guest. Please, take your seats. Initially, Yunlin intended for Tongtian to sit at the head, but Tongtian declined. The guests politely take their seats. Upon seeing the array of spiritual materials and innate spiritual fruits on the table, they are astonished. Even the North Sea Dragon King, who once enjoyed lavish feasts, is taken aback by the sight. Fire jujube, Yuanshi peach, linglong fruit. If Yunlin had not exhausted the Huangzhong plum during brewing, they would have been utterly dumbfounded. Nevertheless, everyone remains composed. Although they are eager to taste, they only sample a bit out of politeness. Bring the wine. The Qilin serve the wine to the guests. Previously, they merely caught a whiff of the aroma outside Qilin Cliff, but upon seeing the liquid, they are all astonished. The wine sparkles with extraordinary phenomena, as if it contains boundless chaos. Liner, what is special about this wine? Tongtian inquires. Master, this wine is called primordial jade wine. And it is, Yunlin explains some of the ingredients. This, everyone gasps in amazement. Given the precious materials used, it is no wonder such an exceptional wine was brewed. Everyone, please enjoy. Yunlin takes the lead and drinks a cup. The others follow suit, downing their cups. In the next moment, divine lights swirl throughout the grand hall. Dubao drinks a cup and promptly falls into a stupor. Delicious, oh delicious. Tongtian chuckles, helping Dubao regulate his internal energy, allowing him to advance from the early stage of Tai to the mid-stage. The others smile at the sight. Yunlin observes the inebriated Dubao and thinks of a phrase, little wine buddy. Those who partake in the wine all gain something, expressing their gratitude to Yunlin. Thank you, young master of the Qilin. I dare say this wine must be the finest brew in the wilderness. The North Sea Dragon King exclaims. Indeed, compared to the primordial jade wine, what I drank before was nothing. Subsequently, Yunlin instructs Lin Quan to see off the guests. Master, this is for you. Yunlin presents a vat of wine to Tongtian. Tongtian accepts it without hesitation, laughing heartily. I knew you were clever. I did not take the wrong disciple, master. I wish to trade for the 24 sea calming pearls you possess. I can offer a spiritual treasure in exchange. Yunlin proposes. Trade? Nonsense, take them. Tongtian waves his hand, and the 24 sea calming pearls fall into Yunlin's hands. Now that you have reached the great Luo realm, I shall remain at Qilin Cliff for a while to guide you and Dubao. Dubao, how can you be distracted during my teachings? Master. Elder brother has already fallen asleep. Your elder brother possesses a unique talent. He can comprehend the Tao in dreams. Can you compare? Diligence can make up for shortcomings. Otherwise, you will lag far behind your elder brother. Oh? Dubao clearly finds this hard to believe. However, the next moment, the rule's radiance descends upon the slumbering Yunlin, enveloping him in a rich aura of the Tao, indicating he is absorbing the teachings Tongtian just provided. Dubao, that the fool was me all along. Tongtian and Dubao spend nearly 1,000 years at Qilin Cliff, with Dubao attending Tongtian's teachings alongside Yunlin daily. Occasionally, Tongtian would discuss formations, but these discussions primarily involved Yunlin and Tongtian, with Dubao listening in. Moreover, Dubao has enjoyed a comfortable life at Qilin Cliff, although he occasionally receives a few remarks from Tongtian. He knows he cannot compete with his elder brother, who is a monstrous talent. Mainly, at Qilin Cliff, being the disciple of the Qilin young master, he is treated with great respect, continuously enjoying innate spiritual fruits and even partaking in the primordial jade wine. This life is far more comfortable than his days on Kunlun Mountain. Liner, your talent is extraordinarily high, but do not become complacent. As Tongtian departed, he offered his parting words with care. while Duobao's eyes brimmed with tears. He had no desire to leave. Returning to Kunlun would mean enduring the relentless critiques of his second master. The delights of Qilin Cliff, with its abundant food and entertainment, were far too enticing. Especially with his senior brother's generosity. Werwu, I truly do not wish to go back. Master, I am aware, Yunlin said. Junior brother, I have gathered some spirit fruits for you, along with a small flask of Hunyuan Yuqiong wine. Take them back and enjoy. Duobao hurriedly accepted, wiping away his tears as Tongtian led him away. Chapter 14. The humiliation of Nanji. After bidding farewell to Tongtian, Lin Kuang approached. Young master, Taoist Qilin and Taoist Feiyu wish to join us at Qilin Cliff. Both Qilin and Feiyu were previously esteemed Daluo Jingxian who had visited Qilin Cliff for its fine wines. Qilin, a giant catfish, had attained mid-stage Daluo Jingxian cultivation, while Feiyu, a divine bird, had reached late-stage Daluo Jingxian. As Yunlin approached, both offered him a respectful bow. Young Master Qilin, we are both scattered cultivators from the Northern Sea and wish to join Qilin Cliff. Qilin spoke, a hint of trepidation in his voice. This is certainly acceptable, Yunlin replied with a smile, eager to strengthen their forces in preparation for future tribulations. Daluo Jingxian were considered formidable in the current primordial realm. Qilin and Feiyu immediately swore their oaths, and Yunlin granted them positions as protectors of Qilin Cliff. Grandpa Xian, I inquired with my master, and it appears you are indeed bound by the heavenly Tao. Certain items are needed to lift this restriction, Yunlin stated. Young master, I have grown accustomed to it. There is no need for concern, the Northern Sea Xiangui replied, fully aware that even quasi-saints found the heavenly Tao's bindings challenging to break. He did not wish for Yunlin to exert himself on his behalf. No matter, Yunlin insisted, if the Northern Sea Xiangui cannot break free, he will undoubtedly perish when the time comes to mend the heavens. I will do whatever it takes to save him. As long as the Northern Sea Xiangui can ascend to the quasi-saint realm, he will be able to sever the benevolent corpse, and even during the heavenly repairs, he will not perish. My master said that to break the heavenly Tao's constraints, we must acquire the blood of the ancestor dragon, the blood of the beginning Qilin, and the blood of the Yuan Phoenix, and then mix these 3 drops of blood to refine them into his body. I possess the blood of the beginning Qilin, as I am the son of the beginning Qilin and have integrated its true bone. Tongtian also had a drop of Yuan Phoenix blood, which he had already given to Yunlin. However, the blood of the ancestor dragon was elusive. Yunlin planned to visit the Northern Sea Dragon Palace, but he heard that the Northern Sea Dragon King had gone to the Eastern Sea, so he would have to wait for his return. Time passed, and eventually, Tongtian returned to Kunlun with Duobao. The atmosphere in Kunlun seemed lively. It turned out that Fushi and Yuhua had come to pay a visit. Both Fushi and Yuhua were celestial emperors of the demon clan, but their visit was not to court the Sanqing. Their relationship was amicable enough. Taoist Fushi, Taoist Yuhua, Tongtian greeted with a smile. Third brother, you have returned. Since you are here, my disciple from Nanji has brought forth the Beijing wine he brewed. Do taste it. Yuanshi invited Tongtian to take a seat. Nanji, quickly introduce your wine to your uncle. Uncle, this Beijing wine contains 100 varieties of spiritual materials, brewed over 30,000 years with precious ingredients like moonlight divine water. Nanji proclaimed proudly. Indeed, this Beijing wine is quite remarkable, and Nanji's talents are exceptional. His future is boundless, Fushi remarked with a smile. Oh, I must say, my disciple still has much to learn, Yuanshi modestly replied, although the smile on his face betrayed his pride. Brother Duobao, unfortunately, the ingredients for my Beijing wine are hard to come by. I have but a few left, and you might not get to taste it, Nanji said apologetically, secretly provoking Duobao. Duobao, feeling aggrieved, retorted, what Beijing wine? It pales in comparison to the Hunyuan Yuqiong wine brewed by my senior brother. I wouldn't even want to drink it, Duobao, Tongtian scolded, not wishing to draw attention or offend Yuanshi before outsiders. Third brother, has Yunlin brewed wine as well? Can we sample it to see if it lives up to Duobao's claims? Yuanshi inquired. Indeed, Tongtian replied, I believe the Beijing wine is already a fine brew, but the Hunyuan Yuqiong wine is 100 times superior. Now you've made me crave it, Fushi expressed eagerly. With no other option, Tongtian sighed and said, very well, let us share some with everyone. He produced a wine jar. Initially, Yuanshi looked on disdainfully, suspecting it was mere showmanship, but upon opening the jar, astonishment spread across the faces of all present. On Mount Kunlun, countless prodigious phenomena manifested. and the aroma of the wine wafted through the air. Even without tasting it, one could feel a hint of inebriation. Most notably, several quasi-saints were present, including the Sanqing, Fuxi, and Yuhua, all among the most powerful beings in the primordial realm. This wine was extraordinary. Yuhua, who had remained silent, was taken aback. Yuanshi's expression darkened, having initially thought Tongtian was boasting to embarrass him. But now, who was truly embarrassed? Nanji, how do you feel? Did I not speak the truth? Compared to the Hunyuan Yuqiong wine, your Beijing wine is insignificant, Duobao exclaimed triumphantly, causing Nanji's face to flush with anger. Tongtian poured wine for everyone. Fuxi eagerly drank the Hunyuan Yuqiong wine in one gulp. Good wine. This is the finest I've ever tasted. Within a single cup, it contains the essence of chaos and the cosmos. Even we quasi-saints benefit from its effects on our internal laws. Marvelous. Marvelous, Fuxi declared, completely enraptured. Indeed. The value of this wine is beyond estimation. Third brother, do you have more? I would trade you a 9-turn golden pill for it, Laozi said. Renowned for his alchemical prowess, the 9-turn golden pill was celebrated as the most potent pill in the primordial realm. Rumored to elevate one to Daluo with a single dose. Though exaggerated, its efficacy was undeniable. Tongtian, I too am willing to trade. Simply name your desire, and I shall oblige, Fuxi eagerly added, having been thoroughly captivated by the wine. To be honest, this wine was brewed by my eldest disciple, utilizing extraordinarily precious materials, requiring fruits from 5 types of innate spiritual roots, along with 3 types of divine water and merits. Thus, I have only a limited supply. My disciple, out of consideration for me as his master, has provided me with these, Tongtian explained, feeling a pang of regret as he remembered how much he had shared. What a pity, Duobao. Why did you have to blurt that out? Fuxi lamented, while Tongtian inadvertently poured a cup for Nanji, who skeptically drank it. This wine, how can it compare to my Beijing wine? I'm feeling so dizzy. Nanji slurred, collapsing in a drunken stupor, much to Yuanshi's frustration and Duobao's amusement. During the banquet, all attention was drawn to the Hunyuan Yuqiong wine. When the feast concluded, Tongtian looked at Duobao with a smile at so. Are you feeling content now, master? I am absolutely delighted, Duobao replied, grinning. Now that you're in good spirits, hand over the wine your senior brother gifted you. Tongtian commanded. Ah, Duobao exclaimed. What do you mean, ah? I initially intended to treasure the wine gifted to me by my senior brother, but you just had to reveal it with a single word. I still need to share some with your grandmaster and second master, so hurry. After Tongtian finished speaking, Duobao reluctantly handed over the wine. Werwil, I swear I won't show off again. Master, you have a heart of stone. In the Yushu Palace, Nanji awoke, recalling the events of the previous night, filled with humiliation and resentment. He didn't even notice that he had advanced in cultivation due to the effects of the Hunyuan Yuqiong wine. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, and he took out a straw doll, writing the name Yunlin on it. I will stab you. I will stab you. How dare you steal my thunder and make me look foolish? I will stab you. Chapter 15. Fuxi's legacy, the 8 trigrams and the art of change. As Nanji harbored such hatred for Yunlin, Yunlin, of course, remained oblivious. At Mount Buzhou, Fuxi sat amidst an array of wine jars, looking rather dejected. Brother, what troubles you? Yuhua asked. Something feels off. The flavors are all wrong, Fuxi murmured. Ever since tasting the Hunyuan Yuqiong wine, he found all other wines bland and unappealing. The exquisite wines he once adored now lacked their original sweetness. The Hunyuan Yuqiong wine is indeed delightful. I wish I could have more, but judging by Tongtian's demeanor, he is reluctant to part with it. Brother, why don't you simply ask young Master Yunlin for some? Yuhua suggested with a smile. Fuxi's spirits lifted at once. You're right. Let us head to the northern sea. Fuxi and Yuhua hurried to Qilin Cliff in the northern sea. Upon their arrival, Yunlin was quite surprised. What could these 2 esteemed celestial emperors possibly want? Given their relaxed demeanor, it seemed unlikely they wished to recruit him. As they approached, Yunlin was prompted by the system to make a choice. Choice 1. Inform Fuxi and Yuhua that the demon clan will be annihilated and Fuxi will perish, rewarded with a top-grade innate spiritual treasure, the Shattered Jade Spear. Choice 2. Join the Heavenly Court, rewarded with a mid-grade innate spiritual treasure, the Flame Pot. Choice 3. Remain silent and take no action, rewarded with the innate supreme treasure, the Chaos Pearl. Point 3. Yunlin thought, even with his eyes closed, he understood which choice to make. Informing Nuwa and Fushi about the impending doom of the demon clan would likely be met with disbelief. The system's suggestion to join the heavenly court seemed dubious. Furthermore, he possessed numerous spiritual treasures but lacked any innate supreme treasures. The Chaos Pearl, embodying pure chaos and creating its own realm, could rival the likes of the opening Heaven Axe and the Creation Jade Disc, although it had been damaged during the Cataclysm, reducing its status to that of an innate supreme treasure. When Nuwa and Fushi arrived, Yunlin personally welcomed them inside. Fushi, with his long beard, appeared quite refined, while Nuwa exuded a gentle beauty. "Yunlin, your master has taken the wine back to Kunlun, and I, along with my brother, came to pay a visit. Ever since he tasted your Hanyuan Yuqiong wine, he has been craving it," Nuwa explained. Fushi, feeling somewhat embarrassed, added, "Yunlin, my uncle has come to ask for a taste of your wine." Yunlin chuckled. "I was wondering what brought you here. Please have a seat. I shall fetch some wine." He had only heard legends of Fushi and Nuwa, but upon meeting them, he found them to be quite amiable. Fushi savored the wine, a look of satisfaction on his face. He then engaged Yunlin in a discussion about the art of formations, expressing his admiration for Yunlin's understanding, in the entire primordial realm. Who did not know that Fushi excelled in this domain? Furthermore, among those who could rival Tongtian in this art, Fushi was undoubtedly the most qualified. Even Tongtian had praised Fushi while teaching Yunlin. "Uncle, though I am somewhat thick-skinned, I shall not drink for free. I see you are proficient in the art of formations and have made significant advancements in it, so I would like to present you with a small gift," Fushi said cheerfully, placing a piece of jade on the table. Upon seeing it, Yunlin gasped. This so-called small gift was remarkable. It was Fushi's signature skill, the 8 trigrams and the art of change. It was no exaggeration to say that if this technique were to spread through the primordial realm, it would undoubtedly attract fierce competition. With this technique alone, one could establish an enormous lineage. The value of this gift far surpassed that of the Hanyuan Yuqiong wine. "Your master once sought to explore the mysteries of my 8 trigrams and art of change, but this is my unique skill, which I did not share with him. However, you seem quite agreeable to me. If it weren't for Tongtian taking you under his wing first, I would have taken you as my disciple," Fushi lamented, stroking his long beard. "Uncle, while my Hanyuan Yuqiong wine is indeed excellent, I cannot accept this." Yunlin hesitated. "Young Yunlin, please take it. My brother has long desired to pass on his skills. Even Taoist Dijuan wished to help him find a successor among the demon clan, but he found none suitable. It seems this is fate." Nuwa encouraged him. Gratefully, Yunlin accepted the gift from Fushi. "I see your Qilin cliff is lacking in avian companions. It feels rather monotonous. Once I return to Nuwa Palace, I will send you some lawn birds," Nuwa promised with a smile. Afterward, Yunlin poured some wine for both Nuwa and Fushi before they took their leave. Throughout their visit, the siblings never once suggested that Yunlin join the heavenly court. "Brother, do you hold that little Qilin in such high regard?" Nuwa inquired, perplexed. She knew her brother was proud, and she found it hard to comprehend why Fushi would so readily impart the 8 trigrams and art of change to Yunlin. "I cast a divination for that young lad, and do you know what I saw?" Fushi asked. Nuwa shook her head in bewilderment. "Chaos, utter chaos. This young fellow possesses limitless potential," Fushi proclaimed. Nuwa was momentarily taken aback. With her brother's abilities, he could even glean some insights about quasi-saints, yet he found nothing when it came to this little Qilin. That was indeed remarkable. Thus, Fushi felt he had formed a beneficial connection in advance. Most importantly, Yunlin's profound understanding of formations warranted passing on the 8 trigrams and art of change to him. As Fushi and Nuwa returned to Mount Buzhou, Yunlin began to delve into the teachings left behind by Fushi. Quasi-saints each have their own unique lineage and can be considered ancestral teachers in their own right, with each possessing their own signature skills. Tongtian primarily focuses on the path of the upper clear, with formations as a supplementary study. The 8 trigrams and art of change is Fushi's main focus, typically reserved for direct disciples, yet it was now entrusted to Yunlin. Could it be that Fushi divined something extraordinary about me? Yunlin pondered. He then retrieved a pearl, which shimmered with a chaotic essence, drawing the gaze of anyone who beheld it. This was the innate supreme treasure, the Chaos Pearl. With this pearl, one could obscure all heavenly secrets, rendering even the heavenly Tao incapable of probing. In the ensuing days, Yunlin dedicated himself to studying the teachings left by Fushi. His dedication was so intense that he would sleep with the jade under his head. allowing the teachings to seep into his understanding. Yunlin slumbered for another 3,000 years. Chapter 16. The Xiangui slays the corpse. During these 3,000 years, Yunlin was roused from his slumber on occasion. Nuwa had mentioned sending some Yuan birds to Qilin Cliff. To his surprise, she delivered several hundred primordial Yuan birds, among which a pair of Qingyuan were prominent, both Daluo Jingxian. This gift was no small matter. In the past, the avian clans of the primordial realm were all governed by the Feng clan, but after the demise of Yuan Feng, the spiritual birds scattered. The Luan bird clan, being one of the great clans among the birds, pledged their loyalty to Nuwa. Upon their arrival, the Luan birds vowed their allegiance to Yunlin, who tasked them with caring for the innate spiritual roots. Yunlin's orchard continued to flourish, nourished by the 3 light divine water and the yellow middle pear, allowing the spiritual plants to thrive. However, prior to the arrival of the Luan birds, the orchard had languished without proper care. Now, with the Luan birds adept at tending to the spiritual roots, they delighted in Yunlin's orchard. Initially hesitant about coming, they found it so enjoyable that they had no desire to leave. It would not be an exaggeration to say that the environment here surpassed even that of Nuwa Palace. Grandpa Xian, we must journey to the Northern Sea Dragon Palace, Yunlin declared, putting away the teachings of Fu 11. It was nearly impossible to fully comprehend such teachings in just 3,000 years, even for someone as skilled as Yunlin, who excelled at gleaning insights through dreams. The most pressing matter now was assisting Grandpa Xian in upgrading his transformation. Yunlin rode upon a golden shrimp, while the Northern Sea Xiangui trailed leisurely behind. The Northern Sea Dragon Palace lay deep within the Northern Sea, grand in scale. Although the Dragon clan had fallen from grace, they were still formidable. Even the most impoverished of the Northern Sea Dragon clan surpassed the former Qilin clan. I am Yunlin of the Qilin clan, here to pay my respects to the Northern Sea Dragon King, Yunlin announced to the gatekeeper, a night demon. Upon hearing Yunlin's name, the night demon hurried to relay the message. Moments later, the Northern Sea Dragon King Ao Xin personally came to greet him. Young Master Qilin, I apologize for the oversight. Please forgive me, Ao Xin said, accompanied by a number of dragon sons and daughters, each adorned with dragon horns. The Dragon King was most courteous, quickly ushering Yunlin into the Dragon Palace while the Northern Sea Xiangui waited outside. Ao Xin treated Yunlin as an esteemed guest, arranging a plethora of exquisite delicacies and fine wines. Dragon King, I actually have a request during my visit. I seek a drop of the blood of the ancestor dragon. I am willing to exchange it for a spiritual treasure. Yunlin spoke. Ao Xin hesitated for a moment before finally responding. To speak candidly, our North Sea Dragon Palace does indeed possess a drop of the ancestor's blood, but to my dragon clan, that blood is an invaluable treasure. For a time, the atmosphere grew somewhat tense. Ao Xin's meaning was clear. He was reluctant to part with it. Yunlin understood well that the ancestor dragon's blood held immense significance for the dragon clan. Yet he felt he could not forego it. Just as Yunlin was about to negotiate further, Ao Xin spoke again. Young Master Qilin, our North Sea Dragon Palace can indeed provide you with the ancestor's blood, but we require an alliance with the Qilin clan. Just an alliance? Yunlin questioned, somewhat puzzled. The condition seemed exceedingly simple. Indeed, as the war between the Wu and the Lich intensifies, the North Sea will inevitably be drawn into the fray. Unlike the Qilin clan, we do not have the backing of a transcendent ancestor to protect us, hence our desire to ally with your clan, Ao Xin stated without any concealment. Agreed, but let it be known that in our alliance, the Qilin clan shall take the lead, while the Dragon clan will play a supporting role. Moreover, this matter does not involve my master, Yunlin asserted, showing no signs of concession. Very well, Ao Xin readily accepted, subsequently retrieving the blood of the ancestor dragon for Yunlin. After accepting it, Yunlin bid farewell to Ao Xin and turned to leave. Father, how could the ancestor dragon's blood be given so easily? And that Yunlin, how audacious to suggest our dragon clan play a secondary role, one of the dragon offspring exclaimed. You do not understand. While the 4 Sea Dragon clans claim to be united, each has its own ambitions. The East Sea Dragon clan possesses the deepest heritage, yet they are currently oppressed by the Heavenly Court. The West Sea seems to be preparing to ally with the 2 from the West. While the South Sea is also stronger than our North Sea, Ao Xin sighed and shook his head. The North Sea is harsh and resource poor, and though it may appear formidable, our future is indeed worrisome. Not to mention, the true overlord of the North Sea is Kunlun. whose descendants even regard the North Sea Dragon clan as their prey, and we dare not voice a single complaint. Given the circumstances, can we afford to remain stagnant? He viewed the Qilin clan as his first choice for an alliance. Grandpa Xian, I have obtained the blood of the ancestor dragon, Yunlin joyously proclaimed while riding on his little dragon. The North Sea tortoise smiled. Young master has worked hard. Let us proceed to lift the heavenly Tao seal on Grandpa Xian. This will grant our Qilin cliff a powerful being of quasi-saint status. Yunlin replied, and they quickly returned to Qilin Cliff. He instructed all beings within Qilin Cliff to be vigilant and then activated the formation. A massive light curtain enveloped the entire Qilin Cliff. This action garnered the attention of many beings in the North Sea, yet none comprehended the true intentions of the Qilin clan. Simultaneously, the North Sea tortoise emerged from the depths. With a wave of Yunlin's hand, 3 drops of blood appeared before him. Roar. 1 drop of blood revealed the phantom of the ancestor Qilin. Chant. The apparition of the ancestor dragon emerged. Cry. The Yuan Feng's phantom spread its wings. Under Yunlin's manipulation, the 3 drops of blood began to converge continuously. The phantoms of the ancestor Qilin, the ancestor dragon, and the Yuan Feng gradually fused together. It is said that the ancestors of the 3 clans were remnants of demon gods, and over countless entangled years, they formed a wondrous connection. The leaders of the 3 clans were also punished by the heavenly Tao. Now, when the 3 drops of blood united, they possessed the strength to break the shackles of the heavenly Tao. As the 3 phantoms completed their fusion, a beam of golden light surged towards the North Sea tortoise. The North Sea tortoise was bound by chains adorned with mysterious runes, tightly restraining it. Bang, bang. With one impact after another, the golden light grew dimmer, while the chains of the heavenly Tao began to crack. Just as the golden light was about to diminish, and the chains were still almost intact, Yunlin did not hesitate to retrieve a jade talisman bestowed by Tongtian. Swish! The sword aura surged throughout the North Sea, heading straight for the chains of the heavenly Tao. Crack! A crisp sound echoed as the chains of the heavenly Tao shattered. Grandpa Xian, sever the corpses, Yunlin shouted. Understood, the North Sea tortoise replied, as 36 points of light emerged around him. These were none other than 36 sea stabilizing pearls. Severing the corpses to attain enlightenment is a unique method created by Tao ancestor Hongjun, aimed at achieving sainthood by eliminating the 3 corpses of good and evil, reaching the state of heaven and man to merge with the Tao. However, currently in the wilderness, only the heavenly Tao has manifested, and it has been unified by Hongjun, making this path effectively closed. Thus, apart from Hongjun, no one in the wilderness could achieve sainthood through this method. Yet Yunlin devised a plan. The 36 stabilizing pearls form a complete set of spiritual treasures that can evolve the heavens and merge into one, even capable of manifesting a grand world. He instructed the North Sea tortoise to sever the corpses with the 36 stabilizing pearls, ensuring not only greater strength in the future, but also preserving the possibility of achieving sainthood through this method. Chapter 17. Overlord of the North Sea Sever. As the North Sea tortoise's voice fell, the 12 points of light around him began to coalesce, revealing an elderly figure in white robes, the benevolent corpse of the North Sea tortoise. Greetings, Tao friend. The benevolent corpse bowed to the North Sea tortoise. The North Sea tortoise transformed into a gray-robed elder. The benevolent corpse then entered the North Sea tortoise's body. Thank you, young master, for your assistance. The North Sea tortoise expressed gratefully. You are too kind, Grandpa Xian. I will need your protection for Qilin Cliff in the future. Yunlin smiled. The successful severing of the corpse meant that the calamity of his life would be mitigated, and he could even seek great merits. Yunlin then gazed into the distance, retrieving a spiritual bow and arrow, drawing back the bow and shooting. The fluidity of his movements was elegant, above the North Sea. A tiny golden immortal level pong bird fell, dying instantly. With Yunlin's current strength, not to mention the tiny golden immortal, even a Delua would be severely injured by this arrow, before the pong bird. A small dragon was left in shock. Yunlin, are you seeking death? Within the North Sea's beaming palace, Kunlun arose in fury, manifesting his true form above Qilin Cliff. Yunlin, you have slain my offspring. Even with Tongtian backing you, I shall take your life. In an instant, the beings above the North Sea turned their gazes towards Qilin Cliff once more, particularly the dragon clan. Ao Xian broke into a cold sweat. He had just learned that Yunlin's actions were to save a true dragon of the North Sea. Mobilize the troops, Head to Qilin Cliff. Without thinking long, Xian gritted his teeth and decided to take action. Yunlin stood up for the North Sea Dragon Clan. How could they remain indifferent? Our Qilin clan has already allied with the Dragon Clan. From today forth, your Beiming Palace is forbidden from hunting the true dragons of the North Sea. Yunlin declared. Ha ha ha, Yunlin, who do you think you are? You think too highly of yourself? Kunlun laughed in rage, preparing to strike. Despite Yunlin killing his offspring, he was unafraid, believing he was not alone. However, before Kunlun could make a move, a powerful aura suddenly surged forth. Kunlun was taken aback. Dao friend Kunlun, your offspring devoured the Dragon Clan first. How about we let this matter rest? The North Sea Tortoise interjected. Seeking death? At this moment, even though Kunlun knew the North Sea Tortoise had become a quasi-saint, he still launched an attack. Kunlun, in his bird form, struck fiercely, while the North Sea Tortoise summoned 24 sea stabilizing pearls, resonating with the 12 sea stabilizing pearls within his benevolent corpse. 24 sea stabilizing pearls already belong to the category of top-grade innate spiritual treasures, while 36 sea stabilizing pearls could rival innate supreme treasures. Boom! The entire North Sea trembled. Seeing the North Sea Tortoise's attack approaching, Kunlun fought back with all his might but was struck, spitting blood. How could this be? You just became a quasi-saint. How can you be this strong? When I fell into the North Sea had not yet seen the Beiming Palace. Had it not been for the shackles of the heavenly Tao, I would have achieved quasi-saint status long ago. How could you, such a worthless being, compare to me? If you dare to disrespect my young master again, I will end you. The North Sea Tortoise grunted and struck again. Seeing he was outmatched, Kunlun first soared upward in his bird form and then transformed into a great fish, vanishing into the depths of the North Sea. Young master, Kunlun excels in speed, and speed is the least of my strengths, the North Sea Tortoise remarked. That is of no consequence. After greeting the North Sea Dragon King who had brought the troops, Yunlin entered the formation of Qilin Cliff alongside the North Sea Tortoise. The overlord of the North Sea has changed. Xian's face was filled with joy. What delighted him most was not merely that Qilin Cliff had a quasi-saint overseeing it, but that Yunlin kept his promise to protect the North Sea Dragon Clan. Subsequently, Yunlin took out a jade talisman, handing it to Lin Kuang. Please, Elder Lin, deliver this to Senior Fushi. Lin Kuang took the jade talisman and made his way to Mount Buzhou, at this moment. Kunlun directly approached the heavenly court. Your Majesty, that Yunlin child is too presumptuous. I implore your Majesty to uphold justice for me. Kunlun knelt before the Lingshao treasure hall, loudly lamenting. Speak in detail. Demon Master, Emperor Jun replied. Kunlun hurriedly recounted how Yunlin had wronged him. Demon Master, this matter is rather complicated. That Yunlin is a disciple of Tongtian. It is unwise to fall out with the three pure ones now. Emperor Jun stated. Kunlun's heart sank upon hearing this at that moment. A sudden sharp pain pierced Kunlun's heart, as if he had lost something of great importance. Atop Mount Buzhou, within Fushi's realm, an abundance of merit enveloped it. Characters filled his domain, scattering outward to the wilderness. Ha ha ha! The Emperor of Shiyuan has created the demon script. This is a blessing for our demon clan, Emperor Jun exclaimed gleefully. Now the heavenly court's fortune surged once more. PFF. Kunlun spat out a mouthful of old blood. He felt that this opportunity should have belonged to him. Within Fushi's domain, Lin Kuang remarked, Dao friend, please convey my heartfelt thanks to young Yunlin for bestowing upon me such an opportunity. I am at a loss as to how to express my gratitude. Fushi smiled. Though Lin Kuang is but a Deluo, he is still a figure from the time of the Dragonhan calamity. Hence I address you as Dao friend. After Fushi created the demon script, he severed his malevolent corpse, significantly enhancing his power once more. The Emperor of Shiyuan is too modest. My young master has stated that your impartation of the art of divination is a great favor, for which I cannot repay as there is nothing else. I shall take my leave. Fushi personally escorted Lin Kuang out. This little Qilin truly is remarkable and generous, bestowing such opportunities so freely. Nuwa emerged. Once I consolidate my realm, I shall personally visit Qilin Cliff to express my gratitude. Fushi chuckled. I see my elder brother has finished his drink and is feeling greedy. By the way, elder brother, I believe I have sensed a disturbance in the purple aura. I wish to venture out for a while. This is a significant matter. We must not be careless, Fushi said solemnly. Nuwa nodded. Qilin Cliff. The North Sea tortoise went into seclusion to solidify his realm, while Yunlin, unable to sleep, began contemplating the formation. He had grasped some understanding of the 8 trigrams and the art of divination. The formations of Tongtian relied on being forceful and fierce, while the formations set by the 8 trigrams focused on the principle of change. Endless transformations, following one's desires. Yunlin aimed to combine the characteristics of both. Once ensnared within the formation, one would face myriad changes and must also withstand fierce killing intent. To merge these 2 attributes would be a challenge even for his master and senior Fushi working together. Yet he possessed the Chaos Pearl, which encompasses all. Using the Chaos Pearl as the formation's core, he could establish an unparalleled formation. Once formed, it could not be broken except by a saint, and from then on, the secrets of heaven would be untraceable. He could even place Qilin Cliff beyond the wilderness, allowing for a swift escape from any future calamity. Chapter 18. Nuwa's visit. Subtle hints. Yunlin was daring and decisive. Embarking on his plans without hesitation, he spent 10,000 years refining the Chaos Pearl, and after that, he restructured and improved the existing flame-light red cloud formation, which took another 10,000 years. Whether it would succeed now depended on the present moment. Yunlin's face radiated excitement. The Chaos Pearl shimmered before him, and the divine prohibitions within it continuously gleamed with light, enveloping a vast expanse of sea, including Qilin Cliff within its grasp. Chaos sealing the divine formation. Arise. Yunlin pressed one hand upon the Chaos Pearl. Swish! Streams of golden light spread out like ribbons, transforming into golden chains that began to weave densely within the bounds of the formation. Boom! A resounding sound echoed from above the North Sea. Qilin Cliff, where has it gone? The North Sea Dragon King Aoshian was taken aback, sensing that Qilin Cliff had vanished from his perception, as if it had never existed. While the previous Qilin Cliff had formations obscuring it, it still remained in its place. However, the current situation was entirely different. In the Zhixiao Palace, Hongjun slowly opened his eyes. Changes. After a moment of murmuring, he closed his eyes once more. Having recently merged with the Tao, he needed to unite completely with the heavenly Tao to master the wilderness. Therefore, he would not pay too much attention to minor fluctuations. Small forces in the wilderness can be altered, but the grand trends cannot be reversed. As long as the Wu and Lich calamity does not present issues, he generally would not interfere. Within Qilin Cliff, numerous beings were expressions of astonishment. They had remained within Qilin Cliff, sensing something was amiss, yet they could not pinpoint what was wrong. From now on, Qilin Cliff would transcend the constraints of the wilderness. This action by the young master could establish the foundation of Qilin Cliff for countless years. The North Sea Tortoise, now a quasi-saint, had a broader perspective. Although he could only grasp a general idea, it was enough to leave him utterly astonished. Nuwa, guided by the heavenly Tao, wishes to create humanity and attain sainthood. Please make a choice, host. Option 1. Assist Nuwa in creating humanity, reward of the supreme innate spiritual treasure Qingyun Sword. Option 2. Wait for Nuwa to arrive, subtly hint at the mysteries of creating humanity, reward of the supreme innate spiritual treasure Shirshan Spear, Fragment. Option 3. Do nothing, reward of the low-grade innate spiritual root Ziyu Grass. Nuwa's creation of humanity could be said to be a groundbreaking event in the wilderness. The human race would become the dominant force in the future. The calamities of the Wu and Lich were all laid as groundwork for the rise of the human race. Frankly, Yunlin indeed wished to partake in this, eager to reap the benefits. However, such significant matters would undoubtedly attract the attention of the heavenly Tao and Hongjun. Unless Nuwa came personally, it seemed implausible. Yet, just as Yunlin prepared to choose the third option, a voice suddenly sounded. Young master, Lady Nuwa has come to visit. It was Lin Kuang's announcement. Yunlin thought to himself, how fortuitous. It appears that fate has truly smiled upon me. Delighted, he declared, I shall personally go to greet her, and chose the second option. Soon, Yunlin went to welcome Nuwa. Little Yunlin, it has only been a short while. Your Qilin Cliff has undergone a tremendous transformation. Upon entering the formation, Nuwa was taken aback once more. Previously, when she and Fushi had visited, Qilin Cliff was rich in spiritual energy, rivaling the great spiritual mountains and blessed lands of the wilderness. But now, upon re-entering Qilin Cliff, while the spiritual energy and environment remained unchanged, the unfathomable secrets of heaven instilled a sense of unease in this great being of the wilderness, even imparting a feeling of imminent death. Now that Nuwa had severed her malevolent corpse, she was among the most powerful in the wilderness. Tio expressed such feelings seemed absurd, yet she recognized them as her genuine emotions. Master Uncle, this formation is a fusion of Fushi's 8 trigrams divination and my teacher's formation techniques, using a special spiritual treasure as its core. Although Qilin Cliff is situated within the wilderness, it has transcended it, with myriad secrets of heaven now unfathomable, Yunlin explained. Nuwa's mouth fell agape in astonishment. Little Yunlin, my elder brother certainly spoke no falsehood. You truly harbor limitless possibilities in such a short time. You have implemented my elder brother's 8 trigrams divination to this extent? Is there something you wish to discuss with me? Master Uncle? Yunlin inquired. I was merely wandering through the wilderness and happened to arrive in the North Sea, noticing the unusual activity at Qilin Cliff, so I came to take a look. I did not have the chance to properly explore Qilin Cliff during my last visit. Could you show me around, little Yunlin? Nuwa smiled. Of course, Yunlin replied, leading the way. Though Qilin Cliff was merely a mountain, it was vast. As Nuwa and Yunlin walked, they paused frequently, with Nuwa taking the opportunity to share insights about cultivation with Yunlin. It has been previously mentioned that each prospective saint possesses their own unique path, just as Nuwa has profound attainments in the way of creation. Even if Yunlin does not diligently cultivate the way of creation, he excels in assimilating the strengths of various schools, which is commendable in its own right. Nuwa's teachings have also greatly inspired him. Ultimately, they arrived at the secluded island where Yunlin was in retreat. Greetings, young master. Greetings, your highness. The phoenixes bowed to Yunlin and Nuwa, led by 2 azure phoenixes. When I initially summoned you to Qilin Cliff, you were reluctant to come. Now, look at you all. Your lives here surpass those in my Wahuang palace, Nuwa remarked with a smile. The phoenixes were momentarily at a loss for words, yet they understood that Nuwa's gentle demeanor was playful. Little Yunlin, your orchard is remarkable. Not only are there numerous spiritual plants, but also the spring of the 3 lights divine water. These treasures surpass the luxuries of my Wahuang palace. Master Uncle, I have already used the last batch of Huangzhongli for brewing. Once the next batch ripens, I shall send some your way. Yunlin chuckled heartily. Nuwa then said, that sounds splendid. However, your orchard does have some shortcomings. Although the soil is rich in spiritual energy and filled with the essence of the Tao, cultivating innate spiritual roots poses a challenge. I possess some 9 heavens essence soil. You may take it for your use, Yunlin gasped. No way. If Nuwa were to give away all the essence soil, what would happen to the creation of humanity? Master Uncle, that is unacceptable. The essence soil is a top-tier material of heaven and earth, imbued with great spirituality. Yunlin hastily replied, if the 9 heavens essence soil were combined with the 3 lights divine water, it could mold various forms. Naturally, if supplemented with Master Uncle's way of creation, it would be extraordinary. It could potentially create a new being, and if that new being were to possess an innate Tao body, it would be even better. Hearing Yunlin's words, Nuwa stood frozen in place. I understand now. I know what the heavenly Tao is guiding me to do. Nuwa was instantly filled with joy and turned to Yunlin, saying, little Yunlin, I am immensely grateful to you. I shall give you all this essence soil. I have also placed some at Shouyang Mountain. I will go there. By the way, may I borrow some of the 3 lights divine water? With a wave of her hand, a small, radiant clump of soil fell into Yunlin's hands, and she also took some of the 3 lights divine water. Afterward, Nuwa hurriedly departed. Chapter 19. The Establishment of Humanity. The blessing of Qilin. Yunlin knew that Nuwa was about to begin the creation of humanity. He placed the essence soil on the ground, and the small clump of soil rapidly began to spread. The spiritual roots in the orchard began to exude spiritual light, as if expressing their joy. Yunlin then took out a somewhat damaged black spear, the god-slaying spear, the most murderous spiritual treasure in the wilderness. Forged from the stem of the chaos blue lotus, it had once been wielded by Luo Ho, accompanying him as he slaughtered countless beings. Like the 4 swords of extermination, it was not an innate supreme treasure, yet it was not inferior to one, holding an illustrious reputation. The appearance of the god-slaying spear led Yunlin to ponder. Did Luo Ho truly perish in the last battle? In that final confrontation, Luo Ho was besieged and ultimately, the 12-petal black lotus and the god-slaying spear vanished without a trace. Luo Ho transformed into a demon. The Tao rises a foot, and the demon rises a mile. However, whether Luo Ho is dead remains uncertain. Perhaps even Hong Jun is wary of Luo Ho. After all, if not for the assistance of the heavenly Tao, it is uncertain whether Hong Jun could have contended with Luo Ho. Nuwa arrived at the foot of Shouyang Mountain, obtained the 9 heavens essence soil and the 3 lights divine water, and began her work of creation, a being with an innate Tao body. Born with the innate Tao body, Nuwa was enveloped in the aura of creation, and soon, a small clay figure was completed. Then came the second, the third. As these clay figures touched the ground, they transformed into living beings, joyously shouting Holy Mother. Nuwa felt this method of creation was too slow and recalled the gourd vine she had taken from Buzhou Mountain. She dipped it into the mud and then swung it forcefully. Batch after batch of small beings appeared on the primordial land. In total, there were 129,600 of them, just enough to form a Yuan Hui. You shall henceforth be known as the human race. Nuwa declared, human, human, human. The humans continuously cheered. Boom! A golden cloud of merit appeared above the wilderness. This scene startled all beings in the primordial realm. What is that? Merit. It is all merit, my heavens, so much merit. In the present primordial realm, merit has descended several times, but compared to this instance, those were mere child's play. Yunlin looked up at Shouyang Mountain, knowing that Nuwa had succeeded in creating humanity. Then, the merit from above began to descend. One portion of merit fell upon the human race, another portion fell upon the gourd vine used for creation, while the remaining 8 portions all belonged to Nuwa. Next, Nuwa waved her hand, and unexpectedly, one portion of merit was divided off and directly entered Qilin Cliff. This is too generous. Yunlin was left speechless. Truly, a low investment with high returns. The merit golden wheel behind him radiated with brilliance that surpassed 10,000 feet. And with such merit, even saints would not dare to act recklessly. I, Nuwa, guided by the heavenly Tao, have achieved sainthood today. Nuwa's voice resonated throughout the wilderness. A trace of purple energy spread from her. And with the primordial purple energy as the foundation of her Tao, Nuwa ascended to the saintly position. In that instant, celestial sounds echoed, and golden lotuses erupted from the earth, as the entire primordial realm celebrated the birth of a new saint. Nuwa, my friend, has become a saint, Laozi murmured atop Kunlun. He felt somewhat dissatisfied that the first to attain sainthood was not him. The 2 from the west also gazed on. We too bear the primordial purple energy, but the west is barren and our fortunes are not deep. Why don't we seek the opportunity for sainthood in the east? Jane suggested. Brother, that is precisely the way to go. Now that there are few beings in the west, it is just right to ferry some over. Yuanshi agreed with Jane's idea. Ha ha ha, with Hua Huang attaining sainthood, who would dare to oppose my demon clan? Emperor Jun rejoiced. Yet, in the next moment, the heavenly Tao issued an edict. Saints must not participate in the calamities of the primordial realm. Emperor Jun could no longer smile. Damn it. Not only could he not rely on the combat strength of the saints, but the former Nuwa was at least a quasi-saint. Now, she had nothing. At this moment, Nuwa spoke again. The human race must forever revere the Qilin as an auspicious beast. Obey the Holy Mother's decree. The human race responded in unison. Meanwhile, atop Qilin Cliff, Yunlin was momentarily stunned. With just one portion of merit, he already felt he had gained tremendously. Now, requiring the human race to honor the Qilin as an auspicious beast clearly aimed to eliminate the karmic burdens of the Qilin clan. The 3 clans bore karmic burdens during the Dragonhan calamity, and although the clan leaders made efforts to alleviate their sins, some karmic burdens still acted as shackles, hindering the clansmen. Even their power advancements became exceedingly difficult. Indeed, at that moment, nearly all the Qilin sensed that a layer of shackles had been lifted, experiencing an unprecedented sense of relief. Roar! Lin Kuang revealed his true form atop Qilin Cliff, roaring fiercely. His true body was that of a fire Qilin, and the roaring flames engulfed him, with countless real and spiritual fires manifesting upon him. Slash! Lin Kuang shouted, wielding a piece of innate spiritual treasure to slay the corpse. Thus, Lin Kuang successfully achieved the status of quasi-saint, becoming the second quasi-saint atop Qilin Cliff. Congratulations, my friend. The North Sea Xian turtle came forth to offer his congratulations. Thanks to the young master. Otherwise, I fear I would never have achieved quasi-saint status in this lifetime. Lin Kuang was immensely pleased. His foundation was not as profound as the North Sea Xian turtle, and being able to slay the corpse was already a blessing. Now that the teachings at Zixiao Palace had concluded, Everyone understood that there are three methods to attain the Tao: through strength, through slaying corpses, and through merit. It was widely known that attaining the Tao through strength, namely the Tao of laws, was the strongest method. However, that difficulty was not something an ordinary person could endure. Even beings of exceptional talent like the three clear ones and Yuhua had to slay corpses. It wasn't entirely due to Hong Jun's deceit, but rather it was simply too challenging. Now, throughout the primordial realm, aside from the innate beings capable of wielding the power of laws and the powerful ancestral witches who could attain quasi-saint status through laws, only Tai, the prodigy, had succeeded. Tai, who achieved Tao through strength, was capable of withstanding the assaults of 6 ancestral witches. Therefore, Yunlin did not emphasize forcing anyone to attain Tao through laws, especially since not everyone could become a saint. How difficult it is to achieve sainthood. Naturally, Yunlin himself was determined to challenge his limits. Following Lin Kuang, the ice Qilin Lin Wu and the wind Qilin Lin Feng both ascended to the great Luo Golden Immortal realm. The other Qilin also reaped rewards, as nearly all of them broke through their realms, and their cultivation speed accelerated. The Qilin clan thrived, yet the reproduction of its members remained too slow. It was imperative to quickly recover the Qilin grass. Furthermore, Yunlin understood that while the karmic burdens of the Qilin clan had been alleviated through the power of the human race, they were now entangled with the human race's karma. For instance, the demon clan's refinement of the slaughter which soared. Forget it. Why ponder so much? Time for sleep. With a cloud of merit enveloping him, Yunlin drifted into a sweet slumber. However, unbeknownst to anyone, a black lotus silently entered Qilin Cliff. Chapter 20. The demon ancestor Luo Ho. This black lotus emitted a faint ghostly light, though its leaves were somewhat damaged. Upon entering Qilin Cliff, no one noticed it, not even the newly ascended quasi-saint North Sea Xian turtle, Lin Kuang, or even the sleeping Yunlin. Soon, this black lotus roamed throughout Qilin Cliff and arrived before Yunlin. At this moment, the North Sea Xian turtle was meticulously guarding Yunlin, yet still failed to detect the presence of the black lotus. The black lotus seemed to exist in another dimension, imperceptible to others. This little Qilin possesses profound fortune. The current Qilin Cliff has transcended the primordial realm, with so many spiritual roots and even a spring of 3 lights divine water. Establishing a significant power here would be exceedingly easy. Most importantly, this little Qilin is exceptionally talented, with a high probability of attaining sainthood. If I were to seize its body, I could contend for supremacy in the primordial world. A phantom emerged atop the black lotus. This phantom was none other than the demon ancestor Luo Ho. In the battle during the Dragonhan calamity, the demon ancestor perished, yet a fragment of his soul escaped and has been seeking an opportunity to return to the primordial realm. He followed the aura of the god-slaying spear, ultimately tracking it to this location. The demonic path established by Luo Ho is formless and shapeless, transcending the 5 elements. Seizing the opportunity, he entered Qilin Cliff. Without further thought, the black lotus directly pressed against Yunlin's forehead. Ha ha ha. This little Qilin's body is now mine. Hong Jun, you shall wait for me. Once I attain sainthood, I will make you pay. However, just as Luo Ho was about to extinguish Yunlin's consciousness, a wolf fang club suddenly swung toward his face. Luo Ho screamed in agony. This strike impacted his residual soul, and the pain was unbearable even for Luo Ho. Demon ancestor, you should have announced your visit in advance. Yunlin chuckled mischievously. In truth, he had sensed the black lotus's arrival the moment it entered Qilin Cliff. In fact, Yunlin had let Luo Ho in himself. You scoundrel! Hand over your body! Luo Ho bellowed, his residual soul transforming into countless celestial demons, clawing and swarming toward Yunlin, seeking to devour his consciousness. The next moment, however, Yunlin's form transformed into an intricately woven net, capturing all the celestial demons. Let me out! Let me out! Luo Ho cried out in panic, unable to break free from the net's confinement. Out? It's not that simple, Yunlin grunted, and then spikes began to form in his consciousness, driving toward Luo Ho with great ferocity. No! Luo Ho's cries grew increasingly desperate. Spare me, I will leave immediately. Luo Ho pleaded. He found it incomprehensible why Yunlin's consciousness was so powerful, capable of resisting his invasion. Luo Ho did not realize that Yunlin was a transmigrator, and thus had fortified his consciousness to the utmost. He had been honing his consciousness for a long time, even setting up formations within it using the power of merit, as long as Luo Ho's residual soul was not a saint. Seizing Yunlin's body was virtually impossible. As Luo Ho attacked, a choice was presented to the host. Choice 1. Immediately obliterate Luo Ho, rewarding the host with the restoration of the 12-petal annihilation Black Lotus and the God-slaying spear. Choice 2. Release Luo Ho, rewarding the host with the supreme innate spiritual treasure, the Demon Flame Pearl. Choice 3. Refine Luo Ho into the Hunyuan Pearl, making him serve the host for eternity, rewarding the host with a supreme innate spiritual root, the Enlightenment Tea Tree. 3.3. Is there even a question? Of course, it's 3. Yunlin sees Luo Ho as if he were a small chick, demon ancestor. I now present you with 2 options. Option 1. I will immediately obliterate you. Option 2. Serve me, ha ha ha. I am the demon ancestor Luo Ho. If you have the ability, then kill me. Luo Ho laughed maniacally. At this moment, a deep sense of bitterness welled up within him. Once, he was one of the 3,000 demon gods, and later became the greatest mastermind during the Dragonhan calamity, nearly achieving Tao through slaughter. Yet, he had been secretly plotted against by the heavenly Tao and Hongjun. Had it not been for that, he would have been the ultimate victor. Now, he was being restrained by a junior. Truly, a tiger fallen in the plains is bullied by dogs. Smack! Yunlin slapped him. Luo Ho was momentarily stunned. Not going to kill me? Then why give me 2 choices? However, this slap did not intimidate Luo Ho. Yunlin employed various tortures, yet Luo Ho remained unmoved. Though it was painfully clear, he simply would not yield. Perhaps this was the last stubbornness of Luo Ho. Junior, you underestimate me. You should just kill me, Luo Ho sneered. Since that is the case, I have no choice but to send you to the Blood Sea for countless ages. Yunlin sighed. Luo Ho's residual soul immediately changed color, and the smile froze on his face. The Blood Sea of the primordial realm, transformed from the navel of Pangu, is the most filthy place in the primordial realm. To put it bluntly, the Blood Sea is the toilet of the primordial realm. Do you understand why no one wants to play with the river of the underworld? Would you enjoy associating with someone living in a toilet? It's the same principle. You have a heart of cruelty. Thinking of being thrown into the Blood Sea, Luo Ho gritted his teeth. Now, even if he wished to end his own life, he would need Yunlin's approval. Youngster, let us make a deal. After I leave the primordial realm, I will continually seek the opportunity to defeat Hongjun. I have been preparing for this. I am willing to offer you everything. Moreover, I can swear that I will never be your enemy, Luo Ho said angrily. You established the demonic path. Demons are treacherous. I do not trust your words, nor do I believe your oath. In fact, I already possess a means to compel you to obey my commands. Yunlin gestured, and the Hunyuan Pearl entered his consciousness. Luo Ho was genuinely startled. The Hunyuan Pearl, how did it end up with you? This spiritual treasure had been sought after by both him and Hongjun, yet they had never found it. Moreover, Luo Ho understood that as Yunlin had stated, once a residual soul was confined within the Hunyuan Pearl, it could only be manipulated by Yunlin. Originally, Luo Ho had planned to buy time to stabilize Yunlin, but he had miscalculated. Demon Ancestor, what say you? Serve me, and we will join forces against Hongjun. Yunlin smiled. Hemph, Luo Ho snorted, voluntarily entering the Hunyuan Pearl. Yunlin knew that Luo Ho would not easily submit, yet once he was within the Hunyuan Pearl, he could stir up no trouble. Yunlin retained Luo Ho because he recognized his exceptional abilities. The Qilin cliff needed such talents. This individual had almost wreaked havoc upon the primordial realm. After Luo Ho entered the Hunyuan Pearl, it radiated a peculiar light within Yunlin's consciousness. The entire Qilin cliff suddenly became ethereal, and the North Sea Xian turtle sensed the strange fluctuations emanating from Yunlin, informing the beings of Qilin cliff to remain calm. Yunlin slept for 1,000,000 years, smoothly advancing to the mid-stage of Great Luo. During this time, he made Luo Ho impart teachings for 1,000,000 years. Such a useful tool should not be wasted. Chapter 21. The falling treasure gold coin. Moreover, Luo Ho was merely one step away from achieving sainthood. Compared to the 3 clear ones and Yuwa, Luo Ho's understanding of the Tao was even more profound. For 1,000,000 years, Rahu will have been hollowed out. Upon witnessing Yunlin awaken and stretch, the North Sea black turtle also rose. Young master, you have slept for 1,000,000 years. That is quite a long time. Yunlin yawned again. Was there anything of note during this 1,000,000 years? The Taoist friends Tongtian and Fushi have come to seek you. Young master, seeing you asleep, they did not wish to disturb you. Taoist Tongtian mentioned that a grand gathering will be held at Kunlun Mountain, and hopes that you will attend, replied the North Sea Black Turtle. When will it be? Yunlin inquired. In 300 years. I had planned to awaken you myself if you did not stir, the North Sea Black Turtle stated. Then I shall prepare, Yunlin declared, raising his hand as the chaos pearl floated above his palm. Grandfather Xian, I have confined the remnant soul of Rahu within the chaos pearl. Please keep an eye on it along with the elder. This time, I shall go to Kunlun myself, Yunlin said. The North Sea Black Turtle was taken aback. The name of Rahu was known throughout the vast wilderness, especially since the North Sea Black Turtle had experienced the calamity of Long Han. Its fear of Rahu ran deep. Now, the young master claimed to have imprisoned the devil ancestor's remnant soul. Devil ancestor, please make your presence known. With a flicker of thought, Yunlin summoned the ethereal form of Rahu, who glared menacingly at him. The North Sea Black Turtle stumbled back in fright. It was indeed the devil ancestor. Young master, this kid, I have left behind a great treasure beyond the wilderness. Do you not wish to claim it? Rahu tempted again. Are you not merely trying to lure me out of the wilderness so that the beasts beyond can slay me? Dream on, Yunlin chuckled. Rahu was taken aback. I have already stated. Once you entered the Chaos Pearl, everything would be under my control. Otherwise, how would I know your ulterior motives while you were lecturing? Yunlin retorted. Although Rahu had lectured Yunlin for 1,000,000 years, he was far from obedient. However, Yunlin saw through him completely. It was needless to say that Yunlin's insight was not lacking. Now that Rahu was within the Chaos Pearl, Yunlin was fully aware of his thoughts. Should Rahu dare to cause trouble, Yunlin would not hesitate to retaliate. Rahu had been reprimanded by Yunlin countless times, and now still attempted to deceive him. If you dare to harm me again, I shall not let you off lightly, Yunlin threatened. Humph! A flicker of fear crossed Rahu's face, and with a grunt, he retreated into the Chaos Pearl. No matter how resolute he was, he could not withstand Yunlin's training. The North Sea Black Turtle looked on, dumbfounded. The young master's abilities truly were remarkable. Subsequently, Yunlin arrived at the small pond of the 3 light divine water and cast the 12th grade annihilation Black Lotus into it. Initially, the Chaos Green Lotus had left behind several lotus seeds. As those seeds grew, they transformed into the 24th grade Creation Green Lotus, the 12th grade Annihilation Black Lotus, the 12th grade Fiery Red Lotus, the 12th grade Pure White Lotus, and the 12th grade Golden Lotus of Merits. In truth, the 24th grade Creation Green Lotus grew first, as it was not tolerated by the heavenly path of the vast wilderness, transforming into 3 supreme innate spiritual treasures obtained by the 3 pure ones. The leaves of the Creation Green Lotus became the Qingping sword in Tongtian's hands, the flower became the Sanbao Rui in Yuanshi's possession, and the lotus root became the brush of dust in Laozi's grasp. Thus, the saying arose that the red flower, white lotus root, and green lotus leaves belonged to the same family of the 3 teachings. The 12th grade lotuses were also supreme innate spiritual treasures, typically used to suppress fortunes. After falling into the 3 light divine water, the 12th grade Annihilation Black Lotus began to slowly recover. Yunlin then tossed the godslaying spear into the 3 light divine water. He also planted the enlightenment tea tree beside his enlightenment stone. In the vast wilderness, many items could lead to enlightenment. The creation jade dish was the foremost among them, followed by the enlightenment tea tree and the enlightenment stone. Compared to these two, the Bodhi tree of the west and Laozi's wind and fire tofu were not even comparable. Now, with the 2 treasures of enlightenment placed together, a marvelous aura of Tao filled Qilin cliff, and the beings dwelling there could distinctly feel their cultivation speed dramatically increase. I have broken through. I have also broken through. Ha ha ha. I have comprehended a new divine ability. The beings exclaimed in astonishment, well aware that the young master had accomplished something extraordinary. Since he was headed to Kunlun, Yunlin thought it prudent to bring more gifts. After 1,000,000 years, knowing his teacher's temperament, he was certain that he had taken in a considerable number of disciples. A meeting gift was indispensable. After pondering for a moment, he prepared a special item. Following this, he mounted the back of Xiaopi and set off towards Kunlun. Now, Xiaopi had already reached the Tai Golden Immortal Realm, on Qilin Cliff. Not only was the spiritual energy abundant, but the Tao aura was also plentiful, with the Elder and the Black Turtle frequently imparting teachings. Moreover, Yunlin spared no expense on Xiaopi, feeding him spiritual fruits and wines, and most importantly, Xiaopi's innate talent was exceptionally high. Xiaopi's aptitude even surpassed many pureblood Qilins, and the North Sea Black Turtle praised him, suspecting that Xiaopi bore the bloodline of a certain chaotic demon god. The journey was relatively peaceful, but as they passed a spiritual mountain, Yunlin felt a slight stir in his heart. Wui Mountain. Speaking of Wui Mountain, there was indeed a spiritual treasure there, the falling treasure money. During the Fengshan War, Zhao Gongming wielded 24 sea calming pearls to wreak havoc. Ultimately, it was the obscure Shaoxing Chao who summoned the falling treasure money to knock down the 24 sea calming pearls. And then with a backstab, he managed to defeat Zhao Gongming Dai in that battle. The 24 sea calming pearls were also seized by Randang. The falling treasure money, while not an innate spiritual treasure, is classified as a postnatal treasure. Innate treasures are those formed during or before the opening of the heavens, hence they are termed innate. All items that formed after the vast wilderness came into being are collectively referred to as postnatal treasures. Postnatal treasures generally do not compare to innate treasures. Following the spread of Hongjuan's method of slaying the three corpses, innate treasures became exceedingly scarce. However, the falling treasure money was different. Though it was a postnatal treasure and possessed no offensive capabilities, it had an uncanny ability to knock down innate treasures that, of course, the falling treasure money also had its limitations. For instance, if the target was already prepared, it would become ineffective, and it could only knock down one innate treasure at a time, being ineffective against supreme innate treasures. Nevertheless, when used appropriately, the falling treasure money could serve as a cunning weapon. Yunlin searched around and indeed found the foot of Wui Mountain. A winged copper coin lay beneath a fiery red tea tree. The tea tree was a mid-grade innate spiritual root, Dahong Pao. Both spiritual items were located within a primordial formation. Had it not been for Yunlin's conscious search, coupled with his strong searching ability, he might not have found them, especially since the falling treasure money had not yet emerged. Moreover, for silhouettes were gathered around the formation. What a coincidence, Yunlin smiled. Those four were none other than the wind of the clouds, Zhao Gongming, and the three sisters of colorful clouds, Yunxiao, Qiongxiao, and Bixiao. The four of them were no longer the formidable figures of the Fengshan tribulation, but were merely lowly Xinxian beings. Chapter 22. Yunlin arrives at Kunlun after the demise of Red Cloud. The 9-9 scattered soul red gourd carried away a wisp of primordial purple energy and vanished. Later, the 9-9 scattered soul red gourd was fished up by Yunlin, but the purple energy had already disappeared, likely taken by Hongjun. The remnants of Red Cloud drifted throughout the vast wilderness, ultimately lost to the world, and even Yuanshi searched for a long time without success. Yet, unbeknownst to anyone, the remnants of Red Cloud had drifted to Wui Mountain, where they had given birth to 5 beings. Aside from the 4 before them, there should also be Yunzhong Lei. Yunzhong Ziaditi was unclear why he was not present. Zhao Gongming and the others had likely lived in Wui Mountain for quite some time. Although they could not enter the formation, they had built their own dwellings relying on its protection. Eldest brother, I heard from the big bear at the foot of the mountain that the 3 predecessors on Kunlun Mountain are preparing to lecture. Yunxiao said, her eyes filled with anticipation. It's a pity our strength is too weak, and Kunlun is too far for us, Zhao Gongming sighed. For beings like them, merely surviving in the vast wilderness was already quite difficult. Hearing the teachings of powerful beings was a sheer luxury. You all wish to go to Kunlun. Suddenly, a massive figure appeared before them. Zhao Gongming and the others were startled, and Zhao Gongming quickly reacted, shielding the 3 sisters behind him. Seeing the enormous creature before them, the 4 trembled in fear. They could tell that this giant was not something they could provoke. Xiaopi, step aside and wait for me. Do not frighten them, Yunlin instructed. Xiaopi obediently retreated to the side. Zhao Gongming and the others then saw Yunlin. Zhao Gongming, Yunxiao, Bixiao, Qiongxiao, pays respects to the senior. The 4 were even more frightened. Do have such a powerful beast as a mount? How formidable must this elder be? Do not be anxious. I am on my way to Kunlun Mountain, and I can take you along, without waiting for the 4 to respond. Yunlin waved his hand and broke the primordial formation. The falling treasure money attempted to flee, but Yunlin caught it in his hand. The copper coin was inscribed with the markings of the heavenly path, immensely profound. Yunlin stored it away and also took the Dahong Pao tea tree. Afterward, he brought Zhao Gongming and the others up onto Xiaopi's back. Though Xiaopi's speed in the air could not match that in water, it was still swift as the wind, appearing as a streak of golden light racing past. Due to Zhao Gongming and the others' low cultivation, Yunlin created a protective barrier around them. How fast? How high? Bixiao, lively by nature and quite bold, exclaimed repeatedly, Bixiao, do not speak. Zhao Gongming admonished softly. Ha. No worries, I have acquired the falling treasure money in the Dahong Pao tea tree, so I shall bestow some benefits upon you. This is the dragon binding rope. Zhao Gongming, this is for you. Yunlin said cheerfully that a beam of light landed in Zhao Gongming's hand. Upon seeing it was actually a mid-grade innate spiritual treasure, he was instantly stunned. As Emir Xianxian, when had he ever seen an innate treasure? Senior. Is too precious. Zhao Gongming stammered, hesitant to accept. Moreover, the items within that primordial formation were not theirs. It's fine. Everyone gets a share. In the next moment, Yunxiao found a low-grade innate spiritual treasure in her hand. Qiongxiao received a multicolored handkerchief, and Bixiao held a long sword. The reason Yunlin was so generous was that he knew these four would become disciples of the Jiejiao in the future. Thus his own junior brothers and sisters, of course. It was also because he found the four siblings pleasing to the eye. Throughout the journey, Zhao Gongming and the three sisters were completely in the dark about Yunlin's intentions. Feeling quite apprehensive, Xiaopi flew for nearly 300 years until they finally arrived at a grand mountain. This was the renowned Kunlun Mountain. Kunlun Mountain was one of the blessed lands of the vast wilderness, with the three pure ones residing there, attracting countless beings. Additionally, now that the three pure ones had announced they would soon impart teachings, rumors circulated that Yuqing Yuanshi and Shangqing Tongtian were preparing to accept disciples during this lecture. Above Kunlun, various spiritual beasts soared, mist swirling about, and the sounds of celestial music filled the air, with Tao auras occasionally manifesting. An otherworldly spectacle, of course. Kunlun Mountain was vast. The three pure ones occupied the peak, where they had arranged a formation around their Taoist temple. Who is that person? It seems they wish to intrude upon Kunlun. It's likely just another fool. There have been many Deluo Jingxian who attempted to enter Kunlun before, only to be severely reprimanded by the three pure ones. They do not know their limits. Many beings observed Yunlin's approach to Kunlun, awaiting the spectacle. A short while later, the formation of Kunlun Mountain opened. A young boy stepped out from within. The water and fire boy under the seat of the Shangqing has arrived. It seems there is a good show to watch. Some beings gloated. The disciples under Tongtian were quite recognizable, and rumors suggested that this boy had quite an impressive background. It was said that Tongtian Taoist obtained a water and fire gourd at Buzhou Mountain, and after refining it, it became the present water and fire boy. Although merely a boy, he was still a Deluo Jingxian. However, to everyone's surprise, the water and fire boy bowed to the figure atop Xiaopi's back and said, "Is the visitor perhaps Yunlin, senior brother? The master has been awaiting you here for some time." "Indeed, it is Yunlin," Yunlin replied with a smile. "Please, senior brother, follow me." The water and fire boy opened the formation and led the way, with Xiaopi following closely behind. Who was that person? To be treated with such respect by the water and fire boy. I just heard the water and fire boy call him senior brother. Could it be that he is one of Tongtian's direct disciples? It had been quite some time since Tongtian accepted Yunlin as a disciple, and he had not made a grand announcement. Thus, many beings in the vast wilderness were unaware that Yunlin was Tongtian's eldest disciple. In fact, many believed that Duo Bao was Tongtian's first direct disciple. Upon entering the peak of Kunlun, Zhao Gongming and the three sisters were instantly awestruck. They had never seen such a celestial mountain. The water and fire boy brought Yunlin to the Taoist temple of Tongtian atop Kunlun, the Shangqing Palace. "Senior brother, the master is inside. Please proceed," the water and fire boy said. "Please take care of my mount," Yunlin requested. Of course. Just as the water and fire boy was about to take Xiaopi away, a beam of light flashed from Yunlin's hand, landing before the water and fire boy. "Senior brother, before the water and fire boy lay several spiritual fruits, which he recognized as being of extremely high value, produced from innate spiritual roots. "Thank you, junior brother," the water and fire boy exclaimed. "No trouble at all. This is my duty," Yunlin smiled. Before Yunlin's arrival, the water and fire boy and many other disciples had speculated about what kind of person the master brother would be. Usually, the second brother Duo Bao often spoke highly of him, saying he was very capable and generous. Everyone took this to heart, making them quite nervous. However, it seemed that the master brother was quite amicable, and the water and fire boy now understood what Duo Bao meant by generosity. Chapter 23. Master brother's dream of enlightenment. Zhao Gongming and the three sisters followed Yunlin, feeling out of place. Since entering Kunlun, Everything had exceeded their understanding. They could only conclude that the elder before them was of great significance and power, but with Yunlin remaining silent, they could only trail behind him. Upon entering the Shangqing Palace, the atmosphere was filled with a pure energy, and the aura of Tao permeated the entire hall. Beings like Zhao Gongming and the three sisters, with their lowly cultivation, felt as if they were on the verge of a breakthrough. Disciple pays respects to the master, Yunlin bowed. All right, Liner, come meet your brothers and sisters. Tongtian beamed upon seeing Yunlin. The other disciples were astonished by this. Tongtian was typically very stern, even towards Duobao, rarely smiling. Yet, upon seeing his eldest disciple, he was so joyous, which clearly indicated Yunlin's esteemed position in his heart. We pay our respects to Master Brother. Everyone bowed in unison. Yunlin cast his gaze around. Goodness! How many disciples has the Master taken in over the years? It seems the foundation of the Jiejiao has already taken shape. Several direct disciples, including Duobao, Jinling, and the two Holy Mothers, had all been received. The three immortals serving him, Wu Yunxian, Jing Guxian, and Pai Luxian, had also become his disciples. Only a few remained, such as Qiu Shouxian, Ling Yixian, Jing Guangxian, and Chang Ding Guangxian. Even several registered disciples were not few. Regarding Tongtian's acceptance of disciples, Yunlin had no intention to involve himself, even if he now eliminated Chang Ding Guangxian and restrained the disciples of Jiejiao. The Fengshan tribulation would still come, and it would arrive in a manner unknown to Yunlin, perhaps even more challenging. The most vital aspect was still to strengthen Qilin Cliff and bolster himself. Master, I encountered these little fellows while passing by Wui Mountain. They should have a connection with you? Yunlin smiled. Haha, I heard from my friend Fushi that he taught you the 8 trigrams and the art of divination, and he praised your learning. Initially, I did not believe it, but now I do. These little fellows indeed have a connection with me, Tongtian laughed. Come forward, Zhao Gongming and the three sisters timidly approached. All of you may become my registered disciples. Zhao Gongming shall be the foremost among them, and you will manage the registered disciples in the future. I bestow upon you the divine cloud whip. With a wave of his hand, a top-grade innate spiritual treasure fell into Zhao Gongming's hands. Having already given the 24 sea calming pearls to Yunlin, Tongtian naturally needed to replace it with another treasure. Thank you, Master. Zhao Gongming hurriedly bowed. Yunxiao, Bixiao, Chongxiao, you shall assist Zhao Gongming. I grant you each a Hunyuan golden dipper and golden jiao scissors. Tongtian continued. Tio fully embody the essence of extravagance. The term wealthy and extravagant resonates profoundly. The Hongyuan golden dipper, an exquisite innate spiritual treasure, was wielded by the three clear ones during the Fengshan calamity to sever the top 3 flowers of several second-generation disciples of the Chan sect. Encompassing the universe and the 4 seas, it is indeed a treasure of unparalleled worth. As for the golden jiao scissors, they do not belong to the category of innate spiritual treasures. Rather, they were crafted by Tongtian from the remains of a dual-headed vial jiao he subdued, shining brightly during the Fengshan War. Thank you, Master. The 3 clear ones hastily expressed their gratitude. At this moment, Zhao Gongming and the 3 clear ones were filled with excitement, never having imagined they would become disciples under the Shangqing sect. Even as nominal disciples, it was already an extraordinary honor. Liner, I shall now impart teachings to your master uncle and second master uncle for 3,000 years. I entrust your junior brothers and sisters to your care, Tongtian said with a smile before vanishing from sight. Finally, you have arrived, big brother. I have missed you dearly. Upon Tongtian's departure, Duobao exclaimed, rushing toward Yunlin, startling the other disciples. Stop, don't think I am unaware of your intentions. Here, I have brought some Hongyuan Yuqiong wine and a few spiritual fruits for you to distribute among your fellow disciples, Yunlin replied. Duobao accepted the offerings, grinning widely, and began to share them among the many disciples. Initially, they thought the spiritual fruits and spiritual wine were of little significance. However, upon closer inspection, Duobao cautioned, I apologize for my oversight. You may partake of these spiritual fruits, but please refrain from consuming the Hongyuan Yuqiong wine indiscriminately. A single cup will allow beings below the Deluo realm to instantly break through a level. Even venerable figures like Fushi and Enwa have hailed it as the foremost spiritual wine of the primordial era. Upon hearing this, the crowd gasped in astonishment, quickly stowing away the Hongyuan Yuqiong wine. I have told you, Big Brother is exceedingly generous, and he is also quite affluent. Even our master has stated that Big Brother is wealthier than he. Duobao chuckled. Smack! Yunlin swiftly delivered a light strike. Duobao winced in pain. Enough with the nonsense. Come with me to listen to the teachings. Laughter erupted among the group, who regarded their big brother favorably as they stepped outside. The Kunlun mountain was teeming with life. Being disciples of Tongtian, they were in close proximity to the place of teachings. A bunch of unruly creatures, lacking in manners, have been waiting for you, mocked Nanji. Meanwhile, at the Yuqing Palace, led by Nanji, Randing appeared more like a guardian. Yunchangzi was present too, with half of the 12 golden immortals of the Chan sect already gathered. Seeing Duobao attempt to approach, Yunlin coolly remarked, "Ignore them." Nanji, who had learned little from his second master uncle, had nonetheless perfected the art of disdainful glances. For Yunlin, engaging with such a person was truly beneath him. Despite being prepared for a fierce argument with the Shangqing Palace, Duobao surprisingly refrained from conflict, leaving Nanji feeling as if he had struck a cotton pillow, somewhat uncomfortable. "Big brother, that must be the big brother of the Shangqing Palace, Yunlin, right?" asked Guangqingzi. This young man had already attained the Deluo position. Randing, appearing lean and benevolent, spoke up at this moment. Nanji scoffed. He only gained recognition for entering Tongtian's tutelage early. What is so remarkable about that? Soon, the teachings of the three clear ones began. The profound rhythm of the Tao permeated the entirety of Kunlun Mountain, captivating countless beings in attentive silence. The three clear ones were imparting wisdom atop Kunlun Mountain, and the host was required to make a choice. Choice 1. Listen intently to uphold the Shangqing Palace's prestige, rewarded with a high-grade innate spiritual treasure, the Water Spirit Sword. Choice 2. Inspire junior brothers and sisters to absorb the teachings, creating a phenomenon that would honor the master, rewarded with a mid-grade innate spiritual root, the Qingxin bamboo. Choice 3. Lay down to sleep, disregarding all decorum, rewarded with a mid-grade innate spiritual artifact, the earth banana fan. Yunlin immediately chose 3. What nonsense decorum. Can it be eaten? He was aware that he could absorb the Tao rhythm more effectively while asleep. Besides, the earth banana fan was precisely what he desired. I have come to Kunlun and feel rather fatigued. I shall rest for a while. Transforming into his Qilin form, Yunlin lay down and fell asleep. The disciples of the Shangqing Palace were momentarily taken aback. While the master and his two master uncles were imparting teachings, the big brother had simply fallen asleep. It was akin to the class monitor dozing off during a public lesson. An exceedingly poor example. However, Duobao, as a seasoned veteran, chuckled. You do not understand. Big brother possesses a unique skill known as enlightenment in dreams. You will comprehend shortly. In chapter 24, Nanji sneered. What do you have to compare with me? The disciples of the Shangqing Palace exchanged glances. Enlightenment in dreams? Such a phenomenon existed. Yet they chose not to voice their thoughts, following Duobao's lead. What a lackluster big brother of the Shangqing Palace, just as much an unremarkable individual, Taichi Zhenren coldly remarked. Everyone witnessed Yunlin's slumber. The disdain from the Yuqing Palace reached an all-time high. At this moment, Nanji contemplated whether it was too generous to consider such a languid individual a rival. This fellow, aside from entering the sect early and brewing superior spiritual wine, possessed no qualities worthy of comparison. He was utterly useless. Third brother. Yuanshi glared at the sleeping Yunlin, akin to a thorn in his eye, his discomfort palpable. Moreover, it was the day of the three clear ones' teachings. If other beings witnessed this, how would they perceive them? Yuanshi was most concerned with reputation. He had always refrained from allowing Tongtian to gather too many undisciplined creatures, fearing it would tarnish the three clears' name. Second brother, you know well that Liner can attain enlightenment even in slumber. It is not a matter of concern, Tongtian replied, still doting on him. Silence. The old man furrowed his brow and spoke. Yuanshi and Tongtian ceased their discourse and resumed the teachings. Given that all three clear ones were quasi-saintly powers, their teachings ranged from shallow to profound, making it difficult for lower-tier beings to comprehend the entirety. Nonetheless, even if they could not grasp it, the abundant Tao rhythm was immensely beneficial to them, and thus they remained. Look at the Yushu Palace. The gathering of Tao rhythm is so dense, indicating that the disciples there have a deeper understanding of the Tao. Yet, what was amiss with the Shangqing Palace? Why was the Tao rhythm so thin? The big brother of the Shangqing Palace is fast asleep. How could it not be thin? Many beings realized at this juncture that Yunlin was Tongtian's foremost disciple. Observing Yunlin sleep so soundly, they felt quite disdainful. How could such an individual become Tongtian's chief disciple? With such laziness, what could have attracted the esteemed Tongtian's favor? Nevertheless, at that moment, Duobao and the disciples of the Jie sect were exceedingly excited. Big brother Duobao, why do I feel that master and the two master uncles' teachings this time are different from before? Asked Wudong Shengmu. Indeed, this time we have been able to comprehend so much. Added Jinling Shengmu, as Tongtian's direct disciples, they often heard the three clear ones discourse. Yet, never had they absorbed so much Tao rhythm as this time. Almost unbelievable. The other disciples echoed this sentiment. Just look at Big Brother. Duobao laughed. The crowd turned their gaze to the slumbering Yunlin, who was absorbing the Tao rhythm emanating from the teachings, while simultaneously radiating new Tao rhythm for them to absorb. The new Tao rhythm seemed filtered by Big Brother, making it significantly easier for them to absorb than ever before. Thus, even though they had absorbed much Tao rhythm, it became diluted due to their utilization. Now do you understand my previous words? Do not slack off. Big Brother's visit to Kunlun is not easy, and do not miss this opportunity, Duobao advised. The disciples nodded vigorously, redoubling their efforts. Many of their strengths were continuously rising. Soon, 2,000 years passed, and the teachings of the three clear ones neared their conclusion. At the Yushu Palace, the gathering of Tao rhythm above each disciple was truly magnificent, with frequent miraculous phenomena occurring. The Shangqing Palace, however, remained ordinary and unremarkable. The contrast was striking. Brothers, the master once bestowed upon me a leaf of enlightenment tea. I shall now steep it in spiritual water, transforming it into spiritual rain to assist you all, Nanji proclaimed. He then produced a gleaming leaf and summoned a copious amount of spiritual spring water, causing the leaf to be immersed in the water, which instantly became more translucent. That is, the leaf of enlightenment tea. Wasn't the tea tree lost? As one of the 10 greatest innate spiritual roots of the primordial era, enlightenment tea leaves possess the ability to aid in attaining enlightenment and are exceedingly rare. That Nanji could produce such a treasure truly befits the title of Big Brother of the Yushu Palace. Meanwhile, the Big Brother of the Shangqing Palace was still asleep. With a cascade of spiritual spring water enveloping the disciples of the Yushu Palace, an enigmatic aura pervaded. Boom! Guangchengzi found himself surrounded by a formidable force, swiftly breaking through to the mid-stage of the Tai Golden Immortal realm. Shortly thereafter, Tai Zhenren also blossomed, entering the Tai Golden Immortal realm. As the two broke through, others also gained their fortunes. The Yushu Palace was filled with joy. Yunlin, what do you have to compare with me? Nanji sneered. However, at that moment, Yunlin yawned, awakening with bleary eyes. 3,000 years have passed so swiftly. Ha ha ha. The Big Brother of the Shangqing Palace is quite amusing. Many beings mocked Yunlin. Yet, Yunlin turned to Duobao and the others, transforming back into human form, and yawned again. Everyone is attaining enlightenment. Then I shall lend you a helping hand. Yunlin extended his hand, producing a branch that he casually planted into the ground. What a display! Nanji scoffed at Yunlin's actions. Yet Randing suddenly opened his eyes wide, exclaiming, the branch of the enlightenment tea tree. As soon as he spoke, a profound aura of enlightenment filled the entirety of Kunlun. The disciples of the Shangqing Palace were most affected. The aura predominantly gravitated toward them. What is this? By the heavens! That is the branch of the enlightenment tea tree. In comparison, Nanji's leaf of enlightenment tea is utterly insignificant. Those with discerning eyes began to exclaim in astonishment. In the next moment, Yunlin sat cross-legged and began to impart teachings, assisting the disciples of the Shangqing lineage in their cultivation. A smile returned to Nanji's face, believing that with the three clear ones as a benchmark, Yunlin's teachings would only serve as a farcical distraction. However, he soon found himself irresistibly drawn into Yunlin's teachings, becoming unwittingly immersed, despite his body and mind's resistance, having already heard the three clear ones' teachings numerous times. Yet when Yunlin spoke, he could not resist. Not even Nanji could resist it, let alone the beings below Kunlun Mountain, who were all captivated by Yunlin's discourse. Compared to the three clear ones, Yunlin's teachings, while perhaps lacking in the richness of Tao rhythm, were far more accessible and comprehensible to those beings. Yunlin has indeed integrated all that we have imparted, even adding his own interpretations and other methods of the Tao. Heard the 8 trigrams and I Ching of Fushi Taoist friend, the path of creation from Enhua, as well as the paths of fire and water. The old man couldn't help but praise him. In chapter 25, Big Brother assists you. Tongtian was so elated he could hardly contain his grin. finding greater joy in hearing the old man praise Yunlin than in praise directed at himself. Yuanshi remained silent, having nothing to say. In comparison to Yunlin, his carefully selected disciples were utterly useless. It infuriated him. The crux of the matter was that even if he were to become enraged, he could not express it. The frustration mounted. Yunlin spoke for 500 years, distilling the teachings of the three clear ones through his understanding and feeding it to his junior brothers and sisters, benefiting countless beings on Kunlun Mountain. Naturally, the Shangqing lineage reaped the most rewards. Impeccable teachings, beyond reproach, the old man remarked, a hint of disappointment crossing his face. I should not have entrusted little Yunlin to the third brother. Tongtian was overjoyed, while Yuanshi simmered with anger. Awake! Yunlin's commanding voice rang out, and the power from the branch of the enlightenment tea tree enveloped the disciples of the Shangqing palace. Boom, boom. The sounds of breakthroughs echoed one after another. Even those of lesser power, like the three clear ones and Zhao Gongming, who possessed good potential, jumped multiple levels. Zhao Gongming soared from late-stage Xianxian to late-stage Jingxian, crossing a significant realm. Yunshao surpassed Zhao Gongming, reaching the peak of Jingxian, on the verge of entering the Tai Jingxian realm. Thank you, big brother. Thank you, big brother. The disciples of the Shangqing Palace wore expressions of joy, continuously expressing their gratitude to Yunlin. Their gains were monumental. Thank you. Numerous beings on Kunlun bowed to Yunlin, and at that moment, who would dare to harbor any mockery? They had all misjudged. The big brother of the Shangqing Palace was not merely sleeping, but engaging in a more wondrous form of enlightenment. The previous lack of Tao rhythm in the Shangqing lineage was likely due to Yunlin's transformation, allowing the disciples of the Shangqing Palace to benefit even more. Everyone felt a profound sense of shame. Even the disciples of Yushu had to thank Yunlin. Master Uncle, what is going on with our big brother? Guangqingzi inquired, observing that Nanji showed no signs of awakening. Your big brother is about to break into the Deluo Jingxian realm, Randing replied with a smile. The other disciples of Yushu were initially taken aback but soon rejoiced, only to feel disheartened. If their big brother could break through, it was thanks to Yunlin's blessing. What was there to be happy about? Do not misinterpret. Nanji's breakthrough was merely a matter of being on the cusp. It had nothing to do with Yunlin, Randing insisted. What a shameless man! Exclaimed the turtle spirit Saint Mother upon hearing this. The other disciples of the Shangqing Palace glared in anger. If it weren't for Big Brother, how could Nanji have broken through? To speak such nonsense with open eyes. Duobao was also on the verge of a breakthrough. Yunlin exclaimed. The disciples of the Shangqing Palace quickly looked over and indeed found that Duobao had fallen into a state of comprehension, with lead and silver flowers blooming above his head and golden buds appearing, awaiting their bloom. Soon, the golden bud above Nanji began to unfurl. With deep foundations, he was expected to bloom at least to the 8th grade. Duobao's foundation was somewhat lacking, making it difficult for him to reach the 8th grade. Yuanshi felt quite pleased, eager to reclaim his standing. Indeed, Tongtian sighed and smiled. Yuanshi spoke the truth. But so what? Yunlin's bloom was at the 12th grade. He had never mentioned it, fearing it would strain relations. Now, atop Kunlun, the contradictions between the Yushu and Shangqing lineages were deepening, yet Tongtian, as the younger brother, exercised more restraint. With a rustling sound, the golden bud atop Nanji's head began to bloom. 3 grades, 6 grades, 7 grades. Countless beings watched this scene, their hearts racing. After all, witnessing a breakthrough to Deluo Jingxian was exceedingly rare. Especially for a prodigy like Nanji to achieve such a feat, the disciples of the Yushu Palace were equally tense. 8th grade. They inwardly chanted, as long as he could bloom at the 8th grade, it would validate Nanji's qualifications. After all, even a talent like their master had only blossomed at the 9th grade, which was likely his limit. At last, amidst the anticipation of the crowd, another golden flower bloomed atop Nanji's head. 8th grade. The disciples of the Yushu Palace gasped, overwhelmed with joy. Finally, they could reclaim a victory. Subsequently, Nanji weathered the thunderous tribulation and officially became a Deluo Jingxian. Congratulations, big brother. Congratulations, big brother. The crowd collectively congratulated him. Ah, just a bit more. If only it could have been at the 9th grade. I hope big brother Duobao can also bloom at the 8th grade. Nanji appeared somewhat disappointed but was genuinely pleased. In his elation, he began to showcase his tea artistry once again. Duobao could not compare to big brother. Tai Zhenren transformed into a master of flattery, At that moment, Duobao also began his breakthrough. The golden flowers bloomed. 3 grades, 6 grades, 7 grades proved somewhat challenging. The 7th grade bloomed, yet the 8th grade only unfurled slightly, remaining stagnant, and no matter how hard Duobao tried, he could not progress. Big brother Duobao is still somewhat lacking. The Wudong and others sighed. Duobao has done his best. Tongtian shook his head. Third brother, Yunlin. Yuanshi was about to inquire how many grades Yunlin would bloom at to feel a sense of superiority, only to see Yunlin rise. Duobao rose, visibly disheartened, and lamented, "Senior brother, I have disappointed you." "Disappointed? It was merely a near miss," replied the senior brother, ready to assist him. Yunlin stood before Duobao, leaving everyone puzzled about his intentions. Suddenly, with a flick of his hand, a branch of the Wudao tea tree landed at Duobao's feet. "With the innate spiritual root of the Wudao tea tree, I shall forge your foundation, Duobao." What was Yunlin up to? The quality of the flowering was a matter of foundation, and Duobao was lacking. Could he truly aspire to alter Duobao's foundation? Such a feat seemed improbable. I was left in a state of bewilderment. My eldest disciple's actions were beyond my comprehension. Tongtian chuckled softly, but shared my skepticism regarding Yunlin's ambitious plans. Yet, as Yunlin infused the branch of the Wudao tea tree with immense magical energy, the leaves radiated a subtle green aura. "Transform," Yunlin commanded. Duobao promptly followed suit, manifesting as a treasure-seeking mouse. Yunlin then pressed the branch onto the top of Duobao's head. The onlookers were left speechless. Duobao was equally taken aback. The roots of the Wudao tea tree were indeed superior to that of a treasure-seeking mouse, yet this was merely a branch, and one could not simply place it atop Duobao's head as if it were a mere ornament. Then, in an instant, a brilliant light enveloped Yunlin, nearly blinding the eyes of all living beings present. "What is this? It shines so brilliantly!" exclaimed a voice. "Goodness! It's all merits," cried another. The merit golden wheel behind Yunlin cast its glow over the entire Kunlun mountain. When Yuwa created humanity, a portion of her merits had vanished. It seems they were bestowed upon little Yunlin. I sensed something profound. What was his intention? Yuanshi could not contain his curiosity and inquired. Tongtian interjected, "This clever lad. Yunlin intends to use the power of merit to reshape Duobao's foundation. However, how much merit will this require?" In the vast expanse of the primordial world, the power of merit was deemed omnipotent. Now, as Yunlin sought to merge the branch of the Wudao tea tree with Duobao to alter his foundation, it was indeed achievable. Nevertheless, as Tongtian had noted, the consumption of merit was staggering. Who in the primordial realm possessed such an abundance of merit? Even Yuwa, after achieving sainthood, had not amassed as much merit as Yunlin. Yet, Yunlin was undeterred. He had no intention of utilizing the power of merit to elevate his cultivation. While merit was reputed to enhance cultivation without any adverse effects, Yunlin wished to seize every opportunity for enlightenment. Otherwise, with his talents and resources, he would have long ascended to the pinnacle of Deluo, merely a step away from quasi-sainthood, instead of remaining stagnant in the mid-tier of Deluo. The merit behind Yunlin surged forth as if it were limitless, further aligning the branch of the Wudao tea tree with Duobao. Time passed, and after a while, Yunlin had expended a quarter of his merit, an amount sufficient to elevate an ordinary being to the status of Deluo. Duobao's golden blossoms flourished to the 8th tier, signifying a transformation in his foundation. A magnificent spectacle unfolded atop Kunlun Mountain, an ethereal silhouette of a treasure-seeking mouse, crowned with the Wudao tea tree, manifested above the mountain. Yunlin returned to his original position. Tio achieved the 9th tier of blooming. Mere merit would not suffice. With tears of gratitude in his eyes, Duobao charged toward the thunderous tribulation, successfully stepping into the realm of Deluo. Nanji clenched his fists, nearly grinding his teeth in frustration. 8th tier. How could Duobao, who has always been beneath me, bloom to the 8th tier? Tongtian wore a smile, gesturing for numerous disciples of the Upper Clear sect to return to the Upper Clear Palace. "Duobao, I am immensely grateful for your help, senior brother." Duobao expressed his heartfelt thanks. Although he had taken on a human form, a small sapling still adorned his head, its delicate green hue scattered about, enveloping him in the radiance of enlightenment, rendering him a figure of profound wisdom. Yunlin observed Duobao's appearance, momentarily at a loss for words. He hadn't given it much thought at the time. It was merely an instinctive action to place the Wudao tea tree there. To lead a life of ease, one must always carry a touch of green. He remarked, "No worries. I may not be around my master often, but you shall accompany him well and manage the disciples on my behalf." Yunlin added with a smile. He harbored his own intentions. Aiding his junior brother was one matter, yet it was paramount that he could not remain by Tongtian's side indefinitely. In the future, Duobao would be the one to manage the sect. Securing Duobao meant securing the future of the. Having finally arrived at Kunlun, I decided to linger a while longer. Tongtian, I would like to stay for 1,000 years, to absorb my master's teachings, Yunlin proposed. He remained on Kunlun Mountain for a millennium, during which Tongtian intended to impart his swordsmanship to Yunlin. Tongtian's Juxian sword array was renowned throughout the primordial realm, a pinnacle of swordsmanship. Alas, Yunlin had little interest in the sword, and Tongtian did not press the matter. As he prepared to depart, Yunlin visited the Taiji Palace. "Little Yunlin, what brings you to my humble abode?" Laozi responded with surprise. "Master Uncle, this is for you." Yunlin presented the jade slip he had prepared earlier. It was a special item meant for Laozi. Without waiting for a response, he bid farewell and departed. Laozi held the jade slip in his hand, initially indifferent, but upon casually glancing at it, he felt a tremor course through him. Shortly thereafter, an extraordinary aura began to emanate from the Taiji Palace. At that moment, both Tongtian and Yuanshi felt the shift. "What is happening with my elder brother?" Yuanshi exclaimed in astonishment. "His understanding of the Tao has advanced to such an extent in merely 1,000 years." Tongtian marveled. The two gathered at the Taiji Palace to protect Laozi. The beings atop Kunlun Mountain also sensed this peculiar aura, which proved greatly beneficial to them. In the Taiji Palace, Laozi wielded his spiritual treasure to sever the third corpse, namely, the most challenging one to eradicate. The attachment to self in the primordial realm. No quasi-saint had ever managed to sever their third corpse and advance to the latter stages of quasi-sainthood. Yet Laozi had become the first. "Congratulations, elder brother." Tongtian and Yuanshi congratulated Laozi in the Taiji Palace. However, following the severance of his third corpse, Laozi exhibited no signs of joy. "Elder brother, what troubles you?" Yuanshi inquired, perplexed. Laozi gazed in a particular direction and sighed. "I cultivate the unadorned path, advocating for a tranquil heart and minimal desires. Yet there is one matter that weighs heavily upon me. I regret not taking Yunlin as my disciple." Yuanshi and Tongtian exchanged glances, stunned. Meanwhile, Yunlin found himself atop Xiaopi. Amidst the reluctance of numerous disciples from the Upper Clear Palace, he departed from Kunlun. When Laozi severed his third corpse, Yunlin was well aware. The jade slip he had given was none other than the Tao Te Ching. The Tao Te Ching was authored by Laozi and represented his magnum opus, a source of profound inspiration for the current Laozi. Otherwise, he would not feel such regret over Yunlin's absence. Yunlin's ability to comprehend such wisdom clearly marked him as the most suitable candidate for Laozi's legacy. Yet, by presenting the Tao Te Ching to Laozi, Yunlin sought to establish a connection with his master uncle. In the grand scheme of the Fengshan calamity, had it not been for Laozi's assistance to Yuanshi, the outcome would have remained uncertain. "Xiaopi, you have been living quite well in the Upper Clear Palace," Yunlin jested. Being Yunlin's mount, Xiaopi enjoyed exceptional treatment on Kunlun Mountain. Xiaopi chirped excitedly, expressing a desire to return to Qilin Cliff, lamenting the unpalatable offerings of Kunlun Mountain. This amused Yunlin. "You fool, countless beings yearn to remain in Kunlun yet find no opportunity. Then let us hasten our journey." Yunlin tossed a spiritual fruit into Xiaopi's mouth. In a flash of golden light, the two sped toward Qilin Cliff. "Die! I shall kill you!" came the furious voices of South Pole, irate at the audacity of Yunlin to overshadow him. Just moments after Yunlin's departure, a knock echoed from the Yushu Palace. South Pole concealed the straw man and resumed a facade of piety. "Master Uncle, what brings you here?" South Pole inquired, perplexed by Randall's presence. "I intend to eliminate Yunlin," Randall declared with a grin. South Pole was taken aback. Although he despised Yunlin, he had not reached the point of assassination, especially considering the unity of the three pure ones. "Master Uncle, that seems rather unwise." South Pole, as long as Yunlin remains, you shall forever find no opportunity among the second generation of the three pure ones. Randall laughed. South Pole hesitated, recalling the terror instilled by Yunlin, and finally gritted his teeth. "What are your plans, Master Uncle?" Randall relayed his scheme to South Pole. ensuring all was foolproof before South Pole acquiesced. Randall had already enlisted individuals to act against Yunlin. South Pole, fueled by resentment over Yunlin's overshadowing presence, harbored murderous intent. Randall's motive was even simpler: greed. The opulence displayed by Yunlin had caught everyone's attention. Involving South Pole was a mere formality. If exposed, they would share the blame, as everyone knew South Pole was favored by Yuanshi. Xiaopi, we are nearly there. Yunlin and Xiaopi arrived at the edge of the northern sea. As Xiaopi prepared to enter the water, Yunlin sensed an ominous presence. A killing intent loomed. Blessed with great fortune and the wisdom of the 8 trigrams, Yunlin realized a trap had been laid. The primordial realm truly was a savage one, where the weak were devoured by the strong, fraught with peril at every turn. Yunlin calculated further, discovering that this so-called killing intent was mere child's play. Not only that, but he also discerned he had reinforcements. Could it be that Grandpa Xian and the others were coming to his aid? Suddenly, several figures materialized before Yunlin and Xiaopi. Leading them was a burly man at the late stage of deluo. "Kill him!" the imposing man commanded, and a swirling mass of crimson-tinged black clouds enveloped him. Yunlin recognized this as a foul substance extracted from the blood sea, likely intended to counteract his merits. Yet, they clearly underestimated the power of his merits. Just as Yunlin was about to retaliate, a flurry of white figures surged forth, forming a protective barrier around him. The foremost white tiger, large and fierce, bore a menacing scar that stretched from its left eye to the right corner of its mouth. "Might I inquire if you are the young master of the Qilin?" the leading white tiger bellowed. "We are members of the White Tiger clan, here to offer our allegiance to Qilin Cliff." Upon hearing this, Yunlin understood. The Qilin clan once commanded all beasts, and the Tiger clan was one of its vassal families. The White Tiger clan, in particular, had once served as the loyal guards of the Qilin. "It is I," Yunlin affirmed. "Let us dispatch these foes first, and then I shall explain the circumstances." By how respectfully bowed to Yunlin. Seeing the White Tiger clan's arrival, the assailants' expressions shifted, and they attempted to flee. However, the White Tiger clan swiftly formed a battle formation, and in an instant, howls of despair filled the air. The leading black bear was seized by Bai Hao. "Who sent you to kill me?" Yunlin inquired. "That I do not know. We were merely following orders," the black bear stammered. "Kill him," Yunlin gestured dismissively. "No, please." In the black bear's terrified gaze, Bai Hao swiftly ended its life with a single claw. "Why has the White Tiger clan, the foremost of the Tiger clan, come to the Northern Sea?" Yunlin queried in confusion. "Young master, you are unaware of the details. Previously, the Heavenly Court sought to enlist our Tiger clan, but we of the White Tiger clan refused. That villain Bahue colluded with the Demon clan to attack us. Fortunately, we managed to escape. For years, Bahue has relentlessly pursued the White Tiger clan. Only when the battle between the Wu and the demons intensified did we find an opportunity to settle down. Upon hearing that Qilin Cliff was established in the Northern Sea, we hastened to arrive. Bai Hao recounted with a sigh. "It is my fault for lacking strength." "This is not your fault. During the Longhan calamity, your clan suffered tremendous losses," Yunlin consoled. The Longhan calamity had devastated not only the 3 clans of dragons, phoenixes, and Qilins, but also their subordinate races. The Tiger clan had lost many formidable warriors, and the White Tiger clan had suffered even more, now left with scarcely 1,000 members. Yunlin was inclined to treat such remnants of the past with kindness. "Come with me to Qilin Cliff," Yunlin proclaimed with a smile. "Thank you, young master." Bai Hao replied joyfully. He had been apprehensive about whether Qilin Cliff would accept them. Yunlin guided Xiaopi into the Northern Sea, where the latter swam even faster. Yunlin performed a hand gesture, and the portal to Qilin Cliff opened. As the cliff appeared, Bai Hao and the other White Tiger clansmen were left in awe. Though some had previously visited Qilin Cliff, the current sight was vastly different from their memories. The present Qilin Cliff was exponentially more magnificent, deepening their admiration for Yunlin, the young master of the Qilin. "Youth master." Upon entering Qilin Cliff, Lin Kuang rushed over upon receiving Yunlin's message. At the sight of Lin Kuang, Bai Hao exclaimed with excitement, "Uncle Lin Kuang, I finally found you." "Xiao Hao." Lin Kuang hurried forward. He promptly introduced Bai Hao to Yunlin. "Young master, this is Bai Hao, the son of the White Tiger, who once served as a loyal guard to the ancestral figure. He can be trusted." Yunlin nodded, aware that the Bai Hao Lin Kuang spoke of was not just any White Tiger but the one sealed within the 4 poles. During the Longhan calamity, Hongjun had assigned the azure dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, and black tortoise to guard the four corners of the primordial realm. That particular white tiger had served as the right-hand companion of the original Qilin. And by how was his offspring, elder, please find a place for the white tiger clan to settle within Qilin Cliff, Yunlin instructed. Lin Kuang complied, leading by Hao and his kin down. Yunlin then summoned the Chaos Pearl, which fell into his hand. Rahu had not yet made his appearance. Hiding the heavenly secrets? Do you truly believe I cannot discern them? Yunlin sneered, beginning his calculations anew. As the Chaos Pearl projected images before Yunlin, he beheld the clandestine meeting between Randall and South Pole. Indeed, it was you? Yunlin had long suspected the culprits behind his grievances. With a flick of his hand, he released a wisp of spiritual light, directing it toward Kunlun Mountain. Next, he attempted to trace the whereabouts of the Qilin grass, but to no avail. He had searched for the Qilin grass for years without success. It seems he would have to await the arrival of his esteemed predecessor. Fushi's mastery of the 8 trigrams was superior to Yunlin's, and their combined efforts, along with the Chaos Pearl, should allow them to unravel the hidden secrets in the Yushu Palace, ever since agreeing to conspire with Randall to eliminate Yunlin. South Pole had been restless, fearing exposure. Master Uncle, have you received any news? South Pole inquired impatiently. Patience, it is not so swift, Randall replied, equally anxious. The Black Barbarian had forged a spiritual treasure in the Blood Sea, specifically designed to taint others' spiritual treasures, thus corrupting their merits. This was why Randall had enlisted him. However, the wait had been longer than anticipated. Just then, a fierce sword light enveloped the Yushu Palace, startling everyone within. Third brother, what are you doing? Yuanshi appeared, visibly enraged. Facing Yuanshi, Tongtian showed no sign of retreat, brandishing the Zhuxian sword array, casting a heavy pressure over the Yushu Palace. Randall and South Pole have plotted to eliminate my child. Give me an explanation, Tongtian demanded coldly. That is impossible, Yuanshi blurted out. Randall and South Pole turned pale with fear. You attempted to eliminate Yunlin? Yuanshi questioned them. Master, we would never dare, South Pole vehemently denied. Neither would I, Randall trembled, desperate to avoid the truth. They claim innocence, Yuanshi stated. With a swift motion, 2 sword energies sliced through the air around Tongtian, eliciting piercing screams from South Pole and Randall. Second brother, out of respect for you, I shall only allow these 2 to endure the piercing agony of the blade for 1,000,000 years. Should there be a next time, I shall not show mercy. Tongtian withdrew the diagram of the extermination of immortals and departed. Yuanshi's countenance became exceedingly grim. He then brought Nanji and Randang into the Jade Pure Palace. Up until this moment, Laozi had not revealed himself. Why have you done this? Yuanshi inquired coldly, having already sensed something amiss. Master, it was Ran. Before Nanji could speak, Randang hastily interjected, Senior brother, it was I who was blinded by my own desires. Seeing Yunlin overpower the Jade Pure lineage, I thought to eliminate it. He did not attempt to defend himself, instead taking all the blame upon his own shoulders. This was also Randang's cleverness. He knew that if he shifted responsibility or tried to implicate Nanji, Yuanshi would certainly execute him. After all, he was merely a guest elder, having clung on by sheer tenacity. Indeed, Yuanshi's expression softened slightly. Junior brother, you are being foolish. Even if Yunlin is exceptionally gifted, does that mean our Jade Pure lineage can be overshadowed by the Upper Pure lineage? What am I to do with you now? Nanji and Randang lowered their heads, accepting their reprimand. Meanwhile, in the Upper Pure Palace, upon hearing that Yunlin had been ensnared by the Jade Pure lineage, everyone, including Duo Bao, was furious and wished to confront them. You all need to calm down, Tongtian interjected, feeling somewhat exasperated. He had waited and waited, ultimately smiling, a bitter smile. Previously, Tongtian had spared Yuanshi's dignity. He had intended to directly execute the 2 in order to avenge Yunlin, but out of respect for Yuanshi, he had refrained from doing so. His restraint did not mean he would let the matter rest. Rather, he was waiting for Yuanshi to clean up his own mess, only to find that Yuanshi was actually protecting them. He recalled Yunlin's words during their time on Kunlun Mountain. Master, my fellow brothers are not faring well on Kunlun Mountain. Perhaps we should seek another place to practice. At that time, Tongtian had not provided a response. Now, he had made up his mind. Master, the Jade Pure lineage is truly overstepping, Duo Bao exclaimed indignantly. Tongtian waved his hand and declared, "Let us depart. Leave Kunlun." The disciples were initially taken aback, but soon they appeared quite pleased. On Kunlun Mountain, the disciples of the Jade Pure lineage frequently provoked them, and Tongtian had always urged restraint. They had long since had enough. "Wherever the master goes, we shall follow," the disciples proclaimed. "Haha. What you, the eldest senior brother, said is absolutely right. Freedom and ease are of utmost importance. Let us leave Kunlun." Tongtian laughed heartily a few times, leading his disciples to appear outside the Upper Pure Palace, where he unleashed his great powers to absorb the Upper Pure Palace. "Third brother, what are you doing?" Yuanshi was once again startled, and Laozi also revealed himself at this moment. "Second brother, our philosophies are ultimately at odds. After careful consideration, I have decided to lead our disciples away from Kunlun, in search of a new place for practice," Tongtian stated candidly. This, Yuanshi found it somewhat hard to accept, as he still valued brotherly bonds. "Let him go. When the time is ripe, I too shall depart," Laozi sighed. Tongtian bowed to his two elder brothers and turned to lead the multitude of disciples away from Kunlun. On Yunlin's side, he also received the notification. "Tongtian has left Kunlun. Please make a choice. Choice 1. Persuade Tongtian to remain in Kunlun. Reward: superior quality innate spiritual treasure, transformation wheel. Choice 2. Allow Tongtian to leave. Reward: ancestral dragon's blood x3. Choice 3. Provide Tongtian with some assistance in finding a suitable place for practice. Reward: Pangu's blood x1. Yunlin chose the third option. In truth, according to the normal timeline, the separation of the three clear ones was supposed to occur after all three became saints. However, it seemed to have been somewhat expedited due to Yunlin's influence. Nevertheless, it was of no great consequence. Subsequently, Yunlin summoned the Xian Gui of the Northern Sea. "Grandfather Xian, please make a trip to the Eastern Sea." The Northern Sea Xian Gui complied and set off for the Eastern Sea. Meanwhile, Yunlin held a drop of blood resembling amber, infused with primal power. This drop of blood was so heavy that even Yunlin could barely hold it. "Pangu's blood? Where did you acquire this?" Luoho, startled, appeared and could not help but reach for the Pangu's blood. However, Yunlin would not allow him to have his way, immobilizing him in place. There were only 12 drops of Pangu's blood, which were birthed from the convergence of the primordial chaos and the earth's turbid chi at the dawn of creation, giving rise to the 12 ancestral shaman. "Where did you get this blood?" Luoho urgently inquired. Had he possessed even a single drop of Pangu's blood back in the day, he would have undoubtedly emerged as the ultimate victor. "I found it. Do you believe me?" Yunlin replied. Luoho was at a loss for words. Could such a thing be found so casually? "If you don't believe me, then consider this. The Huangzhong on Qilin Island? I fished them from the sea. Is it so surprising that I found a drop of Pangu's blood?" Yunlin continued. Luoho was immediately astonished. "What kind of luck is this?" Yunlin nearly burst into laughter. Sometimes it was quite amusing to tease Luoho. Chapter 29. Luoho, I am not as good as you. Luoho did not dwell on Yunlin's words any longer and instead said, "Little fellow, if you give me half a drop, no, a third of Pangu's blood, I will reveal to you a method for refining Pangu's blood." Pangu, who had nearly reached the Tao, sought to open the heavens but failed, mastering only the laws of power. His blood was exceedingly potent, and even a quasi-saint using this blood, if mishandled, could result in their own demise. Yunlin chuckled. "Isn't your method simply using Pangu's blood to temper your own flesh body 99,999 times to achieve the Pangu true body? How do you know?" Luoho blurted out, only to realize after a moment that he had been refined into the Chaos Pearl, and Yunlin could perceive his thoughts. This realization darkened his expression immediately. "Great demon ancestor, I also know that your desire for a drop of Pangu's blood is for the purpose of refining your own body. Here." Yunlin divided half of the Pangu's blood and handed it to Luoho. Luoho stared blankly at the drop of Pangu's blood before him. In the end, he said nothing, merely accepting the blood. "Little Qilin, that half drop of Pangu's blood must be processed according to my method." However, before Luoho could finish his sentence, Yunlin opened his mouth and swallowed the remaining half drop of Pangu's blood. "Luoho, what are you doing? Spit it out quickly. That half drop of blood is not something your Deluo can withstand." Burp. Yunlin merely burped, remarking that it tasted quite good. Luoho was left dumbfounded. Just moments ago, He noticed that Yunlin had already absorbed the Pangu's blood into his body, transforming it into an indescribable power that was integrated into Yunlin's bloodline. This was not right. It was utterly absurd. Luoho prided himself as the great demon ancestor, once one of the 3,000 demon gods, yet he had never encountered such an outrageous occurrence. Subsequently, Luoho seemed to recall something and looked at Yunlin meaningfully. Little Qilin, I have underestimated you. I see you have refined a portion of the thunder demon god's essence. I initially thought you would follow the path of thunder, and considering your proficiency in formations and the calculation, I assumed you would at least enter the Tao through those two laws. However, I did not expect your ambition to be so grand. Wanting to use yourself as a vessel to harbor the power of the world, I once thought that my path of slaughter was already grand enough, but in comparison to yours, it seems rather petty. I am not as good as you. At this moment, Luoho's attitude toward Yunlin underwent a tremendous shift. It was not merely the gift of half a drop of blood. It was more about Luoho's admiration for Yunlin's path. Pangu opened the heavens to affirm the Tao, while Yunlin transformed his own body into a world. This method was derived from Yunlin's insights after consuming 49 huangzhongli. At that time, he was suffering from indigestion and had a difficult time sleeping, thus constructing a world within himself. Whether it be the Thunder Tao, Formation Tao, or the 8 trigrams calculation, all were nutrients for this world. Even listening to the teachings of the 3 clear ones, Nuwa and Luoho, all transformed into the power of the inner world. The thunder he had previously consumed was likewise integrated into this world. The half-drop of Pangu's blood just now was no different. This was also the ultimate secret behind Yunlin's ability to sleep and attain enlightenment. However, the power contained within Pangu's blood was indeed immense. And although Yunlin had refined it into his bloodline, he would still require a considerable amount of time to digest it. So, do I have hope to contend against Hongjun and the heavenly Tao? Yunlin asked with a smile. If you succeed, your achievements will undoubtedly surpass Pangu's. What are Hongjun and the heavenly Tao in comparison? However, this path you tread has never been walked before. My method of achieving the Tao through slaughter was also inspired by Pangu's path, while Hongjun's method of severing the 3 corpses is even simpler, a complete ultimate simplification. Whether your path is viable or not, none can say, Luoho remarked. Yunlin chose not to pursue this topic further and instead took out a magical fishing rod, chatting with Luoho while fishing. Previously, Luoho had looked down upon Yunlin, believing him to be a despicable trickster who had ensnared him, holding him in contempt. But now, Luoho no longer held such thoughts. He even regarded Yunlin as an equal. He despised Hongjun, yet was willing to address Yunlin as a friend, a person capable of opening up new paths, even if still a Deluo golden immortal, deserved respect. Young master, Fushi Daoist has arrived, came the voice of the northern sea Xiangue. Quick, invite Uncle Fushi in, Yunlin exclaimed with sudden joy, as he had been eagerly anticipating Fushi's visit. Luoho's form dissolved in place, retreating into the Chaos Pearl. His identity was sensitive. Should Hongjun discover Luoho's presence at Qilin Cliff, he would undoubtedly go to great lengths to breach Qilin Cliff and eliminate Luoho completely. Uncle Fushi, Yunlin went to greet him. Haha, little Yunlin, I thought I would have to make this trip in vain. Fushi said amiably, I heard from my little sister that you have thoroughly grasped the 8 trigrams calculation, so I thought to come and take a look. It's not that I'm craving your wine. Lady Nuwa has praised me too highly. Why didn't she come? Yunlin responded with a smile. Lady Nuwa has achieved sainthood, and her status has changed. It wouldn't be appropriate for her to address me as uncle now. Even the 3 clear ones must refer to Lady Nuwa as such. The 2 took their seats. She initially intended to come, but she happened to gain some insights and has gone into seclusion, Fushi explained. Yunlin poured wine for Fushi. Uncle, your arrival is timely. I have a matter I wish to seek your assistance with. What is it? Just speak freely, Fushi replied without hesitation, readily agreeing. This was due to Yunlin's immense kindness towards him and his sister. He claimed to be checking on Yunlin's progress, but in truth, he wanted to express his gratitude. He had come with Lady Nuwa before, but unfortunately, Yunlin had been asleep at that time. It's like this, uncle. Our Qilin clan has been unable to find Qilin grass, so I was hoping you could use your skills to divine its location, Yunlin said. Qilin grass. Although my 8 trigrams calculation is unparalleled in the primordial world, if the other party is a quasi-saint, I cannot divine it, Fushi frowned. Yunlin gestured, and the Chaos Pearl appeared before him. Uncle, with the Chaos Pearl as the focal point, The current Qilin cliff is beyond the heavenly secrets of the primordial world. By combining the power of the Chaos Pearl with our strengths, it should be possible to tear apart some heavenly secrets. Good. Fushi thought for a moment and realized this matter could indeed be accomplished. He took out his spiritual treasure and began to divine, while Yunlin also activated the power of the 8 trigrams e-calculation. The Chaos Pearl emanated a continuous aura of chaos. Soon, Yunlin saw an image. While the bulk of the Qilin clan was engaged in battle, 2 figures stealthily entered Qilin Cliff and stole the Qilin grass point. One of them appeared plump and prosperous, while the other was gaunt and haggard. Yunlin immediately recognized their identities, the duo from the west. No wonder he had been unable to divine it. Both were quasi-saint powers, obscured by treasures like the lotus of merit. At that moment, Fushi suddenly furrowed his brow, and Yunlin's vision was filled with flashing images, leading him to realize something was amiss. Puffed. The next moment, Fushi spat out a mouthful of blood. Chapter 30. Fushi. In the future, I will call you master. After Fushi sustained his injury, the chaotic aura from the Chaos Pearl surged violently. A figure emerged. Dio, you know what you are doing. If Hongjun detects this, do you know what the consequences will be? With your meager cultivation, you dare to calculate the calamity? Luo Ho, infuriated, leaped out. He had not intended to reveal himself but was too enraged. Great Demon Ancestor. Fushi instinctively shielded Yunlin behind him. The Great Demon Ancestor Luo Ho was notorious for his ruthlessness and had nearly wreaked havoc upon the primordial world, especially under Hongjun's influence, which only intensified his notoriety. Master, it's fine. We are on the same side, Yunlin reassured, smiling at Luo Ho. With the unique properties of the Chaos Pearl, and with the Great Demon Ancestor present, there should be no mistakes. Humph. Had I not sacrificed half of my source power to activate the Chaos Pearl, it would have surely attracted Hongjun's attention. Little Qilin, that half drop of Pangu's blood is not enough to compensate for what your true self owes. Luo Ho lamented, clearly pained. Senior Luo, I sincerely apologized. I am willing to compensate for your loss, Fushi said apologetically. Forget it. It's also partly little Qilin's fault for not warning you. Let him compensate. Luo Ho's anger was still simmering. Meanwhile, Yunlin wore a look of disbelief. He could see Luo Ho's thoughts. Compensation? With your poverty, how could you afford it? It's better to find little Qilin for compensation. Yunlin chose not to expose Luo Ho's hidden thoughts. Compensation? You are mine. Little Yunlin, Luo Ho, what I just saw, is that all destined to happen in the future? Fushi asked, his complexion pale, fear evident in his eyes. Just moments ago, he and Yunlin had worked together to tear apart the heavenly secrets and glimpse the river of time. He witnessed the ultimate battle between the shaman and the demon, where he was killed in the heavenly court, Tai perished, Emperor Jun fell, and all the ancestral shamans met their demise. Simultaneously, he saw himself reborn among humanity, becoming one of the 3 sovereigns of humanity, only to be trapped in the fire cloud cave. Yes, the so-called war between the shamans and the demons was merely a scheme by Hongjun and the heavenly Tao. Neither side emerged victorious. They were the true victors. I advise you. Once you leave Qilin Cliff, do not speak recklessly in any part of the primordial world. Otherwise, the heavenly secrets will lock onto you. And then we are all doomed. If it were not for your saint sister, I would have absolutely left no survivors, Luo Ho warned. Fushi was immediately drenched in cold sweat. It was said that Luo Ho was a star of slaughter. He had previously not had a direct impression of this, but now he certainly had one. After a moment of silence, Fushi forced a bitter smile and said, Little Yunlin, I have one more request. Luo Ho's eyes widened, thinking Fushi might be foolishly attempting to alter the calamity. However, Yunlin gestured for Luo Ho to calm down, as he knew Fushi would not make such an outrageous request. Uncle, please speak, Yunlin said, always showing great respect for Fushi. I hope that in the future, when I am reincarnated, you will take me as your disciple, Fushi said earnestly. Yunlin. He was momentarily at a loss for words. Now I understand why I taught you the 8 trigrams e-calculation. It seems it was fated. When the time comes, I will discuss it with my little sister and make arrangements. Fushi did not allow Yunlin to refuse. Yunlin knew that this was ultimately to his benefit. According to the development of the primordial world, it was his grandmaster Laozi who would take in disciples. Taking the human sovereign as a disciple would bestow upon him the fortune of humanity. Humanity would become the future master of the primordial world. Since his uncle had made the request, Yunlin agreed. Little Yunlin, I will find a way to retrieve the Qilin grass from the west. Fushi took the initiative to undertake this task. Uncle, those two from the west are the most shameless and cunning. If they know you are specifically seeking Qilin grass, they will likely raise the price. I have a plan that requires your cooperation. Yunlin shared his strategy with Fushi. Fushi stroked his beard and chuckled a few times. You truly are a clever little rascal. I will comply with your wishes. Once I have made the necessary preparations, I will arrange a meeting with you. Yunlin agreed and then offered a flask of wine along with some huang zhongli. Uncle, I mentioned before that when the huang zhongli ripens, I would like to give some to the lady. You can conveniently help me deliver it. By the way, do you have any spiritual fruits on hand? The Hunyuan Yuqiong wine is nearly finished, and I plan to brew some more. There were plenty of spiritual fruits on Qilin Island, and while 5 types could be easily gathered, Yunlin sought better quality fruits. I have some ginseng fruits, some immortal apricots, and peaches from the treasure rock. Fushi produced all the spiritual fruits he had on him. These 3 fruits are indeed the pinnacle of innate spiritual roots, coupled with the huang zhongli and the wudao tea tree in his possession. The concocted Hunyuan Yuqiong wine is bound to possess an even higher quality. Subsequently, Fushi took his leave. Luoho also retreated into the Chaos Pearl to recuperate, while Yunlin once again fell into slumber, preparing to refine half a drop of Panga's essence blood. This moment, Tongtian, accompanied by a multitude of disciples from the Shangqing sect, sought out a blessed land among the celestial mountains and arrived over the eastern sea. Master, we have been searching for a Taoist venue for quite some time. The better ones are all occupied, and we look down upon the inferior ones. How about we go to the northern sea and seek refuge with our senior brother? Muttered Duobao. Speak less. Tongtian shot a glare at Duobao. Indeed, Qilin Cliff is quite splendid, even rivaling Kunlun. However, as the teacher, to rely on his own disciple would be quite shameful. Over the past few days, he had traversed the wilderness, deliberately avoiding the northern sea to prevent his eldest disciple from witnessing his predicament. I refuse to believe that I cannot find a celestial mountain or Taoist venue that is inferior to Kunlun. Tongtian thought, stewing in frustration. It was he who had left in anger, and he was even less inclined to let the Yuqing lineage see him as a laughingstock. At that moment, Tongtian sensed a powerful presence approaching. Is that you, Taoist Tongtian? Suddenly, a deep voice resounded. Then, a gigantic tortoise emerged from the sea surface, causing the disciples of the Shangqing sect to gasp in astonishment. They could feel that this giant tortoise was immensely powerful, likely a quasi-saint. Grandfather Xian, Duobao exclaimed joyfully. Senior brother Duobao, do you know this elder? Wudong inquired curiously. After all, most of their teacher's friends they had met, but they had never seen this giant tortoise, of course. This grandfather Xian is the steward of senior brother's household. Duobao was quite diplomatic and refrained from mentioning that the northern sea tortoise was Yunlin's servant. Hiss! The disciples of the Shangqing sect collectively inhaled sharply. A quasi-saint level steward. No wonder senior brother Duobao always claimed that senior brother was affluent. And no wonder he was so generous. Grandfriend Xian, what brings you here? Is there something concerning Liner? Tongtian hastily inquired. Matters regarding his eldest disciple were of utmost importance. Whatever the issue, he would comply if the precious eldest disciple spoke. Tongtian assumed something had happened at Qilin Cliff, hence his urgency. Nothing, haha. It is merely that my young master learned of Taoist Tongtian's departure from Kunlun, so he sent me to the eastern sea to assist you in finding a Taoist venue. The northern sea tortoise chuckled. Tongtian felt somewhat taken aback, and Duobao added, Master, senior brother's capabilities are boundless. Continuing our search this way is not a solution. Chapter 31. The second war of witch and demon begins after some contemplation. Tongtian replied, Yunlin must have anticipated something. Then we shall trouble grandfriend Xian. Everyone, please come aboard my back, the northern sea tortoise said with a smile. Tongtian and the multitude of disciples descended. The back of the northern sea tortoise was broad, resembling a great mountain. Soon, they arrived at their destination. Penglai Immortal Mountain. Tongtian furrowed his brows slightly. Indeed, Penglai Immortal Mountain is a renowned Taoist venue in the Eastern Sea, once the domain of Dong Wanggong and the residence of the Immortal Court. To use this place as a venue would not tarnish Tongtian's status. However, that was the Penglai of yore. During the battle between the Heavenly Court and the Immortal Court, Dong Wanggong retreated to Penglai, utilizing the formations atop Penglai to fend off the Heavenly Court's invasion. Ultimately, to break Penglai's formations, the heavenly court acted without restraint, directly severing Penglai's ley lines. After enduring numerous battles among powerful beings, Penglai has long since fallen into disrepair. It is devoid of abundant spiritual energy. Today, it is merely a hollow shell, desolate and barren. Otherwise, the heavenly court would not have abandoned Penglai. Taoist Tongtian, please remain calm. The young master mentioned that the reason Penglai has fallen into such a state is primarily due to the mischief of anomalous beasts. As long as we slay the anomalous beasts and restore the ley lines, Penglai will recover, the northern sea tortoise explained. Subsequently, the northern sea tortoise stepped onto Penglai, causing the entire Penglai island to tremble violently. Roar. Accompanied by a roar, something was awakened. A massive whirlpool appeared above the eastern sea, and a colossal figure emerged before everyone's eyes. It was a golden Ao. The golden Ao was extraordinarily large, rivaling even the northern sea tortoise. Its aura was no less than that of a quasi-saint. However, the golden Ao's eyes were blood-red, filled with a murderous and violent disposition, clearly devoid of any intelligence. Regarding the anomalous beasts, the beings of the wilderness have no definitive explanation. The most credible assertion is that anomalous beasts are the descendants of the demon gods or remnants of their corporeal forms. Anomalous beasts are diverse and peculiar. For example, Yunlin's steed, the golden mantis shrimp, is a type of anomalous beast, yet it is far less violent than this golden Ao. Given a sufficient opportunity, it may even transform into human form in the future. However, such bloodthirsty anomalous beasts are typically dealt with directly by the powerful beings of the wilderness. So it is this sort of scourge causing chaos. Allow me to slay it. Tongtian laughed heartily and leapt from the back of the northern sea tortoise. Clang! The sword of slaying immortals materialized, and a torrent of sword energy surged forth from Tongtian, directed at the golden Ao. Neither copper, nor iron, nor steel, once concealed beneath Mount Sumeryu, and no need to invert yin and yang for refinement. Is there not water and fire to temper its brilliance? Slay the immortals, vanquish the celestial beings, and ensnare the immortals in red light. The transformations of the immortals are boundless and wondrous, stained with the blood of the great Luo's deities. The sword of slaying immortals was once Luo Ho's weapon, held in higher regard than the god-slaying spear. The bloodshed upon the sword of slaying immortals is immeasurable, as Luo Ho wielded it in his final battle against Hong Jun and the others. Mastering the sword of slaying immortals formation, one could stand against four. Later, Tongtian used the sword of slaying immortals to suppress the fortunes of the Jiejiao. However, the sword of slaying immortals is an instrument of slaughter, which would eventually sow the seeds of calamity. Nonetheless, it must be said that its combat prowess is indeed formidable. Surrounding the golden Ao with the sword of slaying immortals formation, the golden Ao, massive and imbued with immense power, moved as if it could shake the heavens, yet it was utterly suppressed by the sword of slaying immortals, unable to retaliate. The commotion in the Eastern Sea attracted many onlookers. The Eastern Sea is the most affluent among the four seas, thus many beings reside there, yet not a single soul dared to approach. They understood that with such momentum, their lives would be forfeit if drawn into it. Slice! With a fierce shout from Tongtian, the golden Ao met its demise on the spot. In the next moment, it transformed into an island beside Penglai Immortal Mountain. We won, Master, we won. The disciples of the Shangqing lineage were filled with joy. After the golden Ao was slain, a surge of spiritual energy began to permeate Penglai Island. The beings on the island started to radiate newfound vitality. Indeed, Linner did not speak falsely. After slaying the golden Ao, Penglai Island began to gradually recover. As long as the ley lines are restored, it won't be long before Penglai Island fully revives. Tongtian was exceedingly pleased. His formidable strength allowed him to sense the changes occurring within Penglai Immortal Mountain. With this matter concluded, I shall take my leave. The northern sea tortoise bid farewell. After sending him off, Tongtian began to lead the multitude of disciples in arranging the Taoist venue. Yunlin had refined half a drop of Panga's essence blood after sleeping for 100,000 years, smoothly reaching the late stage of the great Luo Golden Immortal. Indeed, I cannot compare. Luo Ho emerged to voice his grievances. He had initially aimed to compete with Yunlin over who would refine the Pangu essence blood first. But it now seemed he had underestimated the situation. This little Qilin harbors a world within, vast beyond measure. This leveling up is far too slow. Yunlin grumbled, If it were an ordinary great Luo refining half a drop of Pangu's essence blood, they would have reached the quasi-saint realm long ago. The path of enlightenment for Yunlin is far more arduous than the conventional method of proving one's path through strength, consuming far more resources. Luo Ho sighed in exasperation. Why not retrieve that treasure? How about we split it in half? He suggested. Since his capture, Luo Ho had incessantly claimed to possess valuable items and had been tempting Yunlin to retrieve them. This was no mere fabrication. There truly was something of value. Yet, Yunlin refrained from pursuing it, not out of disdain, but due to the inherent danger. The treasure Luo Ho spoke of was none other than the remains of a demon god, specifically the bones of one of the 3,000 demon gods, the wind demon god. Furthermore, it was relatively well preserved, having drifted to the periphery of the wilderness, discovered by Luo Ho after his escape. Why don't you go yourself? Yunlin shot Luo Ho a disdainful glance. Luo Ho fell silent. He had often touted it as his treasure, but in truth, it was merely a chance discovery. Surrounding the demon goddess bones were numerous formidable, anomalous beasts. The anomalous beasts beyond the wilderness were far stronger and more reckless than those within. Even a quasi-saint would face peril if attempting to claim those bones. Luo Ho had only dared to gaze at them from a distance, never approaching. Yunlin resolved to wait until his teacher broke through to the saint level before attempting to retrieve it. Otherwise, even if he did not want it, he could not risk his life. Boom! A violent tremor reverberated through the wilderness. The current heavenly Tao of the wilderness had nearly reached completion. It would take an extraordinary event to create such a stir. Even a struggle among quasi-saints could not achieve it. The second war of witch and demon has commenced. Please make your choice, host. Option 1. Immerse yourself in the wilderness, lead Qilin Cliff to rise, and subdue the witch and demon clans, rewarded with the innate supreme treasure, the 5 elements heavenly mechanism umbrella. Option 2. Lead Qilin Cliff to join either side of the witch and demon, rewarded with the exquisite innate spiritual treasure, the cloud reversing pot. Option 3. Remain at Qilin Cliff to watch the spectacle, rewarded with the blueprint for the Cloud Sea Falling God Cannon. Point 3. Yunlin gazed outward. If the first war of witch and demon was merely a skirmish, then the second war was the main event. In a day, 5 saints will be born. The Earth Mother will transform into Reincarnation. The demon clan will forge the slaughter witch sword. All of this unfolds during the second war of witch and demon. Chapter 32. The Cloud Sea Falling God Cannon. At this moment upon the vast land of the wilderness, the chaos bell tolled, and Dijun led countless demon clans in a fierce battle against the witch clans led by the 12 ancestral witches. The first war of witch and demon had nearly torn the heavens apart. This time, the conflict escalated yet again. After all, compared to the first war, both the witch and demon clans had made tremendous advancements in strength. The conflict between the witch and demon clans was quite straightforward. Dijun proclaimed, "I shall lead the demon clan to dominate the wilderness and claim the top position." Dijiang retorted, "We, the witch clan, are the offspring of the Father God. Even if we dominate the wilderness, it shall be the witch clan that reigns. What are you demons worth?" And thus, the battle commenced. Dijun harbored grand ambitions. As long as he unified the wilderness, he could hope to utilize the fortunes of the demon clan to attain sainthood. The witch clan needed to be subdued. Yunlin understood well that Dijun was merely a pawn of Hongjun. Hongjun and the heavenly Tao could not tolerate Pangu's resurgence. Pangu's primordial spirit transformed into the 3 pure ones. Yet the 3 pure ones, upon hearing the Tao in the Zixiao Palace, were bestowed with 3 strands of purple energy. Hongjun could manipulate them. However, the witch clan was another matter in the eyes of the heavenly Tao and Hongjun. The witch clan was unteachable. They did not revere heaven and earth, only honoring Pangu. Even Hongjun and the heavenly Tao dared to confront them. This unstable factor must be eliminated. After making his choice, Yunlin retrieved the blueprint for the Cloud Sea Falling God Cannon. The system's offerings are always of exceptional quality. The Cloud Sea Falling God Cannon is a postnatal spiritual treasure, albeit with numerous drawbacks, such as being cumbersome to transport and costly to produce. Nonetheless, the cannon possesses immense power. A single shot can elevate a great luo to the heavens, and 10 simultaneous shots can form a cannon formation that leaves quasi-saints in despair. Moreover, it boasts an extensive range and tracking capabilities. A shot fired from the northern sea can strike a target over the southern sea. Currently, Qilin Cliff possesses the chaos function formation, providing ample defense but lacking in offensive capabilities. With the Cloud Sea Falling God Cannon, They would finally have means for offense, not for invading, but for self-defense. However, upon reflection, Yunlin calculated that even with all the resources of Qilin Cliff devoted to constructing the Cloud Sea Falling God Cannon, they could only forge 3IT. Was not that Qilin Cliff lacked valuable materials, but rather the rare materials needed for its construction were in short supply. Innate energy, Hunyuan meteorite iron, phoenix blood true gold, and chaos stones from the creation of the world. These are all exceedingly rare materials. Shortly thereafter, Yunlin arrived at the territory of the White Tiger clan on Baihu Plain. Young master, Baihao rushed forward to greet him upon seeing Yunlin. Big brother Bai, are you settling in well? Yunlin inquired with a smile. Very well indeed, thank you, young master. The White Tiger clan has thrived exceptionally well under your care at Qilin Cliff. The strength of our clan members has been steadily increasing. I am on the verge of breaking through to the quasi-saint realm, Baihao laughed heartily. Other white tigers gathered around, all of them thriving and showing great respect for Yunlin. Indeed, Qilin Cliff is marvelous. Except that, well, it's a bit leisurely, a white tiger mumbled. Smack, Baihao retaliated with a playful slap. Why are you hitting me, big brother? Did you not also say, protested the white tiger, rubbing his head. Baihao felt a bit embarrassed. The White Tiger clan, known for their prowess in combat, had become too accustomed to the comforts of Qilin Cliff after spending so long there. Most notably, the White Tiger clan felt guilty for merely enjoying the benefits at Qilin Cliff without contributing. Haha, no worries, no worries. It's just that I have some matters that require Big Brother Bai's assistance, Yunlin said with a smile. Baihao and the other White Tiger clan members' eyes brightened instantly. Young master, just command us. We are willing to do whatever it takes to assist, Baihao eagerly replied. With the eruption of the war in the wilderness, I would like Big Brother Bai to take advantage of the chaos to help me collect some items. Yunlin stated in essence, it was about scavenging amidst the turmoil, and no problem. My White Tiger clan is swift and strong. This is a piece of cake, Baihao declared confidently. Before that, however, Big Brother Bai needs to break through to the quasi-saint realm, and I also need to improve the battle formation of the White Tiger clan, Yunlin added. Baihao readily agreed. Just then, a figure appeared beside Yunlin. Little Qilin, what do you need me for? Luo Ho grumbled, somewhat annoyed as he was focused on refining his physical body. I need the elder to help train them, Yunlin said. These weaklings? I have no time for that. Luo Ho scoffed dismissively. What did you say? Baihao's anger flared instantly. The members of the White Tiger clan behind him glared at Luo Ho with fury. In Qilin Cliff, aside from the Northern Sea Tortoise and the Grand Elder, no one was aware of Luo Ho's existence. Yunlin had also instructed him to disguise his appearance to avoid drawing too much attention. The White Tiger clan, known for their pride, could not tolerate being looked down upon by this unknown figure, and their anger ignited. I offer half a drop of Panga's essence blood, Yunlin said nonchalantly. Panga has no such abundance of essence blood, Luo Ho said, incredulous. You might not get such a good opportunity again, Yunlin replied. Deal, Luo Ho agreed without hesitation. Naturally, Yunlin no longer possessed any essence blood of Pango, but since Luo Ho was unaware, he could always provide it later when he had it. Afterward, Yunlin departed, preparing to study the battle formation of the White Tiger clan. Hey, although the young master asked you to train us, not everyone is qualified to do so. Why White Tiger clan never submits to the weak, Baihao said defiantly. Luo Ho smirked slightly, his figure suddenly vanishing. Then, to Baihao's astonishment, a fist struck him squarely in the face. Boom! Baihao was sent flying, crashing into the rock wall behind him and creating a deep crater. Is this the son of that guy? If I may say, you don't even measure up to a tenth of your father, Luo Ho taunted, hands behind his back in a showy manner. This only further ignited the fury of the entire White Tiger clan, who were ready to swarm Luo Ho. Stop this at once. Baihao wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and rose to his feet. Big brother, this guy is being too arrogant. Let us form a battle formation to teach him a lesson. Called one of the White Tigers, that would be futile. Even if we formed a battle formation, we wouldn't be able to defeat him. Baihao said gravely as he approached Luo Hou. Damn, why White Tiger clan is willing to accept your training, but one day, I, Baihao, will surely defeat you. Ha. Such spirit. I shall await the day you conquer me. Luo Ho laughed. Not far away, Yunlin and the Northern Sea Tortoise observed this scene. This young man, Baihao, truly brims with fighting spirit. If he were to learn who he is facing, he would surely be distraught, chuckled the Northern Sea Tortoise. That is unlikely. Big Brother Bai's fighting spirit is the strongest in our Qilin cliff, Yunlin replied with a smile. Having Luo Ho train the White Tiger clan served not only to allow Luo Ho to showcase his talents, but also to instill a sense of belonging within him towards Qilin cliff. Soon, 3 millennia passed, and Luo Ho found Yunlin, who was fishing. I have a favor to ask of you. Chapter 33. The aura of Xianhuang Yunlin exhibited little reaction. He was already aware of Luo Ho's thoughts. After a moment, Luo Ho stated, I desire Bai Hao to follow my path. Yunlin remained silent. Luo Ho's path was one that affirmed the way through slaughter, a journey fraught with bloodshed, one that could even be deemed antagonistic to the entirety of Honghuang. This path was perilous. Present, I am but a remnant soul. Even if I were to reshape my corporeal form, I would find it impossible to continue down that road. Yet, I am unwilling to accept this fate. If Hongjun could achieve enlightenment through severing 3 corpses, then I refuse to believe my murderous path cannot succeed. Luo Ho lamented. This was his obsession. Why do you believe Bai Hao capable? Yunlin instinctively inquired. Go be frank. Bai Hao's talent is not particularly exceptional. However, that lad possesses an indomitable spirit, and I find that rather reminiscent of myself, Luo Ho replied. Moreover, as the pioneer of the path of slaughter, I have traversed many missteps. During the Long Han calamity, I intended to annihilate all beings in Honghuang to attain enlightenment. Yet, I have come to realize that it suffices to slay a single saint to achieve the same result. So you need not fret over the issue of bloodshed. What does Bai Hao think? Yunlin queried, as he casually devoured a massive shark. Luo Ho turned to Yunlin, aware that all matters concerning Qilin Cliff were dictated by this young Qilin. Even he, once a formidable demon sovereign, held no sway before this youthful Qilin. In this moment, Luo Ho felt a wave of anxiety. After experiencing death, he had become even more carefree than before, yet he harbored a knot in his heart. He wished not to be perceived as inferior to Hongjun. The path of slaughter was the culmination of his life's work. If he agrees, then I have no objections. Yunlin waved his hand dismissively. Luo Ho felt a surge of joy. May I ask, is the demon sovereign planning to take Bai Hao as a disciple? Yunlin inquired further. Luo Ho turned his head, muttering, that fool is still far from it. He does not even know my identity. I fear he may bring me shame. Let him first become a registered disciple, and depending on his future conduct, I will decide whether to accept him as my true disciple. Yunlin chuckled, remaining silent. The more time spent together, the more evident it became that Luo Ho was not merely proud but also stubborn. Young Qilin, I have yet another matter. Before Luo Ho could finish, a stream of light descended before him, revealing the Shirshan spear, and of course, this was a request made by Luo Ho for Bai Hao. Taking it, Luo Ho departed without any pretense of gratitude. Yunlin had complete faith in Luo Ho's capabilities. Even if the Shirshan spear were to be entrusted to Bai Hao, Luo Ho would ensure that Hongjun remained oblivious, for Luo Ho feared being discovered by Hongjun even more than Yunlin did. Another 10,000 years passed, and a roar echoed within Qilin Cliff. A massive white tiger's phantom materialized above the cliff, exuding an aura of majesty and dominance, accompanied by a faint undertone of murderous intent. Young master, Bai Hao has successfully broken through to the quasi-saint realm. The Grand Elder laughed heartily. Let us go and take a look, Yunlin declared, with the northern sea Xian turtle accompanying them. When the 3 arrived at the White Tiger territory, the entire clan was enveloped in jubilation. That moment, Bai Hao revealed his true form, radiating immense power. Fool, rein in your aura, Luo Ho scolded. Oh. Understood, master. Bai Hao sheepishly scratched his head in human form. I have not disgraced my mission, Luo Ho remarked to Yunlin, hinting that it was time for Yunlin to offer a reward. Under Luo Ho's guidance, the White Tiger clan had indeed made significant progress. Bai Hao, a being from the era of the Long Han calamity, possessed a deep foundation and, under Luo Ho's training, successfully achieved the quasi-saint status through the path of slaughter. Luo Ho had invested considerable resources to ensure Bai Hao's success. Otherwise, it would not have been so effortless. It was evident that Luo Ho had high hopes for Bai Hao. He had not forgotten Yunlin's promise of half a drop of Panga's essence blood. Just as Yunlin contemplated feigning ignorance, a glimmer of light suddenly emerged from the chaos pearl, landing before him. Panga's essence blood. Lin Kuang exclaimed loudly. The light turned out to be a drop of Panga's essence blood. Luo Ho was equally astonished. Having resided in the chaos pearl for so long, He had no idea a drop of Pangu's essence blood was hidden within. Yunlin, too, was bewildered. He had refined the chaos pearl for so long without realizing it contained Pangu's essence blood. When Pangu opened the heavens, he had glimpsed the river of fate and foresaw his own demise, thus leaving behind some contingency measures. Now, the host is required to make a choice. Option 1. Accept Pangu's gift, intervene in the Wu and Yao calamity, overturn the heavenly Tao's dominion, and receive Pangu's heart as a reward. Option 2. Accept Pangu's gift, assist the Wu clan in defeating the Yao clan to become the dominant force in Honghuang, and receive the soul of the opening heaven axe as a reward. Option 3. Accept Pangu's gift, and at a later time assist the Wu clan, receiving a wisp of Xianhuang Qi as a reward. Pangu's heart, if obtained, would undoubtedly lead to sanctification, while the soul of the opening heaven axe was also an extraordinary treasure. The opening heaven axe was a chaos spirit treasure, wielded by Pangu himself during the creation of the heavens, capable of toppling 3,000 demons with a single stroke. After the formation of Honghuang, the axe transformed into 3 innate supreme treasures, the Taiji diagram, Pangu banner, and chaos bell, while the soul of the axe remains unknown. If one could obtain the soul, they would gain Pangu's power and even have the opportunity to resurrect the might of the divine axe in the future. However, despite the allure of these 2 rewards, Yunlin hesitated to accept such consequential karma. Thus, he prudently chose the third option. Though a mere wisp of Xianhuang Qi could not compare to the previous 2 treasures, it was still a rarity. When the world was birthed, Xianhuang Qi and the essence of all things emerged. Xianhuang Qi, the essence of all things, represents the very foundation of the universe. There are even rumors that the Hongming purple Qi is a fusion of the heavenly Tao with Xianhuang Qi and the essence of all things. Should a being acquire Xianhuang Qi, they would attain great fortune and even glimpse the source of the great Tao. For Yunlin, Xianhuang Qi was also of paramount importance, as he could incorporate it into his internal world, enhancing his own world power. Can you truly obtain Pangu's essence blood? Luoho exclaimed as he realized the truth. His gaze towards Yunlin transformed. If he had previously harbored doubts about Yunlin's claim of acquiring Pangu's essence blood, he now genuinely believed it. Why would I deceive you? With great fortune by my side, what treasure could I not acquire? Yunlin confidently took hold of the Pangu essence blood, contemplating for a moment before generously dividing half of it for Luoho. To ensure a horse runs, it must be well fed. Previously, Luoho had indeed suffered considerable losses of primal power while attempting to make amends for Fushi's mistakes. Furthermore, giving Luoho a share was not a waste. Now, Luoho's strength was equivalent to the early quasi-saint stage. Once he fully refined a drop of Pangu's essence blood, his power would recover considerably. Though he could not reveal himself in Honghuang, having more strong allies at Qilin Cliff would only be beneficial. Chapter 34. I am the Green Willow Taoist afterward. Yunlin contemplated further and presented half a drop of Pangu's essence blood to the Northern Sea Xian turtle. Young master, what is the purpose of this? The Northern Sea Xian turtle exclaimed in surprise. Grandfather Xian, among all in Qilin Cliff, your foundation is the deepest. If you can obtain half a drop of Pangu's essence blood, you will undoubtedly be able to sever the evil corpse. The calamity of the Wu and Yao is intensifying. Now is not the time for pleasantries, Yunlin declared. Having more Pangu essence blood would not serve much purpose for him. It was far better to enhance the strength of the Northern Sea Xian turtle. Your words make sense, young master. Although we can escape from Honghuang, our roots are still here. Lin Kuang expressed no objections to Yunlin's generosity towards the Northern Sea Xian turtle. He genuinely sought the welfare of Qilin Cliff. I, the old servant, will not disappoint the young master's expectations, the Northern Sea Xian turtle solemnly vowed. Subsequently, Yunlin turned to Baihao, producing several items. Brother Baihao, these are some innate spirit treasures and resources I have prepared for you. Though you have already achieved the quasi-saint realm, safety remains paramount outside of Qilin Cliff, Yunlin explained. Baihao did not engage in pleasantries and knelt on one knee. Baihu clan will surely not let down the young master's trust. The rest of the Baihu clan echoed his sentiment, declaring, we will not disappoint the young master's trust. Baihao then led a portion of the elite Baihu clan members away from Qilin Cliff. With the acquisition of Xianhuang Qi, Yunlin once more entered a meditative state to comprehend the Tao. Upon integrating the Xianhuang Qi into his being, his internal world began to surge with vitality. Streams of spiritual light emanated from him. The nearby Dao Ti tree glimmered with points of light, and the entire spiritual fruit garden strived to absorb the spiritual light radiating from Yunlin. The young master may have gained further insights. To have come to Qilin Cliff is indeed a blessing for our Luan bird clan. We must not let the young master down, spoke Qingyu, the current leader of the Luan bird clan, with the others chiming in agreement. Xinhuang Qi, isn't that supposed to have vanished after the opening of the heavens? Where did he obtain it? Luoho pondered, now puzzled. Could it be that he found it again? Too strange, far too strange. 100,000 years later, Yunlin had only refined half of the Xinhuang Qi, yet he felt the call of Fu 11. At this moment, the northern sea Xian turtle was still in the process of refining Pangu's essence blood, requiring time to consolidate its strength to reach the mid-quasi-saint stage. After greeting Lin Kuang, Yunlin exited Qilin Cliff, this time without taking Little Pai. Fushi awaited him above the northern sea. If no one actively activated the formation, even a powerhouse like Fushi would be left staring blankly at the northern sea, unable to pinpoint the location of Qilin Cliff. Master Uncle, why not come in for a cup of tea? Yunlin inquired. No, little Yunlin, you seem to have gained something once more, Fushi replied, slightly startled. It was not regarding Yunlin's elevation in realm. Rather, a being of his caliber could perceive the essence of the Tao. Yunlin now exuded an inexplicable aura even Fushi could not decipher, and he was a quasi-saint of the second corpse. Master Uncle, you exaggerate? Yunlin replied politely. Fushi chose not to dwell on the matter. Little Yunlin, I have prepared everything as you instructed. He then expressed some concern. As you mentioned, those two from the west are quite cunning. Can we truly deceive them? Rest assured, Master Uncle. Following my plan, success is assured. Observing Yunlin's confidence, Fushi gradually relaxed. Soon, they arrived near Shouyang Mountain, where a modest courtyard awaited them. Yet, within that courtyard emanated an indescribable aura. Even a quasi-saint would feel their insignificance upon entering. Sacred might, Yunlin prepared to orchestrate a ruse, posing as a hidden saint of Honghuang to deceive the two from the west, though enhanced the authenticity of the act. He had Fushi summon the divine pressure of Nuwa. With a wave of his hand, Yunlin scattered an immense amount of merit throughout the courtyard, transforming into a young man clad in white. While Fushi donned the guise of a gray-robed servant, Yunlin concealed his aura with the Chaos Pearl and made further arrangements within the courtyard. Master Uncle, how do I look in my disguise? Yunlin asked with a smile. Little Yunlin, I cannot discern any of your true essence. The Tao is fundamentally simple, returning to its origin. Were I unaware of the truth, I would surely be deceived, Fushi chuckled. They did not have to wait long before voices echoed from outside the courtyard. Brother, is there truly a hidden saint here? Zhuan-Ti inquired. Whether or not that is the case, we shall see. While we have made significant gains in the east, we have yet to uncover an opportunity for sanctification, Jane replied. Having traveled nearby, they had heard rumors of a hidden saint residing in seclusion and decided to investigate. Soon, the two arrived before the courtyard. Brother. Zhuan-Ti felt the sacred might and overwhelming merit, and his expression shifted in shock. Jie-in was equally taken aback, quickly composing himself before speaking. May I inquire where the master resides? Creak. The door of the courtyard swung open, revealing an elderly servant before them. Why master mentioned that esteemed guests would arrive today. It must be the two of you, the servant smiled. Zhuan-Ti and Jie-in exchanged glances. Astonished, they scrutinized the scene again, confirming their observations. A dignified quasi-saint was merely a doorkeeper. Please, come in, Fushi welcomed them inside. As Jie-in and Zhuan-Ti entered, their hearts raced with trepidation. Upon seeing Yunlin, they instinctively sought to probe his essence. The young man before them bore no trace of cultivation, which only intensified their trepidation. You two have traveled far from the west. Please take a seat, Yunlin greeted with a smile. Once seated, the two from the west were astonished to discover that the table was a top-tier innate spirit treasure. And even the tea set was an innate spirit treasure, brewed from the leaves of the Dao tea tree. A true master, indeed, they marveled. Had it not been for the hidden saint, who would indulge in such extravagance? Instantly, they found themselves captivated by Yunlin, believing in his identity as a hidden saint. May I ask for your esteemed name? Jane humbly inquired. I am the Green Willow Taoist, Yunlin replied. Immediately, they understood that it was rumored that in the midst of Honghuang, a Yangmei Taoist had attained enlightenment before the Tao ancestor, but his whereabouts were unknown. Likely this was he, now, the inherently suspicious duo believed with 9-part certainty. Esteemed elder, our West is impoverished. My brother and I are both troubled by our inability to attain enlightenment. We beseech you to take pity on us, Jiayin implored, tears streaming down his face. Zhuan-Ti joined in, weeping as well. Yunlin was at a loss for words. He had heard tales of their shamelessness, but witnessing it firsthand was an entirely different experience. Two quasi-saints, crying on command, with no sense of dignity. Once, Luoho obliterated the western earth veins, causing untold suffering. The beings of Honghuang deemed you too shameless, yet I understand you merely sought to revitalize the West. Yunlin spoke softly. Jiayin and Zhuan-Ti were moved to tears. While the beings of Honghuang viewed them as shameless, they were not. The revival of the West held no prospect of success. This elder understood them. We implore you, please guide us, Jiayin humbly requested. Yunlin recognized that the two had taken the bait and prepared to act, intending to deceive them into returning with Qilin grass. Just as he was about to proceed, a figure suddenly appeared outside the courtyard. The old man from Kunlun seeks an audience with the hidden saint. Chapter 35. Is it over? Have we blown our cover? Both Yunlin and Fushi felt a sudden jolt in their hearts. This was the trap they had set for the two from the west, only to have the old man show up unexpectedly. If this went awry, what would they do? The next moment, several voices rang out. The Yao clan's Dijuan seeks an audience with the hidden saint. The Wu clan's Huda seeks an audience with the hidden saint. Yunlin. Fushi. Yunlin longed to ask Fushi how this had happened, yet Fushi himself was equally bewildered. He had simply spread the word. Who would have anticipated it would attract so many powerful beings? Why were so many individuals believing such minor rumors? Yunlin quickly exchanged a subtle glance with Fushi. Now was not the time to panic. Regardless of whether they could obtain the Qilin grass, if these top-tier beings realized they had been deceived, the consequences would be unimaginable. Jiayin was also flustered. They were on the verge of convincing the elder, yet now so many visitors had arrived. Those from the east do not hold us in high regard. Who are these people? All are fated to meet. Fubai, bring them in, Yunlin urged, striving to maintain his composure. Fushi slowly approached the door, adjusting his mindset. He must not falter. He absolutely must not. Old man, it is an honor to meet you, esteemed elder. After the old man and the others entered, they all bowed in greeting. They too sensed the genuine sacred might emanating from Yunlin. Yet this did not eliminate their skepticism regarding the young man's status as a hidden saint. Naturally, they had also been lured by the rumors disseminated by Fushi. Since Nuwa attained sanctification, the old man had been anxious, persistently seeking an opportunity for his own enlightenment. Upon hearing of the hidden saint at Shouyang Mountain, he hurried here. Dijuan fortuitously noticed the old man's movements and swiftly followed. Hutu, witnessing Dijuan's actions, decided to come and investigate. Thus, Yunlin's modest courtyard, initially intended for the two from the west, suddenly became bustling with activity. Fellow Taoists, this is the Green Willow Saint, whom my brothers and I came to visit first in matters of etiquette. We must honor the order of arrival. As soon as Jane announced sovereignty, he clarified, fellow Taoist Jane, you must understand one thing. This is the vast land of the east, not the west. Ijun chuckled, adorned in a resplendent golden robe and wearing a crown, exuding an imperial aura with every gesture. His demeanor was indeed domineering. Fellow Taoist Jane, what do east and west matter? We are all beings of the primordial chaos. Jane huffed in discontent, then turned to Yunlin, saying, Senior, such disrespectful individuals ought to be expelled. Yunlin waved his hand dismissively, enough of your quarrels. Senior, you go by the name of Green Willow. Could you be the Saint Yangmei? Dijun's demeanor became less amiable, his presence undeniably aggressive. Yet, his actions were precisely what the others were eager to witness. After all, Yangmei had not revealed himself in the primordial chaos for a considerable time. His sudden appearance hinted at something significant. They even began to speculate about the true identity of this Green Willow Taoist. Was he truly Yangmei? Was he indeed a saint? Fushi, standing beside Yunlin, felt anxious. They could not afford to mishandle this situation. Fortunately, at that moment, a flash of divine light appeared outside the courtyard, and a figure descended before them. The expressions of the powerful beings present varied greatly. Suddenly, a melodious voice rang out, Green Willow Taoist, your courtyard is quite lively today. Yunlin sighed in relief. He had felt a fleeting urge to flee. Thankfully, Nuwa had arrived. At this moment, even the previously aggressive Dijun dared not act out. Nuwa was a revered saint, and since she addressed him as Taoist, it indicated her genuine respect. Nuwa, in high spirits, seemed genuinely interested in visiting him. Yunlin smiled and invited everyone to take their seats. Fushi poured them all cups of enlightenment tea. Lady Nuwa, your arrival is fortuitous. I have been seeking the opportunity to attain sainthood, yet have found none, which troubles me greatly. Could the two of you assist me in resolving my doubts? Laozi expressed humbly. The others perked up, eager to listen. Nuwa, her face beaming with joy as she regarded Yunlin, replied, As for the matter of attaining sainthood, I have also struggled to comprehend it fully. Perhaps Taoist Green Willow has some insights to share. This was Nuwa's mischievous intent. She had been summoned by Fushi as a hidden ally. Upon her arrival, she was aware that these divine presences were her own, and she understood the situation quite well. She thought to herself, these two bold fellows dare concoct such a ruse. Most importantly, how could they engage in such a delightful affair without inviting her? Thus, Nuwa sought to challenge Yunlin. I do possess some knowledge on this matter, but if I reveal the secrets of heaven— Yunlin began to speak slowly. Laozi promptly produced a gourd, requesting, Senior, this gourd is a purple gold-red gourd I acquired atop Mount Bujo, a supreme innate spiritual treasure. Inside the gourd are 9 nine-turn golden pills I refined. I implore you, Senior, to offer me some guidance in light of my earnest quest for the Tao. The purple gold-red gourd, one of the gourd vines of innate spiritual roots, was once stolen by the Golden Horn and Silver Horn, who had captured Sun Wukong multiple times. This gourd was a splendid spiritual treasure, associated with the laws of causality. However, Laozi possessed many treasures, and this gourd had long been used to store golden pills. Very well, since you have asked so earnestly, I shall share some insights, Yunlin sighed. Thank you, Senior, Laozi exhaled in relief. Lady Nuwa, you based your attainment on the primordial purple energy, drawing forth immeasurable merits to achieve the Tao. This is evident to all, yet such merits are not easily acquired, Yunlin stated. The crowd furrowed their brows in contemplation. After Nuwa attained sainthood, numerous powerful beings had created new races, yet they paled in comparison to her achievements. Although figures like Mingi and Feng had garnered significant merits through the creation of the Azura race, it was insufficient for them to attain sainthood. Then, Senior, where can one obtain immeasurable merits? Laozi asked eagerly. Your 3 pure ones are transformations of the primordial spirit of Pangu, possessing great sources of fortune. When Pangu successfully opened the heavens, he drew a wave of primordial merits, a portion of which resides within you. If you can awaken these merits, you 3 pure ones shall attain the status of saints. Yunlin's declaration stunned the powerful beings present. Chapter 36, Your Tao. In the human race, particularly for Nuwa and Fushi, who were aware of Yunlin's identity, they wondered if what he said was true. It sounded convincingly real. How did this young Yunlin come to know such profound secrets? Laozi was increasingly excited. Senior, how can I awaken these immeasurable merits? Your Tao lies within the human race, Yunlin succinctly stated. Instantly, a spark of enlightenment ignited within Laozi's heart, and he bowed deeply to Yunlin. Senior, I believe I have grasped something significant. Thank you for your guidance. Yunlin felt a bit embarrassed. After all, this was his esteemed senior. If his master were to find out, he might be in for a reprimand. Dijun, Hutu, and the others regarded Yunlin with utmost respect, their doubts dispelled. Laozi no longer lingered on seeking clarity from Yunlin, for he had grasped that moment of enlightenment and realized he could soon attain sainthood. Senior, may I ask if I can achieve sainthood? Dijun interjected, then boldly produced 3 supreme innate spiritual treasures, leaving the 2 from the west astounded. However, in the next moment, those 3 supreme innate treasures were returned to Dijun. Inexpressible, inexpressible? Yunlin feigned profundity, shaking his head. Yet Dijun was undeterred, pressing on. Senior, I was disrespectful before. Please do not take it to heart. If you could offer me some pointers, I, Dijun, would be willing to comply with any request. However, Yunlin continued to smile silently. Fellow Taoist Dijun, even upon attaining sainthood, one is not omnipotent. Please do not press too hard, Nuwa advised, her brow furrowed. I apologize. I was being foolish. Dijun exhaled deeply, retracting his treasures to calm his mind. The 2 from the west watched this scene, their anxiety escalating. Soon, they realized the implications. The senior could refuse even 3 supreme innate treasures, indicating he was not swayed by material wealth. What he sought was their attitude. Jun deserved this. His previous disrespect had come back to haunt him. Senior, it is now our turn, Jane announced, reaching for his possessions. Zuni followed suit, retrieving spiritual treasures and roots. With each item they produced, they felt a twinge of pain in their hearts, as some were obtained in the East, while others were from the past. They even took out the God-empowering staff bestowed by Hongjun, while the West had yet to flourish. Aside from the 12th grade merit golden lotus used to stabilize fortune, the two had nearly emptied their coffers. They had always been stingy, yet this time, they were exceedingly generous. They needed to demonstrate the depth of their sincerity to the senior. Yunlin also spotted the Qilin grass he wished to reclaim among the items. I shall accept this Qilin grass, but the rest you may keep. Yunlin waved his hand, the Qilin grass now in his possession. Another item was an egg, with the dual energies of yin and yang continually swirling around it. Couldn't be anything but the golden-winged Great Pangu left behind by Yuan Feng. And oh wonder, the Great Pangu had entered the Buddhist order. It had been stolen long ago. Yunlin's actions elicited a wave of sentiments from the two from the West. Truly, a saint was deserving of their title. However, they dared not accept the remaining items. Senior, you must accept these treasures, Jane insisted firmly. Yunlin chuckled. Initially, he had intended to maintain an air of superiority, but he hadn't anticipated their eagerness to offer gifts. Reluctantly, he accepted. Who could ever have too many innate spiritual items? Do you know why you two can obtain the purple energy? Yunlin inquired. Jane and Zuni were confused. Their talents were not particularly remarkable among the beings of the primordial chaos. Jan was the first manifestation of the Eastern Gung metal energy, while Zuni was a transformation of the innate spiritual root of the bitter bamboo. Compared to the 3 pure ones, Nuwa, and others, their talents were distinctly inferior. Not only were they baffled, but so were the powerful beings present, including Jun. Despite his brilliance and great ambitions, why had he not received the purple energy? All of this stemmed from the destruction of the western veins. Though the culprit was the demon ancestor, the consequences fell upon Hongjun once the demon ancestor perished. To repay the karmic debt, Hongjun granted the West 2 strands of primordial purple energy, thereby bestowing them 2 saintly positions, as Yunlin explained. The assembly was taken aback by this hidden truth. Nuwa and Fushi were deeply shocked. They even began to doubt whether the figure before them was truly Yunlin. However, Fushi quickly connected the dots. The demon ancestor Rahu was located at Qilin Cliff, and it was likely that he had spoken of this matter. He had not disclosed this to Nuwa. Then, Senior, must we also require great merits to attain sainthood? How can we acquire such merits? Jane questioned further. This contains the methods for you to attain sainthood, but remember, you can only access it after the 3 pure ones achieve sainthood. Otherwise, it will be ineffective. Yunlin presented Jane with a piece of jade. Jane received it as if it were a treasure, solemnly storing it away, and he and Zunti were overjoyed. Senior, as for my witch clan. Huda began to speak. But Yunlin interjected, regarding the witch and demon clans, I dare not speak much, but you shall have an opportunity in the future. Upon witnessing this, Jun felt a sense of relief. If the witch clan were to gain further insights, it would certainly trouble the demon clan. Esteemed friends, since we have gathered here, how about we engage in a discussion on the Tao? Yunlin proposed suddenly. Fushi nearly smacked Yunlin's head in disbelief. This was a gathering of saints and quasi-saints. What place did a Deluo have in such discussions? Was he not afraid of exposing himself? Yunlin thought it simple. Having encountered so many powerful beings, it was an excellent opportunity to share a bit of knowledge and enrich his own world. Of course, he had the confidence to do so. He had forged a unique path in cultivating the inner world, and after being influenced by many quasi-saints, particularly Rahu, he believed he had unique insights into the Tao that could rival any quasi-saint, even approaching the level of a saint. Such noble intentions, Laozi exclaimed, his admiration for the green willow saint rising yet another level. They all understood. This wasn't merely a discussion on the Tao. It was evident that this senior aimed to enlighten them. Such an opportunity could not be missed. Then allow me to cast the first stone. Jun spoke first, eager to restore some of his earlier dignity. Jun was well versed in the imperial path and the path of fire, and he had dabbled in various other grand paths. Yes, the ruler of the heavenly court, he was no mere ornament. And now he was also a quasi-saint, one of the most formidable beings in the primordial chaos. His teachings were naturally captivating. Next, Laozi shared his insights on alchemy and the path of non-action. Having received the Tao Te Ching from Yunlin, Laozi had developed a deeper understanding of his own path. Following him, the two from the West presented their own teachings. Although they were not as remarkable as Laozi or Dijun, they still had commendable aspects. Jain studied the path of the golden body, which would one day manifest as the Buddhist golden body, comparable to the 8 or 9 profound arts. Zuni excelled in the path of space, and his future Buddhist kingdom would be his creation. Additionally, Zuni explored some lesser-known paths. As for Hutu, though the ancestor which lacked a soul, she spoke of the application of laws and the refinement of the physical body. Yunlin gained immense insights from their discussions. He then turned to Nuwa. Lady Nuwa, it is your turn. Chapter 37, Dijun. How did I miss this opportunity? Nuwa did not decline, smiling as she said, Then I shall not hold back. Laozi and the others regarded Nuwa's teachings with utmost importance. The discourse of a saint was unlike any other. Nuwa's teachings proved to be far superior, her understanding of the Tao remarkably profound. Rather than focus on a specific path, she drew closer to the essence of the Tao, elucidating its true principles. This left the attendees with substantial insights. Green Willow Taoist, it is your turn now. Nuwa smiled, looking at Yunlin. She was curious about the source of his confidence in proposing a discussion on the Tao. Naturally, she also prepared to assist him should he falter. When Yunlin began to share his understanding of the Tao, initially, the crowd felt that his insights lacked distinction. However, as he elaborated, they began to perceive the grandeur of his teachings. While Nuwa's discourse was more aligned with the essence of the Tao, Yunlin's was closely tied to the essence of the world. Moreover, Yunlin revisited the insights shared by others, weaving them into a deeper understanding centered around the world's Tao. Even Hutu, who typically struggled to absorb teachings, found herself captivated. To her, Yunlin's discourse was not merely about the Tao. It was a reflection on the operation of the world. Everything in existence, even the ancestor which without a soul, was intertwined with the world's cycles. Even Nuwa, a saint in her own right, gleaned many significant realizations from Yunlin's teachings. Time passed unnoticed, and when Yunlin concluded his discourse, the attendees gradually returned to their senses. Thank you, esteemed Green Willow. Laozi bowed deeply to Yunlin. Dijun's arrogance had vanished entirely. He began to regret his earlier impertinence, realizing it was wholly inappropriate. Hutu also expressed her gratitude to Yunlin. The two from the West found their cultivation advancing significantly following Yunlin's lecture, particularly Zuni, who felt a radiance manifesting behind him. Then declared, I am Zunti, and today I establish the 800 side paths, honoring the Green Willow Saint as the progenitor of the 800 side paths. The heavenly Tao responded, approved. A torrent of merits descended upon Zuni, and he was suddenly elated, wishing to bestow the entirety of this merit upon Yunlin, believing it was entirely his contribution. The two from the West understood the principle of giving and receiving. By granting Yunlin merits today, he would surely be rewarded in the future. Just as before, they had offered 10 innate spiritual items and obtained the chance for sainthood along with the opportunity to listen to a senior's teachings. They had profited immensely. I shall not accept this merit. Yunlin returned the merit to Zeng'ai. Was not that he was unwilling to receive it. Rather, he feared accepting it. He was akin to a black market operator engaging in guerrilla tactics. If he were discovered by Hongjun, the regular army, it would spell disaster for him. The earlier establishment of the 800 side paths by Zuni, naming him as the ancestor of the side paths, had nearly terrified Yunlin out of his wits. Thankfully, nothing untoward had occurred. Such merits were far too dangerous to accept. In the Purple Cloud Palace, Hongjun did indeed sense something amiss, but he was currently preoccupied with merging the Tao and had no time to attend to such matters. Even if Yang Mei were to return, he would remain untroubled. Once he successfully merged the Tao, regardless of Yang Mei's arrival in the primordial chaos, he would be able to manage him without issue. Thus, he did not regard this trivial matter with any concern. Seeing the merit returned, Zunti was visibly disappointed. Esteemed friends, my purpose in remaining in the primordial chaos is to guide you promising beings. Now that this matter is concluded, I must take my leave, Yunlin announced with a smile. Senior, the crowd exclaimed urgently. They were now fully convinced that the Green Willow Taoist was a reclusive saint, and they understood that his implied departure meant he would be leaving the primordial chaos. Such an opportunity would never arise again. Esteemed friends, may we meet again. In the next instant, Yunlin, Fushi, and the small courtyard vanished entirely. The previous events felt like a fleeting dream. Esteemed friends, I too shall take my leave. Nuwa floated away. Having had this opportunity is already a blessing for us. Why should we press further? Laozi also departed. The remaining attendees soon dispersed. After Huta left, she glanced at the flicker of spiritual light in her hand and hurried towards the Pangu hall. Green Willow Taoist, come forth. Nuwa teased it was Nuwa who had concealed the small courtyard earlier, her saintly status allowing her to go unnoticed by the powerful beings. Sister, do not tease young Yunlin. I was nearly frightened to death just now. Had you not arrived in time, it would have been disastrous. Fushi recounted, still shaken. Lady, please do not jest about me. This Green Willow Taoist should not be mentioned again. Yunlin chuckled, then produced some spiritual treasures to distribute among Fushi and Nuwa. I cannot accept these items. I merely assisted you in enacting a performance. Your earlier teachings have provided me with immense insights. It would be inappropriate to take your possessions. Nuwa smiled. Fushi also declined. I believe that if I can thoroughly digest what Yunlin has imparted, I shall be able to sever the attachment of my corpse. Very well. Nuwa led Yunlin toward Qilin Cliff in the heavenly court. Tai looked at Dijun, confused by his dejected expression. What has happened? In his recollection, the elder brother had always maintained a stoic demeanor, exuding an air of authority. What could have transpired today? Don't mention it. I have missed a significant opportunity, sighed Emperor Jun, who then recounted the events to Tai. It was my folly. Had I not been so discourteous, perhaps that esteemed elder would have offered guidance to our demon clan. Brother, it is difficult to say. The fact that the elder did not extend his counsel to the witch clan suggests a simple desire to refrain from participating in the calamity between witches and demons. Tai consoled. Perhaps that is the case, Emperor Jun replied. Second brother, I shall now recount the teachings imparted by that elder. He began to share the wisdom with Tai soon. A tremendous surge of energy erupted from the sun star, indicating that Tai had unexpectedly ascended to the late quasi-saint level, achieving this primarily through the path of strength. Emperor Jun was elated. Tai's innate talent surpassed his own by a considerable margin. Had he not practiced the path of strength, he might have already ascended to the late quasi-saint or even the pinnacle of quasi-saint. Tai quickly reigned in his burgeoning aura. Brother, the teachings of that elder are indeed extraordinary. I regret not having accompanied you earlier. Tai expressed his deep sense of loss. Had I been present to hear the elder's discourse in person, the benefits would have multiplied manifold. Alas, we cannot force such matters. Fortunately, the witch clan fared even worse. Huta gained nothing. As Emperor Jun thought of Hutu, he felt a sense of relief in comparison. However, unbeknownst to him, Hutu had already summoned the remaining 12 ancestral witches to gather at the Pangu temple. In her grasp, she still held a glimmer of spiritual light, which had mysteriously appeared in her hand upon her departure. Hutu was certain that this was indeed a gift from the esteemed elder of the Green Willow. Chapter 38, Yunlin, I am still but a child. The Pangu temple, said to be a relic of Pangu, was the birthplace of the 12 ancestral witches, housing the statue of Pangu and serving as a sacred ground for the witch clan. Little sister, have you summoned us for a particular reason? Emperor Jiang inquired, with the other ancestral witches wearing expressions of curiosity. My ancestral witches are not entirely complete. Even if they walk the path of laws, they merely achieve the sanctity of the physical body. Thus, we cannot compare to the Eastern Emperor Tai, Hutu stated. No wonder we cannot triumph over that scruffy bird. It turns out it is as such. Jumong scratched his head in realization. The ancestral witches, infused with the malevolent energy of the earth, preferred to engage in fierce combat. If one were to measure the intellect of the 12 ancestral witches, Hutu would possess a staggering 9 points, leaving the remaining point to the 11 ancestral witches to share. Alas, I possess a mind, yet I choose not to use it. If the matter can be resolved through force, they will never resort to other means. Who said that, little sister? Emperor Jiang questioned. An elder informed me. Each of you must provide me with a drop of your essence blood, Hutu replied. Oh. In response to Hutu's words, all the ancestral witches unconditionally believed her. With the collected essence blood from the ancestral witches, Hutu departed, and the glimmer of spiritual light in her hand faded away. Above the northern sea, little Yunlin, we shall leave you here. I must hasten back to my seclusion, Fushi stated. Yunlin did not insist further, opening the portal of Qilin Cliff and slipping inside. Fushi and Inhua then left directly. Brother, is there something you and little Yunlin are concealing from me? Inhua asked, a tinge of intuition suggesting something was amiss. The relationship between Fushi and Yunlin appeared exceedingly close. Naturally, Inhua held great affection for Yunlin, though it was limited to a sense of guardianship over a junior. If matters of life and death arose, Inhua might not intervene, as she would weigh her options carefully. Yet, Fushi harbored no reservations regarding Yunlin. In truth, it is nothing significant, little sister. If I were to reincarnate in the future, I wish to join Yunlin's tutelage. Remember this, Fushi chuckled. Inhua was left utterly perplexed. Currently, reincarnation was a vague concept in the primordial realm, and as a sage, she understood that to reincarnate, one must first perish. Brother, I shall ensure your safety, Inhua replied gravely. Fushi affectionately ruffled Inhua's hair. Indeed, little sister has now achieved sainthood. She can protect her elder brother. The will of heaven is inscrutable, and Fushi knew he could not escape. Yunlin was the variable, the one with the potential to challenge the heavenly order. No, little Qilin, you have merely returned from an outing, yet you seem transformed. Upon sensing Yunlin's aura, Luo Ho hurried over. Has this little Qilin encountered another fortuitous event? The power of the world within him seems even more profound. How strange! In Luo Ho's understanding, the path Yunlin walked was far more arduous than that of the laws. Yet this little Qilin had grown at an astonishing pace. It seemed he was on the verge of a breakthrough. I merely went out for a bit and picked up a few things, Yunlin replied nonchalantly. This excursion had indeed been thrilling, but the rewards were substantial. However, his greatest gain was not the Qilin grass or the spiritual artifacts, nor the teachings from numerous mighty beings, but rather the 800 peripheral paths established by the Yuanshi. The Great Tao consists of 3,000 paths. While peripheral paths may not rival the Great Tao, they are nonetheless expressions of the world's essence, integral to its formation. Currently, the Great Tao within Yunlin was not fully formed, yet the peripheral paths were already taking shape. He only needed to lie down and sleep for a while, and upon awakening, he would reach the pinnacle of Deluo. Upon hearing Yunlin's words, Luo Ho cast a deep glance at him. The fortunes surrounding this little Qilin were likely no mere coincidence. If I were to follow him, could I also aspire to sainthood? If I were to follow him, could I have the chance to eliminate Hongjun? Such thoughts surged forth like a tide, uncontrollable. He was currently within Qilin Cliff, and even he was uncertain of his identity. Was he a consultant with the status of a prisoner? Ultimately, Luo Ho refrained from overthinking. The road to Yunlin's enlightenment could only be assessed once he reached the quasi-saint level. When he attained that status, he would decide accordingly. Yunlin paid no heed to Luo Ho's musings and joyously made his way to his spiritual fruit orchard, calling for Lin Kuang. Elder, I have brought back the Qilin grass. Excellent, excellent. The elder's eyes brimmed with tears of joy. With the Qilin grass and your guidance, the Qilin clan has no need to worry about prosperity. Yunlin planted the Qilin grass beside the Tao Enlightenment tea tree. The leaves of the Qilin grass were slender and elongated, shimmering with a ghostly glow, and the ethereal image of a Qilin continually flickered upon it. This was a top-grade innate spiritual root, yet its significance to the Qilin clan was extraordinary. The moment the Qilin grass was planted, the Qilins atop Qilin Cliff sensed something and felt an overwhelming surge of spirit. Many vigorous young Qilins dove into their little nests. Hearing the commotion from Qilin Cliff, Yunlin was left speechless. These fellows lacked any restraint. Ha ha ha! Our Qilin clan members remain as exuberant as ever. Young master, you are no longer a child. Lin Kuang suddenly chuckled, only for Yunlin to abruptly cut him off. That I am still a child, Lin Kuang. Subsequently, Yunlin dismissed Lin Kuang. With no thoughts of women, he wielded his sword naturally. He then took out the egg radiating with the dual energies of yin and yang. Young master, what is this? Qingyu approached, astonished by the sight of the egg. This should be one of the descendants of the Yuan Feng, stolen previously and fortuitously fell into my possession, Yunlin confessed openly. The Qing Wan clan was a subordinate of the Feng clan, so it was only natural that they recognized the aura of the egg. Qingyu, please return this egg to the Feng clan. Yunlin instructed. It is of no use to keep an egg. It is better to exchange it for a favor. If the rock ends up in the West, it would truly be a tragedy. Squandering its talents and being nurtured into a wastrel by the Buddhist sect, as a descendant of the three tyrants of the Dragon Han, Yunlin thought it best to lend a hand. However, Just as Yunlin finished speaking, the egg suddenly stuck to him stubbornly. Hey, what are you doing? Yunlin was taken aback, unable to pry it off no matter how he tried. Moreover, the dual energies of yin and yang began to seep into his body, or rather, be absorbed by the world he harbored within. The world operates in harmony with the duality of yin and yang. This egg must have been drawn to Yunlin. Young master, it seems it does not wish to leave your side. Qingyu chuckled. Perhaps, young master, you should consider keeping it. What of the Feng clan? Yunlin inquired casually. Young master, I must admit a degree of selfishness. The Feng clan currently faces both internal strife and external threats. It would be better to keep it here at Qilin Cliff. Its talents are not lacking. With some nurturing, it can guard a territory, Qingyu suggested. Chapter 39. 5 saints in a day? Yunlin profits immensely? Yunlin contemplated and ultimately chose to keep the egg. Regardless of whether he could separate it from himself, having it alongside him seemed beneficial. The infusion of yin and yang energy into his inner world would accelerate its operation and enhance his foundation. Yunlin once again lay down on the Tao Enlightenment stone to rest. The North Sea's mysterious tortoise remained in seclusion, and Yunlin was uncertain when it would awaken. Meanwhile, the egg lay quietly in Yunlin's embrace, pulsating with the energies of yin and yang. Yunlin slept for another 1,000,000 years. Outside the primordial realm, the fires of war continued to spread, even reaching the remote North Sea. Upon waking, Yunlin found his cultivation had ascended to the pinnacle of Deluo. Just a step away from becoming a quasi-saint. In fact, if he wished, he could break through to the quasi-saint realm immediately. However, he refrained from rushing this process, sensing that his path was still not fully formed and lacked stability. Such matters should not be hurried. Haste breeds confusion, leading to disorder. Bang! At the moment Yunlin awakened, a massive whirlpool appeared on the surface of the sea beside Qilin Island, startling all beings on Qilin Cliff. This commotion indicated that Grandpa Xian was about to sever his second corpse. Yunlin felt quite pleased. The egg had settled atop his head, as if it had chosen Yunlin's head as its nest. Shortly thereafter, the immense form of the North Sea's mysterious tortoise emerged from the sea. Sever. The voice resounded powerfully. 36 luminous points appeared around the North Sea tortoise, and among them, 12 sea calming pearls transformed into a cloaked elder. This was none other than the evil corpse of the North Sea tortoise. The depth and talent of my friend Xian Gue truly surpasses my own, Lin Kuang expressed with admiration and genuine happiness for the North Sea tortoise. Were it not for the half-drop of Panga's essence blood bestowed by the young master, I fear I would not have broken through so swiftly. The North Sea tortoise assumed human form. At this moment, a system prompt chimed in. I have comprehended the path of the golden elixir and wish to impart it to the human race. Please make a choice, host. Choice 1. Seize the opportunity to impart the teachings to the human race before the elder, rewarding a wisp of primordial purple energy. Choice 2. Find an opportunity to share the teachings with the elder, rewarding a fragment of the ancestor dragon soul. Choice 3. Do not go anywhere, rewarding a wisp of the essence of all things. Point 3. Since the last time he had deceived those mighty beings, Yunlin had no intention of venturing out during the calamity between witches and demons. The dangers only increased as time passed. Quasi-saints were abundant, and Deluo were as common as dogs. What purpose would it serve to go out? Yunlin received a wisp of the essence of all things, which he immediately refined within himself. The wisp of Xian Huang energy within Yunlin sensed the essence of all things and surged forth, intertwining with it to expedite its refinement. Upon arriving at Shouyang Mountain, the elder began to lecture. The elder's teachings spanned 3,000 years, focusing on the path of the golden elixir. The human race listened intently. Previously, the human race was weak, struggling to survive in the primordial realm. Merely a small clan, a significant reason for this was the absence of cultivation techniques. At that time, the human race relied solely on 3 dignified golden immortals. The Sui Ren clan, who discovered fire, the Yu Chao clan, who built houses, and the Zi clan, who created clothing. Now that the elder was imparting wisdom to the human race, it would greatly bolster their strength. I, Taiji Laozi, hereby establish the teachings of humanity. The merit within the elder was drawn forth, allowing him to transcend to sainthood immediately. Extraordinary phenomena erupted throughout the primordial realm. Subsequently, the elder accepted disciples at Xuandu. Soon, Yuanshi atop Kunlun felt a stirring in his heart. Yunlin received another system prompt. Yuanshi wishes to establish the Chan teachings and achieve sainthood. Please make a choice, host. Choice 1. Preempt Yuanshi and establish the Chan teachings, rewarding the innate supreme treasure. Panga banner. Choice 2. Delay Yuanshi's time of establishing the teachings, rewarding a top-grade innate spiritual root, the Xinqing tree. Choice 3. Sit back and watch the spectacle, rewarding a fragment of the water demon god's essence. Yunlin chose to sit back and watch the spectacle. He pondered whether having a saint emerge would trigger a choice. If so, the day's harvest would undoubtedly be bountiful. Yuanshi established the Chan teachings, achieving sainthood after the elder. The Yuqing lineage rejoiced. Tongtian sought to establish the Jie teachings, prompting the host to make a choice. Choice 1. Prevent Tongtian from establishing the teachings and achieving sainthood, rewarding 3 drops of Pangu's essence blood. Choice 2. Observe Tongtian establish the teachings and then assert the dignity of the master brother of the Jie teachings, rewarding a fragment of the ancestor dragon soul. Choice 3. Do not interfere, rewarding a portion of the wood demon god's essence. Yunlin received the portion of the wood demon god's essence. Tongtian established the Jie teachings, suppressing its fortunes with the Excalibur of the Immortal slaying. In the west, hurry, hurry. The esteemed elder of the Green Willow said that after the 3 purities achieve sainthood, they will open immediately, before the heavenly secrets could descend. Jie and Yuanshi eagerly activated the items left by Yunlin. What Yunlin had suggested was essentially to have the 2 betray the Shuangguan and establish the Western teachings. If their merits were insufficient, they could make grand aspirations and borrow from the heavenly Tao. The 2 in the West acted promptly. The 2 sought to attain sainthood, prompting the host to make a choice. Choice 1. Immediately reveal that you are the Green Willow Sage, rewarding 3 drops of primordial purple energy. Choice 2. Join the Western teachings and become a Western Buddha, rewarding a fragment of the creation demon god's essence. Choice 3. Remain uninvolved, rewarding the innate supreme treasure, the Sun and Moon Cave Void Compass. Before long, Yunlin found himself in possession of a compass. The compass shimmered with a faint, precious light, and Yunlin felt as though he could glimpse the rhythmic pulse of the source of the great Tao upon its surface. The moment he held the compass, he sensed it was the most suitable spiritual treasure for him. Yunlin possessed numerous spiritual treasures, including swords and spears, yet he rarely employed them. Whether it was swords or the Qilin spear used by the original Qilin, Yunlin felt they did not suit him. Engaging in violence felt undignified. Holding the compass, with a single command, a killing formation would be established. How cool was that? Afterward, Yunlin refined the portions of the water and wood demon god's essences. It was a tremendous harvest, however. Just then, as Yunlin was happily counting his gains, he suddenly froze. A tremendous commotion erupted from the western side. We in the West hereby establish the Western teachings, honoring the Green Willow Sage as our 3rd ancestral founder, on par with our 2 positions, sharing in the fortunes of the West. Now that Jie and Yuanshi had become heavenly saints, the declaration immediately garnered recognition from the laws of heaven and earth. Suddenly, a Buddhist seal inexplicably appeared on Yunlin. Yunlin, what madness are these 2 up to, moreover? What does the matter concerning the Green Willow have to do with me, brother? You are indeed clever. Our Western clan is weak. Even if we establish the Western teachings, we cannot contend with the East. Let alone against the Taoist sect. We cannot even compete with the 3 purities, who have 3 saints. Now that we have implicated the Green Willow Sage, we will have 3 saints to suppress our fortunes. Isn't that splendid? Jie laughed, unable to contain his glee. Yuanshi chimed in. Exactly, however, if the esteemed elder were to discover our misuse of his name. Jie hesitated. Fear not. He has already departed from the primordial realm. We do not know if he will return. Having attained sainthood, Jie had grown increasingly arrogant, losing the fear he once held for the Green Willow Sage. At Shouyang Mountain, the elder raised his head, a shadow clouding his expression. Truly, these 2 are shameless scoundrels. Eti Fushi's abode. He had just taken a sip of water when he sensed the stirrings from the west and promptly spat it out. Chapter 40. Bombarding the demon clan Wa could hardly contain her laughter beside him. Little sister, with the West establishing the 3rd ancestral founder in the name of the Green Willow Sage, it shouldn't adversely affect little Yunlin, right? Fushi could not help but inquire. Who can say? After all, it is a cause and effect established by Yunlin himself, recognized by the laws of heaven and earth. Even if little Yunlin escapes from the primordial realm, using the Chaos Pearl to conceal the heavenly secrets, he will still be acknowledged by the rules. Thus, he cannot evade it, Inhua explained. You and little Yunlin should keep your identities well concealed. If those two in the West were to learn that the so-called Green Willow Sage is merely a junior, they would do anything. Fushi realized the gravity of the situation in the present day. The two individuals from the West believe that the Green Willow Taoist has departed from the primordial chaos, which emboldens them to designate him as the third progenitor. According to the established rules, Yunlin possesses the capability to shake the dominion of the two in the Western Church, potentially even fracturing its fortune. Particularly since Yunlin is by no means a saint. Such a threat would not be overlooked by the two from the West. Although the young Yunlin is clever, it is still prudent to find an opportunity to issue a warning in the heavenly court. Witnessing the emergence of numerous saints, Emperor Jun sat atop his lofty position, feeling quite discontented. However, he did not linger in melancholy for long, for he had a premonition that as long as he could ascend to the position of the sovereign of the primordial chaos, he would be able to gather fortune and attain sainthood. Bays, how proficient are the demon generals in operating the great array of the celestial stars? Emperor Jun inquired. Your Majesty, the demon generals have become adept in the operation of the great array of the celestial stars, Bays responded. Recently, Emperor Jun had prepared a trump card, which he had comprehended from the river diagram in Luo book, the great array of the celestial stars. This array requires 365 demon clan members at the Deluo Golden Immortal level to master the 365 array flags, while he himself would oversee the array's core. Its power, harnessing the might of the stars, could rival that of saints. From this day forth, gather all available forces. I shall annihilate the witch clan, Emperor Jun declared as he rose. Understood. The multitude of demon clan members immediately complied. They understood Emperor Jun's intent to expand the demon race and assimilate more factions. At this moment, Kunlun revealed a chilling smile. He intended to leverage the power of the heavenly court to unify the Northern Sea, while simultaneously teaching the young Yunlin a lesson. As for eliminating Yunlin, Kunlun had contemplated it, yet deemed it impractical. To become a saint is to be unconcerned with the affairs of the primordial chaos, but safeguarding a disciple is still feasible. He dared to kill Yunlin, yet Tongtian would not hesitate to eliminate him, and Emperor Jun would not come to his defense. Your Majesty, although the Northern Sea is desolate, it is not devoid of numerous factions and formidable beings. If we can conquer the Northern Sea, it will undoubtedly bolster the demon race, Kunlun remarked. Agreed? Emperor Jun waved his hand. At Qilin cliff, Yunlin concealed the Buddha seal. If he could not contend with the saints, this mark must remain hidden. Centuries passed, and the primordial jade wine, brewed by Yunlin, was finally ready, now even more potent. He prepared to send some to Tongtian, as well as Fushi and Yuhua. Young Master, the Cloud Sea Falling God cannons you requested have been successfully crafted, with 10 completed, Lin Kuang reported. A million years had passed, and under Bai Hao's leadership, the White Tiger clan had not paused in their efforts. They diligently followed Yunlin's instructions to gather various rare materials. Despite their tireless work, they could only manage to find the materials needed to create 7 Cloud Sea Falling God cannons, indicating the rarity of these resources. Upon hearing this, Yunlin felt a surge of excitement. He had long anticipated the completion of the Cloud Sea Falling God cannons. Subsequently, he ascended to Qilin Cliff, where the 10 Cloud Sea Falling God cannons were arranged in a formation. They were quite large, appearing no different from ordinary cannons. Their entire bodies were black, adorned with swirling blue energy. Even from a distance, the power contained within made even the Deluo Golden Immortals feel a shiver of trepidation. Young Master, due to material constraints, we have only managed to produce 42 shells for the Cloud Sea Falling God cannons, Lin Kuang said, his tone tinged with embarrassment, feeling as though he had let Yunlin down. After all, he had been responsible for overseeing their fabrication. Do not fret. It is not the fault of the Grand Elder. With these Cloud Sea Falling God cannons, the combat capability of Qilin Cliff has ascended to a new level. If we could construct 100 such cannons, I would dare to fire upon the saints, Yunlin said, excitement radiating from him as he stroked the Cloud Sea Falling God cannons. He could hardly contain the urge to test their might. However, considering the immense power of the cannons and the high cost of the shells, he ultimately abandoned this idea. After all, once they became spiritual artifacts, he would know their condition without needing to fire them. Young Master, the Northern Sea Dragon King Ao Xian has come with the leaders of numerous factions from the Northern Sea, the Northern Sea Tortoise reported. What is the matter? Yunlin inquired. he seldom involved himself in worldly affairs, primarily leaving such matters to the Northern Sea Tortoise and the Grand Elder. Luo Ho had also taken it upon himself to assist, occasionally even lecturing the beings of Qilin Cliff to resolve their dilemmas. The beings of Qilin Cliff held Luo Ho in high regard, affectionately referring to him as Mr. Mo, under the impression that he was a guest invited by Yunlin. However, had they known that Luo Ho was the demon ancestor, they would likely have been taken aback, not necessarily out of fear, but rather sheer astonishment. Could the bloodthirsty demon ancestor truly be so amiable? Young master, it seems the demon race is preparing to launch a large-scale war against the witch clan, which has kept them busy with the assimilation of factions in the Northern Sea. Kunlun, leading the Northern Underworld Palace, is also coercing and enticing the factions of the Northern Sea to submit. Currently, only some factions of the Northern Sea Dragon clan have united in resistance. Moreover, Kunlun has intentions of taking action against us at Qilin Cliff, the Northern Sea Tortoise stated. I shall meet with them, Yunlin declared. He understood that it was likely Emperor Jun was aware that his master had become a saint and could no longer interfere in the affairs of the primordial chaos, which is why he had allowed Kunlun such leeway. However, it mattered little. While Qilin Cliff may not be extraordinarily powerful, dealing with the Northern Underworld Palace would be akin to playing with children. Although Qilin Cliff could evade the primordial chaos, its roots lay within it and the Northern Sea. If Kunlun were to seize control, it would become inconvenient for the beings of Qilin Cliff to venture out. Yunlin may be indifferent, but he could not tolerate being trampled upon as long as Kunlun was thoroughly intimidated. The Heavenly Court would not allocate excessive forces to this barren Northern Sea. We have come to pay our respects to the young master of the Qilin clan. Aoshin and the others greeted Yunlin with ABOW.AT present. Qilin Cliff stood utterly aloof over the Northern Sea. Although Qilin Cliff did not involve itself in the conflicts of the Northern Sea, it was still revered by the beings of the Northern Sea as the foremost power. Thus, everyone held Yunlin in high esteem, especially since the current predicament could only be resolved by Qilin Cliff. Yunlin acknowledged them with a nod. Young master, the demon race has dispatched 1,000,000 demon soldiers and sent the demon god Ingzhao to reinforce the Northern Sea. Coupled with the forces of the Northern Underworld Palace, we in the Northern Sea can only unite to repel the demon race. Our Northern Sea Dragon Palace has an ancestor who is a quasi-saint, and with the assistance of the Northern Sea Tortoise Senior, we are not without the means to fight. Aoshin asserted. No need. Yunlin waved his hand. Aoshin and the others turned pale, believing Yunlin had refused their assistance. The demon race is gathering its forces, intent on making a move against Qilin Cliff. The host must make a choice. Option 1. Yield and agree to the demon race's summons, rewarded with a mid-grade innate spiritual treasure, the Verdant Rui. Option 2. Retreat Qilin Cliff from the Northern Sea to avoid the flames of war, rewarded with 3 Chaos Essence Stones. Option 3. Fire upon the demon race, rewarded with 10 Chaos Spirit Fish. Chapter 41. Kunlun. Who among you can match me? Yunlin chose option 3. Just as the Northern Sea Dragon King was about to continue urging Yunlin to take action, Lin Kuang rushed over. Anxious. Young master, a large number of demon soldiers have appeared over the Northern Sea. I know. Yunlin replied with a smile to the Northern Sea Dragon King and the others. Qilin Cliff will take action. The Northern Sea Dragon King and his companions were taken aback, but the willingness of Qilin Cliff to intervene was undoubtedly a fortuitous development. At this moment, on the surface of the Northern Sea, the demon soldiers, led by the demon master Kunlun and the demon god Ingzhao, advanced with great momentum. Ingzhao had now attained the status of a quasi-saint, while Kunlun had cut off 2 of his corpses. Becoming a mid-stage quasi-saint, he commanded over 100 Deluo golden immortals. After all, Kunlun had been operating in the Northern Sea for so long, and he had amassed a formidable force. Demon Master, His Majesty has commanded that you have full authority over this operation. His Majesty has stated that if Qilin Cliff obstructs the Heavenly Court, then we shall take action against Qilin Cliff. If Qilin Cliff chooses to remain hidden, then we shall not disturb them, Ingzhao declared. Yunlin, with Tongtian as his backing, knew that the Heavenly Court would not dare to act recklessly. This was a given. Kunlun agreed, but he harbored thoughts that even if Qilin Cliff chose to withdraw from the world, once he gained control over the Northern Sea, he would ensure that Qilin Cliff would not fare well. For instance, he could sever Qilin Cliff's ley lines, cutting off their spiritual energy and obstructing the passage of beings from Qilin Cliff. He was determined to make that little Qilin plead with him in desperation. Otherwise, his ambitions would remain unfulfilled. Demon Master, our Northern Sea has never participated in the conflict between the witches and demons. Why must we be relentlessly pressured? Ao Xian stepped forward. Upon learning that Yunlin would take action, Ao Xian and the others had exited Qilin Cliff. Beside Ao Xian stood an elderly man in a brocade robe, with dragon horns adorning his head and an imposing aura, likely the quasi-saint ancestor of the dragon clan. With Ao Xian at the forefront, the leaders of various factions in the Northern Sea gathered, accompanied by numerous beings from the Northern Sea. Though there were many beings in the Northern Sea, most lacked considerable strength, with few Deluo and even fewer quasi-saints, rendering them significantly weaker compared to the demon race. As the calamity descended upon the primordial chaos, all beings were swept away. Ao Xian, if your Northern Sea Dragon clan joins the Heavenly Court today, once the Heavenly Court unifies the primordial chaos, what worries will the Dragon clan have? Kunlun coldly stated. At that moment, a figure appeared before the Northern Sea Coalition. My young master has stated that the Northern Sea wishes to avoid being embroiled in the calamity, and I kindly ask all fellow Taoists to depart. Lin Kuang announced his presence. Kunlun and Ying Zhao were momentarily taken aback. The information they had suggested that only one quasi-saint existed at Qilin Cliff, yet now Lin Kuang had also ascended to quasi-saint status. However, Kunlun's surprise was fleeting. With the fortune of the Heavenly Court backing him and having severed two corpses, he felt confident that he could defeat the tortoise should they cross paths, avenging his prior humiliation. Lin Kuang, the Qilin clan is merely an outsider. The Heavenly Court does not wish to become adversarial with Qilin Cliff. Step aside. Ying Zhao asserted, gripping a spear of spiritual treasure, the power of a quasi-saint surging forth. The demon soldiers behind him received the command and surged forward towards Qilin Cliff. We shall not be able to stop their advance. I will fire the first shot, Yunlin declared with a smile, placing one hand on a Cloud Sea Falling God cannon. The Cloud Sea Falling God cannon possessed a targeting function, and Yunlin aimed it at the front lines of the demon race's charging troops. Whoosh! A pale blue shell, imbued with formidable might, shot forth from Qilin Cliff in the face of the demon race's assault. The forces of the Northern Sea were also prepared to confront them. However, the next moment, boom! A sudden explosion reverberated, causing the Northern Sea to tremble. The leading demon troops were obliterated, their remains scattered, staining the Northern Sea red. What is happening? Kunlun and Ying Zhao exchanged alarmed glances. The previous demon soldiers had included Deluo Golden Immortals at the forefront. Yet now, those at the Deluo Golden Immortal level had been annihilated. Could it be that a powerful being had intervened? Ao Xian and the others were equally stunned. Haha, this is the might of Qilin Cliff. Will you demons retreat? Lin Kuang laughed heartily. Ying Zhao hesitated. Initially, conquering the Northern Sea had seemed a sure victory, but now, with Qilin Cliff's interference, matters appeared increasingly complicated. The previous shot from Qilin Cliff had obliterated at least 10,000 demon soldiers, including several demon generals of Deluo Golden Immortal caliber. If his forces were to suffer losses in the Northern Sea, he would have a difficult time justifying it upon his return. Demon God Ying Zhao, do not be intimidated by these minor tactics from Qilin Cliff. I, Kunlun, am the strongest over the Northern Sea. Kunlun bellowed in anger, launching an assault. Roar! A massive dragon and a formidable Qilin manifested over the Northern Sea, each unleashing their power against Kunlun. Kunlun, facing two quasi-saints, did not dare to be careless. He transformed into an enormous rock, wielding spiritual treasures as he charged towards the dragon and Qilin. Fire upon Kunlun. Yunlin commanded from Qilin Cliff. The 10 Cloud Sea Falling God cannons were aimed at Kunlun, and at Yunlin's command, they all fired simultaneously. In the Northern Sea, the battle between the three colossal beasts was fierce. Nevertheless, Kunlun was ultimately far more powerful. Even when the true dragon and fire Qilin combined their efforts, they found themselves at a disadvantage, being forced to retreat step by step. The moment the Cloud Sea Falling God cannons were fired, Kunlun felt a sense of foreboding. However, it was too late. The shells of the Cloud Sea Falling God cannons were specially crafted, imbued with the power of spatial laws. With 10 shells fired in unison, they formed a cannon formation capable of traversing time and space, arriving in an instant. Let us go, Lin Kuang shouted, retreating alongside Ao Zhen. Boom. The shells struck Kunlun directly. No. A faint sound of Kunlun's anguished scream could be discerned. This impact was far more powerful than the previous shot. Both the demon race and the Northern Sea were left in a state of shock. Once the chaos subsided, there was no trace of Kunlun. Only remnants remained, and even the surface of the sea was obliterated. This, Ing Zhao was drenched in cold sweat. Had that shell struck him, he would have met his end. The heavenly court shall not step upon the northern sea. From this day forth, the northern underworld palace shall no longer exist. Yunlin's voice resonated throughout the northern sea.in Qilin cliff. Another 10 shells were fired, all landing upon the northern underworld palace. Kunlun's domain was completely annihilated. Young master, we have no intention of opposing Qilin cliff. We take our leave. Ing Zhao led the demon soldiers in retreat. The myriad beings from the northern underworld palace quickly followed Ing Zhao's lead, fleeing without hesitation. Who would wait here to meet their demise? After bidding farewell to Lin Kuang, they too retreated into Qilin cliff, leaving the beings of the northern sea in a state of emotional turmoil. While it was exhilarating, the cost was substantial. 21 shells had consumed half of their stock. Yunlin hoped that Bai Hao would gather more resources in the primordial chaos. Yunlin patted one of the cloud sea falling god cannons. Young master, has Kunlun perished? Lin Kuang returned to inquire. The 10 shells had struck Kunlun directly, yet Lin Kuang felt the explosion had been too thorough. Although there were remnants, there were no traces of his true spirit remaining. It seemed he had escaped with half his life intact. Yunlin chuckled. Chapter 42. Chaos Spirit Fish. The 10 cloud sea falling god cannons were capable of annihilating quasi-saints, but that was only applicable to those at the initial stage of quasi-sainthood. Kunlun, being at the mid-stage quasi-saint level and possessing unparalleled speed in the primordial chaos, was not so easily dispatched. However, even if he had not perished, his essence had been severely wounded, and he might even regress in cultivation. Yunlin was certain that as long as Qilin Cliff remained intact, Kunlun would not dare return to the northern sea. Subsequently, he released the Chaos Spirit Fish rewarded by the system. The Chaos Spirit Fish appeared diminutive and aesthetically pleasing, gliding gracefully through the water. However, its utility was extraordinary. The Chaos Spirit Fish was formed from a strand of chaotic essence, and while it bore the shape of a fish, it was not entirely accurate to classify it as a living being. The sole function of the Chaos Spirit Fish was to purify chaotic breath into chaotic spiritual energy. With 10 Chaos Spirit Fish residing within Qilin Cliff, even if the ley lines were severed, they need not fear a depletion of spiritual energy. As long as they connected to the chaos and enabled the Chaos Spirit Fish to circulate the spiritual energy, they would be fine. Luo Ho was stirred by the presence of the Chaos Spirit Fish, and upon seeing Yunlin, he inquired, "Did you acquire these again?" "Indeed," Yunlin replied, "I in the heavenly court." Ing Zhao returned with his troops, his expression frantic, causing Emperor Jun to raise an eyebrow in surprise. The conquest of the northern sea had seemed an assured victory. Had something gone awry? "Your Majesty, that Qilin Cliff." Ing Zhao recounted the events. Even the demon master perished on the spot. At that moment, Kunlun also arrived at the heavenly court, but in a dire state. A significant portion of his body was in a state of void, and his essence was extremely unstable, to the point where he nearly regressed to the initial stage of quasi-saint. Upon seeing Kunlun, Ing Zhao looked as though he had seen a ghost. "Demon master, you are not dead?" "I am not dead. I narrowly escaped a calamity," Kunlun wailed, tears streaming down his face. "Your Majesty, I have suffered greatly. I have shed blood and sweat for the heavenly court. Yet now that little Yunlin has heavily wounded me and destroyed my northern underworld palace, I beseech your Majesty to seek justice for me." "Demon Master, this matter will not be let go lightly by the demon race. However, as the demon race prepares to attack the witch clan, it is not wise to stir unnecessary trouble." Emperor Jun began to mediate. Qilin Cliff possesses such profound background. The northern sea is barren. Even if we were to conquer it, it would not provide significant benefits to the demon race. Furthermore, there is the might of Tongtian to consider. Moreover, Yunlin has been quite astute, ensuring that the heavenly court has not suffered significant losses, thus preserving the face of the demon race. After weighing the pros and cons, Emperor Jun decided to let the matter rest. It was a case of more loss than gain. Kunlun's face fell, becoming ashen. Time and again, when Emperor Jun initially invited him to join the heavenly court, he had been sincerely earnest. Now that the heavenly court was strong and its ranks filled with quasi-saints, he began to be neglected. Though Kunlun held the title of a celestial master in the heavenly court and was regarded as a figure of high authority, he felt more like an outsider. Dijun has always been secretly wary of him. Does he truly think he cannot see through this? Although Yunlin has lost face for the heavenly court this time, does Qilin truly have no shame? Demon Master, within the treasury of the heavenly court, there lies a 9-turn golden pill, along with some 3 light divine water. I shall send someone to deliver them to you. For now, please reside in the Demon Master's estate in the heavenly court. As for the affairs of the North Sea, I shall address them after I have quelled the Wu clan, Jun reassured him. Thank you for your grace, your majesty. Qilin could only stifle a breath of resentment in his heart. After the ministers withdrew, his elder brother remarked that Qilin clearly does not submit. Qilin is a creature born with rebelliousness, narrow-minded and short-sighted, unworthy of great tasks. Had it not been for our heavenly court's lack of personnel back then, he would never have been appointed to this position, Jun replied indifferently. He has always looked down upon Qilin, especially since their assistance in subduing Hong Yun did not grant him the coveted Hongming purple qi. Thus, he has held Qilin in disdain. Jun chose not to dwell on this further and began preparing for the assault on the Wu clan. At this moment, Qilin hatred for Jun surpassed even that for Yunlin. Gazing towards the Lingxiao Palace, he felt his eyes blaze with fury. You wish to unify the wilderness? Dream on. Another 10,000 years passed, and the North Sea was tranquil. Many beings, upon realizing that the North Sea had not been invaded, sought refuge there. Daoxian and others aimed to establish a North Sea alliance, with Qilin at its helm, but Yunlin showed little interest. Over the span of a millennium, Qilin had not once appeared above the North Sea. The demon race began their offensive against the Wu clan, employing the great array of the heavenly stars, while the Wu clan countered with the 12 capital heavenly gods array. The 2 top-tier formations of the wilderness clashed, prompting the host to make a choice. Choice 1. Go to observe the battle and study the operation of the 2 formations, with a reward of abundant array source. Choice 2. Join one side, with a reward of partial array source. Choice 3. Remain at Qilin, with a reward of partial array source. Yunlin chose the third option. The great array of the heavenly stars and the 12 capital heavenly gods array are the pinnacle formations of the wilderness. One gathering the power of the heavenly stars, the other harnessing the true essence of Pangu. Both formations possessed the might to resist saints. While Yunlin desired to observe, he did not wish to engage in perilous endeavors. Among the 3,000 great paths, formation path is one in which he excels, and refining the array source would greatly benefit him. Soon, the demon race would begin forging the Slaughter Wu sword. As a creature personally bestowed by Enhua, the Qilin clan ought to lend a hand to the human race. Yunlin contemplated. Assisting the human race in repelling the demon race seemed rather impractical. At most, he could send a message to the Wu clan. The war between the Wu and demon races dragged on for another 5,000 years, with neither side able to gain the upper hand. Jun's dream of unifying the wilderness was once again shelved, which greatly angered him. Before long, word arrived that by refining the souls of the human race into weapons, they could breach the physical bodies of the Wu clan. Jun's heart trembled at this revelation. What makes the Wu clan formidable? One is their application of laws, and the other is their seemingly indomitable physical form. Should the physical form of the Wu clan be breached, their advantage would be halved. All of my demon race shall slaughter the human race. Your Majesty, the human race was created by Enhua, and the Taiching saint has also preached to the human race. Bai Zhe cautioned. Then let us first test the waters. Jun waved his hand dismissively. Few know of this matter, so it should not have leaked from within our demon race, Bai Zhe added. Currently, the Wu clan is exceptionally vigilant in protecting the human race, leaving no opportunity for the demon race to exploit. It is impossible to forge the Slaughter Wu sword in such a short time. Moreover, the sword's effectiveness relies on surprise. Now that the Wu clan is on guard, its efficacy is greatly diminished. Jun harbored suspicions towards Qilin, yet after his arrival in the heavenly court, Qilin had remained compliant, so it seemed unlikely at Qilin. Yunlin was peacefully asleep when the egg in his embrace suddenly began to tremble violently. The surging energies of yin and yang began to permeate the entirety of Qilin. Yunlin awoke. Young master, this little one is about to hatch, Qing Yu informed him. Yunlin was well aware of this. Soon, cracks appeared on the egg's surface, and amidst a radiant glow, a small bird emerged before Yunlin. The bird was entirely golden, adorned with mysterious patterns, and the energies of yin and yang swirled around it. Flap, flap. The golden bird incessantly flapped its wings, landing in Yunlin's embrace without a second thought, displaying an endearing familiarity. This little creature, upon its birth, was already at the Deluo level, blooming with 9 petals. Its potential surpassed even the most formidable beings of the wilderness, such as the 3 pure ones. The North Sea's mysterious tortoise looked on in astonishment. If it lacked such talent, it would be a waste of this opportunity. Luo chuckled. While others might not recognize Yunlin's uniqueness, he was well aware. This little bird was indeed fortunate, bound to the world power of the little Qilin with its yin and yang energies. As long as the little Qilin succeeded in forging a path, its journey to sanctity would surely be smooth. You are the son of the Yuan Feng and my peer. From now on, you shall call me elder brother, understood? Yunlin teased the little golden bird. Elder brother? Elder brother? The little golden bird immediately chirped in a clear voice, eliciting laughter from those around. Mr. Mo, I have already sent a message to the teacher. Let us go retrieve that item, Yunlin declared. Tongtian has already become a saint. The time has come. Luo, whose body trembled slightly. He had long coveted the remains of the wind demon Geode, Iti Penglai Mountain, Duobao. I have received a message from your senior brother. We must visit Qilin Cliff. You have been taking care of and it must be exhausting, Tongtian instructed. Upon hearing this, Duobao immediately responded, Teacher, take me along. With my junior sisters present there will be no issues. Once we reach Qilin Cliff, we can indulge in the spiritual wines and fruits to our heart's content and even bring back a bounty. However, Tongtian shook his head and chuckled. Your senior brother mentioned that this is a matter of great importance. It is not merely a visit. I shall return shortly. With that, Tongtian vanished without a trace. Duobao's face fell in disappointment. What a pity. I must visit Qilin Cliff myself someday for a grand feast. Tongtian arrived swiftly, and Yunlin had already awaited him above the North Sea. Liner, can what you say be true? A single skeleton of a demon god is enough to stir the heart of a saint. It is indeed true, teacher. We shall first venture into the chaos beyond, Yunlin replied. Very well. Without further ado, Tongtian took Yunlin and swiftly departed the wilderness. Beyond the wilderness lay the endless chaos. Without the cultivation of a Deluo golden immortal, one would undoubtedly perish upon entering the chaos. Even a Deluo golden immortal could fall victim to a powerful alien beast or a chaotic storm. The chaos is fraught with danger. Hence, even quasi-saint level beings would not venture outside the wilderness unless necessary. Soon, Luo appeared. Tongtian instantly recognized him. Devil ancestor. Now that I know Luo is at Qilin Cliff, surrounded by Yunlin, only a few from Qilin Cliff and Fuxi are aware of this. Even Enwa remains ignorant. Liner, the devil ancestor embodies heavenly demons and excels in manipulating hearts. This presents a grave threat. Allow me to help you eliminate him. As soon as Tongtian finished speaking, boundless saintly might enveloped him, pressing down upon Luo. The 4 swords of extermination also follow you. It does not tarnish their reputation, Luo reminisced. With your abilities, relying on Pangu's legacy, you could have walked a far better path, yet you were thwarted by Hongjun, he continued, lamenting the plight of the wilderness beings. Do not utter nonsensical words, Tongtian retorted coldly. You heavenly saints will inevitably be influenced by the heavenly path, gradually losing your autonomy, becoming even more pitiable. Luo mockingly replied, but as Tongtian prepared to take action against him, Yunlin intervened. Teacher, let us set aside this matter for now. The devil ancestor has already been refined into the chaos pearl. Even if he harbors thoughts, he cannot impede me. We must first retrieve the remains of the demon god. Tongtian ceased his contention with Luo. The remains of the demon god took precedence, and they would deal with Luo afterward. Under Luo's guidance, they swiftly distanced themselves from the wilderness. As Tongtian felt himself drifting further from the wilderness, his powers began to wane. It is just ahead. That is where the alien beasts dwell, and the remains are among them. After retrieving the remains, we must leave quickly, Luo instructed. In the chaos ahead, the atmosphere thickened with chaotic energy. Alien beasts swarmed around a sphere, each possessing at least Posta Luo strength. They appeared in bizarre forms, some bearing lion heads and python bodies, while others were grotesque amalgamations of multiple creatures. The strongest among them rivaled the peak of quasi-saint level beings. Each of these creatures possessed immense wind elemental power, likely birthed from the remains. Their eyes glowed crimson. Devoid of any sanity, I will go. Liner, stay safe, Tongtian declared, forming a hand seal to summon the extermination sword array. In the next moment, The array transformed into a meat grinder, obliterating the powerful alien beasts in a grand display of might. Below the saint level, all are but ants. This is no exaggeration. The might of a saint is truly terrifying, Yunlin marveled. Moreover, the saints who attained their status through the merits of their deeds were the weakest. One could only imagine the strength of those who attained it through the laws. It is said that Yang Mei and Hong Jun achieved sainthood nearly simultaneously, with Yang Mei decisively defeating Hong Jun. This was likely no mere rumor. Fool, do not dawdle. Take the items and flee, Luo Hu bellowed, his anger palpable as he watched Tongtian leisurely stroll. At that moment, Tongtian's expression shifted. Roar, a roar resonated as if it sought to pierce through the chaos, followed by an overwhelming pressure that nearly suffocated Yunlin. Tongtian's countenance changed drastically as he hastily gathered the items within the lair, retracting the extermination swords while urging Yunlin to escape quickly. In Chapter 44, Yunlin breaks into quasi-saint. After the echoing roar, Tongtian dared not linger, propelling himself and Yunlin rapidly toward the wilderness. Only after the pressure dissipated did they both breathe a sigh of relief. Such a fearsome beast exists in the chaos, Tongtian exclaimed, glancing back with the earlier pressure. He was certain that had he engaged that beast, he would have undoubtedly met his defeat. The chaos is boundless. Do not presume that becoming a saint in the wilderness renders one invincible, Luo Hu added solemnly. That beast, is it the remnant of a certain demon god? Yunlin inquired. Indeed, among the 3,000 demon gods, there are varying strengths. Pangu is the strongest, and that beast earlier is likely a remnant of a high-ranking demon god, Luo Hu explained. Hurry and take out the remains of the wind demon god. If we bring them into the wilderness, Hongjun will surely notice. At that moment, Tongtian's pride had diminished. Having achieved the status of a saint in the wilderness and wielding the extermination sword array, he believed that as long as his teacher remained, no one in the wilderness could rival him. However, having witnessed that fearsome beast, he was reminded of the adage, there are always greater mountains beyond the mountains. All right. Tongtian waved his hand, producing a colossal object within the chaos. The remains appeared greenish, surrounded by wind elemental power, its head resembling a bird and its body human, adorned with large wings. However, the skull bore a deep cleft, as though cleaved by some sharp weapon, with faint traces of power and law still resonating from the fissure. Even as mere remains, they sent a shiver down Tongtian's spine. In its prime, the wind demon god would undoubtedly have been capable of overwhelming him. What was the strength of the wind demon god? Tongtian inquired. The saintly realm consists of 12 heavens, and the wind demon god was at the 7th level of sainthood. Among the 3,000 demon gods, they were born as saints, with Pangu at the pinnacle of the 12th level, a half-step into the great Tao. Luo Hu paused before continuing. Though we were born as saints in the chaos, it is exceedingly difficult for us to advance further. Alongside myself, there are others like Yang Mei and Hong Jun, remnants of the demon gods, who fell into the wilderness and sought to reclaim the path to sainthood in hopes of attaining the great Tao. Such revelations left Tongtian astounded. Did the Father God truly strike down the 3,000 demon gods with a single blow? Indeed, the wound upon the wind demon god's head was left by Pangu's axe. With one strike, all 3,000 demon gods were defeated. The wind demon god was fortunate to have not been the first to fall. Nonetheless, he suffered complete annihilation, leaving only his shell behind. Many demon gods left no remnants at all. After Luo Hu explained, he placed a hand upon the remains of the wind demon god. A swirl of ghostly green energy enveloped his hand. The reason you have been unable to perfect your path is that the wilderness cannot accommodate your journey. The demon god's body harbors the laws of chaos. Once you refine it into your being, you shall step into the quasi-saint realm. The power of the chaotic laws flowed into Yunlin's hands. Linner, let me verify. Do not be deceived, Tongtian cautioned. Luo Hu seemed unconcerned. Tongtian inspected the energy and, finding no issues, passed it to Yunlin. As Yunlin integrated the chaotic laws into his body, a radiant orb began to expand outward from him. Tongtian and Luo Hu retreated, watching as the orb grew until it resembled a small world before finally halting. What is happening? Tongtian inquired. Astonished, he had not anticipated such developments even after becoming a saint. Your disciple is extraordinary. He has transformed himself into a world. Should he succeed in achieving sainthood through this path, he will rival Pangu in the future, Luo Hu remarked casually. transforming into a world. How does this differ from the Father God creating the heavens? Tongtian pressed for clarity. Strictly speaking, there is little difference. There are myriad paths, yet they all converge at the same destination. Pangu's creation was an end, while the little Qilin's creation is but a beginning. The ultimate goal remains the formation of a grand chaotic world, Luo who elucidated. Tongtian found himself at a loss. Struggling to comprehend, he only grasped that this was something remarkable. Even he, as a saint, found himself ensnared within the light emanating from Yunlin, unwittingly entering a state of enlightenment. Luo who, too, gazed at the luminous sphere, entranced, before finally settling into a meditative posture, eye in the chaos. Time became indeterminate. Years, decades, centuries. Finally, after 3 million years, Tongtian abruptly awakened. He realized his strength had significantly increased. If he were previously at the first level of sainthood, he had now ascended to the second level, in the realm of saints. Each level represented a different world. Without Yunlin, it would have taken him countless eons to achieve such a breakthrough. Most importantly, through the evolution of the world manifested by Yunlin, he gained insight into many secrets. For instance, the position of a heavenly saint is merely a trap. Luo who approached Tongtian. In comparison to the little Qilin, the so-called cutting of 3 corpses is but a trivial path to enlightenment. Tongtian found himself at a loss for words. The act of severing the 3 corpses is akin to discarding refuse. Thus, the path of merit and enlightenment he seeks is indeed the refuse among refuse. Shortly thereafter, the luminous sphere began to retract, and as the radiance dissipated, a majestic Qilin appeared before Tongtian and Luohu. Congratulations, fellow Taoist, on forging a new path, Luohu approached with a smile. Yunlin transformed into human form, his face alight with joy. Upon attaining the quasi-saint realm, he could now be regarded as a formidable being within the vast expanse of the primordial cosmos. My child, in time, your achievements will surely surpass those of your master. Tongtian sighed, a sense of pride washing over him. This time, I have gained much. You may keep the remains of the wind demon god. Master. The remains of the demon god are a rare treasure, and even for a saint like you, possessing such a relic would greatly enhance your path. No need for further words. After observing your world's evolution, I have gleaned many insights. Before entering the primordial realm, I shall sever my memories. When the time is ripe, you may assist me once more. Tongtian sighed, now convinced of Luohu's prior statements. A saint of merit loses their freedom, becoming subject to the whims of the heavenly Tao master. After the war of the witches and demons, Yunlin began to speak, but Tongtian interrupted him. We are already ensnared in this web. No matter how we strive to save ourselves, we cannot escape the net woven by the heavenly Tao. Yunlin had intended to reveal the secrets of the function to prepare Tongtian, but upon hearing his words, he chose to remain silent. You are rather resolute, Luohu chuckled. Indeed, my greatest fortune in this life has been to take you as my disciple. With a prodigy like you, how could I, as your teacher, bring shame upon you? Tongtian laughed heartily. Luohu let out a muffled grunt. To claim he felt no envy would be disingenuous. Had he possessed such a Qilin to assist him back then, he might not have met such a fate. A notification chimed in Yunlin's ear. The Earth Mother wishes to establish the realm of reincarnation. Please make your choice. Option 1. Assist the Earth Mother. Reward. Essence of reincarnation. Option 2. Observe the Earth Mother's transformation into reincarnation. Reward. Authority over the reincarnation plate. Option 3. Let nature take its course. Reward. Essence of the sword demon god. Chapter 45. Hongjun appears in the primordial realm. The Earth Mother traversed the lands, witnessing the weeping and suffering of countless beings. Her heart ached with compassion, and ultimately, prompted by the heavenly Tao, she transformed into reincarnation. The 6 paths of reincarnation emerged, and all beings in the primordial realm felt its impact. Subsequently, a multitude of merits descended, elevating the Earth Mother to the status of a saint. However, she became merely a saint imprisoned within the realm of the dead. Upon hearing this news, the ancestral witches were filled with sorrow, while the demon clan rejoiced. The myriad forms of existence continued. Yet, none knew that the Earth Mother, following Yunlin's instructions, had brought the blood essence of the other 11 ancestral witches into reincarnation. The primordial realm consists of the 3 paths, heaven, earth, and humanity. The heavenly Tao emerged first. Originally selfless, it developed desires and conspired with Hongjun to ensnare all beings of the primordial realm, harvesting them through calamities. Furthermore, it castrated the subsequent paths of Earth and humanity. The 11 drops of ancestral witch blood carried by the Earth Mother were the variables. Only with variables is there hope. Yunlin chose option 3, obtaining a fragment of the sword demon goddess essence. Earth Mother, you are truly noble. Tongtian felt this too and sighed, in truth, I possess a method that may allow you to escape the control of the heavenly Tao in the future, Luohu suddenly stated. What method is that? Tongtian inquired. You must sever a strand of your saintly soul and cast it into reincarnation, allowing the little Qilin to protect your path. If that strand of saintly soul achieves something, it may merge with your true self, thus potentially breaking the shackles of the heavenly Tao. Luohu explained. Without hesitation, Tongtian drew forth the Qingping sword and severed a strand of his saintly soul. In the next moment, Tongtian's demeanor grew weary. Saints are inherently flawless. Now that Tongtian has severed his saintly soul, it is akin to self-destructing his foundation. Why, child? I entrust this to you. Tongtian concluded. Yunlin acknowledged him. In the calamity of the witches and demons, his master protected him. Now, in the calamity of the Fengshen, it was his turn to safeguard his master. Subsequently, Yunlin accepted the remains of the wind demon god. After Tongtian brought them into the primordial realm, he severed his memories. Tongtian gazed at Yunlin beside him, bewildered. Although he was unaware of what had transpired earlier, he understood that he had severed his own memories, for even the heavenly Tao could not wield such power. Tongtian asked no questions and turned to leave, returning to the Penglai Immortal Mountain. Yunlin, on the other hand, returned to the Qilin Cliff. Elder brother, the little golden Pong, sensing Yunlin's presence, immediately burrowed into his embrace. Had he not been pinned at the Qilin Cliff, he would have surely followed Yunlin. Young master, you have. The black sea tortoise immediately sensed Yunlin's transformation. I have stepped into the quasi-saint realm, Yunlin replied with a smile. Excellent, truly wonderful, Lin Kuang rejoiced. The black sea tortoise and others were equally thrilled. Elder, summon all beings of the Qilin Cliff back. Seal the Qilin Cliff after a millennium, Yunlin commanded. Understood. Lin Kuang did not inquire further. For him, it sufficed to strictly execute the young master's orders. In the blink of an eye, a millennium passed, and by Hao and others returned. The calamity of the witches and demons had reached its conclusion. There was no need to wade through murky waters any longer, Mr. Mo. Do you not want the remains of the demon god? Yunlin sat upon the stone of enlightenment, fishing. Luohu sat beside him. I no longer desire them. Your success in ascending to the quasi-saint realm signifies that my judgment was correct. If possible, I would appreciate being fused into the Qilin Cliff. Yunlin was taken aback, his fishing rod trembling in his hand. Have you thought this through? Yunlin was well aware of Luohu's intentions. Although Luohu was still alive, he was merely clinging to existence, and no matter how hard he tried, he held no hope of achieving sainthood. His path had been severed after that battle. Thus, Luohu sought to rely on another means to acquire formidable strength. Merging with the Qilin Cliff was his first choice. Under Yunlin's forging, the Qilin Cliff had become exponentially more powerful compared to before. No one could predict how far the Qilin Cliff would advance in the future. As the spirit of the Qilin Cliff, Luohu might one day possess the strength of a saint. Have you considered this carefully? After all, you would not let me leave, would you? Luohu chuckled. I also possess a secret method. As long as the remains of the wind demon god are refined into the Qilin Cliff, it will undoubtedly transform into the mightiest weapon of the primordial realm. Would you care to try? So all this time, you have been laying a trap here, Yunlin chided playfully. Then let us give it a try. Thank you, young master. Luohu changed his form of address. Yuanshi secretly released 10 golden crows. Please make your choice. Option 1. Rescue the 10 golden crows. Reward. A strand of Hongming purple qi. Option 2. Shoot down the 10 golden crows. Reward. Pangu's blood X1. Option 3. Remain indifferent. Reward. The innate supreme treasure. The Hongming sword. Yunlin chose option 3. Previously, he had pondered who had released the 10 golden crows. For the safety of his children, Di Jun had continuously sealed the 10 golden crows within the eastern sea's Tang Valley. Guarded by a great formation, not just anyone could unlock it. Turned out that Yuanshi was behind it. This was anticipated. As the more chaotic the east became, the more beneficial it was for the West's development. After the 10 Golden Crows emerged from Tang Valley, they headed towards the Witch Clan's territories. Though the 10 Golden Crows were the princes of the Demon Clan, they were exceptionally gifted, yet they had been well protected by Jun since childhood and were unaware of the dangers of the primordial realm. They sought to kill the Witch Clan to earn merits. In the end, they were discovered by the Great Witch Quafu, who attempted to slay the 10 Golden Crows. However, the speed of the 10 Golden Crows was too swift, and Quafu was killed midway. Ultimately, it was Quafu's friend, the archer Yi, who shot down 9 of the 10 Golden Crows. Jun was furious and exterminated Ai, leading to the war between the witches and demons. The Witch Clan, having lost the Earth Mother, could only barely form a great formation with one great witch, yet they were still able to contend with the Demon Clan. The two sides engaged in a brutal battle for thousands of years, causing immense suffering to the beings of the primordial realm. Just as the two clans were embroiled in conflict, a figure in white robes appeared in the skies above the primordial realm. "Cease your hostilities." There were no exaggerated fluctuations of laws or dispersing power. Merely a single phrase caused both the 12 heavenly gods of the Witch Clan and the zodiac array of the Demon Clan to unravel. Halting the conflict, Tao Ancestor, the Witch Clan has slain my 9 sons. I shall surely avenge this. Jun's eyes turned bloodshot. Go be frank, his heavenly court had been ill-prepared for this battle, and it had drained much of its fortune. Yet, the vengeance for his sons drove him to disregard everything. Begone, Jiang roared, launching an attack at Hongjun. The death of Quafu and Yi had filled him with fury. Hongjun merely glanced at Jiang, and Jiang was sent flying, crashing to the ground and spitting blood. This sobered Jun considerably. Presently, Jiang stood at the pinnacle of the quasi-saint realm. Is this Hongjun? Yunlin gazed towards the Qilin cliff. This was his first encounter with the legendary Tao Ancestor, the hidden hand behind the primordial realm. He appeared ethereal and dignified, exuding an aura of wisdom. At first glance, he seemed like an ordinary old man, but upon closer inspection, one would feel an overwhelming resonance of laws emanating from him. It is him. Luahu's eyes glinted with hatred upon seeing Hongjun. When enemies meet, their eyes burn with intensity. Chapter 46. The Six-Eared Macaque, revised version. However, Yunlin and Luahu merely observed from the Qilin cliff. The fact that Hongjun could make an appearance indicated that he had successfully merged with the Tao and could now wield a portion of his power. The witches and demons ceased their hostilities for millennia. Hongjun left behind a single sentence and then vanished into the primordial realm. The witches and demons dared not disregard Hongjun's command. Over the course of another millennium, the Qilin cliff remained tranquil, until one day, Lin Kuang approached Yunlin. "Young master, a monkey has been kneeling outside our Qilin cliff, claiming he wishes to see you." "A monkey?" Yunlin queried, surprised. "It is the six-eared macaque. I have heard he offended the Tao Ancestor. The Tao Ancestor decreed that the law not be passed to the 6 ears. Thus the beings of the primordial realm detest him, and the great beings remain vigilant against him. Perhaps we should drive him away," Lin Kuang suggested. Yunlin was indeed aware of the name six-eared macaque. Alongside Sun Wukong, he belonged to the 4 mischievous monkeys. However, the six-eared macaque fared worse than Sun Wukong. When Hongjun delivered his teachings, he stated that anyone with fate could attend the Zhixiao Palace to listen. However, having fate essentially meant beings above the Deluo level. Beings below Deluo could not traverse the chaos to reach the Zhixiao Palace. The six-eared macaque, lacking the strength, attempted to eavesdrop with his unique ability, but Hongjun, in his stinginess, not only injured the 6 ears but also pronounced that the law would not be passed to him. Ultimately, the six-eared macaque met his end at the hands of Sun Wukong. "Let us not drive him away just yet," Yunlin chuckled. "The 4 mischievous monkeys do not belong to the 5 celestials, heaven, earth, humanity, deity, ghost, nor do they belong to the 5 insects, mollusks, scales, fur, feathers, insects. Their lineage can be traced back to one of the 3,000 demon gods, the mischievous demon ape." Another 1,000 years passed. "Young master, that monkey has not left?" Lin Kuang reported again. "Let him wait a bit longer." After another 3,000 years, the six-eared macaque still had not departed. At that moment, on a small island, or rather a rocky outcrop outside the Qilin cliff, the six-eared macaque was kneeling, facing the direction of the Qilin cliff. He had been kneeling for 4,000 years. Dust had settled upon him, enveloping him like a stone monkey. Despite the wind and sun's harshness, he did not move a muscle. "What a foolish monkey, kneeling for 4,000 years," remarked a being from the North Sea. "He seems quite sincere. It remains to be seen whether he can sway the Qilin cliff. I think it is rather unlikely, such a waste of time." Meanwhile, the six-eared macaque remained utterly motionless. When Hongjun delivered his teachings at the Zixiao Palace, the six-eared macaque sought to eavesdrop, his determination to pursue the Tao unwavering. However, he could not comprehend why he was not deemed a fated person by the Tao ancestor. Following that incident, he was injured by Hongjun, and even his eavesdropping ability, which allowed him to hear heaven and earth, was greatly diminished. The most difficult pill for him to swallow was the decree that the law would not be passed to the six ears. Over the years, the six-eared macaque traveled to many places, seeking teachings, yet he found nothing and no one was willing to instruct him. Disheartened, he wandered to the North Sea upon hearing of the great practitioners at the Qilin cliff, hoping to give it one last try. What if it still does not work? The six-eared macaque was once again struck with despair, even contemplating ending his own life. However, at that moment, a massive portal opened above the North Sea. A brilliant light burst forth. Even the emanating spiritual energy invigorated the six-eared macaque, allowing him to feel his essence gradually restoring. 6 ears. "Our young master is willing to see you." With a flick of Lin Kuang's hand, the six-eared macaque was brought to his side. The six-eared macaque was instantly filled with excitement, yet he did not harbor overly high hopes. He comported himself well, revealing no signs of desperation, which caused Lin Kuang to regard him with a newfound respect for his composure. Upon entering the Qilin cliff, the six-eared macaque was taken aback. He had sought to be a disciple and restore his essence, visiting many sacred mountains and blessed lands, even the sanctuaries of saints. But he felt none could compare to the Qilin cliff. Lin Kuang led the six-eared macaque to Qilin Island. "Young master, the six-eared macaque has arrived." The six-eared macaque gazed at the youth before him, a look of trepidation on his face. Though the Qilin cliff was not particularly renowned, and the Qilin young master seldom appeared in the primordial realm, he was aware of certain matters due to his talent. The eldest disciple of the Jiejiao, possessing exceptional aptitude, residing in the Qilin cliff, with numerous quasi-saints under his command. The Qilin cliff has the means to restore your essence, Yunlin spoke with a smile. The six-eared macaque was momentarily stunned before kneeling to the ground. "I beseech the Qilin young master for assistance. You are merely at the Tai-E golden immortal realm. Beings of your caliber are ubiquitous at the Qilin cliff. Your once proud abilities have now been halved. Why should the Qilin cliff assist you?" Yunlin retorted. The six-eared macaque stood frozen in place, a bitter expression on his face. Indeed, he had lost everything. What merit did he possess for the Qilin cliff to consider him? Just as he prepared to give up and leave, Yunlin spoke again. "I admire your determination to pursue the Tao. From today, you shall remain at the Qilin cliff." At Yunlin's words, the six-eared macaque felt a surge of blood rush to his head. "Thank you, young master. Thank you, young master. Elder, take him to Mr. Mo's academy," Yunlin commanded. Luahu frequently shared teachings and answered questions at the Qilin cliff. Thus, Yunlin established the Qilin Cliff Academy, even sending the Golden Wing Doping there for Luahu to instruct. When the six-eared macaque arrived at the academy, he was filled with nerves. He had traversed many places, and the disdain, contempt, and ridicule he faced had left a lasting impression on him. The Qilin cliff is not as you imagine. Do not bear too much psychological burden. Being accepted by the young master is a blessing. Lin Kuang seemed to read the thoughts of the six-eared macaque. His face flushed slightly, though his monkey fur concealed any signs of embarrassment. "Mr. Mo, this is the six-eared macaque. The young master has sent him to the academy," Lin Kuang announced. Luahu casually nodded. The arrival of the six-eared macaque piqued everyone's curiosity. The six-eared macaque, I know him. He seems quite audacious, having attempted to eavesdrop on the Tao ancestors' teachings. 1 remarked. The six-eared macaque immediately tensed up, bracing himself for scorn. However, wow, how impressive! He actually dared to eavesdrop on the Tao ancestors' teachings. Indeed, how remarkable! That monkey appears unassuming, yet possesses such skill and audacity. The six-eared macaque was astonished to see the beings at the Qilin cliff regarding him with admiration. The six-eared macaque was left dumbfounded. "Silence," Luahu commanded. Instantly, everyone fell silent. Mr. was amiable yet stern. While joking with him was permissible, causing trouble in the classroom would lead to punishment. The golden-winged Dapeng was akin to a little tyrant at the Qilin cliff and often faced reprimands. You may choose any seat and sit down. Chapter 47. The Pure World White Lotus, the possibility of reviving the chaotic green lotus, revised version. The six-eared macaque obediently took his seat. And then Luo Hu began his lecture. After Pangu opened the heavens, all things emerged. The heavenly Tao rotates, and all things reproduce. This is the cycle of rules. We, the beings of the primordial realm, should revere heaven and earth, yet we must not submit to them. Self-reliance and perseverance are the principles we ought to uphold. The six-eared macaque's expression revealed astonishment at these words. He traversed the primordial wilderness, where, apart from the witch clan, he heard the reverence for the heavenly way echoed everywhere, emphasizing its inviolability. Yet here, Lu Er pondered, perhaps Qilin Cliff truly was different. After 5 centuries of teachings from Luo Ho, Lu Er made substantial gains, mending much of his primordial power. Once Luo Ho concluded his discourse, everyone gathered around Lu Er. This is a spirit fruit bestowed upon me by the young master, the Lu Er monkey. I offer it to you. Could you recount the events of your eavesdropping? Step aside. I possess a 5th-turn golden pill. Can you share the secrets of the primordial wilderness with me, Lu Er Taoist? The scene descended into a chaotic uproar. Lu Er, the monkey, found himself at a loss. He had never encountered such a scenario. Hey, do not act recklessly. How about we have this monkey recount the teachings he overheard, so everyone can listen? A golden-clad youth suggested. Lu Er began to narrate. Upon hearing about Lu Er's eavesdropping and the ensuing injuries, the crowd was filled with righteous indignation, deeming the Tao ancestor rather petty. Lu Er revealed some intriguing secrets. The audience found them quite captivating. The golden-winged Great Pangu was particularly enthralled. Having remained within Qilin Cliff since his birth, he had never ventured outside. Now, he listened intently to Lu Er's tales of the outside world, Mount Buzhou, Kunlun, the Eastern Sea. The Great Pangu felt an immense sense of joy. Monkey, from now on at Qilin Cliff, I will protect you. Anyone who dares to bully you will be taking issue with me. The golden-winged Great Pangu, he declared, patting Lu Er's shoulder. Lu Er quickly melded into the ambience of Qilin Cliff. This monkey displays remarkable intelligence and possesses an impressive lineage, Luo Ho praised, albeit with a hint of personal bias. For no other reason than that Hong Jun had taken a disliking to Lu Er, Luo Ho found him quite agreeable. He resolved to cultivate Lu Er diligently, intent on infuriating Hong Jun. Yunlin, aware of Luo Ho's intentions, couldn't help but chuckle. Then Lu Er shall receive instruction from Mr. Mo, Yunlin remarked. The demon clan plotted, with Quen Pong preparing to confuse the water and fire ancestors, leading them to lose their wits and engage in a fierce confrontation, inciting the witch clan's wrath and retaliating against the heavenly court. Please make a choice, host. Choice 1. Inform the witch clan, thwarting the demon clan's conspiracy, and reward with the mid-grade innate spiritual root, Mandala Blossom. Choice 2. Inform the demon clan, alerting Dijun that Quen Pong has turned traitor, and reward with the low-grade innate spiritual treasure, Wood Pattern Bow. Choice 3. Continue to remain at Qilin Cliff, receiving the top-grade innate spiritual treasure, Pure World White Lotus. Yunlin chose 3. Unexpectedly, Quen Pong and the demon clan fell into discord. What concerned Yunlin was the Pure World White Lotus. Initially, the Chaos Green Lotus left behind 5 lotus seeds. Green Lotus, Red Lotus, Black Lotus, Golden Lotus, all of which had already emerged in the primordial wilderness. Each of these 5 lotus flowers served as a spiritual treasure and a spiritual root, capable of suppressing the fortunes of great teachings. However, the Pure World White Lotus had remained elusive. The 12-petaled Pure World White Lotus could purify all filth, a rare and precious treasure. Yunlin placed the Pure World White Lotus into the pond of the 3 light divine water. A faint radiance illuminated the surface of the White Lotus. Within the pond, the 12-petaled Annihilation Black Lotus began to approach the White Lotus slowly. They were originally of the same root, so their affinity was entirely natural. Surprisingly, at the moment the White Lotus and Black Lotus drew near, the innate spiritual roots within the innate spiritual fruit garden seemed to sense this movement, scattering their divine light into the pond. An endless vitality began to blossom in the pond of the 3 light divine water. An additional pool of lotus flower buds appeared, featuring hues of blue, red, gold, white, and black. Under the illumination of the divine light, they were truly a sight to behold. That moment, The 3 light divine water in the pond was nearly depleted, its accumulation over the years reduced to a shallow layer. The 5 lotus seeds left by the chaos green lotus shared a wondrous connection. It was said that when the 5 lotus flowers gathered, the splendor of the chaos green lotus could be revived. I initially intended to collect them, but since the green lotus has been destroyed, I abandoned the idea, Luoho remarked, astonished at the scene before him. Why can the black and white dual lotus converge to produce 5 colored lotus flowers? Yunlin was also perplexed. Luoho, with an odd expression, replied, it may be due to the abundance of your 3 light divine water. It can mend all things and promote the growth of spiritual roots. The black and white dual lotus represent rebirth and destruction. From inception to conclusion, thus they can give rise to 5 types of lotus flowers. Moreover, Qilin cliff transcends the primordial wilderness, unaffected by the heavenly way. Coupled with the abundance of innate spiritual roots within Qilin cliff, it can replenish immense primordial vitality. These conditions are likely indispensable. Yunlin felt somewhat speechless. To meet all these conditions was indeed no easy feat. It was a stroke of serendipity. Can the gathering of the 5 lotus flowers truly resurrect the chaos green lotus? Yunlin inquired. Not necessarily. One might say there is a slight possibility. You can now mass-produce innate spiritual treasures. What more do you desire? Just revel in your fortune, Luoho replied, exasperated. This lad was truly insatiable. Yunlin felt his greed was justified. After all, it was the chaos green lotus, from which even Pangu himself was born. After 10 millennia of peace between the witch and demon clans, tensions flared once more, growing increasingly intense. The animosity between the 2 clans ran deep, rendering reconciliation impossible. Your Majesty, I have a method to strike the witch clan once more, Kunlun proposed. Speak, Dijun commanded. The water and fire ancestors are inherently incompatible. I possess a spiritual treasure known as the heart-muddling lamp. When the 2 ancestors engage in battle, I can cast a spell to cloud their minds, ensuring they fight to the death. If both ancestors are gravely injured, it will present a golden opportunity for our heavenly court, Kunlun elaborated. Ha! Excellent! If this plan succeeds, I shall record your great merit. Dijun laughed heartily. Kunlun echoed his enthusiasm, though he harbored ulterior motives, merely seeking to provoke the witch clan and instigate a decisive battle with the demon clan. He had no intention of allowing Dijun to benefit. The Zhurong and Gong tribes bordered each other, yet due to their elemental opposition, conflicts frequently arose. Even the 2 ancestors often clashed, and this time was no exception, though the other ancestors were accustomed to it. Their battles, while fierce, remained within manageable limits. Chapter 48. The North Sea Shin Turtle. I am the deity of merit. Shortly thereafter, Gong and Zhurong fought at the foot of Mount Buzhou. Gong, cease this, Zhurong called out. Historically, they had always stopped short of annihilation, but Gong seemed unhinged. In a frenzied state, he disregarded Zhurong's pleas and relentlessly attacked him with the power of the laws. Zhurong retaliated with genuine fire. As their battle escalated, Mount Buzhou trembled, and the host was prompted to make a choice. Choice 1. Halt Gong and Zhurong, preserving Mount Buzhou, and reward with the top-grade innate spiritual treasure. Scattering Soul Bell. Choice 2. Spectate the battle, rewarding with the upper-grade innate spiritual root, Jade Lake Pear Tree. Choice 3. Remain indifferent, rewarding with the top-grade innate spiritual treasure, Evil Banishing Sword. Yunlin opted to guard Qilin Cliff. Obtaining the Evil Banishing Sword, he realized that the calamity between the witch and demon clans was nearing its conclusion. The battle between Zhurong and Gong intensified. Though Zhurong was slow-witted, he sensed something was amiss. Gong, what has happened? Stop this at once. Zhurong, hesitant to unleash his full strength, shifted to a defensive stance. Gong grew increasingly ferocious. Something is amiss, within the demon master's palace. Kunlun attempted to cease the operation of the heart-muddling lamp. His intention was merely to infuriate the witch clan, not to lead the 2 ancestors to mutual destruction. Yet, the heart-muddling lamp seemed unresponsive to his commands. Bang! Gong's fist pierced through Zhurong's form. Zhurong's eyes brimmed with disbelief. Water naturally overcomes fire, and under the outpouring of Gong's water laws, Zhurong's vitality steadily waned. At that moment, Gong snapped back to reality. Zhurong, what has happened? How could this be? I have slain Zhurong. No, Gong, in a fit of hysteria, was driven to madness. The guilt of having killed his own brother overwhelmed him, leaving him unable to face the world. Overwhelmed by emotion, Gong Gong impulsively rammed his head against Mount Buzhou. Boom! The primordial wilderness shook, awakening countless beings. To their astonishment, cracks began to appear in the midsection of Mount Buzhou, which began to topple. Mount Buzhou has collapsed. Hong Jun is truly ruthless, Luo Ho exclaimed. Mount Buzhou was formed from Pangu's spine, supporting the heavens and the earth. Moreover, it served as the origin of the primordial veins. Great powers such as Kunlun and Fengqi Mountain all originated from Mount Buzhou. It was no easy feat for even a quasi-saint, let alone a sage, to sever Mount Buzhou. The fact that none of the 6 sages in the primordial wilderness sensed Gong Gong's intent to strike Mount Buzhou was rather absurd. The crow occupies the magpie's nest, yet still finds fault with it, wishing to erase the magpie's traces. Such narrow-mindedness, Yunlin scoffed. The crow represented Hong Jun and the heavenly way, while the magpie symbolized Pangu. Pangu labored tirelessly to create the primordial wilderness, yet it ultimately benefited Hong Jun and the heavenly way. Now, Hong Jun and the heavenly way sought ways to erase Pangu's legacy, intending to transform the primordial wilderness entirely into their own domain. This truly marked the genesis of the great calamity. As Mount Buzhou crumbled, a great void appeared in the heavens above the primordial wilderness. From that void, chaotic energy began to seep out. Ordinary beings of the primordial wilderness. Chaotic energy was the deadliest poison. In an instant, the beings of the primordial wilderness fled in panic. Moreover, with the loss of their support, the heavens began to descend. It bore an unmistakable resemblance to the onset of an apocalyptic scenario. Kuan Pong, look at the disaster you've wrought, Dijun exclaimed in fury upon witnessing the chaos. The mutual destruction of Zhu Rong and Gong Gong was initially viewed as a blessing, but Gong Gong's wrathful collision with Mount Buzhou resulted in the heavenly court suffering karmic backlash, where their fortunes had dwindled. Should they fail to seal the heavens and restore stability, the heavenly court might face annihilation. Kuan Peng longed to protest that he had not intended for things to escalate this way, but Dijun did not afford him the opportunity. Zhu Rong, Gong Gong. The Witch clan was far more affected by the deaths of Zhu Rong and Gong Gong than the Demon clan. They had mourned for ages following the reincarnation of Hutu, and now the loss of 2 ancestors plunged them into profound sorrow. Without a primordial spirit, the ancestors remained oblivious to the fact that the blessings bestowed upon them by Pangu had vanished entirely due to Gong Gong's reckless act. However, they were unconcerned with such matters. Elder brother, now that Mount Buzhou has collapsed, if the heavens and earth merge, the primordial wilderness may revert to chaos, leading to the death and injury of our kin. Xianming urged. Dijiang and the other ancestors immediately sprang into action to rescue their clansmen. With a flash, a golden bridge appeared, and Laozi materialized. He activated the Taiji diagram, attempting to seal the gap in the heavens. The effect was remarkable. Soon, the 6 sages of the primordial wilderness convened. The union of heaven and earth had resulted in significant losses for all. My power alone cannot seal the gap for long. We must find a way to mend it, Laozi proclaimed. I have received guidance from the heavenly way. I shall forge 5 colored stones to repair the heavens. I ask for your assistance. Nuwa and the others sought out 5 types of innate spiritual stones. Subsequently, Nuwa produced the creation furnace and cast the stones into it. Nuwa successfully forged 36,501 5-colored stones, which she then used to mend the heavens, ultimately sealing the void with 3,605 stones. The remaining piece was carelessly discarded by Nuwa on the shores of the Eastern Sea. This caught the attention of the 2 from the west, but they chose to remain silent. The gap in the heavens was sealed. Yet the heavens continued to descend. Something must replace Mount Buzhou to uphold the sky. Tongtian Diaod, that moment, a colossal figure emerged over the North Sea. The sages turned to see a gigantic Xian turtle. I am the Xian turtle of the North Sea. Today, I will sacrifice my 4 limbs to support the 4 poles of heaven and earth. The resounding voice echoed throughout the primordial wilderness. Soon after, the North Sea Xian turtle was enveloped in a brilliant light, relinquishing its physical form to ascend towards the 4 corners of the primordial world, transforming into 4 heavenly pillars to uphold the sky. Boom! Countless merits cascaded from the heavens, a portion of which was shared among Nuwa and the other sages. Nuwa received the lion's share, having forged the 5-colored stones. Another portion fell upon the North Sea Xian turtle, a merit even greater than that of Nuwa's heavenly repair, though still slightly less than her merit in creating humanity. After all, it was a matter of sustaining the heavens, a feat even the heavenly way could not diminish. Furthermore, the heavenly way had considered the North Sea Xian turtle to be destined for death. Yet the Xian turtle had defied this fate and gained its own rewards. As the merits descended, the North Sea Xian turtle reshaped itself, becoming an elderly figure clad in gray robes, with a radiant wheel of merit illuminating its back. From this day forth, I am the deity of merit. The North Sea Xian turtle proclaimed. Chapter 49. Has the falling treasure money transformed into an innate spiritual treasure? Upon the North Sea Xian turtle's declaration, it received the heavenly way sanction. Normally, such a title would not be granted lightly, as the power of merit held immense significance within the primordial wilderness, akin to a protective talisman. Yet the heavenly way seemed momentarily dazed, granting this title in response to the Xian turtle's noble sacrifice to uphold the heavens. With this title, combined with the protective force of merit, the North Sea Xian turtle had become an extraordinarily transcendent existence within the primordial wilderness, one that even the sages dared not touch. Moreover, at that moment, 36 luminous points flickered around the North Sea Xian turtle. The North Sea Xian turtle promptly severed the eye aspect from its 3 corpses. Such a formidable being exists within the North Sea? Yuanshi exclaimed, astonished. He felt a pang of envy towards the North Sea Xian turtle's gains. However, the North Sea Xian turtle rarely made appearances. The last time it had surfaced was during the events at Qilin Cliff. Yuanshi had not anticipated that the current deity of merit was the same Xian turtle he had encountered previously, one of the Deluo golden immortal level. Among the 6 sages, only Tongtian knew that the North Sea Xian turtle belonged to Qilin Cliff and felt a sense of pride in this knowledge. With the heavens restored and stabilized, the 6 sages dispersed. Meanwhile, the half-collapsed mountain of Mount Buzhou was collected by Yuanshi. Observing the return to normalcy, Dijun exhaled a sigh of relief. Thankfully, the losses in the primordial wilderness were not too severe. Otherwise, under the backlash of karma, not only would the heavenly court face destruction, but he and Tai would also be in grave danger, as their fates were intertwined with that of the heavenly court. At this moment, both Dijun and Tai had suffered injuries due to the celestial collapse. Dijun's complexion turned pale. Where has Kunlun gone? He was seething with rage, wishing he could slay Kunlun. However, before he could locate Kunlun, a panicked demon general rushed in to report, "Your Majesty, the witch clan is attacking." What? Dijun sprang to his feet, fury igniting within him. Such audacity! Soldiers, prepare for battle. Dijun acted swiftly, and the demon clan immediately mobilized. The final battle between the witch and demon clans was imminent. The host was prompted to make a choice. Choice 1. Engage in the witch-demon war, rewarded with the innate treasure. Annihilation Great Mill. Choice 2. Reap the benefits as a bystander, waiting for the witch and demon clans to weaken each other, then rise with the Qilin clan, rewarded with Pangu's remnant soul. Choice 3. Observe the battle from Qilin Cliff, rewarded with a wisp of Hunyuan creation chi. Yunlin chose 3. This Hunyuan creation chi possessed significant value. It could revert postnatal items to their innate forms, enhance the essence of innate items, repair innate items, and even elevate innate items. For instance, a damaged creation jade plate could be entirely restored to its former state of a chaotic spiritual treasure with sufficient Hunyuan creation chi. It could also merge the chaos bell, Taiji diagram, and Pangu banner into one, manifesting the might of the chaos spiritual treasure. The opening heaven asked, of course, this was contingent on having an ample supply. A single wisp of Hunyuan creation chi would only provide limited repair capabilities or a postnatal to innate transformation. Yunlin took out the falling treasure money, channeling the Hunyuan creation chi into it. The falling treasure money was a unique entity among postnatal treasures, capable of summoning earthly spiritual treasures. It was uncertain what would occur if it transitioned from postnatal to innate. If it could summon all spiritual treasures of the world, it would be a tremendous boon. Soon, the 2 invisible wings of the falling treasure money began to flutter vigorously, and the intricate symbols on the coin underwent transformation. Buzzing sounds resonated throughout Qilin Cliff, startling all beings present. What is happening? Luo Ho arrived first, gazing at the luminous falling treasure money in astonishment. Hunyuan creation chi? Yes, I infused the Hunyuan creation chi into the falling treasure money. I truly do not know how it ended up like this. Yunlin replied, equally perplexed. You truly are. Luo Ho found himself at a loss for words. The primordial essence of transformation, known as the Hongyuan Zhao Hualing Qi, was birthed solely during the era of Pangu's creation. Subsequently, this primordial essence coalesced into various innate spiritual treasures, leaving no remnants in the present desolate world. Even if the innate spiritual treasures were to be destroyed, the primordial essence could not be extracted. He was utterly perplexed as to how Yunlin had procured these long-extinct artifacts. Before long, the commotion surrounding the falling treasure coin subsided. It had transformed into a mere copper coin adorned with 3 pairs of wings, swiftly landing in Yunlin's hands. Inscribed upon the coin were 2 grand characters: universe. These words seemed to embody the very essence of cosmic order, rendering Yunlin dizzy at the mere sight. It was beyond his current capacity to comprehend. Moreover, the falling treasure coin had transitioned from the postnatal realm to the innate, peculiarly devoid of any hierarchical distinction. Now, the falling treasure coin could either bestow treasures or even chaotic spiritual artifacts. Yet it was ineffective beneath the innate supreme treasures. Yunlin was left in utter disbelief. Previously, the falling treasure coin could only bestow treasures upon innate spiritual artifacts beneath the innate supreme treasures. Now, it appeared to have gained immense power, yet Yunlin understood all too well the dire implications. In the vast desolation, there were only 3 innate supreme treasures: the Taiji diagram forged from the Pangu axe, the Panga banner, and the chaotic bell. Beyond that lay the creation J disc. Did he intend to risk his life to obtain Hongjuan's creation J disc? One mere finger from Hongjun could obliterate him. What use did he have for this falling treasure coin? Originally a unique spiritual treasure, it was conceived by heaven and earth to restrain innate treasures. Yet no one anticipated its potential ascension from the postnatal to the innate realm. Luo Ho's expression was exceedingly peculiar. It should hold significance in the future. Reluctantly, Yunlin stored the falling treasure coin away. Outside the heavenly court, the witch clan indeed launched an assault. Although they possessed limited intellect, they swiftly concluded that the demon clan had orchestrated the deaths of Zhu Rong and Gong Gong, deeming it a deep-seated vendetta that demanded vengeance. Dijuan, prepare for death. Without further ado, Emperor Jiang led the remaining ancestral witches into action. Brother, must you go? Nuwa gazed at Fushi, as if she had foreseen impending calamity. Little sister, as the demon emperor of the demon clan, I must embrace the fortune of our kind. There is no path of retreat in the face of battle. Fushi chuckled, affectionately ruffling Nuwa's hair. He too was one of the 4 emperors of the demon race. Should the fortune of the demon clan perish, he would meet the same fate. Nuwa had attained sanctity, transcending the confines of fortune, yet he had not. Rather than await the demise of fortune, it was preferable to die gloriously in battle. You have already become a saint, surpassing even my elder brother. You should understand that some matters are inescapable. With that, Fushi turned to depart. Nuwa reached out, yearning to grasp Fushi, but despite his proximity, her hands found nothing. Even as a saint, she could not retain Fushi. It was as if a thin veil separated them, an insurmountable barrier. Tears streamed down Nuwa's cheeks. Chapter 50. The Final Battle of Witches and Demons. Yunlin unveils Qilin Cliff in the wake of Zhu Rong and Gong Gong's demise. The witch clan, led by the remaining 9 ancestral witches, launched a full-scale assault on the demon clan's heavenly court. Initially, the witch clan was significantly weakened due to the absence of 3 ancestral witches. However, the demon clan also suffered a depletion of fortune, with Dijuan and other powerful beings severely injured. Both sides fought fiercely, resulting in countless casualties among the demons and witches across the vast desolation. Who would emerge victorious, the witch or the demon? By how inquired I in truth, he hoped for the witch clan's triumph. If neither side prevailed, both would become mere footnotes in the annals of the desolation. Yunlin replied, Fushi is in peril. I implore the host to make a choice. Choice 1. Strike forcefully to rescue Fushi, rewarded with the supreme innate spiritual treasure, the passing cloud shuttle. Choice 2. Provide covert assistance, rewarded with a strand of the primordial qi of all things. Choice 3. Offer a cup of turbid wine as a farewell, rewarded with the Fushi Qin. Yunlin retrieved a wine cup and filled it with Hongyuan Yuqing wine. Uncle Fushi, may your journey be smooth. He poured the Hongyuan Yuqing wine upon Qilin Cliff. At this moment, he could hardly afford to save Fushi, let alone risk his own life in the process. Puff, within the heavenly court, Fushi was pierced by the long spear wielded by Ru Shou, though he managed to slay Ru Shou in return. Both fell, severely wounded. Fushi's true essence was fractured, and his divine soul began to dissipate. Little sister, take care, little Qilin. It is now up to you. With a smile, Fushi slowly closed his eyes. No. Nuwa sensed Fushi's death, tears flowing like a broken dam as she summoned all her sacred might, striving to break free from her confinement. Yet, she was utterly incapable of doing so. Die. Tai wielded the chaotic bell, drenched in blood, flames engulfing him as he descended like a harbinger of death, slaying Zhu Meng. His strength was formidable. Even in his severely injured state, he managed to kill one of the 4 ancestral witches amidst their assault, Zhu Meng. The remaining ancestral witches, witnessing Zhu Meng's demise, let out anguished cries. Tai, I shall see you dead. Shebi Shi's eyes turned crimson as he lunged at Tai. Tai's gaze was filled with disdain as he activated the chaotic bell once more. If he could slay 2 more ancestral witches, the demon's plight would be alleviated, solidifying their dominance over the desolation. However, in the next moment, boom, Shebi Shi, closing in on Tai, detonated himself without hesitation. The tremendous force shook the entire heavenly court, and Tai was left spitting blood from the explosion. No one anticipated the extent of Shebi Shi's resolve. Die. I will kill you. Xinming, witnessing Shebi Shi's self-detonation, followed suit without hesitation, charging towards Tai. Boom. Xinming exploded again, reducing Tai's right arm to smithereens. Brothers, we cannot allow Shebi Shi and Xinming to die in vain. Let us slay this mixed-breed bird. Tianwu and Qiangli prepared to strike Tai while he was weakened. Meanwhile, Dijuan was being relentlessly pursued by Emperor Jiang. Compared to Tai, Dijuan was significantly weaker, and Emperor Jiang, as the leader of the 12 ancestral witches, was the most powerful among them. Nonetheless, Dijuan was still capable of self-preservation. As he observed Tai embroiled in a desperate struggle, he felt a surge of urgency to come to his aid. Just then, a figure materialized behind Emperor Jiang, the time ancestral witch, Zhu Juyin. He had been seeking an opportunity to deliver a fatal blow to Dijuan. Swish, Zhu Juyin struck, intent on obliterating Dijuan. Should Dijuan perish, the demon clan would undoubtedly face defeat. A wave of dread washed over Dijuan as he sought to evade, only to find himself utterly powerless. Emperor Jiang had sealed the space, and Zhu Juyin had long since confined time, rendering even Dijuan, a pinnacle quasi-saint, incapable of movement under this dual confinement. Yet, in the next instant, Dijuan was astonished to discover that the anticipated pain of his body being torn apart had not materialized, for a figure had appeared before him. Hot blood splattered upon his face. Tai, Dijuan bellowed, flee up, brother. Flee, as long as you live. Our demon clan holds hope. Blood continued to spill from Tai's mouth, his aura beginning to fade. Zhu Juin's attack had been a guaranteed kill, and Tai, drained of all strength from the self-detonations of 2 ancestral witches, had nonetheless used his last vestige of power to save Dijuan. No. Tai, do not die. Do not leave me. Dijuan's eyes burned with rage. He and Tai had both been born upon the Sun Star, and their bond was profound. As the ruler of the heavenly court, Dijuan trusted no one, yet he could unconditionally place his faith in Tai. Now, witnessing Tai's death before him, he found it unbearable. Kill him? Emperor Jiang led the ancestral witches in their intent to ensure Dijuan's complete demise. Ha ha ha. Tai, you are already dead. So what use is it for me to become the overlord of the desolation? Which clan? You shall accompany me to the grave. Die. All of you. Perish. Ha ha ha. Dijuan suddenly erupted into maniacal laughter, then began to chant incantations. Within the heavenly court, intricate formations emerged. As the stronghold of the demon clan, how could Dijuan have failed to prepare for such an eventuality? He now intended to detonate the spiritual energy within the heavenly court, ensuring mutual destruction with the witch clan. It is bad. Emperor Jiang and the others attempted to flee, but it was too late. Boom! Centered around the heavenly court, a colossal explosion reverberated throughout the desolation, leaving a lingering silence in its wake. Countless beings across the desolation turned their gaze towards the direction of the heavenly court, eager to discern the victor. It is over, Yunlin sighed. The 4 demon emperors were all among the most formidable existences in the desolation. Even without Nuwa, the remaining 3 were commendable figures. Dijuan possessed great talents, Tai was astonishingly gifted, and Fushi was a master strategist. The witch clan, with all 12 ancestral witches being descendants of Pangu, were destined for greatness. Yet, both clans, under the manipulation of the heavenly Tao and Hongjun, had been utterly consigned to history. How lamentable! The destruction of the witches and demons marked the end of their calamity. The host must now make a choice. Choice 1. Immediately seize control of the heavenly court, obtaining the supreme innate spiritual treasure, the pregnancy treasure gourd. Choice 2. Unveil Qilin Cliff, obtaining the remnants of the demon god X1. Choice 3. Continue to seal Qilin Cliff, obtaining the primordial purple Qi X1. Yunlin chose option 2, unveiling Qilin Cliff. The calamity had passed, and it was time to reap the benefits. From this day forth, Qilin Cliff shall be open. All beings within shall be permitted to venture forth and hone their skills. Yunlin's voice echoed throughout Qilin Cliff. Understood. The inhabitants of Qilin Cliff responded in unison. As the grand formation activated, Qilin Cliff re-emerged above the northern sea. The formation remained intact, allowing the beings of the northern sea to glimpse the blurred silhouette of Qilin Cliff. Mr. Mo, I am departing. Lu Ermi Ho bid farewell to Luo Ho. Over the years, Lu Er had diligently mended his essence and successfully attained the great Luo realm. Although Luo Ho had not formally taken him as a disciple, Lu Er regarded him or Dam O as his mentor. If you wish to leave, then by all means, go. Why tell me? Luo Ho replied nonchalantly. Yet, Lu Er solemnly bowed deeply to Luo Ho 3 times before turning to depart. Although Luo Ho feigned indifference, he cast a fleeting glance at Lu Er's departing figure. Perhaps I should take on another disciple? Yunlin jested. He is not worthy. Luo Ho remained obstinately dismissive. Brother, may I venture forth too? I wish to go out. The golden winged Daping hurried over, calling out loudly. No, you have yet to reach the pinnacle of great Luo, a voice interjected. The golden winged Daping fumed, eager to confront the source of opposition, only to lock eyes with Luo Ho in a moment of intense connection. Terrified, the golden winged Daping let out a scream and fled. Mr. Mo, I shall enter seclusion at once. Chapter 51. Huang Zhongli takes form as the golden winged Daping fled. Everyone erupted into laughter. This little creature truly required some discipline. The northern sea's black tortoise chuckled. Suddenly, a brilliant light burst forth from Qilin Cliff, an overwhelming vitality spreading across its expanse. I said her. Luo Ho was momentarily taken aback. In the next instant, numerous powerful figures from Qilin Cliff appeared atop Qilin Island. Young master, we are unsure of the cause, but Huang Zhongli has begun to emit this radiant glow. Qing Yu and the phoenixes were overjoyed to see Yunlin arrive, as though they had found their anchor. Yunlin gazed towards the orchard, where the towering figure of Huang Zhongli radiated brilliance, even causing the unripe Huang Zhongli fruits to gradually mature beneath this luminescence. A transformation. A sudden thought sparked within Yunlin. After Pangu's creation of the desolation, many spiritual entities had successfully taken form. Numerous innate spiritual roots had also transformed, such as Zhen Yuanzi, who was born from the ginseng fruit tree, and Zhuan Ti, who originated from the bitter bamboo. However, following the stabilization of the desolation, few innate spiritual roots had achieved transformation, particularly those that were originally chaotic roots. Now, Huang Zhongli, previously a chaotic spiritual root, had unexpectedly received the chance to take form. It must be the demon god's remnants rewarded by the system. Yunlin recalled this notion. He had previously pondered how the remnants of the demon god would manifest. This must be the answer. The commotion surrounding Huang Zhongli persisted for a full millennium, with Yunlin and Luo Ho waiting patiently during this time, while the other beings gradually vacated Qilin Island. Rustle, rustle, rustle. The branches of Huang Zhongli swayed, and then it began to shrink continuously until it transformed into a human figure standing before Yunlin and Luo Ho. Before them stood a woman of striking beauty, clad in a pale yellow palace gown, exuding grace and poise. If Nuwa embodied the essence of youthful innocence, then this woman radiated an aura of maturity and authority. You are still alive? Luo Ho remarked, his tone not one of disdain but rather surprise. I govern the vitality of all things. I should be among the most difficult to slay among the 3,000 demon gods. Had I not been unfortunate enough to be absorbed by Huang Zhongli, I would have likely taken form in the desolation long ago. The woman smiled at Luo Ho, then turned to Yunlin. Bowing respectfully, I am honored to meet the young master. Were it not for your efforts, I might have never had the hope of transformation. Yunlin recognized her identity. She was the vitality demon god among the 3,000, governing the laws of life. Among the 3,000 demon gods, she was considered relatively powerful. Now, the remnants of the vitality demon god had awakened, taking form through the spiritual root Huang Zhongli. Newly born, she already possessed the cultivation of mid-stage quasi-saint. Furthermore, as Qilin Cliff had been refined into the chaotic pearl by Yunlin, the life and death of the beings within Qilin Cliff lay at his command. And this vitality demon god was no exception. "Senior, please, no need for formality," Yunlin humbly replied. "You may call me Cici. I have chosen a name for myself, Li Cici." The woman smiled. "Vulgar," Luo Ho grunted in discontent and departed. Li Cici paid no mind to Luo Ho. "Then I shall address you as Annie Cici. Mr. Imo manages the teachings of Qilin Cliff, so I entrust the internal affairs of Qilin Cliff to Annie Cici," Yunlin stated. "Thank you for your esteem, young master," Li Cici responded with a smile. The outcome of the witch-demon war quickly spread throughout the desolation, evoking a wave of lament among its inhabitants. Who could have anticipated that both the witches and demons would perish together? Among the 4 demon emperors, aside from the sanctified Nuwa, Dijuan, Tai, and Fushi, all fell in battle. The remaining faction of the Heavenly Court, led by the demon god Baizhe, sought to appoint the demon prince Luya to govern the demon clan. Yet, the vast majority of demons refused to acknowledge this young master, with many instead pledging allegiance to the Jiejiao, an organization that claimed to be without discrimination. Liu Ya and the remnants of the Heavenly Court were forced to retreat into the 10,000 Great Mountains, hoping to recuperate and one day return to the desolation. The 12 ancestral witches of the witch clan suffered a similar fate, with Hutu reincarnating while the other 11 perished, leaving the witch clan in disarray. The remnants of the witch clan had largely been absorbed into the underworld by Hutu. With both the witches and demons vanquished, various beings began to vie for their territories, engaging in fierce battles for the resources of the desolation. Though the witch-demon conflict had ended, the turmoil within the desolation was far from over. Regardless, the demon clan had fallen, and with Dijuan dead, my schemes had not been in vain. Within the Heavenly Court, a green-robed elder was hastily making his way. He then produced a spiritual treasure, a smile creeping onto his face. "I never expected to obtain the He-Tu and Luo Shu in the end." During the battle in the Heavenly Court, Kunlun had refrained from joining the fray, fearing Dijuan would seek him out, so he had fled, inadvertently preserving his life. He intended to return to the Heavenly Court to investigate, only to discover it was sealed. However, fortune smiled upon him as he stumbled upon the He-Tu and Luo Shu. Though the He-Tu and Luo Shu were considered upper-grade innate spiritual treasures, their utility was extraordinary, primarily in divination. Even the demon clan's Zhou Star Do formation had been derived from the He-Tu and Luo Shu. With that, Kunlun stored the He-Tu and Luo Shu away. "It seems I cannot return to the Northern Sea for now. I shall seek a place to settle instead. Chief, the young master of the Heavenly Court has retreated to the 10,000 Great Mountains. Should we pursue?" Within the territory of the Tiger Clan, a great Luo tiger demon gazed towards the higher-ups. After aligning with the demon clan, the Tiger Clan had been favored, yet following the witch demon calamity, they had sustained significant losses. Previously, the Tiger Clan had followed the Qilin clan during the Longhan calamity, resulting in mutual devastation among the Dragon, Phoenix, and Qilin clans, severely depleting the Tiger Clan's vitality. Now, following the witch demon calamity, the Tiger Clan was once again left weakened. Bahue, the current leader of the Tiger Clan, was quite cunning, always ensuring his own safety. Presently, the clan was beginning to harbor discontent towards him. "Henceforth, my Tiger Clan shall no longer partake in the strife of the desolation. We will focus on recuperation." Bahue recognized that if they continued to follow the demon clan, it could very well lead to dissent among his people. After all, his position had been secured by usurping the White Tiger Clan. Most importantly, now that the demon clan had collapsed, he was apprehensive about by how returning to seek retribution against him. Thus, one must endure. "Bia Hui, you have shown some cleverness this time, knowing to rest first." "Ha ha!" Suddenly, several figures appeared. Bia Hui was taken aback upon seeing the newcomers. "By how? What, are you surprised to see me? Today marks your day of demise." Bai Hao sneered and launched an attack towards Ba Hui. Insolence. Ba Hui dared not underestimate the situation, transforming into a large yellow-spotted tiger. Surrounding him was a superior innate spiritual treasure, a great sword. He had led the Tiger Clan to join the Heavenly Court, and it was not without its rewards. Now, Ba Hui had become a quasi-saint, possessing 2 or 3 innate spiritual treasures. He even summoned a benevolent corpse, intending to flank Bai Hao. Waste is eternally waste. Even if one becomes a quasi-saint, Bai Hao scoffed lightly, his god-slaying spear vibrating as he effortlessly sent Ba Hui's spiritual treasure sword flying. Chapter 52. The chaos bell. Ba Hui felt alarm bells ringing in his mind upon witnessing this. However, under the onslaught from both his true form and the benevolent corpse, Bai Hao remained unfazed. After all these years, you have learned nothing, Bai Hao taunted. With a single thrust, he pierced through Ba Hui's benevolent corpse form. The god-slaying spear was a weapon of slaughter, imbued with the essence of carnage, saturated with malevolent energy and resentment. Once the physical body was breached, that bloodthirsty aura would erode the soul. Ba Hui's benevolent corpse instantly disintegrated, leaving only an innate spiritual treasure to fall. With the destruction of the benevolent corpse, Ba Hui was gravely injured and coughed up blood. "What are you all standing there for? Attack! Attack!" Ba Hui shouted. Some of his loyal followers understood that if Ba Hui perished, they too would have no escape, and without hesitation, they sprang into action. However, they were all intercepted and directly slain by the members of the White Tiger clan. Realizing he could not win, Ba Hui turned to flee. As long as the Green Mountains remain, there is no fear of firewood running out. However, Bai Hao would not let him escape so easily. With a thrust, he pierced through Ba Hui's body. Ba Hui was dead. Bai Hao strode directly to the throne of the Tiger clan. "We bow to our leader." In the primordial wilderness, strength was paramount, especially for a clan like the Tiger clan, skilled in combat. From now on, the Tiger clan would again be governed by the White Tiger clan. Human clan, Shouyang Mountain. The leader of the Sui people, the Wolf clan is invading. The wave of panic swept through the Human clan. Although the Human clan had developed for so long, they remained a small tribe in the primordial wilderness. The Wolf clan sought to attack the Human clan for sustenance. Initially, the Demon clan aimed to refine the souls of the Human clan into the slaughter witch sword, and some demons discovered that devouring the Human clan could enhance their own cultivation. After the battle between the witches and demons, the Human clan became a coveted prize. Now the Wolf clan led the charge, while other races waited for their chance to strike. Even when facing just the Wolf clan, the Human clan, though desperately resisting, found themselves outmatched. "First, escort the elderly and children away. The rest of us will charge out and slay these scoundrels," the leader of the Sui people declared angrily. Currently, the strongest within the Human clan were the 3 ancestors, all at the Tai Golden Immortal realm. Yet the Wolf clan was backed by a Great Luo Golden Immortal. Human clan, surrender. The Great Luo Golden Immortal of the Wolf clan struck, breaking through the defenses of the Human clan. Just as it seemed the Human clan would suffer a catastrophic defeat, several towering figures appeared. Qilin, the Wolf clan strongman, was startled. During the calamity of the witches and demons, not a single Qilin could be seen in the primordial wilderness. Now, a whole group has appeared. Moreover, the leading fire Qilin was beyond his comprehension. This pressured quasi-saint. "I do not know the esteemed elder." The Wolf clan strongman was about to speak when a strand of spiritual fire suddenly incinerated him. "By order of our clan's young master, we Qilin will protect the Human clan." This group of Qilin had been dispatched by Yunlin, with Lin Kuang leading the charge to guard the Human clan. After the calamity of the witches and demons, the Human clan would become the true sovereign of the primordial wilderness. Now was the best time to invest. Miss it, and you will regret it. The Wolf clan hastily retreated, and other beings eyeing the Human clan dared not act openly against them. "Thank you, elder." The leader of the Sui people bowed to Lin Kuang. "There is no need for such formalities." Lin Kuang led his kin down, preparing to station themselves at Shouyang Mountain of the Human clan. Soon, on the vast lands of the primordial wilderness, 500,000 years passed, and the situation stabilized. At Qilin Cliff, ha ha ha, I have broken through. I am now at the pinnacle of Great Luo. I can go out now. Ha ha. The laughter of the golden-winged Great Pangu resonated throughout Qilin Cliff. "This is the purple gold red gourd for your protection. Inside, I have prepared some things for you. Be cautious when you venture out. Do not be reckless." Yunlin handed the purple gold red gourd to the golden-winged Great Pangu. The golden-winged Great Pangu was deeply rooted, with outstanding talent. At his Great Luo pinnacle cultivation, even a quasi-saint in the early stages could scarcely hold him back. "Brother, I know all this." The golden-winged Great Pangu tucked away the purple gold-red gourd, already eager to leave. Yunlin found it both amusing and exasperating. reminding him once more. After you go out, remember to visit the undying volcano. Got it, brother, I know. The golden-winged Great Pangu nodded eagerly. Yunlin harbored doubts about whether he truly remembered. Don't forget to continue your cultivation while you're out there. I will occasionally check on your progress. If you dare to slack off, be wary. Luoho appeared quietly behind the golden-winged Great Pangu. The golden-winged Great Pangu jumped, startled. Why does this Ardamo always appear and disappear mysteriously? He did not dare to be careless and quickly replied. Rest assured, Mr. Mo, I will definitely work even harder. Don't think you can hide in some corner where I won't find you. My abilities are quite formidable, Luoho chuckled. The golden-winged Great Pangu broke out in a cold sweat. How does this calamity know my thoughts? Let us go. Yunlin waved his hand. With a whoosh, the golden-winged Great Pangu flew away, forgetting to even say goodbye. Spreading his wings, the Great Pangu soared high, his speed astonishing. This little Pangu bird is indeed gifted. Has my friend developed an affection for talent? Laozi appeared with a smile. Her cultivation had reached the late quasi-saint stage. This mischievous one, if not for his good talent, I would hardly bother with him, Luoho retorted. Suddenly, commotion erupted in the waters of Qilin Cliff. Yunlin's spirit stirred. In that sea, a gigantic mantis shrimp floated, shimmering with golden light, dazzling to behold. Little Pai is finally about to take form. Yunlin felt elated. Little Pai had been with him the longest. At this moment, dark clouds of tribulation gathered above Little Pai. This little creature seems to possess a trace of the bloodline of the golden demon god. Could it be that the remnants of that fellow have fallen into the primordial wilderness? Laozi wondered aloud. When Pangu opened the heavens, the remains of 3,000 demon gods scattered everywhere. The primordial wilderness likely harbors many. Luoho, having spent considerable time in the primordial wilderness, still held sway in this matter. Accompanied by the rumbling thunder of tribulation, lightning struck Little Pai. Compared to other ordinary beings, Little Pai's tribulation was exceptionally fierce, but due to its deep foundation, it safely weathered the storm. The golden light receded, revealing a small boy clad in golden robes before everyone. With red lips and white teeth, he was quite adorable. Little Pai, I have seen the master. Little Pai also bowed to Yunlin. With a flick of Yunlin's hand, Little Pai landed beside him. Ding, ding, ding. At that moment, a series of bell chimes rang out, causing Yunlin and the others to look up towards the heavenly court. Hongjun intends to establish the Xinmin heavenly court. Please make your choice. Choice 1. Recommend myself. I wish to be the lord of the heavenly court, rewarded with the heavenly book and the list of deities. Choice 2. What lord of the heavenly court? I disdain being a puppet. Reward. The innate supreme treasure, the chaos bell. After the calamity of the witches and demons, Hongjun gathered the 6 saints to discuss the establishment of the Xinmin heavenly court, appointing his disciple Haoyan to manage the affairs of the primordial wilderness. However, the 6 saints refused to accept Haoyan, looking down on him as merely a boy. Haoyan had suffered greatly from the 6 saints' bullying, leading him to cry to the Zixiao palace, thus triggering the onset of the deification calamity. Yunlin chose the second option. With a wave of his hand, a small bell materialized before him. Chapter 53. Journey to the Underworld. The small bell emanated a chaotic aura, depicting flowers, birds, insects, and fish, and seemingly contained an entire world. The Chaos Bell, one of the 3 innate supreme treasures transformed from the Pangu axe, possessed the power to suppress the primordial world, alter the laws of time and space, evolve the mysteries of the heavenly Tao, and refine the energies of earth, water, fire, and wind. Originally, it was a companion spiritual treasure of Donghuang Tai. However, after Tai's demise, the Chaos Bell vanished, eluding even the searches of the saints of the primordial wilderness. Now, it had fallen into Yunlin's hands. The Chaos Bell. Where did it come from? Laozi was startled. Luoho, having seen much, spoke in an elder's tone. This little Qilin is a child of destiny. He possesses great fortune and can find anything. Previously, I saw him encounter the essence of the Xianhuang Qi, the primal essence of all things, Pangu's blood, and various spiritual roots and treasures. Finding a Chaos Bell is hardly surprising. Indeed, it was merely found. Yunlin lied without a hint of embarrassment, leaving Laozi astounded. When had she ever witnessed such a scene? Yunlin then addressed Luoho and Laozi. You two, please take care of Qilin Cliff. I must venture into the primordial wilderness, Yunlin declared. Rest assured, young master. With me and M.R.Mo here, even saints cannot intrude, Licc smiled. This was no mere boast. Qilin Cliff was inherently profound, and after merging with the remnants of the demon gods, Luoho, now at the peak of quasi-saint, dared to contend with saints with Qilin Cliff as his support. Little Pai transformed into a gigantic mantis shrimp, and after Yunlin mounted, Little Pai surged forward at full speed. Roar! At that moment, dragon shadows appeared over the North Sea, with the true dragons of the North Sea dancing joyfully. Countless spiritual fish swam about, and giant whales spouted water, while numerous rainbows arched over the North Sea. Beautiful melodies resonated, making the entire North Sea feel like it was hosting some grand celebration. What is happening? A practitioner from the North Sea inquired. Friend, it's normal for you not to know, having only been in the North Sea for over 100,000 years. My North Sea was once barren, nearly overtaken by the demon clan, but fortunately, Qilin Cliff stood up and drove away the demons, allowing the North Sea to flourish like this. Many forces in the North Sea now see the arrival of the Qilin young master as a chance to express their respect. A being from the North Sea chuckled. Now, after the Kunlun was expelled, many powerful figures in the North Sea, led by the Dragon Palace, spontaneously formed an alliance. Order has greatly improved in the North Sea. Even if private disputes arise, someone will intervene. Moreover, due to the emergence of Qilin Cliff, the spiritual energy in the North Sea has been activated, continuously giving birth to spiritual veins, making the North Sea gradually prosperous. The number of powerful beings in the North Sea is also steadily increasing in the hearts of all beings in the North Sea. Qilin Cliff is the uncrowned king. Seeing this, Yunlin couldn't help but smile slightly. After all these years, it has indeed become more vibrant. Nevertheless, he did not halt his steps. Departing the North Sea on Little Pit had been a long time since he visited the primordial wilderness. It was time for a journey. Yunlin's path of the world required not only resources but also the elevation of his mindset. This journey would last over 1,000,000 years. He wandered and paused, encountering many interesting events. With great fortune at his side, he acquired numerous spiritual items, and his cultivation did not stagnate. Nearing the mid-quasi-saint stage, is this the Blood Sea? Yunlin stood atop Little Pai, gazing out towards the Blood Sea, which seemed boundless. The blood waves surged, and the air was thick with blood energy. Countless bloodthirsty auras swept through. The Blood Sea is reputed to be the most polluted place in the primordial wilderness, said to be formed from Pangu's navel. Even a great Luo golden immortal with a perfected golden body would likely face peril if they fell into the Blood Sea. The master of the Blood Sea is the old ancestor of the underworld river. In the development of the primordial wilderness, the old ancestor of the underworld river had little involvement, but he was undoubtedly one of the ancient survivors. Aside from participating in the ambush against Hongyun, he rarely showed himself, living a reclusive life. He has cultivated 480 million blood god avatars, claiming that as long as the Blood Sea remains, the underworld river will not perish. Throughout the history of the primordial wilderness, even after several great calamities, the underworld river has remained unscathed. The old ancestor of the underworld river represents perseverance in the primordial wilderness. When Nuwa created humanity, he formed the Azura clan. When the three Pure Ones established their teachings, he founded the Azura religion. Such diligence is aimed at breaking through the saint realm. Unfortunately, he lacks the fortune to achieve sainthood. However, his power cannot be underestimated, and of course, with all this said, Yunlin was not here for the old ancestor of the underworld river. He came to the Blood Sea to find the entrance to the underworld. After the Earth Mother transformed into Reincarnation, the underworld appeared in the primordial wilderness, but many aspects still needed improvement. When the underworld was not yet established, the souls of the wronged would enter the Blood Sea to suffer torment. The Earth Mother's transformation into Reincarnation occurred by the Blood Sea, and entering the underworld requires passage through the entrance by the Blood Sea. Yunlin's purpose for this journey was to facilitate the reincarnation of Tongtian's sacred soul. Soon, Little Pai transformed back into a small boy and followed Yunlin. The underworld was simple. The entrance was merely a dilapidated door guarded by two members of the witch clan. Amusingly, the two were snoring loudly. Hey, hey, Yunlin called out several times. Who dares trespass into the underworld? The two witch clan members quickly stood up, alert, but in their daze, they even held their weapons backward without realizing it. Fellow Taoists, I am Yunlin from Qilin Cliff, here to see Lady Pingxin. After the Earth Mother transformed into reincarnation, her title became Lady Pingxin. Oh, wait a moment, I will inform her. One of the guards replied. After a while, the two guards led Yunlin inside. As Yunlin observed the surroundings of the underworld, he was astounded. It was indeed dilapidated and simplistic. Upon entering, souls were escorted by the brawny members of the witch clan toward the reincarnation disc, unceremoniously shoved inside. Currently, the reincarnation disc had no distinction of the six paths, regardless of whether one reincarnates as a human, beast, or anything else. Simple, brutal. It was akin to opening a blind box. What are your names? Fellow Taoists? Yunlin offered each of the two witch clan members a spiritual treasure. The two guards recognized the treasures as valuable and immediately regarded Yunlin more favorably. 1. Must navigate human relationships. Even with minor officials, to avoid many troubles. I am called Nyo Tu, and he is Ma Mian, the more robust of the two, replied Yunlin. Great. I encounter celebrities even in the underworld. Has it always been like this? Yunlin inquired further. Indeed. Ever since the lady established reincarnation, it has been this way for several million years, and it has been quite good. The guiding witch clan member replied indifferently. Soon, they brought Yunlin to the depths of the underworld, where a palace stood, and the words Pangu Hall could be faintly seen. After the ancestors of the witch clan passed, the Pangu Hall vanished, evidently absorbed into the underworld by the Earth Mother. The lady is inside. You may enter yourself. Chapter 54. The excited Earth Mother Yunlin instructed Little Pai to wait outside and walked inside. The moment he stepped into the Pangu Hall, a vast, desolate aura enveloped him. It was heavy, solid, and exuded a powerful sense of oppression. Yunlin, paying respects to Lady Pingxin. Yunlin bowed. At the head of the Pangu Hall sat a woman in a black robe, her expression stoic, yet even in her stillness, she emanated an aura of immense authority. In the Pangu Hall, aside from the Earth Mother, stood 11 stone statues on either side, representing the statues of the 11 deceased ancestors of the witch clan. It seemed the Earth Mother intended to commemorate her brothers and sisters in this manner. You are a disciple of Tongtian and have aided my witch clan during the calamity of the witches and demons. Thus you need not be overly courteous. The Earth Mother spoke. When the demon clan sought to forge the slaughter witch sword, it was Yunlin who informed by how, and the Earth Mother was already aware of the circumstances. What brings you to find me? The Earth Mother inquired. Why, lady, I possess a remnant soul and hope you can send it into reincarnation. Yunlin replied, Oh, a remnant soul, such a trivial matter. You may place it into reincarnation yourself shortly. The Earth Mother waved her hand, feeling that Yunlin was making a fuss over nothing. Yet, the next moment, with a flick of Yunlin's hand, a strand of remnant soul appeared in the Pangu Hall. Zing! The Earth Mother looked astonished, standing up abruptly. A sacred soul? No. It is a strand of remnant soul, and it seems to belong to Tongtian. My lady, the heavenly Tao is unjust. The primordial wilderness is a cage. Although the sage is immortal and indestructible, he is still bound to constraints. My master has entrusted me with the task of casting a fragment of his sacred soul into the cycle of reincarnation. Perhaps in hope of discovering a glimmer of transcendence, Yunlin spoke softly. Afterward, Hutu settled back down, a smile gracing her lips. How intriguing! Is this matter one that Tongtian Taoist has tasked you with? No, it was I who persuaded my master to sever the sacred soul, and he has even excised part of his memories to prevent the Tao of Heaven and the Tao ancestor from noticing, Yunlin replied, his words a mix of truth and deception. He could not yet fully trust Hutu. After a moment of silence, Hutu spoke, her expression shifting to one of disdain. In the vast expanse of Honghuang, few have heard of your name, Yunlin, yet you possess such remarkable abilities? No wonder Tongtian Taoist has taken you as his disciple. You are indeed extraordinary. But why do you think I would take the risk to assist you and your master? The rebirth of a sacred soul is a matter of great significance that could stir the entirety of Honghuang. Without my help to conceal it, it would undoubtedly be exposed. The Empress, despite her authority over the underworld and her seemingly immense power, has long since lost her vitality. The deaths of her 11 brothers have dealt her a heavy blow. Yunlin replied, boom. In the next moment, an overwhelming pressure descended upon Yunlin. Hutu in the underworld was comparable to a sage. Yet, under such immense pressure, Yunlin merely let out a muffled grunt, surprising Hutu somewhat. The Empress possesses the essence blood of your 11 siblings. What if I were to say that one day she might be able to resurrect them? Yunlin continued. Instantly, the pressure weighing on him receded like a tide, leaving Huda's eyes wide with astonishment. She had taken the essence blood of her siblings before her transformation into reincarnation, a secret known only to her. No, there was one other, the Sage of Green Willow. Are you a contingency left behind by the Sage of Green Willow? Hutu inquired. Yunlin remained silent, a tacit acceptance of her words. Could it be that you would boldly declare, I am indeed the Green Willow? Huta thought, and in that instant, she could have easily crushed him. Can my brothers and sisters truly be resurrected? Huta stood once more, her eyes filled with hope. Empress, you command the underworld and oversee the path of reincarnation. Although the ancestral witches lack a soul, if one were to cultivate the path of reincarnation to its utmost, it may not be impossible to pull them back from the river of time. Yunlin spoke earnestly, though he himself was uncertain of such claims. He felt a pang of guilt for Hutu but could only utter these words. Hutu began to believe. Why had the underworld remained so dilapidated for millions of years? Was it not due to Hutu's own despair? This had led various factions to exploit the underworld, such as the Western Tibetan King and the Eastern Emperor of the Heavenly Court, filling their coffers while the underworld remained impoverished. But now, Hutu had renewed hope. The path of reincarnation. The path of reincarnation. Hutu mused, laughing heartily, a transformation from her previously stoic demeanor. Previously, she had worn a grim expression that was somewhat unsettling among the many goddesses of Honghuang. Now, her smile infused the entire underworld with a different essence, leaving the witch clan members bewildered. Little Qilin, you are indeed impressive. However, I am currently trapped in the underworld and cannot enhance my understanding of reincarnation through my own cultivation. Surely you have a way, right? Hutu fixed her gaze intently on Yunlin. Yunlin felt a surge of anxiety. He sensed that if he admitted to having no solution, this calm empress would undoubtedly want to skin him alive. The repercussions of a person who had gained hope suddenly losing it were unimaginable, especially considering her formidable power. If Hutu were to unleash her wrath, even Tongtian and the 6 sages would be unable to intervene. In the depths of the underworld, Hutu was the strongest. I do have a way, Yunlin quickly responded. The underworld governs the reincarnation of Honghuang. As long as we strengthen the underworld and manage the cycle of reincarnation effectively, it will aid you in comprehending the path of reincarnation, allowing you to wield it more adeptly. Very well, then this task shall be entrusted to you. This is a divine seal I have forged from the rules of the underworld. As long as you are within the underworld, you will be able to harness the power of the underworld, and even contend with sages, Hutu declared, waving her hand as a mark fell into Yunlin's grasp. Yunlin, Hutu's actions left everyone else dumbfounded. I do not restrict your freedom. Even if you utilize my underworld authority to undertake any endeavor, I will shield you. Even if you offend a sage, I will stand up for you. However, I have but one condition. Assist me in reconstructing the underworld. Hutu insisted. Rest assured, Empress, I shall not disappoint you. Yunlin exhaled in relief, having initially feared he would be confined in the underworld as a laborer. He had even contemplated using the Chaos Pearl to escape. The Chaos Pearl had fused with Qilin Cliff, now under Yunlin's control. With a mere thought, he could instantly return to Qilin Cliff, unimpeded even by sages. This was Yunlin's true assurance. Moreover, the authority bestowed upon him by Hutu was indeed grand. The underworld could now be likened to an unexplored fertile land, brimming with treasures. A casual sweep would yield abundant rewards. Furthermore, should Yunlin gain insight into the rules of the underworld, integrating them into his own realm would significantly benefit his cultivation. In short, he stood to gain immensely. Regarding Yunlin's response, Hutu was exceedingly pleased. You shall oversee the affairs of the underworld. I will not intervene. What kind of race do you wish to cast that fragment of sacred soul into? Hutu inquired. Empress, let it be cast into the human race. Yunlin replied, handing over the remnant soul of Tongtian. Good. Hutu acquiesced. With that, she sent Yunlin on his way. After his departure, Hutu turned her gaze toward the ancestral witch statue within the Pangu Hall, her eyes resolute. I shall ensure your return to Honghuang, Tao of Heaven and Hongjun. You cannot stop me. The bond among the ancestral witches was profound. Upon learning of their collective demise, Hutu was engulfed in endless self-reproach. If she had not transformed into reincarnation, would such a tragedy have occurred? If she had been able to lend a hand at that time, could she have saved her brothers and sisters? Beyond guilt, there was an overwhelming hatred for the Tao of Heaven and Hongjun, as well as a sense of powerlessness. She understood that she was confined and restricted. Even if she expended all her strength, she could not harm those two treacherous beings. Yunlin's appearance offered her a flicker of hope. Yet, even the faintest glimmer of hope warranted her utmost effort to seize it. Subsequently, Hutu summoned the wheel of reincarnation and prepared to cast the fragment of Tongtian's sacred soul into it. The wheel of reincarnation appeared to resist, for a sacred soul was somewhat beyond its usual scope. Nevertheless, Hutu exerted all her strength to suppress it with the rules of the underworld, forcing the fragment inside. After completing this task, Hutu's complexion turned pale, clearly having expended significant energy. As Yunlin stepped outside, the oxhead and horseface approached, visibly apprehensive. "Your Majesty, we return this spirit fruit to you. We dare not accept it." Just moments ago, Hutu had commanded all the witch clan members that from now on, Yunlin would be the underworld king, his status only second to her own, and all matters of the underworld would fall under his jurisdiction. "That is fine. I have just arrived in the underworld and could use someone to guide me. You two seem quite capable. Please keep the spirit fruit," Yunlin replied. That moment, he felt a peculiar connection forming with the underworld, able to summon its power with but a thought. "Thank you, Your Majesty." Oxhead and Horseface expressed their gratitude, their demeanor towards Yunlin growing increasingly amicable. Suddenly, a commotion arose in the underworld, and Yunlin's initial Buddhist mark flickered, sensing the emergence of Buddhist light. "Why is that insufferable monk back again?" Horseface grumbled. "At a monk?" Yunlin inquired. "Indeed. Your Majesty, you may not be aware, but 1,000,000 years ago, a monk appeared in the underworld, claiming he wished to guide the souls of the deceased. But that was our responsibility," Oxhead exclaimed, his frustration palpable. "Not only did he come to steal our duty, but he also used the power of the underworld to refine his Buddhist light, which is utterly infuriating. Yet we are powerless against him, and the Empress does not intervene." After entering the underworld, the witch clan members underwent certain changes, gradually transforming from their ultimate physical forms into ethereal souls, developing a heightened awareness. This was evidently due to the influence of the underworld's aura. Thus, they harbored a deep aversion to the Buddhist light in the underworld. The Earth God has come to establish his doctrine. Please, host, make your choice. Option 1. Teach the Earth God a lesson. Reward: supreme innate spiritual treasure, the Underworld Emperor's sword. Option 2. Grovel before the Earth God. Appease the Western sect. Reward: supreme innate spiritual treasure, the sacred Buddha's relic. Option 3. Remain an observer. Reward: upper grade innate spiritual root. The Cloud Dream Tea Tree. I choose option 1. At present, they were in the transitional phase between the witch and demon wars and the Fengshen tribulation, a time of relative safety. The underworld was now Yunlin's territory. How dare that insufferable Earth God come to steal from him? He opted for a decisive strike. Subsequently, Yunlin, accompanied by Oxhead and Horseface, made their way to the source of the Buddhist light. A monk sat cross-legged upon a mat, the light radiating from him as if to illuminate the entire underworld. Any vengeful soul caught within the light would display a serene expression, their resentments washed away, allowing them to slip into reincarnation, while the monk absorbed the merit from their departure. Insufferable monk! This is the domain of the underworld king, and you shall vacate it at once. Oxhead and Horseface bellowed, channeling the bravado of a spoiled pet. The Earth God slowly opened his eyes. As a disciple of the Western sect, and a direct apprentice of a sage, he possessed the strength of mid-stage quasi-saint. With the witch clan suffering heavy losses and only a few great witches remaining, who could contend with the Earth God? I have witnessed the suffering within the underworld. Thus, I seek to help these vengeful souls. The Earth God spoke calmly. Help the vengeful souls. You seek to claim the merit of my underworld, do you not? Yunlin chuckled. The Earth God remained silent, acknowledging that this was indeed one of his objectives. After all, who would refuse more merit? Furthermore, the calm Empress was indifferent to the matter. His efforts to guide the deceased were not new, and he held no fear of the underworld king. Will you leave willingly, or shall I compel you to depart? Yunlin asked. You are being somewhat domineering, so I shall take this opportunity to teach you a lesson on behalf of the calm Empress. The Earth God replied with a smile, swiftly launching an attack at Yunlin. A string of prayer beads shot forth, aimed directly at him. These prayer beads were a mid-grade innate spiritual treasure, and the earth god did not hold back, unleashing his quasi-saint might. Such audacity? Yunlin sneered, extending a finger. Suppression. The power of formation surged forth instantaneously, transforming into a grand array that bore down upon the earth god. The earth god frowned slightly, attempting to shatter Yunlin's formation with the prayer beads. Bang! A resounding crash echoed as the earth god's beads were sent flying, and he inwardly cursed, hastily summoning a spiritual treasure staff to break the formation. Yet Yunlin smiled, conjuring 3 additional formations. Suppression. Pfft. The earth god spat out blood. Enough! Hutu appeared, and Yunlin promptly dissipated the formations. The earth god finally caught his breath. I have encountered the calm empress. My western sect boasts 2 sages in attendance. Hutu shot him a fierce glance. The earth god was struck once more, his essence sustaining damage. 2 sages, you say? Then summon Yuanshi and Jane. Let us see if they dare to act recklessly before me. Hutu declared coldly. Begone. The earth god, feeling utterly defeated, wasted no time in fleeing. Empress, Yunlin called out. You have already offended the western sect upon your arrival. You certainly know how to stir trouble, Hutu observed, a smile on her face, though her expression bore little reproach. In the underworld, few could evade Hutu's scrutiny. In fact, she was keen to witness Yunlin's approach to handling matters. Yunlin's actions earned Hutu's admiration. She was, after all, an ancestral witch. Even with her good-natured disposition, her combative nature was deeply ingrained. What surprised Hutu further was Yunlin's strength. He had decisively bested a mid-stage quasi-saint without even resorting to the rules of the underworld or employing a spiritual treasure. It was no wonder he had remained composed under her tremendous pressure. This caused Hutu to regard Yunlin with newfound favor. Such was the confidence bestowed upon him by the empress. You certainly know how to flatter, Hutu remarked. However, the Western sect's establishment in the underworld is the will of the Tao of Heaven. Let it be. You may handle it as you see fit. After finishing her words, Hutu vanished. Yunlin could only shake his head in exasperation. Truly, Hutu was a capricious overseer. Chapter 56. Hutu reestablishes the rules of the underworld. Oxhead and Horseface snapped back to reality, immediately showering Yunlin with praise. Their admiration was genuine. He possessed both strength and resolve, making him a leader anyone would wish to follow. Jiufeng, Xiang Lu, pays her respects to the underworld king. At that moment, a woman and a robust man approached, bowing to Yunlin. During the witch and demon wars, the witch clan had suffered profoundly, leaving only 2 great witches, Jiufeng and Xiang Lu. Following the war, they had led the witch clan into the underworld, in a world where strength reigned supreme. The sight of Yunlin defeating the earth god had left a significant impression on them, so they held no thoughts of rebellion. I have been tasked by the Calm Empress to reconstruct the underworld. I shall first explore the underworld to devise a proper plan, Yunlin stated. Understood. Xiang Lu and Jiufeng followed closely behind him. Your Majesty, this area is known as the Underworld Sea. Within it, various beasts roam, some even of quasi-saint caliber. Were it not for the Empress's protection, these beasts would have likely broken free from their confines long ago. Jiufeng explained that as they traversed the underworld, they arrived at a vast expanse of dark purple ocean. The expanse of Honghuang was immense, and even with countless beings inhabiting it, there were still many areas yet to be explored. The underworld had only recently come into being, and it was only natural that there remained many undeveloped regions. The underworld sea was one such desolate area, rife with perilous beasts. Yunlin suspected that remnants of demon gods had fallen into the underworld, perhaps even the lingering souls of such beings. Just as Yunlin prepared to depart, a beam of ghostly light fell beside him. It was the innate spiritual root, the underworld's bridge flower. Jiufeng and the others gasped in astonishment. While they had seen innate spiritual roots before, they had never encountered one so brazenly presenting itself. The underworld's bridge flower was exceptionally vibrant and beautiful, classified as a superior innate spiritual root and the progenitor of all bridge flowers within the underworld. Also known as the forgetfulness flower, it was said that the primary ingredient of Mengpo's soup was the petals of this flower. When used for cultivation, it could eliminate karma and clear obstacles to knowledge. Even quasi-saints would regard this spiritual root as a treasure. Yet, this superior innate spiritual root exhibited a peculiar sentience. Nudging against Yunlin, he found himself at a loss for words. He could not discern whether this was due to the influence of the underworld laws bestowed by Hutu or simply the result of his own fortuitous fate. Nevertheless, acquiring an additional innate spiritual root was undeniably beneficial. Yunlin casually collected it and promptly sought out Hutu. Having surveyed the underworld, do you have any insights? Hutu inquired with a smile. Ever since Yunlin had offered her a glimmer of hope, Hutu had become more cheerful, shedding her previous air of despondency for a newfound vitality. Empress, there should be 6 paths in reincarnation, and the underworld ought to have a complete system in place. Yunlin stated. Hutu's interest was piqued. Pray, elaborate. Given that beings in Honghuang perish every moment, it is essential to establish ghostly emissaries to guide these souls. Their destinations should first undergo judgment before being cast into reincarnation. This is how the rules should operate, directing merit accordingly. The underworld should establish the Ghost Gate, the Naiha Bridge, and the Karma Mirror. Yunlin proceeded to replicate the settings of the underworld from his previous life. Even Hutu could not help but offer her praises. If such an underworld could be established, it would yield immeasurable merit, and as the sovereign of the underworld, your power would undoubtedly expand exponentially. The mastery of reincarnation's force is beyond comprehension. These principles would typically require countless years of operation to uncover, yet you have laid them all bare in one go. Excellent, excellent, little Qilin. I had underestimated you. Perhaps I should negotiate with Tongtian to have him relinquish you to me, Hutu teased. Yunlin broke into a cold sweat. What negotiation? That would likely lead to a conflict. Thank you for your kind words. Empress S. the Underworld King, my status is akin to that of your direct disciple, is it not? Look at how nervous you are. Tongtian may take advantage of you, Hutu said, rising. Let us proceed as you suggested. I shall first open up the underworld sea. In the next moment, the form of Hutu vanished from the Pangu hall, and her towering figure stood amidst the realm of the underworld. Instantly, an immeasurable power surged downward, prompting all the members of the witch clan in the underworld to bow in unison. I wield the authority of the underworld and shall open the sea of the netherworld. Hutu's voice resonated, and with her declaration, the laws of the underworld and the forces of reincarnation began to pour forth relentlessly. Under the gaze of all, the coast of the Nether Sea astonishingly began to recede inward. Roar, roar, from the originally tranquil Nether Sea, the howls of strange beasts echoed. A whale-like beast, comparable to a quasi-saint, attempted to rise in defiance, but Hutu showed no mercy, swiftly reducing it to mere dust with a single strike. Seeing this, the other beasts dared not act recklessly. Although these creatures lacked consciousness, they possessed an instinct to evade danger. This formidable woman was far too strong. Who would dare to provoke her? Hutu's establishment of the Nether Sea also attracted the attention of many great powers from the primordial world, particularly the 6 saints, who were taken aback. Ever since the death of the ancestral witches, Hutu had remained silent. What was she planning now? Yet when the 6 saints attempted to probe with their divine senses, they were all ruthlessly crushed by Hutu's overwhelming might. In the realm of the underworld, Hutu's supremacy was no mere boast. The extent of the Nether Sea had diminished significantly, yet Hutu had not eradicated it entirely. With a wave of her hand, Hutu declared, "The underworld is founded upon the principle of reincarnation. I establish the gate of ghosts to guide the souls of the deceased. I erect the mirror of sin to reflect the past and present. I set up the 10 halls of Yanluo to adjudicate sins committed in life. I establish the 18 layers of hell." Boom. Hutu's voice echoed through the underworld, while chaos ensued throughout the primordial realm. Each time Hutu called out, the primordial world trembled violently. Above the firmament, boundless golden light emerged. The saints sensed the continuous operation of the heavenly Tao, as something was being imprinted upon the laws of the primordial world. In the future, even the saints would have to adhere to these rules. The Lady of Tranquility re-establishing the rules of the underworld. This could fundamentally alter the dynamics of the primordial realm. On Penglai Immortal Mountain, Tongtian wore a puzzled expression. He was not alone. Nuwa, Laozi, and Yuanshi were all similarly astonished. Meanwhile, in the west, the expressions of Jane and Zhuanti turned grim. This is bad. The Lady of Tranquility has suddenly established the rules of the underworld. Does this mean we can no longer derive merits from the underworld? Zhuanti lamented. That should not be the case. The heavenly Tao guides us. The Earth Store Bodhisattva will establish the path of the underworld, Jane replied. While that may be so, I am certain that after Hutu reestablishes the rules, the benefits we can obtain from the underworld will undoubtedly diminish significantly. And indeed, that was the reality. The West had previously relied on the vacancies in the underworld to establish the Western Pure Land, guiding souls into it to become Western followers and strengthen their influence, competing with the underworld for business. However, now the West had lost its advantage. This loss was monumental. Yet, they dared not voice their grievances. Why did the Earth Store Bodhisattva not stand up for them when he was attacked in the underworld? Because they feared they would also be subjected to Hutu's wrath. Thus, they refrained from intervening. To save face in the Zishao Palace, Hongjun sensed the changes in the underworld. After contemplating, he furrowed his brow. Another variable, he despised variables. However, given the current boundless calamity, coupled with the fact that this was a minor force, Hongjun did not pay it much mind. I shall re-establish the 6 paths of reincarnation. The path of the celestials, the path of humanity, the path of Azuras, the path of hell, the path of hungry ghosts, and the path of beasts. Hutu's voice resonated throughout the primordial realm. Confirm. The voice of the heavenly Tao followed, and then the heavens split open. With a crash, a vast amount of merit descended, amounting to at least 50% of what Nuwa had once created. Perfecting the underworld was a significant merit within the primordial realm. However, after receiving this merit, Hutu did not even glance at it, bestowing it all upon Yunlin. Hutu, in her pride, disdainfully rejected the gifts of the heavenly Tao. This startled Yunlin. King of the netherworld, the rules of the underworld have been established. From now on, you shall govern the operation of the underworld. With a wave of her hand, Hutu departed once more. Chapter 57. Yunlin's appointment to the underworld, revised chapter. Having grown accustomed to Hutu's hands-off management, Yunlin reigned in the dazzling power of merit behind him. Moreover, what Hutu conferred upon him was not merely merit. With the re-establishment of the rules of the underworld, what was now lacking? People. The Gate of Ghosts requires guardians, does it not? The halls of Yinluo need occupants, do they not? Fengdu Ghost City requires sentinels, does it not? The 18 layers of hell require overseers, do they not? He, Yunlin, the king of the netherworld, could mobilize all resources within the underworld, even placing his confidence in critical positions. With the resources of the underworld at his disposal, he could cultivate many formidable beings. Yunlin was certain that Hutu would not interfere. Hutu desired results, not processes. Furthermore, after establishing the rules of the underworld, the one who benefited the most was still Hutu. Presently, Hutu's control over the underworld had achieved an unprecedented breakthrough, alongside her mastery of the laws of the nether realm and the forces of reincarnation, which had grown immensely stronger than before. As the human Emperor Swerin took his rightful place, the host was prompted to make a choice. Choice 1. Expose the heavenly Tao's conspiracy to Swerin, rewarding a strand of primordial purple qi. Choice 2. Go to observe, rewarding a supreme innate spiritual treasure, the soul-dispersing bell. Choice 3. Remain in the netherworld, rewarding 2 fragments of the ancestral witch's essence. I choose 3. Yunlin made his selection. The human race has 3 emperors and 5 sovereigns. The 3 emperors are the heavenly emperor, the earth emperor, and the human emperor, with the human emperor at the forefront. Swerin, as the leader of the ancient human race, led his people through countless hardships, and his ascension to the position of human emperor was entirely justified. Yunlin's choice of 3 was motivated by the desire for the fragments of the ancestral witch's essence. Without a soul, the ancestral witches had little hope of resurrection, especially since the heavenly Tao and Hongjun had sabotaged the essence of the ancestral witches. Consequently, even a Hunyuan Wujidi de Luo Jingxian, a saint who attained enlightenment through strength, could not retrieve them from the river of time. As Hutu's vigor grew, Yunlin became increasingly anxious. What if he could not bring back the ancestral witches? Wouldn't Hutu be enraged? However, now that he had acquired the ancestral witch's essence through the system, Yunlin felt a sense of relief. With the essence, resurrecting the ancestral witches was no longer an impossible task. Initially, Yunlin intended to place the remnants of the ancestral souls within the Chaos Pearl, as he could not risk Hutu discovering them. Yet, to his surprise, the 2 remnants transformed into 2 streaks of light and darted into the world within Yunlin's body, Yunlin. As soon, those 2 streaks of light coalesced into 1 red and 1 blue phantom. Upon closer inspection, one could faintly discern the forms of Zhu Rong and Gong Gong, who then began to integrate into the operations of Yunlin's internal world. Moreover, Yunlin discovered that those two phantoms were taking root within his world, continuously growing stronger. Yunlin paid little mind to this. As long as he could provide Hutu with an explanation later, that would suffice. Nyotu, Ma Mian, come here, Yunlin called. Nyotu and Ma Mian promptly stepped forward. There are 10 great generals in the underworld, and you two are among them. From now on, you will be responsible for guiding the souls of the deceased and guarding the gate of ghosts. With a wave of his hand, 2 beams of spiritual light entered Nyotu and Ma Mian's bodies. Soon, their forms underwent a transformation. Nyotu truly became a bull-headed human, while Ma Mian transformed into a horse-headed human. Each held a steel fork, their auras rising to the early stage of Deluo. Whether in the celestial court or the underworld, their positions would now bear significant enhancement. Although the celestial court's fortune was lacking, the underworld thrived under Huda's rule, and the aura of the netherworld was flourishing, forming a self-contained ecosystem, thus amplifying their power considerably. Thank you, my king. Nyotu and Ma Mian expressed their gratitude with delight. Indeed, following their king meant there would be benefits to reap. Xianglu, Jiufeng, you two shall take charge of Fengdu Ghost City and Mongshan, respectively. After the spiritual light entered their bodies, Xianglu and Jiufeng's forms began to enlarge, their auras surging continuously until they reached the early stage of quasi-saint. Fengdu Ghost City served as a gathering place for spirits, while Mongshan was responsible for guarding the gate of ghosts, both vital components of the underworld. Currently, as they were in the initial stages of refining their positions, once fully assimilated, they could even aspire to the mid-stage of quasi-saint. Thank you, my king. Xianglu and Jiufeng hurriedly expressed their thanks. Subsequently, Yunlin sent out a message. Soon, a figure descended into the underworld. Young master. The newcomer was Lin Kuang. Having participated in the Long Han calamity, Lin Kuang was considered an elder among the strong of the primordial realm. However, strength and realm were not merely attained through the passage of time. For instance, the Xuanwu of the Northern Sea possessed immense depth and had encountered great fortunes, thus becoming a formidable figure in the late stage of quasi-saint. Meanwhile, Lin Kuang remained stuck in the early stage of quasi-saint. Being a follower of his elder, Yunlin was generous. Elder, I now govern the underworld and wish for you to take on the position of the heavenly Empyrean benevolence Saint Emperor, overseeing the 18 layers of hell. The 18 layers of hell are one of the core aspects of the underworld. The position of the heavenly Empyrean benevolence Saint Emperor is arguably the highest office aside from Hutu. However, with Yunlin as the king of the netherworld, the position of the heavenly Empyrean benevolence Saint Emperor was relegated to the 3rd rank in the underworld. Initially, Lin Kuang had been pondering what Yunlin wanted when he called for him. Upon hearing Yunlin's words, he was immediately taken aback. He had heard of the significant upheaval in the underworld and had just been marveling at the Lady of Tranquility's boldness. Now, the young master declared he was in charge of the underworld? This. Lin Kuang quickly regained his composure. Thank you, young master. Yunlin then conferred the title of Heavenly Empyrean Benevolence Saint Emperor upon Lin Kuang. In the next instant, Lin Kuang donned a black robe, exuding great authority. His strength surged dramatically, and he swiftly harnessed the power of the netherworld to eliminate malevolent spirits. Within the realm of the underworld, he dared to contend with even those of the late stage of quasi-saint. Subsequently, Yunlin produced 10 innate spiritual artifacts, which transformed into the 10 halls of Yinluo. With the enhancement of the nether laws, each of the 10 halls of Yinluo possessed the cultivation level of a peak de Luo Jingxian. These 10 halls of Yinluo were not mere transformations of the spiritual artifacts, but could be seen as manifestations of Yunlin's consciousness, governed by his will. Although the structure of the underworld was complete, the shortage of personnel meant Yunlin had to step in to ensure its normal operation. Everyone, the underworld is now functioning properly. If you have anyone you wish to recommend, I will arrange them in suitable positions. Yunlin stated, We obey the decree of the king of the netherworld. Everyone responded in unison. In the following 100,000 years, Yunlin streamlined the operations of the underworld. He promoted numerous talents from the witch clans and even transferred some personnel from Qilin Cliff. Hutu was highly satisfied with Yunlin's capabilities and rewarded him with several innate spiritual treasures. Afterward, Yunlin requested to enter seclusion for cultivation. Having traversed the primordial realm for 1,000,000 years, he was on the verge of breaking through to the mid-stage of quasi-saint. Following Hutu's re-establishment of the underworld's rules, he received the opportunity for a breakthrough, allowing his world to generate the essence of the nether realm. Yunlin entered a deep slumber for another 300,000 years. Ha! Yunlin awoke amidst a sea of ethereal flowers. Chapter 58. The avatar of the 100 calamities and the nether, the ethereal flowers of the underworld, which Yunlin had planted along the banks of the Yellow Springs, quickly bloomed, filling the entire shoreline with vibrant colors that danced in the breeze, exuding a fragrance perceptible even to spirits. As Yunlin awakened, all the ethereal flowers swayed, expressing a joyous sentiment. Moreover, the moment Yunlin regained consciousness, something peculiar seemed to transpire throughout the entire underworld. Within the Pangu temple, Hutu opened her eyes, filled with astonishment. Just moments ago, as the sovereign of the underworld, she had sensed that the rules governing the underworld had undergone a remarkable transformation. A portion of the foundational essence of the netherworld seemed to have merged with that small Qilin. Even though she was the ruler of the underworld and possessed a certain degree of control over its powers, the rank of the underworld's rules was exceedingly high. It was not something one could simply manipulate at will. Yet, just now, the rules appeared to favor the small Qilin immensely. In other words, even if Hutu were to revoke Yunlin's authority over the nether powers, Yunlin would still be able to wield them. Furthermore, should Yunlin grow in strength, there existed the potential for him to usurp Hutu's position as the sovereign of the netherworld. If it were anyone else, they might have sought to eliminate Yunlin entirely, but Hutu was different. She was genuinely pleased. The more extraordinary Yunlin's performance, the greater the chances of resurrecting her brothers and sisters, as long as she could bring the ancestral witches back to life. Hutu would willingly sacrifice everything. Young master, Lin Kuang had remained by Yunlin's side throughout. How has the operation of the underworld been in these years? Yunlin yawned and inquired. Now, he had successfully advanced to the mid-stage of quasi-saint. Young master, ever since the Lady of Tranquility re-established the rules of the underworld, everything has been running quite smoothly. Following your directives, we have transformed some souls into unofficials. However, the Xinmen and the West are both seeking to take advantage of our underworld, Lin Kuang reported. Yunlin understood Lin Kuang's meaning. The underworld was inherently desirable. Now that it had been opened up, even the saints were coveting it. They sought to obtain merit and fortune from the underworld. In the future, both the Buddhist and Taoist sects would possess the ability to redeem souls, and this would even be guided by the heavenly Tao, aiming to weaken the underworld. Is the Lady of Tranquility aware of this? Yunlin inquired. After the young master entered seclusion, the lady also went into seclusion. We did not dare to act without permission, hence we have been delaying, Lin Kuang explained. The Xinmen and the West have sent individuals to the underworld, hoping we would relent, and due to our prolonged silence, they are beginning to grow impatient. Lin Kuang continued. The Xinmen and the West wish to fleece the underworld. Please, host, make a choice. Choice 1. Drive them away to assert the authority of the underworld, rewarding a cultivation method for the avatar of the 100 calamities. Choice 2. Allow them to freely reap benefits from the underworld, rewarding a mid-grade innate spiritual treasure, the blood demon blade. Choice 3. Engage them in reasoning, rewarding a top-grade innate spiritual root, the 9 nethergrass. Yunlin chose 1. Allowing them to reap benefits unchecked was absolutely unacceptable. Yunlin was not one to engage in discussions. He preferred to strike first and then negotiate. Most importantly, Yunlin craved the cultivation method for the avatar of the 100 calamities. Through this method, he could cultivate an avatar that was distinct from the 3 corpses, not the kind of avatar that was severed by a great power. It could be understood as another independent yet non-rebellious incarnation. Unlike the 3 corpses or other avatars, which would inevitably leave traces that could be detected by powerful beings, the avatar of the 100 calamities would not. Furthermore, ordinary avatars could not exceed the realm of the main body. However, the avatar of the 100 calamities could. For instance, if Yunlin embarked on the path of enlightenment in the world, facing immense challenges, each realm could surpass the ordinary, showcasing extraordinary combat prowess. Yet, attaining sainthood would be exceedingly arduous. The avatar of the 100 calamities, however, could achieve the status of a saint before the main body, thereby protecting the main body's path. Was this not enticing? Humph. Are the disciples of the saints truly so formidable? Elder, drive them out of the underworld and let them know whose territory this is, Yunlin commanded. Understood. Lin Kuang exhibited no hesitation in executing Yunlin's orders. Even though the Taoist sect and the West had 5 saints exerting pressure behind them, as long as the young master issued a command, Lin Kuang would dare to confront the saints. Within Fengdu, Your Highness, the Xinmen has 3 saints backing us. If the underworld is willing to cooperate with us, under our joint efforts, the underworld will flourish even more. Nanji smiled, representing the Xinmen. Now, as the chief disciple of the Chan teaching, Nanji had reached the early stage of quasi-saint. After being struck down by Yunlin, Nanji had worked diligently to improve himself. This time, he sought to prove his worth. I, too, have 3 saints in the West. I implore the Fengdu king to consider this matter carefully, the Earth Store Bodhisattva added with a smile. Both the Xinmen and the Taoist sect did not believe that they could persuade Hutu to relent solely based on their strength. So they chose to collaborate. Excluding the West's bluster about a 3rd saint, both sides had 5 saints in total, making it difficult for anyone in the primordial realm to resist. Now, Xiang Lu, who had already become the Fengdu king, felt immense pressure. Everyone, it is not that the underworld is unwilling to discuss. It is simply that the king of the netherworld and the lady of tranquility, who can make decisions, are both in seclusion. We truly cannot make any decisions, the Fengdu king explained. Fengdu king, it has already been 300,000 years. It seems that your underworld is simply unwilling. Tell me where the lady of tranquility is in seclusion, and I shall seek her out myself, Nanji huffed. The Fengdu king felt quite troubled, and just at that moment, a figure appeared, and the Fengdu king felt as if he had found a savior. Emperor, Nanji and the Earth Store Bodhisattva turned to look at the newcomer. Over the years, the underworld had grown tremendously, and Lin Kuang, now the heavenly Empyrean benevolent Saint Emperor, had garnered considerable fame in the primordial realm. Without waiting for the Antarctic and the Earth Store to speak, Lin Kuang coldly declared, "We must obtain the edict of the king of the underworld to expel the practitioners of the profound sect and the Western teachings from the underworld. How dare you?" Antarctic's face contorted with a mix of anger and shock. Meanwhile, King Fengdu had long been exasperated by the arrogance of the Westerners and the profound sect, who frequently troubled him. Relying on the backing of the saints, boom! King Fengdu's aura surged, wielding a massive wolf-toothed club, and bellowed once more, "By the edict of the king of the underworld, expel the practitioners of the profound sect and the Western teachings." Roar, roar! In an instant, the underworld was engulfed in turmoil, with countless spirits roaring, and numerous powerful entities converging towards Fengdu. The 10 great Yin commanders, the Ghost King of Mongshan, the 10 Yama kings, all led their subordinates to join. They filled the skies, overshadowing the city of Fengdu. "Your Majesty, please reconsider. The 5 saints are involved in this matter. The king of the underworld's tyranny will inevitably doom the future of the underworld." Antarctic continued, "Damn it. How dare you slander the king of the underworld? Kill him, strike him down. How can the king of the underworld be so easily insulted?" Antarctic's words ignited a furious response among the underworld's powerful entities, with Lin Kuang taking the lead in attacking. Antarctic was left stunned. Meanwhile, Earth Store felt fortunate for his knowledge, which had spared him from speaking recklessly. Chapter 59. The 5 saints apply pressure, the overbearing Earth Mother. Last time, Earth Store had been taught a lesson by Yunlin, so this time he did not adopt an overly aggressive stance, allowing Antarctic to display his might while he assisted from the sidelines. "I am the direct disciple of the saint, representing the profound sect," Antarctic shouted. However, the numerous powerful beings of the underworld paid no heed. The status of Yunlin in their hearts was exceedingly high, to the extent that they would defend it with their lives. If it weren't for the king of the underworld, how could the underworld have its current state? Moreover, there were many beings from Qilin Cliff within the underworld. Flowing behind Lin Kuang were 6 long swords, radiating the power of the 9 nether. This was the supreme innate spiritual treasure, the Xian Yu sword formation, which he commanded as the heavenly emperor, capable of harnessing the power of the underworld with formidable might. Furthermore, Lin Kuang's strike against Antarctic was fueled by personal grievances. Initially, it was Antarctic and Randang who had set a deadly trap for the young master. Now, seizing the opportunity, he sought to settle both old and new scores. As Lin Kuang confronted Antarctic, the latter quickly summoned the spiritual treasure, the 5 Fire 7 Birds fan. This was a supreme innate spiritual treasure, crafted from the feathers of 7 innate spiritual birds, capable of commanding 5 types of innate spiritual flames with immense power. With a wave of his hand, the 5 Fire 7 Birds fan erupted with its greatest might. The spiritual flames engulfing the air, attempting to block Lin Kuang's Xianyu sword formation. Humph! Lin Kuang chuckled. You dare to play with fire before me? I am the fire Qilin. Break! Lin Kuang shouted furiously, and the Xianyu sword formation suppressed the spiritual flames, moving swiftly toward Antarctic. Antarctic was taken aback. His strength was already inferior to Lin Kuang's, and this was Lin Kuang's domain. Could he truly contend against him? Even if Antarctic exerted all his efforts, he would soon find himself heavily injured by Lin Kuang. Lin Kuang understood that he could not carelessly take Antarctic's life, but he could certainly impart a severe lesson. Without hundreds of thousands of years of arduous cultivation, Antarctic would find it impossible to restore his essence. Your Majesty, we in the West do not wish to be enemies with the underworld. I shall take my leave. Earth Store wisely made his exit. Leave now, Lin Kuang coldly commanded Antarctic. Hatred filled Antarctic's eyes as he declared angrily, You will regret this. After Antarctic and Earth Store departed, King Fengdu expressed his concerns, Your Majesty, they are after all 5 saints. This matter, the king has his own plans, Lin Kuang replied with a smile. With this statement, the powerful beings of the underworld felt reassured, having complete faith in the king of the underworld. However, the next moment, whoosh, a brilliant light illuminated the entire underworld, startling all spirits into silence. The aura of the saints had descended. Why must you be so unreasonable? My profound sect merely seeks mutual assistance with your underworld. Yuanshi appeared above the underworld, his face filled with rage. The beating of his direct disciple was a blow to his own face. Saints are eternal in the primordial chaos. They value their reputation above all, Yuanshi. You possess quite the authority. Earth Mother appeared, draped in a black robe, seated upon her throne, unperturbed even in the presence of Yuanshi, and even bearing a hint of mockery. The forces of the underworld surged, and in an instant, Yuanshi's sacred aura was completely dissipated. Witnessing this scene, the beings of the underworld felt a surge of emotions. Standing amidst the blossoms of the other shore, Yunlin observed Earth Mother's display of power. Calm yourself, my dear M.Y. Profound sex acquisition of certain authorities within the underworld and the occupation of certain positions is sanctioned by the Tao of Heaven. Do you wish to oppose the will of heaven? With a sigh, Laozi appeared riding on a green bull, joining the scene. With Yuanshi and Laozi present, Tongtian naturally would not be absent. The 3 saints of the profound sect gathered. Following that, 2 beams of Buddhist light shone forth. Junti and Jane would not miss this opportunity either. After all, whether the West could gain benefits in the underworld hinged on this encounter. The 5 saints descended upon the underworld, and their intention to unite in pressuring Earth Mother filled the strong beings of the underworld with unease. The will of heaven. What is that worth? One day, I shall tear apart this heaven. One day, I shall confine Hongjun within the underworld, subjecting him to endless torment. Ha ha ha! Earth Mother laughed loudly, appearing somewhat deranged, or perhaps, she had already lost her sanity with the death of the 11 ancestral witches. The absent Saint Enwa, who had not attended, had been observing the events in the underworld. She looked at Earth Mother with a tinge of envy, admiring her freedom and her courage to resist. Like Earth Mother, she had lost her brother during the war of witches and demons. Enwa was luckier, as Fushi had a chance to reincarnate. Yet Enwa pondered more deeply. If one day, the Tao of Heaven and the Tao ancestor truly sought to annihilate her elder brother, could she truly assist him? Calm yourself, you audacious one. Laozi's anger surfaced. The Tao ancestor was the progenitor of the profound sect. Their teacher. Earth Mother's actions were exceedingly offensive. The Taiji diagram manifested behind Laozi, transforming into a golden bridge, suggesting a readiness to act. Yuanshi and Tongtian awaited Laozi's signal. Should Laozi strike, they would follow suit. The Pangu banner and the sword of extermination were poised for action. The Taiji saint must not act rashly. Jane hurriedly intervened, then addressed Earth Mother. My dear, this matter is quite simple. Why must it be so complicated? You are the master of the underworld and indeed powerful here, but if the 5 saints unite, we can still subdue you. Indeed, I cannot match the 5 of you. Earth Mother nodded. The saints were momentarily elated, believing Earth Mother was ready to concede. However, Earth Mother smiled and continued, Then let us see if I can destroy the underworld before you can subdue me. Are you mad? Yuanshi exclaimed in shock. The underworld was one of the foundations of the primordial chaos. If Earth Mother were to destroy it, the primordial chaos would surely suffer a catastrophic blow, far more severe than when the skies shattered. It would pose a risk of upheaval within the primordial chaos. Under the backlash of karmic retribution, the five saints would likely be stripped of their sanctity, or even lose their lives. Do you dare to act? Come and try. Earth Mother raised her head, staring fiercely at the five saints, pressing them with her presence. Yet none of the saints dared to meet her gaze. My dear, what exactly do you intend to do? Laozi asked helplessly. Compromise was impossible. Earth Mother had gone mad. If pressed too hard, she might drag them all down with her, along with the primordial chaos itself, leaving them with no tears to shed. The profound sect and the Western teachings wish to enter the underworld. That is acceptable, entirely so. However, this matter must be led by the underworld. It is the underworld that decides who may enter and who may not. The underworld will offer you benefits, but if you seek to seize them, that is absolutely impossible. Earth Mother articulated each word with conviction. Yunlin observed Earth Mother's demeanor, internally exclaiming, "What a dominant presence." A silence fell among the five saints. This had clearly surpassed their internal limits. Yet they found themselves utterly powerless against Earth Mother. Very well, we shall heed your wishes. The five saints ultimately reached a consensus. The so-called primordial chaos saints were merely that. They had no spine. I had thought we could have a proper fight. The profound sect and the Western teachings, attempts to insert personnel into the underworld will be entirely managed by the king of the underworld. Chapter 60. Tongtian. Impudent Earth Mother, do you wish to snatch my disciple? After Earth Mother concluded her speech, she disregarded the five saints and dissipated into the ether. The saints did not linger in the underworld either. Departing swiftly, Yunlin felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. Damn it! Earth Mother is unafraid of offending the five saints, but I, Yunlin, am terrified. If they discover I am the king of the underworld, will they not vent their frustrations upon me? At this moment, the five saints were indeed engaged in conversation. The king of the underworld, I have heard, is a rising star within the underworld. He has contributed significantly to the establishment of new rules and manages nearly all affairs of the underworld. My disciple Earthstore has interacted with him, and the king of the underworld is exceedingly domineering. Farewell, everyone, Jane said, taking his leave alongside Junti. What king of the underworld? Merely an ant sheltered by Earth Mother. Yuanshi scoffed. His disciple had been beaten, and he initially sought an explanation, only to end up humiliated himself. Yuanshi's anger was palpable. When the opportunity arises, I will surely teach that king of the underworld a lesson. Third brother, regarding the affairs of the underworld, have Duobao handle it. Regardless of circumstances, we must secure a foothold in the underworld and ensure the West does not outshine us. Laozi instructed. Very well, Tongtian agreed to this task. The discussions among the five saints reached a temporary conclusion. Earth Mother appeared before Yunlin. My dear, Yunlin greeted respectfully. Little one, have you truly considered changing allegiances? I am increasingly fond of you, Earth Mother teased. She felt exhilarated today. Since her transformation into Reincarnation, she had not felt such joy. Confronting the five saints had released a great deal of pent-up frustration. Yunlin scratched his head, unsure of how to respond. What are your plans next? Earth Mother did not dwell on the notion of claiming Yunlin. My lady, I naturally await the profound sect and the West to approach for negotiations. Antarctic has suffered in the underworld. The disciples of the intercepting sect will likely come to negotiate with me, and I am, after all, the senior disciple of the intercepting sect, Yunlin explained. You truly are cunning. Taking advantage of every opportunity, Earth Mother remarked with a laugh. Yunlin, as a disciple of the intercepting sect and a member of the profound sect, was a fitting candidate. If the profound sect intended to send someone into the underworld, why not Yunlin? That would also be a favor from her. Yunlin grinned. Earth Mother lingered, sharing much wisdom about cultivation, providing Yunlin exclusive insights. Such treatment was not something ordinary individuals could receive. The people of the profound sect have arrived. You may go now. When you have time, I will explain the rules of the underworld and reincarnation in greater depth. With that, Earth Mother's form dissipated. Having spent many years in the primordial chaos, aside from Tongtian and Fushi, Earth Mother was likely the third elder Yunlin genuinely respected. Back in Fengdu, this place had become a reception hall once more, with King Fengdu hosting guests. However, this time, the atmosphere was different. Previously, the disciples of the saints had been arrogant, But now, Duobao felt inclined to shrink back. He had heard of Antarctic's brutal defeat in the underworld, and he understood that following the display of Earth Mother's might, they had no place to complain. After a short while, Yunlin arrived. "Your Majesty," King Fengdu respectfully bowed. Upon seeing Yunlin, Duobao's eyes widened in disbelief, rubbing them as if to confirm his vision. "Isn't this my master brother in a different outfit?" King Fengdu tactfully excused himself. "What, do you not recognize me?" Yunlin inquired. Duobao instantly became ecstatic. "Master brother, it's really you. You are the infamous king of the underworld." "Haha, why wouldn't it be me?" Yunlin chuckled. "Oh my, you genuinely startled me. What are you doing in the underworld? Does our teacher know?" "The teacher probably doesn't know. If he did, he wouldn't have advised me to be humble when meeting the king of the underworld." "Ha ha ha," Duobao rambled excitedly. Afterward, the two brothers reminisced for a while. Yunlin offered a few words of advice, and Duobao departed. Upon returning to Penglai, Tongtian summoned him to the Shangqing Palace. "Duobao, how did it go? What did the king of the underworld say?" Tongtian inquired urgently. The matter of the profound sect entering the underworld was of great importance to the three pure ones. Previously, fearing Duobao might also face grievances after Antarctic's defeat, Tongtian had his own competitive spirit against the intercepting sect. The conflict between the intercepting and the Chan sect had not diminished over the years. In fact, it had intensified. "Teacher, please shield the heavenly secrets." "I shall explain," Duobao replied. Tongtian's expression changed, and he employed a great divine power to conceal their conversation. "Teacher, the king of the underworld is actually my master brother," Duobao disclosed. Boom. Tongtian stood up abruptly from his seat. "What did you say? As a saint, how could he not hear Duobao's words?" Yet, he found it hard to believe why master brother is the king of the underworld. Duobao reiterated in the next moment. A wild grin spread across Tongtian's face, and he could no longer contain his laughter. "Ha ha ha, ha ha ha." The sacred aura vibrated above the Penglai Immortal Mountain, leaving countless disciples of the intercepting sect bewildered. "Duobao, your master brother is quite remarkable. He managed to secure the position of the king of the underworld without a word." Tongtian felt a sense of joy as a teacher. Witnessing his disciples' success was a source of happiness. Second brother often claims he cannot produce good disciples. One day, we shall showcase Liner and teach him what it means to be an excellent disciple indeed. Master brother is truly impressive. I have heard he oversees all affairs of the underworld. Every appointment and duty falls under his purview. How magnificent, Duobao beamed. "Teacher, master brother has asked me to relay a message. The profound sect wishes to place personnel in the underworld, and master brother said to simply insert him into the position. This matter regarding his identity as the king of the underworld must remain confidential." "Good," Tongtian replied in one breath. With Liner managing affairs in the underworld, the intercepting sect would undoubtedly gain a substantial advantage. "My dear disciple, you truly are an exceptional disciple." Suddenly, Tongtian's expression shifted. "Oh no? Liner is too outstanding. In the past, Fushi had thoughts of snatching Liner away, and even your master uncle expressed regret for not taking Yunlin as his disciple. Will Earth Mother also?" Duobao paused for a moment. "People are vying to take on a saint as their teacher, yet when it comes to my master brother, teacher, this is dangerous. I must make a trip to the underworld." Tongtian's urgency was palpable. "Why, precious disciple?" "Teacher, no. If you go, it will ruin my master brother's plans. Besides, my master brother would never betray the intercepting sect," Duobao urged anxiously. Tongtian quickly regained his composure. "I will consult your master uncle and second master uncle. Finalize this matter first and ensure Liner does not wait too long." Duobao watched Tongtian rush off, drenched in sweat. He truly wanted to say, "Teacher, you are a saint, not a sycophant." Chapter 61. The Great Compassion of the Buddha and the Mahayana Teachings. Yuanshi. How audacious this king of the underworld is. Yuanshi was infuriated. If the king of the underworld dared to appear before him at that moment, Yuanshi could crush him with a single Pangu banner. Such blatant provocation cannot be tolerated. In light of this, let us select someone from the Jiejiao. Laozi declared. He had but one disciple, Xuandu, and he did not relish dealing with such matters, thus he was not inclined to contest. "I find Yunlin to be quite remarkable." Tongtian Dao, however. Before Yuanshi could utter another word, Laozi decisively concluded, "Then it shall be Yunli and I." In the west, Jane and Zhuanti were also troubled. They wished to appoint Dizong. Yet he had previously offended the king of the underworld. Brother, shall we not consider Yaoshi or Maitreya instead? Yuanshi suggested. Yaoshi, Dizong, and Maitreya were all upright beings of the West, closely associated with Yuanshi and Jian. Even when Laozi planned to establish the Mahayana Buddhism, the West sought to restore order. Mahayana Buddhism encompasses the past Buddha, present Buddha, and future Buddha. Why is the past Buddha known as Randalamp, the present Buddha as Duobao, and the future Buddha as Maitreya? The past and present can only serve as adornments for the future. It was a clever calculation. No, Dizong possesses exceptional comprehension. He is indeed the most suitable candidate. Jane firmly rejected. Yuanshi nodded in agreement. The so-called high comprehension of Jane referred to Dizong's rebellious spirit. Presently, the Western teaching was rising through the Hinayana doctrine, with the incarnation of Yuanshi as Shakyamuni being the sole true Buddha. Yet Dizong had repeatedly questioned the path to Buddhahood. However, Jane and Yuanshi were at a loss for a response. The Hinayana doctrine was foundational to the Western teachings, and they had to firmly maintain the claim that there is only one true Buddha in the world. They could only vaguely inform Dizong that there is but one true Buddha, and that one day he too might have the opportunity to become a true Buddha. Born in the West, Dizong's innate talent and comprehension were such that even Jane and Yuanshi were astonished. Even the teachings of the southern polar region were inferior to him. Naturally, Dizong was dissatisfied with such an explanation and wished to delve deeper. While having a disciple of such high caliber should be a joyous occasion, Jane and Yuanshi were rather displeased, feeling a tinge of annoyance towards Dizong. For years, Dizong had sought answers, leading Jane and Yuanshi to consider assigning him to the underworld. They claimed it was an arrangement, but it was essentially a banishment. They were reluctant to allow him to participate in the core of the Western teachings, fearing it might undermine their foundation in reality. According to the trends of the primordial world, Dizong had indeed vowed that he would not achieve Buddhahood until the underworld was empty. Thus, he was destined to remain in the underworld, guiding lost souls and helping the West accumulate fortune. Making even a return to Lingshan a difficult endeavor, it was rather pitiful. Let us allow Dizong to go, Jane sighed. Yuanshi raised no objections. Upon receiving the directive, Dizong did not hesitate and proceeded to the underworld. This time, Dizong was quite obedient and dared not act recklessly. Having seen the king of the underworld, upon seeing Yunlin approach, Dizong offered a respectful greeting. Are you here regarding the matter of the West's establishment in the underworld? There is not much to discuss. I can agree directly. Yunlin replied cheerfully, surprising Dizong. Yunlin smiled and said, everyone believes that the king of the underworld is unreasonable. In truth, I am the most reasonable. As long as you are respectful and do not overshadow me, I shall not do anything to you. Dizong pondered and realized this to be true. His punishment was due to his disrespect towards the underworld. And the same logic applied to the southern polar region. I underestimated the king of the underworld's magnanimity. I should be punished. Dizong chuckled lightly as Dizong was about to make a grand vow. He requested the host to make a choice. Choice 1. Go with the flow, reward with a high-grade innate spiritual treasure, the soul pearl. Choice 2. Provide Dizong with an exposition on Mahayana Buddhism. Reward with an ancestor which source X1. Choice 3. Expel Dizong, delaying his vow. Reward with maternal chi of all things X1. Yunlin desired both the ancestor which source and the maternal chi of all things. However, he chose the second option. After all, he was one of the founders of the Western teachings and could not waste this opportunity. It was time to begin preaching Mahayana Buddhism. That moment, Dizong also received celestial guidance to establish a grand vow to eternally guard the underworld. Yunlin spoke, Dizong, what is a Buddha? Dizong was taken aback. The Buddha is the one. The Buddha encompasses all. The Buddha is eternal. We all revere the Buddha and serve the one true Buddha, Shakyamuni. Yunlin shook his head and smiled, saying, the Buddha is not singular. In the 3 times and 10 directions, countless Buddhas coexist simultaneously, and Shakyamuni is but one among them. You are a Buddha, I am a Buddha. All beings can become Buddhas. At this moment, Dizong trembled all over. The initial Buddha mark on Yunlin gradually manifested, enveloping Dizong within its radiance. The teachings propagated in the West primarily pursued individual self-liberation, starting from life and death, grounding themselves in the renunciation of greed and attachment, culminating in the extinction of worldly wisdom, thereby falling into the Hinayana. Today, I shall impart to you the Mahayana teachings. Are you willing to uphold them? Yunlin inquired. I am willing to uphold them. Please bestow the teachings upon me, esteemed one. Dizang respectfully bowed to Yunlin, filled with fervor. He had long been in search of the Buddha's path, yet had not found it now. Hearing Yunlin's words was like encountering sweet dew after a long drought. He was unable to contain his eagerness. The Dharma is filled with great compassion and benevolence, universally liberating beings, achieving Buddhahood to save the world, constructing the Buddha nation, and the process of cultivation requires traversing countless lives and deaths, enduring tribulations, and with great wisdom, attaining supreme enlightenment, thus liberating all beings. Yunlin spoke slowly. Dizang immediately entered a state of meditation, immersed in Yunlin's Buddha light. The initial Buddha mark upon Yunlin shone brightly, and fortunately, Yunlin had prepared by suppressing it with the chaos pearl. Otherwise, he would have been completely exposed. Yuanshi and Jian might have immediately sought to slay him. After a century, Dizang abruptly opened his eyes, beaming with a smile, his gaze filled with profound wisdom, and with both hands clasped together, bowed to Yunlin. Thank you for dispelling my doubts, esteemed one. I am a Buddha, destined to guide all beings to become Buddhas. Our Buddha is compassionate. Chapter 62. Yuanshi and Jian. My home has been burgled. Just as Dizang comprehended the Mahayana teachings, the Buddha light instantaneously illuminated the entire underworld. In an instant, the spirits within the underworld roared. The commotion was most intense in the 18 layers of hell. This compelled Lin Kuang to intervene and suppress the chaos. Had it not been for the discovery that the Buddha light emanated from Fengdu, many powerful beings of the underworld would have rushed there. After all, they knew that the king of the underworld was currently meeting with Dizering. At this moment, Dizang spoke, establishing a grand vow. May I, throughout the future calamities, establish numerous conveniences for the suffering beings, allowing them to attain liberation. Until all beings are liberated, I vow not to attain Buddhahood. Boom. The underworld had barely calmed down when it trembled once more, and each tremor was related to Yunlin. Hutu merely glanced at it and paid it no mind, casually suppressing the vengeful spirits of the underworld, thinking to himself that the little fellow was truly disruptive. Dizang's figure was enveloped in golden light, firmly establishing himself within the underworld, his momentum shaking the primordial world. Dizang established the Tao in the underworld, claiming, "We have taken the initiative before the Xianmen," Jane said joyfully. "What exactly is Yunlin doing? Why has he not shown himself yet?" Yuanshi was already dissatisfied. Upon seeing that the West was gaining the upper hand, he began to vent his frustration. Lin Er is already prepared. When the time comes, his momentum will not be inferior to that of the West. Tongtian, in the face of Yuanshi's reproach, he did not wish to engage too much, fearing that Yuanshi would cause a ruckus. What if it made Lin Er unhappy? Regardless, when Lin Er finally took action, it would undoubtedly astonish everyone. Dizang had not recognized the greatness of the situation and had slighted the esteemed one. I hope the esteemed one will not take offense. Dizang looked at Yunlin, his eyes filled with reverence. Yunlin's teachings had enlightened Dizang. He established a grand vow and immediately ascended to the late stage of the quasi-saint realm. If one day he truly guided all the souls of the underworld, he would achieve the status of a saint. As for the Buddha, it resides in the heart. Who dares say that Dizang now is not a Buddha? The Mahayana teachings are the true teachings, yet Ling Shan remains dominated by the Hinayana doctrine. Ultimately, there will come a day when I shall lead the two saints to accept the true essence of the Mahayana. Liberating them from the sea of suffering, I shall ensure that the beings of Ling Shan receive the nourishment of the Mahayana teachings, Dizang said. Dizang had become Yunlin's most ardent fan. As long as Yunlin suggested any action to promote the Mahayana teachings, Dizang would immediately comply, even if it meant sacrificing his life. Fortunately, Dizang still retained his rationality, knowing he could not act rashly. Otherwise, if he were to rush to Ling Shan to preach at this moment, Yunlin would be in a bind. That day will come, I implore Dizang to accumulate merit for my Mahayana Buddhism, allowing its brilliance to soon envelop the primordial world, liberating all beings from suffering. Yunlin said earnestly. That is but natural. Dizang replied cheerfully, before taking his seat in the 18th layer of hell, using the Buddha light to guide the lost souls. At this moment, Yuanshi and Jane were quite pleased, believing that Dizang could bring immense merit and fortune to Buddhism. However, they were unaware that their own home had been robbed. After Yunlin had settled matters regarding Dizang, he let out a long sigh of relief. Dizang's conversion was an unexpected joy. Subsequently, Yunlin discovered that another figure of the ancestor which had appeared within his internal world. It was the time ancestor which, Zhujiayin.it, was time to head to the heavenly court. Yunlin contemplated for a moment. He intended to seek out Haoyan to obtain the position of the Eastern Extreme Qinghua Emperor, also known as the Taichi Savior of Suffering. The Taichi Savior of Suffering is one of the 6 sovereigns of the heavenly court and also serves in the underworld. Legend has it that all 10 Yama kings are manifestations of the Taichi Savior of Suffering. Moreover, the heavenly court is also a potential asset. Investing now would not be a loss, and missing out would be regrettable. Long ago, millions of years prior, Yunlin had sent the North Sea Xian Turtle to the heavenly court, where Haoyan had bestowed upon the North Sea Xian Turtle the divine position of the Goqian Emperor. After exchanging a few words, Yunlin instructed Xiao Pai to take him to the heavenly court. South Heavenly Gate. Compared to the underworld, the heavenly court was somewhat improved, with quite a few heavenly soldiers patrolling. This indicated that Haoyan was indeed keen on developing the heavenly court, albeit lacking the necessary strength. 100,000 years had passed since Hongjun established the Xinmin heavenly court. Yet, within the heavenly court, there were still only a handful of lesser beings. There was barely a trace of Deluo Jingxian, let alone Tai Jingxian. Following the calamity of the Wu and Yao, the Chan and Jie teachings, as well as the Western teachings, had all opened their doors to receive disciples, especially the Chan and Western teachings, which were particularly generous in their recruitment. The 6 saints looked down upon Haoyan, considering him merely the disciple of the Tao ancestor, a figure of lowly status. Everyone preferred to follow the saints rather than serve in the heavenly court. Who goes there? A heavenly general inquired. I am Yunlin, a disciple of the Jiejiao. I kindly request you to announce my arrival, Yunlin responded, knowing that he was a disciple of a saint. The heavenly general did not dare to be neglectful. Upon receiving the news, Haoyan was astonished. Yunlin of the Jiejiao, he had heard of him, the elusive master brother of the Jiejiao. It was said that he had always resided in Qilin Cliff. What was he doing in the heavenly court? Nevertheless, Haoyan did not dare to be remiss. The saint takes precedence. Even when facing a direct disciple of a saint, he could not afford to be disrespectful. Yunlin, I have seen the emperor. Yunlin bowed. However, right from their first meeting, Haoyan found Yunlin quite agreeable. Unlike the other disciples of saints, who often bore themselves with arrogance, particularly those from the Chan teaching, whose eyes seemed to look down from the heavens, this Jiejiao master brother was different. His demeanor was exceedingly proper. Nephew need not be so formal. Is there a particular matter that brings you to the heavenly court? Haoyan inquired. I have come to the heavenly court to seek an official position. I have heard that the position of the Eastern Extreme Qinghua Emperor is still vacant. May I inquire? Yunlin began. Haoyan was suddenly taken aback. For years, he had been racking his brains to recruit talented individuals, recently even hosting a peach banquet to win people over, yet the results had been meager. Even the positions of the 6 sovereigns could not entice the truly powerful. Just recently, he had welcomed a rather ineffectual North Sea Xian Turtle as the Goqian Emperor, and Haoyan had been delighted for quite some time. Such a powerful being, even if he did not perform any duties, would still exert a deterring influence simply by being present in the heavenly court. Haoyan even doubted whether Yunlin had lost his senses. Master Uncle, is there an issue? Yunlin asked. He assumed that Haoyan was somewhat reluctant and contemplated whether he should call upon his master for assistance. In the Taoist heavenly court, the highest powers were the 3 purities and the 6 sovereigns. The 3 purities naturally referred to the 3 saints of the Tao, who did not directly manage the heavenly court. That role belonged to the 6 sovereigns. The 6 sovereigns of the heavenly court included the Jade Emperor, the Goqian Emperor, the North Star Emperor, the Eastern Extreme Qinghua Emperor, the Southern Extreme Longevity Emperor, and the Tongtian Emperor, who served as the counterpart to the Empress of the Earth. The Jade Emperor was Haoyan, the head of the 6 sovereigns, overseeing the heavenly court. The Tongtian Emperor position was essentially a gift to the Earth Mother. It was of little consequence whether she acknowledged it. After the investiture of the gods, the positions of the 6 sovereigns would be highly sought after. The Chan teaching had acquired several, while the Jiejiao, as the losing faction, had not obtained even a single position. Chapter 63. Taichi Savior of Suffering, Master of the 10 Yama Kings. Yunlin understood that if he did not seize the initiative now, later on, even if he were to reach the quasi-saint level, securing a position among the 6 sovereigns would be impossible. Master Nephew, the disciples of the saints looked down upon the heavenly court. This. Haoyan voiced his concerns. Yunlin smiled and said, Master Uncle, their disdain for the heavenly court is merely their own blindness. The heavenly court is the central hub of the primordial world, and the position of the heavenly emperor can stand shoulder to shoulder with the saints. Even if it appears weak now, under your leadership, it will surely flourish. This one statement moved Haoyan deeply. He truly wished to exclaim, in this vast primordial world, aside from the Yao pool, only Yunlin understands me. A scholar will die for a friend. A woman will adorn herself for the one she cherishes. Moreover, with Yunlin's strength and status, ascending to the position of the 6 sovereigns was entirely within reach. In that case, Master Nephew, I grant you the position of the Eastern Extreme Qinghua Emperor, Haoyan declared solemnly. Following this, a stream of light appeared in the heavenly court, entering Yunlin's body. Yunlin received the divine seal, donned a new robe, and acquired several spiritual artifacts of the Eastern Extreme Qinghua Emperor. One was the Taichi Divine Sword, and the other was a seal, both of which were not inferior to high-grade innate spiritual treasures. Thank you, Your Majesty. At this moment, the positional changes among the 6 sovereigns in the heavenly court also stirred the 3 saints of the Xianmen. What is Yunlin doing? Not only has he not gone to serve in the underworld, but as a disciple of a saint, he willingly chooses to be subordinate to Haoyan? Truly disgraceful, Yuanshi fumed. Indeed, Master, Yunlin has likely made little progress over the years, Nanji echoed. After the last incident in the underworld, Nanji had even crafted a straw man of the king of the underworld, taking it out to vent his resentment alongside Yunlin's straw man. I shall go find Tongtian. Yuanshi could no longer remain seated. He was already irked by the matter of the underworld residency, and now Yunlin's blunder provided a perfect opportunity for him to lash out. Tongtian also found it hard to comprehend Yunlin's actions. Meanwhile, within the heavenly court, Haoyan sought to send someone to guide Yunlin to the heavenly palace of the Eastern Extreme Qinghua Emperor. After the mutual destruction of the Wu and Yao, Hongjun had sealed the heavenly court, and due to the war, it had been largely destroyed. It was Hongjun who led the 6 saints to restore the heavenly court and open the 33 heavens as a dwelling for the immortals and deities. The 9th level was where Haoyan resided. The divine palace of the Eastern Extreme Qinghua Emperor was located on the 26th level of the Qinghua Changle realm. Master Uncle, please wait. Yunlin smiled. Haoyan was perplexed. But at that moment, Yunlin spoke. Silent to the point of being untraceable, void, and surpassing all boundaries. Who can measure this ethereal distance? Once entering the path of Mahayana, he recited the Taichi Savior of Suffering's protective scripture. The fundamental text of the Taichi Savior of Suffering, as Yunlin chanted, treasures of light erupted throughout the primordial world, ethereal blue lotuses manifested, and celestial sounds echoed, creating a magnificent spectacle that resonated throughout the primordial world. In the heavens above, Yunlin's figure appeared, exuding an overwhelming presence. Boom! At this moment, boundless underworld energy suddenly surged into the primordial world. Subsequently, one palace after another materialized before the onlookers. It was the 10 Yama halls of the underworld. Why did the Yama halls appear within the primordial world? The beings were perplexed. The Yama halls of the underworld are responsible for judging the sins of souls. The path to reincarnation and the destination of each soul's rebirth are determined by the 10 Yama kings. The 10 Yama kings also have the authority to condemn souls to the 18 layers of hell, wielding considerable power. Yet why would such an important structure of the underworld appear in the primordial world? Could it be that the Lady of Balance is taking action? Even the 6 saints were quite tense at this sight, fearing that Hutu might go mad. However, the next moment, the divine figures in the sky spoke once more. I am the Taichi Savior of Suffering, entering the underworld, presiding over the 10 Yama halls, and judging the souls. From within Yunlin surged 10 streams of spiritual light, descending into the 10 Yama halls, transforming into the 10 Yama kings. King Qingguang, the leopard-eyed lion, adorned with a long beard and crowned with a square diadem, presides over the mortal realm's fate, governing the fortunes and misfortunes of the netherworld, guiding the virtuous souls to transcendence upon their earthly demise. The king of Chaojiang, this moment. Not only were the myriad beings of the primordial chaos astonished, but even the 6 saints of the primordial era were left dumbfounded. Previously, when the Earth Store made grand vows, they had not shown significant reaction. After all, the Earth Store was merely a gatherer of benefits, while the true ruler of the 18 layers of hell was the benevolent emperor of the underworld. However, this time was different. to command the 10 halls of Yunluo conferred immense authority within the underworld, capable of influencing its very operations. Tongtian was beside himself with joy. Ha ha ha, my dear disciple. It is indeed remarkable, impossible, absolutely impossible. How could Hudo possibly hand over the 10 halls of Yunluo to the Xinmen? It is utterly inconceivable. At this moment, Jiejing was filled with disbelief. Yet, after waiting for a long time, Hutu did not appear, and the 10 halls of Yunluo had already merged into the underworld. The governance of the 10 halls of Yunluo by the Xinmen had become an established fact. Yuanshi was momentarily taken aback. He fervently hoped that Yunlin could take the helm of the 10 halls of Yunluo, for that would signify the Shuaman's acquisition of great fortune from the underworld. Yet, he also wished for Yunlin to be struck down by Hutu, for he did not want others to claim that the Chan school was inferior to the Jie school. It was a conflicting sentiment. If Yuanshi felt this way, then Nanji could hardly withstand such a blow, his Dao heart on the verge of collapse. He had thought he had escaped the shadow of Yunlin, only to realize that he himself had been overly naive. If Nanji exists, then why must Yunlin? With a sudden gasp, he could not catch his breath, causing old injuries to flare up, and he collapsed to the ground. Yunlin, indeed impressive. I, too, regard Yunlin with great admiration. Master, is this Yunlin, my junior brother? Xuandu inquired. Although he had entered the fold late, being the foremost among the 3 pure ones, he was still the elder brother of the Xinmen. Address him as brother. Yunlin's talents are beyond your comparison. Henceforth, when you encounter your brother Yunlin, be sure to show him some respect, the old master advised. Xuandu complied. Like the old master, he was a laid-back individual, disinterested in competition, thus he did not place much importance on the titles of senior and junior. Nephew, Hao Yan's gaze towards Yunlin shifted significantly. The heavenly court and the underworld, one above and one below. Yet their statuses were reversed. The celestial positions in the heavenly court were unwanted, while positions in the underworld were fiercely contested among the disciples of saints. For Yunlin to command the 10 halls of Yunluo was indeed a remarkable feat. Hao Yan felt compelled to curry favor with Yunlin, drawn to the underworld's fortune. Your Majesty, I am the Eastern Extreme Qinghua Emperor. When the opportunity arises, I shall facilitate cooperation between the heavenly court and the underworld. Yunlin stated. Excellent, excellent. Hao Yan's face lit up with joy, eager to exalt Yunlin. Nephew, today I shall host a banquet to welcome you. I shall also invite Emperor Gaochen to foster camaraderie between you two. Hao Yan was completely unaware that the North Sea's Xian Gui was aligned with Yunlin. Without delay, Yunlin accepted. Hao Yan spared no effort to prepare the feast, laying out exquisite wines, delicacies, and spiritual fruits, showing no restraint. Esteemed guests, I apologize for the uninvited intrusion. I have come seeking a cup of wine. At this moment, a figure of great power appeared in the heavenly court. Everyone turned to behold Yuanshi, chapter 64. The rebirth of Fuxi in the primordial chaos. There were 3 recluses who, despite the tumult of the great calamities, remained unscathed. These 3 were the Blood Sea and the Underworld River, Yuanshi of the 5, and the Western Queen Mother of the Western Kunlun. They were among the 3,000 guests of the Purple Cloud and counted among the few great powers of the primordial era. The Underworld River needs no introduction. The Western Queen Mother was initially conferred the title of the foremost female immortal of the primordial chaos while listening to the Tao at the Zixiao Palace. Yet she held no interest in power, thereby evading calamity. After the death of the Eastern Sovereign, she retreated to the Western Kunlun, disregarding the affairs of the primordial chaos. As for Yuanshi, he was a manifestation of the innate spiritual root of the ginseng fruit tree. Possessing extraordinary origins, he governed the Earth Book among the 3 records of heaven, earth, and humanity, and when Luo who destroyed the western earth veins, he protected countless beings, gaining immense merit. He later became known as the ancestor of Earth Immortals, with profound magical powers. Yuanshi shared a deep bond with Hong Yun. After Hong Yun's demise, he seldom ventured out. Now, upon seeing Yuanshi, the crowd was exceedingly astonished. Yuanshi, esteemed immortal, it is rare to see you. Please, take a seat. Our heavenly court has prepared the clear sky immortal brew, which should suit your taste. Hao Yan greeted with a smile. Ha. Your Majesty, Hao Yan is too polite. I have come in search of the Hunyuan Yujing wine from my young friend Yunlin. Yuanshi responded with a smile as he stroked his long beard. Hunyuan Yujing wine. The Queen Mother expressed surprise. Indeed, by fortunate coincidence, I once had a cup of Hunyuan Yujing wine from my Taoist friend Fushi, and I have been unable to forget that exquisite flavor ever since. I once intended to seek out Qilin Cliff, but regrettably, it remains secluded, and I have yet to find an opportunity, Yuanshi lamented. At this revelation, the gods of the heavenly court were instantly astonished. Yuanshi's demeanor did not suggest deceit. What manner of wine could possess such effects, able to leave a quasi-saint in longing? Yuanshi, you flatter me. I happen to have some Hunyuan Yujing wine on hand, and I invite you all to partake, Yunlin announced with a smile. The assembly was filled with eager anticipation. Subsequently, Yunlin produced a small wine jar, and as he uncorked it, both Haoyan and the Yao Pool felt a tremor in their bodies. Though they were both quasi-saints, they sensed the essence of the Tao within a single cup of wine. Even a mere hint was enough to astound the world. Yunlin was generous, ensuring that all present partook of this fine brew. Such exquisite wine. I have heard from my Taoist friend Fushi that this wine is crafted from 5 types of innate spiritual fruits, combined with the power of merit and brewed using special techniques. Below the Great Luo, one sip can elevate one's realm, Yuanshi exclaimed, his heart racing as he drained the cup. A wave of Tao rhythm emanated from him, and a look of contentment spread across his face. This wine must be the finest brew of the primordial chaos, Haoyan declared after finishing his drink, offering high praise. The others echoed his sentiments. However, I feel that this batch seems even more aromatic than the one my Taoist friend Fushi shared with me. Yuanshi mused, puzzled. Esteemed Immortal, you may not be aware that Qilin Cliff has produced the Hunyuan Yujing wine twice. The first batch did not utilize the finest ingredients, while what everyone is enjoying now comes from the second brewing, Yunlin clarified. Little Yunlin, when inviting others to drink, you ought to address me as Master Uncle. Be careful or I shall inform your teacher. A sudden voice chimed in with laughter. All present rose to greet the newcomer, who was none other than the Taiching saint. Xuandu followed closely beside the old master, casting curious glances at Yunlin. Master Uncle, I feared you were too busy. I wouldn't dare disturb you for such a small gathering. If you wish to drink, just let me know and I shall bring it to you. Yunlin laughed. You little smooth talker, the old master remarked, glancing at Xindu. In the future, you should learn from your brother Yunlin, both in dealings with others and in your cultivation. Your brother Yunlin sets an example for you. Yes, master, Xuandu replied earnestly, addressing Yunlin as brother Yunlin. Those present were not ordinary individuals. Each had cultivated for countless years, and even this simple exchange revealed much. The old master, revered as the foremost among the 6 saints, typically bore a stern demeanor yet treated Yunlin with warmth. Although the old master was the head of the 3 pure ones, Xuandu, who should have been the elder brother of the Xinmen, was compelled to call Yunlin brother. What you say is indeed true, Yunlin. By failing to invite me to drink, you clearly do not regard me highly. From the east came rays of brilliant light as Nuwa arrived. Haoyan and the Yao Pool exchanged glances, feeling somewhat dazed. Ever since the last decree established Haoyan as the ruler of the heavenly court, the saints had scarcely visited, and now 2 saints had come on the same day. Both for Yunlin? They could hardly believe it was merely for the Hunyuan Yujing wine, nor did they think it was solely because Yunlin had become the master of the 10 halls of Yanluo. Such matters were not significant enough to warrant the presence of 2 saints. The old master and Nuwa took their seats, praising Yunlin profusely. In truth, Yunlin himself was somewhat puzzled as to what mattered so much that these 2 saints would come to seek him out. Fushi is on the verge of reincarnation. I implore you, host, to make a choice. Choice 1. Adhere to the agreement made that day, accept Fushi as a disciple, and impart the art of the 8 trigrams and the Book of Changes. Reward, a medium-grade innate spiritual treasure, the wind banana fan. Choice 2. Relinquish Fushi to the old master. Reward, a high-grade innate spiritual treasure, the time boat. Yunlin understood that Fushi was about to be reborn. No wonder the old master and Nuwa sought him out. It was only natural that he had forgotten amidst his busy schedule. Yunlin chose the first option, having promised Fushi previously. Moreover, he only needed the last wind banana fan to complete the set of 4 fans representing the elemental forces of earth, fire, and wind. He was eager to see what would transpire when all 4 were united. Little Yunlin, my elder brother is about to reincarnate. He once expressed a desire to become your disciple. Do you remember? Nuwa began to discuss the matter at hand. I recall this matter. Yunlin nodded. According to the heavenly decree, My elder brother is one of the three sovereigns of the human race and should have become a disciple of the old master, which is why we are here to finalize this matter, Nuwa continued. At this moment, the guests at the banquet dared not speak out of turn, though this matter was not particularly secret, so there was no need for excessive discretion. To others, it sounded quite impressive. Yunlin accepting the Emperor of Humanity as a disciple. I have no objections to Yunlin taking the Emperor of Humanity as a disciple. After all, he aided me greatly in the past. The old master chuckled. I practiced the path of non-action, cultivating the way of transcending emotions. My words imply that I wish to sever the causal connection of Yunlin gifting me the Tao Te Ching. Despite the old master's kindness and affection towards Yunlin, he remains the least sentimental among the six saints, the one most akin to Hongjun and most aligned with the heavenly path. If it comes to certain matters, not even Yunlin would be spared. He would weigh even brotherly affection against the scales of reason. The old master kept his accounts clear. Then I thank you, Master Uncle. Yunlin bowed to the old master. Chapter 65. Haotian's efforts to retrieve the river map and the Luo book concerning this matter. Yunlin had long anticipated it and was aware that the old master might use the previous gift of the Tao Te Ching as leverage. Thus, he was not overly surprised. Accepting a human emperor as a disciple could bestow upon one the fortune of humanity, a highly beneficial prospect for any powerful being, even for saints. Yet Yunlin, accustomed to a laid-back existence, was not covetous of human fortune. He was merely fulfilling his agreement with Fuxi. With matters concluded, the old master departed promptly, sealing the agreement with a drink before leaving. Little Yunlin, did my elder brother entrust you with the Fuxi Qin? Nuwa inquired. The Fuxi Qin was Fuxi's companion's spiritual treasure and was indeed in Yunlin's possession. Yes, Yunlin replied. The heavenly decree states that the three sovereigns shall be established. My brother is the heavenly sovereign of humanity and requires the river map and the Luo book to create the human Tao's 8 trigrams. I have been searching for the river map and the Luo book for years, yet I have been unable to find them. Nuwa frowned. Your Majesty, my heavenly court possesses the Haotian mirror, capable of thoroughly searching the primordial chaos. Allow me to use it to investigate, Haotian interjected, recognizing the opportunity. Then I shall entrust this to you, Your Majesty, Nuwa replied. Haotian wasted no time, and under his command, a precious mirror floated in the air, emanating a brilliant light. After a while, the Haotian mirror yielded no results. Haotian understood that this was a rare opportunity to connect with Nuwa, and he would not hesitate to expend the fortune of the heavenly court to accomplish this task. In an instant, the light of the Haotian mirror illuminated various regions of the primordial chaos, causing widespread panic among the beings. The Haotian mirror was originally a supreme innate spiritual treasure bestowed by Hongjun to suppress the fortune of the heavenly court. Now, with Haotian's immense magical power and the court's fortune propelling it, it could probe from the 33 heavens down to the netherworld. Found it, Haotian exclaimed. Only then did they notice a figure concealed within a sea of blood, with the river map and the Luo book on his person. Everyone knew that this blood-soaked area was the Blood Sea. Yet the figure was not the underworld river but rather Qilin. No wonder I could not find it after searching for so long. It turns out he was concealed by the karmic forces of the blood sea. It is no wonder I could not detect it. Nuwa uttered coldly. Qilin, surrender the river map and the Luo book, and I shall spare your life. Qilin, currently in seclusion within the Blood Sea, trembled at once. After the calamity of the witch and demon, Qilin had resolved to bide his time and develop his strength. He had initially thought of reaching out to his friend, the underworld river, who had permitted Qilin to retreat into the Blood Sea. In recent years, Qilin's presence had been seldom seen in the primordial chaos. Yet now, at Nuwa's command, the entire Blood Sea nearly erupted. The underworld river, startled, hurriedly sought out Qilin. Qilin, old friend, we cannot afford to offend the saints. Qilin quickly emerged above the Blood Sea, exclaiming, Queen Nuwa, the river map and the Luo book are here. He dared not hesitate and promptly produced the river map and the Luo book. Although he felt some reluctance, his life was far more precious. After all, Qilin had not participated in the battle and was already a traitor to the demon clan. Nuwa, as one of the 4 great demon emperors, had every justification to take his life. Nuwa took the river map and the Luo book without further regard for Qilin. Exhaling a sigh of relief, Qilin knew he could no longer remain in the Blood Sea, bidding farewell to the underworld river before departing. Your Majesty, thank you, Nuwa expressed. You are too kind, my lady. At this moment, Hao Yan's complexion was pale, resembling someone suffering from a deficiency. Nonetheless, he understood that his efforts had been well worth it. Little Yunlin, I entrust the matter of my elder brother to you. In the future, should you require assistance, you may come to the Nuwa Palace to seek me, Nuwa said, handing the river map and the Luo book to Yunlin before departing. Yunlin, here are some ginseng fruits. I hope you do not find them lacking. When you visit the five, I shall certainly treat you with the utmost hospitality. I shall take my leave first, Yuanshi remarked, his gaze lingering on the blood sea. Years ago, when Kunlun had slain Hong Yun, this grudge had lingered in Yuanshi's heart. In these years, while Nuwa sought Kunlun, it was for the river map and the Luo book, while Yuanshi sought vengeance for Hong Yun's life. Yuanshi, esteemed immortal, please do not go just yet, Yunlin called out. Yuanshi halted, a look of confusion crossing his face. I have obtained the 99 scatter soul red gourd from the ancestor Hong Yun, which ties us by some karmic bond. As far as I know, the ancestor Hong Yun may still have the potential for reincarnation, Yunlin explained. Yuanshi's face lit up with excitement. Is this true? By fortunate chance, I have learned some insider information. In the future, the ancestor Hong Yun will reincarnate as one of the 3 sovereigns of the human race. Yunlin continued. Ha ha ha. Excellent. Wonderful, Yuanshi exclaimed, bowing deeply to Yunlin. Suddenly, he radiated a burst of vitality. Upon the death of Hong Yun, his Tao heart had cracked, but now, with this revelation, his Tao heart was restored. This bow was well deserved by Yunlin. A great favor cannot go unthanked. Should you ever require my assistance in the future, do not hesitate to speak, he pledged. Such a promise was indeed of great weight. You are too kind, esteemed immortal, Yunlin replied with a smile. Yuanshi took his leave. Though he knew of Hong Yun's eventual reincarnation, Yuanshi still wished to pursue Kunlun for retribution. Watching Yuanshi depart, Yunlin sighed. In the primordial chaos, there was no blood relation between Hong Yun and Yuanshi, yet Yuanshi was willing to sacrifice everything for Hong Yun, a bond that was truly moving. Hong Yun was also pitiful. Having been schemed against by the heavenly path and Hong Jun, he met his demise, only to be reborn as one of the 3 sovereigns, closely monitored by the heavenly path and Hong Jun. Nephew Yunlin, should you ever need anything in the future, do not hesitate to ask. Whatever I possess, I shall certainly provide for you, Hao Yan proclaimed. Initially, Hao Yan believed he had overestimated Yunlin, but now he realized the truth. He would rely heavily on this young nephew. Indeed, Yunlin, do not hesitate. Although our heavenly court lacks a saint to preside, our foundation is not shallow. Should you require anything, just speak, Yao Pool added with a smile. Ha ha, in the future, I will certainly not hesitate to reach out to both of you, Yunlin affirmed. Subsequently, he turned to the North Sea Xian Gui, Emperor Gaochen. I intend to transmit the message to the Emperor of Humanity. Would you be willing to assist me? Naturally, I am willing, the North Sea Xian Gui replied eagerly. Hao Yan was delighted to see this, as he had initially feared there might be discord between the 2 emperors, but now it seemed his concerns were unwarranted. Since the calamity of the witch and demon, the Swearing clan had led the rise of humanity, and as the number of powerful human beings increased, the strength of the Swearing clan reached the pinnacle of quasi-saint level. With the influence of Nuwa and the Old Master, humanity became esteemed above all other races in the primordial chaos. At this moment, outside a birthing chamber within the Huashu tribe, all the tribal elders and clansfolk have gathered. Since entering the Thunder Marsh, Huashu has been blessed with pregnancy, perhaps a divine gift from the heavens, for the child within her womb is extraordinary, as one of the elders remarked. Just then, a sudden manifestation of anomalies erupted above the chamber, as countless rare and exotic beasts approached, bearing celestial flowers and fruits, all coming to pay their respects. The members of the Huashu tribe regarded this as an auspicious omen. Accompanied by a cry of pain from Huashu, a golden light descended upon the chamber, revealing Nuwa, who bestowed her blessings. All the human folk fell to their knees, exclaiming praises to the Holy Mother. Chapter 66. The Chaos Treasure, the world-suppressing tower. Fushi's miraculous descent even stirred the strongest among the human race. Several 100,000 years later, Fushi became the chieftain of the Huashu tribe. He crafted nets for fishing and for combating malevolent beasts. He domesticated livestock, established surnames, and instituted marriage customs, thereby enhancing the prosperity of the human race. On this day, Fushi sat by the river, lost in thought. He gazed at the vast starry sky overhead, the land before him, mountains, rivers, and lakes, feeling the winds, clouds, thunder, and lightning, all while pondering the profound mysteries of the transformation of heaven and earth. Yet he remained unable to transcend its barriers. As Fushi mused, a colossal turtle appeared before the flowing river. Its shell bore the swirling energies of yin and yang, elucidating the principles of the 8 trigrams and divination. Fushi's eyes brightened instantly, plunging him into a moment of enlightenment. When he opened his eyes again, the characters Qin, Qin, Kan, Li, Jin, Jian, Sun, and Dui appeared before him. This was the way of the 8 trigrams. Did you comprehend? Yunlin manifested, presenting Fushi with a chined "I understand now." "Thank you, Master." Fushi bowed deeply to Yunlin, having grasped the underlying principles. Suddenly, the winds and clouds shifted dramatically. A monumental surge of human vitality descended, causing heaven and earth to lose their hue. Fushi's aura surged, instantly reaching the peak of quasi-sainthood. Simultaneously, a towering figure appeared before Fushi, enveloped in flames. It was Swerin, Emperor of Humanity. "Fushi, do not delay your return," cried Swerin. The vitality of humanity transformed into a dragon, carrying Fushi to the fire cloud cave. Yunlin was also enveloped in this rich vitality. The so-called apprenticeship was merely a formality, a means to establish titles. Even a sage could not expect the Emperor of Humanity to serve at his side. The human race, as the apex of all beings, was destined to rise, regardless of the celestial decrees that sought to curtail them. Although the human path had been diminished, its vitality remained formidable. From this day forth, Yunlin could receive the offerings of the human race, enjoying their ancestral worship. As long as humanity thrived, his fortune would endure. Yet, for him, there was a hint of dissatisfaction. After resolving these matters, Yunlin returned to Qilin Cliff. "Back already? Did you sense that your lotuses are about to bloom?" Luahu appeared. The moment Yunlin entered Qilin Cliff, Luahu was aware of his return. "Ah, the lotuses are about to bloom." Yunlin was taken aback. Luahu. "In truth, with your power, you could easily sense the situation at Qilin Cliff, but it has remained stable over the years, so I didn't bother to check. Besides, I have 2 demon gods managing affairs for me, making it quite effortless." Yunlin and Luahu arrived at the pond of the 3 light divine water. Licc was also present and greeted Yunlin upon his return. At this moment, the water level in the pond had yet to return to normal. However, centered around the black and white double lotuses, each bud was on the verge of blooming, radiating divine light, with colors shimmering beautifully. "I thought you returned because you sensed the lotuses were about to bloom," Luahu complained. "Such a significant matter, yet you seem indifferent. For others, obtaining the 5-colored lotuses would be a rare fortune. Even sages would vigilantly await their blooming. Yet, this little Qilin seemed unconcerned, gallivanting about Mr. Amo. Perhaps the young master has many opportunities. Thus he overlooks this," Licc chuckled, covering her mouth. Luahu was left speechless again. Such a statement, while accurate, was nonetheless amusing. "How much longer until the 5-colored lotuses bloom?" Yunlin inquired. "At most, 10,000 years, Licc replied. Being a manifestation of the spirit of life, she was highly certain of such matters. "Then we shall wait." Yunlin began rummaging for items. Medium-grade innate spiritual treasures. "When did you gather these?" Luahu asked, puzzled. He deemed medium-grade innate spiritual treasures beneath his notice. "You wouldn't understand. Just watch my methods," Yunlin responded with a smile, continuing to search. 4 banana fans emerged from his possession. Each fan possessed a distinct attribute: earth, fire, wind, and water. When the 4 fans gathered, Luahu immediately fell silent. Individually, these fans were insignificant, but together, even Luahu felt a tremor of power from the flow of the world's essence. "The young master has actually collected all 4 banana fans." Licc was equally astonished. This shouldn't be possible. The heavenly path would never permit these 4 treasures to converge. While many sets of treasures existed in the primordial chaos, most remained incomplete. For instance, the 4 banana fans lacked the water and earth variants. Similarly, the 3 lights of heaven, earth, and humanity were incomplete. With the jade-clear glazed lamp in Yunlin's possession missing a wick, the treasure lantern was transformed from the chaotic azure lotus seed pod, not belonging to the 3 lights. Moreover, among the 36 sea calming pearls, aside from the 24 held by Zhao Gongming, the remaining 12 were lost to time. And as for the 5 lotus flowers, the azure lotus was destroyed, while the white lotus vanished. It was highly likely that these were the handiwork of the heavenly path. These spiritual treasures perhaps harbored powers that the heavenly path feared or were meant to prevent something. The true nature of the situation remained a mystery. Hence, Laozi was genuinely shocked at that moment. The 4 banana fans transformed into 4 points of light, beginning to converge. Blue, yellow, red, and green. As they merged, an explosion of radiant light erupted from Qilin cliff, revealing the silhouette of a treasure tower. This tower, 9 stories high, was not particularly dazzling but exuded a profound and somber aura, as if the traces of the great Tao wandered upon it. The chaos treasure, the world-suppressing tower. Both Luohu and Laozi displayed expressions of astonishment. A chaos treasure? Yunlin was filled with confusion. Had he inadvertently assembled a chaos treasure from fragments? Before Pangu opened the heavens, 9 chaos treasures existed within the chaos, some claimed by demon gods, while others drifted aimlessly. The world-suppressing tower was among those treasures, held by the 5 elements demon god. With its appearance, it could reverse chaos and suppress all things. Unfortunately, many chaos treasures were incomplete or forcibly disassembled. Your chaos pearl was one such case. And now the world-suppressing tower had also lost its standing, reduced to a treasure of innate rank. Luohu expressed his regret, yet his admiration for the world-suppressing tower was unmistakable. Then let this tower be entrusted to Mr. Mo? Yunlin waved his hand, and the tower landed before Luohu. Luohu was momentarily stunned. Little Qilin, I must inform you, this tower is extraordinary. If used properly, it could even suppress the heavenly path. You would gift it to me so easily? What is yours is mine, and what is mine remains mine. What difference does it make? Yunlin replied indifferently, Luohu. Damn it. Without further ado, Luohu took possession of the world-suppressing tower. Laozi, standing nearby, couldn't contain her amusement. After pondering for a moment, Yunlin presented a small bell to Laozi. Aunt Cici cannot be without a spiritual treasure by her side. This chaos bell is for you. Thank you, young master. Laozi expressed her delight upon receiving the bell. Although both demon gods were under his absolute control, they still possessed their own emotions. Yunlin was not one to burden his subordinates unnecessarily, and he offered genuine benefits. Chapter 67, Yunlin. I was struck by Pangu's axe. Yunlin had been slumbering at Qilin Cliff for nearly 100,000 years, and now he had reached mid-quasi-saint level. To break through to late quasi-saint, he required various resources and the accumulation of his own understanding of the Great Tao. Initially, Yunlin returned to Qilin Cliff to forge the 100 Calamities nether body. This required a primordial spiritual root as its foundation, and he thought of the enlightenment tea tree. However, with the blooming of the 5-colored lotuses, if the chaotic azure lotus could indeed be revived, even as an infant form, it would surpass the spiritual roots of the primordial world. Young master, wake up. The 5-colored lotuses are about to bloom. Laozi called out to Yunlin. Yunlin stretched and transformed back into his human form. There was nothing more comfortable than sleeping in his own home. Meanwhile, in the pond of the 3 light divine water, those buds began to emit glimmers of light, intertwining to create a chaotic spectacle within. The rhythm of the Tao flowed, and the fragrance of flowers wafted through the air. That moment, all beings within Qilin Cliff felt their innate powers circulating within them. The 5-colored lotuses are not tolerated by the heavenly Tao. Thankfully, Qilin Cliff is protected by the Chaos Pearl. Otherwise, before they could bloom, the heavenly Tao would surely destroy them, Laozi remarked. The chaotic azure lotus is the foremost of chaotic spiritual roots, as well as the premier among chaos treasures. Even though she had lived for countless ages as the spirit of life, she felt awe and anticipation before the chaotic azure lotus. She wished to witness a miracle. Calm down. Do not harbor too great expectations, Luohu said nonchalantly, although his hands trembled excessively. You should be the one to calm down, Yunlin retorted, as they awaited. A pool of lotuses burst into bloom. While they did not reach the 12th grade, all were of the 3rd grade. However, the gathering of 5-colored lotuses created a magnificent sight. They bloomed successfully, Luohu exclaimed in astonishment. Yet, in the next moment, they noticed something amiss. The blue lotuses were slowly wilting. How could this be? Yunlin was initially elated. Laozi immediately drew upon her power, channeling the laws of life with all her might to sustain the blue lotuses. However, the effect was minimal, and she could not prevent their withering. Perhaps it was not that the heavenly Tao could not tolerate the five-colored lotuses, but rather that the great Tao forbade it. The chaotic azure lotus is unique throughout the ages. Even chaos permits only one to exist. Luohu sighed. It seems that while Icc also appeared somewhat disheartened. Yet, Yunlin's mind sparked with an idea. He gestured with his hand. Whoosh! The five-colored lotuses transformed into flowing lights, falling beside him and swirling around him. Little Qilin, it's futile. No matter if it's you or even if Pangu were to be reborn. You cannot stop the azure lotus from wilting, Luohu advised. Both of you, please protect me, Mr. Mo. Kindly sever the connection between Qilin Cliff and the primordial world, Yunlin urged, his tone urgent. Although Luohu and Licisi were unaware of Yunlin's intentions, they did not hesitate to comply. As Qilin Cliff vanished once more, the beings of the northern sea merely paused in surprise, for the disappearance of Qilin Cliff had become a common occurrence. The beings that had ventured out from Qilin Cliff were astonished, such as the northern sea's dark turtle, Bai Hao, and even Lin Kuang, the elder of the Qilin tribe, who received no word from Yunlin. The sudden retreat of Qilin Cliff was too abrupt. However, they were not overly anxious, as they had faith in Yunlin's abilities. Even if a sage invaded, they believed Qilin Cliff could withstand the assault. Meanwhile, within Qilin Cliff, as Luohu and Licisi shielded Yunlin, their expressions grew increasingly astonished and solemn. I have acquired a method that allows me to mold a body using the primordial spiritual root. The five-colored lotuses were born from the same source. While the azure lotus has yet to wither, I shall refine the essence of the five-colored lotuses into my incarnation, Yunlin declared. Luohu's eyes lit up. This method may indeed be feasible. Quickly, mobilize all resources at Qilin Cliff to assist me. Yunlin sat cross-legged, as the five-colored lotuses transformed into flowing lights, intertwining around him. Then, centered on Yunlin, a powerful force of attraction emerged. Luohu and Licisi immediately sprang into action, simultaneously informing the beings of Qilin Cliff not to panic. In an instant, Yunlin lost consciousness. While Yunlin typically trained during his slumber, continuously operating his inner world and remaining aware of the outside situation, this time was different. Upon awakening, he found himself before two flowing rivers. One river bore the weight of time, while the other carried the essence of fate. Yunlin quickly realized that these were the rivers of time and fate. These two rivers formed the foundation of chaos. If chaos were likened to a house, these rivers would serve as its beams, indispensable. Even sages dared not tread lightly upon these waters, as the rivers of fate and time intertwined. Yunlin's consciousness was drawn into the depths. When he opened his eyes again, he beheld boundless chaos. He soon sensed numerous formidable presences. Yunlin felt that even the weakest among them could easily crush him. Could it be? A realization struck Yunlin. Whoosh! A lotus appeared before him. Upon seeing this lotus, Yunlin was instantly enveloped within it. He felt the rhythm of the great Tao and the essence of chaos. This lotus was the 36th grade chaotic azure lotus. Yunlin witnessed the birth of Pangu, saw him grow into the foremost among demon gods, and even witnessed Pangu's act of creation. The 39 demon gods raged to stop Pangu, and Yunlin sensed a fleeting glance from Pangu directed at him. Pangu raised his axe, and an overwhelming pressure descended, suppressing the demon gods. A single stroke severed chaos. What the hell? Yunlin was taken aback. He realized he was caught within the range of Pangu's attack. The most alarming aspect was that he was merely an observer. Why could he feel it so vividly? Faced with such immense power, Yunlin could neither flee nor even move. As Yunlin's consciousness was ensnared within the chaos, Licisi and Luohu were truly lamenting their plight. How much more must the young master absorb? I can barely hold on. Licisi's face turned pale, teetering on the brink of exhaustion. I don't know. But in his current state, there's no way to interrupt him. Luohu gritted his teeth. Boom! Qilin Cliff trembled violently, as a colossal demon god's skeletal remains materialized. This was the skeletal remains of the wind demon god, extracted from the chaos. After all these years, Luohu had only managed to refine 1/3 of it. Now, with Yunlin's insatiable demand for energy, if it were not replenished, not only would they suffer, but even Qilin Cliff would be drained into nothingness. Within Qilin Cliff, Yunlin cried out in alarm, suddenly jolting awake. What has happened to you? He gazed at Luohu and Licisi, who lay on the ground, pale and breathless. Luohu and Licisi looked at Yunlin with expressions of deep grievance. Chapter 68. The shock from Zhang Yuanzi. This left Yunlin feeling quite embarrassed. Something must have transpired while he was swept away by the two rivers. Young master, what kind of incarnation did you forge? We both channeled all our power into you. Mr. Imo even produced the skeletal remains of the wind demon god. Ultimately, we had no choice but to draw upon the primordial essence of Qilin Cliff. If you do not awaken soon, it seems we may all perish, Laozi spoke weakly. Yunlin scratched his head, feeling even more apologetic. I was refining my incarnation, and my consciousness was drawn into the rivers of time and fate. I witnessed the chaotic azure lotus and Pangu's act of creation. Impossible! Luohu suddenly became agitated. The rivers of time and fate are realms even sages dare not tread lightly. You are merely a quasi-saint. Laozi interjected. Mr. Imo, the young master is indeed a quasi-saint, but his quasi-saint is unconventional. Luohu was momentarily at a loss for words. Yunlin felt as though Laozi was criticizing him. What do you mean unconventional? That's nonsense, young master. Have you successfully completed your incarnation? Laozi asked urgently. Luohu also lifted his head suddenly. If such a significant cost had been expended and Yunlin's incarnation had not succeeded, he might strangle Yunlin in a fit of rage. It is done. Above Yunlin's head, a swirl of chaos formed, which then transformed into a figure beside him. Clad in azure garments, the youthful figure exuded a warm smile, creating a sense of familiarity. This newly formed incarnation possessed quasi-saint cultivation, and although the 5 colored lotuses had not merged into one, they coexisted within it. Moreover, each of the 5 colored lotuses had ascended from 3rd grade to 6th grade. Mr. Imo, why does this incarnation of the young master instill such fear in me? Laozi remarked, do not think you are alone. I too feel a sense of dread. Luohu followed the path as well. Young master, what exactly is this incarnation of yours? Has the 5 colored lotus merged into one? The 5 colored lotus has not merged, but it coexists. Perhaps there is a chance for fusion. Are you afraid? I received a blow from Pangu in the end. Could it be that his aura lingered on me from that moment? Yunlin was suddenly alarmed. It's not impossible. Pangu's strength is unfathomable, and he may have aided you in some way. Otherwise, your incarnation would not have been possible. Luohu's expression relaxed somewhat. With Luohu's reminder, Yunlin came to realize that he was breaking the taboo of the primordial blue lotus, which the great Tao forbids. Had it not been for Pangu, he might have perished. The wave of fear washed over Yunlin. However, he still needed to remain cautious. The deceased Pangu was a benevolent figure, but the living Pangu might not be. Such a powerful being has deep-seated plans, and even the heavenly Tao and Hongjun fear Pangu's return. What a calamity! Had I known, I would have obediently cultivated my incarnation from the enlightenment tea tree. Young master, in order to forge your incarnation, I have suffered great damage to my essence, even contributing my treasured magic god's bones. Luohu lamented. Rest assured, when Pangu's axe fell, I glimpsed the positions where some magic gods fell. Follow me. I can procure as many magic god bones as you desire, Yunlin assured, patting his chest. Esteemed ones, I entrust the Qilin cliff to you once more. Wait for me to prepare my incarnation. With that, he slipped away. Magic god bones, my hope of returning to the sage realm, Luohu said. Filled with determination, Laozi watched in silence. Yunlin arrived at the Enlightenment Stone on Qilin Island with his incarnation. Greetings, Taoist friend, the Qinglian Taoist greeted. Greetings, Taoist friend. They exchanged pleasantries, appearing somewhat simple-minded. Sharing a single consciousness is akin to a left hand striking the right. After fully familiarizing himself with his incarnation, Yunlin began to sleep again. He witnessed the primordial blue lotus and Pangu's creation of the heavens. Although it was merely a consciousness observation, it still inspired Yunlin. As long as he comprehended those insights thoroughly, reaching the late quasi-saint stage would pose no difficulty. The Earth Emperor of the human race, Shennong, has returned. Please make your choice, host. Option 1. Strive to become Shennong's master. Reward, a strand of Xianhuang Qi. Option 2. Go to observe. Reward, a strand of the mother Qi of all things. Option 3. Continue sleeping. Reward, the essence of the cloud magic god. Yunlin chose to continue sleeping. However, it wasn't long before he was unable to remain asleep, as a tremendous human fortune surged into his body. What just happened? Why has Shennong become my disciple? Originally, it was the southern pole of the Chan sect who wished to take Shennong as a disciple. But Jin Yuanzi exchanged the Earth Book for Shinnong's allegiance to the young master. Luo Ho appeared just in time. He knew that Fuxi had already joined Yunlin, but now Shinnong had also come under his wing. Not even Luo Ho had anticipated this, let alone Yunlin. The human race has 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, with the 3 sovereigns bearing a significant portion of human fortune. Swearin, as the ancestral figure of humanity, was not taken as a disciple. The heavenly Emperor Fuxi and the Earth Emperor Shinnong were respectively taken by Laozi and the Southern Pole, while the 5 emperors were divided among the 3 teachings of the Xinmen. The Xinmen thoroughly constrains the fortune of humanity. Even the human treasure, the Kongtong seal, is in Laozi's hands. Yunlin had intended to cease his efforts after receiving Fuxi, but who would have thought Jin Yuanzi would make such a move? Furthermore, the price Jin Yuanzi paid was exceedingly high. The Earth Book, the Heavenly Book as the Fengshen list, and the Human Book as the Book of Life and Death, are fundamental treasures of the Heavenly Court and the Underworld. The true Book of Life and Death is still in the hands of the Heavenly Tao, constraining the Underworld. The Earth Book, transformed from the Earth's womb, also known as the Classic of Mountains and Seas, records the changes of the Earth's mountains and seas. Although the 3 books are exquisite innate spiritual treasures, they are, to some extent, related to the roots of the primordial chaos, and cannot be exchanged for innate treasures. Jin Yuanzi at this. Yunlin was momentarily at a loss for words. Taoist Jin Yuanzi, what is the meaning of this? In Wuzhuang Temple, Tongtian sat opposite Jin Yuanzi. Yunlin's acceptance of Shinnong would certainly please him, as it garnered a significant amount of human fortune, greatly benefiting his teaching. However, Tongtian found Jin Yuanzi's actions puzzling. The Earth Book was Jin Yuanzi's companion spiritual treasure and even related to his path to enlightenment. To part with it so easily? Haha, what qualifications does the Southern Pole have to accept Shinnong as a disciple? I simply lack clarity of thought. With Shinnong joining Yunlin, I feel at ease. Jin Yuanzi was surprisingly carefree. Tongtian ceased to comment further. This favor, Tongtian would remember. However, neither of them had considered the feelings of the parties involved. This was indeed a good thing. Accepting 2 emperors of humanity would yield significant results in the future. Had you not been a disciple of the Xinmen would not allow the fortune of humanity to dissipate. Be cautious in the future. Do not draw too much attention from the heavenly Tao, Luo Ho advised. What could Yunlin say? The die was cast. Jin Yuanzi acted with good intentions. He would seek an opportunity to reclaim the Earth Book, the dawn of the primordial chaos. Some magic godbones had fallen towards the northern sea, Yunlin stated. Luo Ho immediately perked up. As he merged with Qilin Cliff, when Yunlin forged his incarnation, he nearly drained Qilin Cliff. If he were to rely on normal circulation of spiritual energy, it would take billions of years to recover. Young master, hurry and seek them out. Chapter 69. Arranging the dragon clan. Yunlin shot a glance at Luo Ho. Who exactly is the young master here? He noticed that ever since Luo Ho had sworn loyalty, his demeanor had changed significantly. The former demon lord, preoccupied with thoughts of tearing apart the heavenly Tao and Hongjun, was now much more at ease, and his mindset was even stronger than before. I understand. Do not rush me. Yunlin had lost the desire to sleep. In just a few 100,000 years, his incarnation had already reached the mid-stage of quasi-saint. The speed was incredible. With the 5-colored lotus as the foundation, coupled with the influence of Pangu's aura, it was difficult not to progress rapidly. However, due to Pangu's aura, the Qinglian Taoist could not appear in the primordial chaos, as both the heavenly Tao and Hongjun were quite sensitive to him. Yunlin planned to eventually place the Qinglian Taoist into the underworld. Once he achieved the status of a saint, he would emerge to take his place as the king of the underworld. Xiao Pai, let us now seek out the source of your bloodline. Yunlin called, and Xiao Pai quickly arrived. Xiao Pai possessed the essence of the golden magic god, and Yunlin had indeed seen remnants of the golden magic god fall towards the northern sea. Though the exact location was unclear, the primordial chaos was vast. Searching every single place would be exceedingly time-consuming. Xiao Pai led Yunlin to the Dragon Palace of the Northern Sea, as no one knew the Northern Sea better than the Dragon Clan. Upon seeing Yunlin's arrival, the Dragon King Ao Xian hastened to greet him. Young Master Qilin, you are too polite, Dragon King, Yunlin replied with a smile. Many years had passed, yet Ao Xian remained at the Deluo realm. Although he was drawing closer to the quasi-saint level, he had yet to break through. As previously mentioned, one's realm is not merely a matter of time, but also depends on talent and opportunity. Furthermore, the Dragon Clan bore a heavy karmic burden. which significantly affected their cultivation. Is this the young Master Qilin? A youth with dragon horns stepped forward. Upon seeing Ao Xian entertaining guests, he refrained from interrupting and took his leave. Alas! Although the calamity of the witch and demon has passed, my dragon clan is declining day by day. Under the weight of karma, our birth rate has plummeted and breaking through realms has become increasingly difficult. Perhaps one day, my dragon clan will completely sink into oblivion, Ao Xian sighed. The individual just now was Ao Hui, the dragon prince of the Eastern Sea. Our dragon clan's yellow dragon Trueman has joined the ranks of the Yuanshi Tianzuan, and the Eastern Sea wishes to gather treasures from the four seas to present to the Yuanshi Tianzuan, hoping for his assistance. Ao Xian's concerns were not without merit. During the journey to the west, celestial beings often rode on dragons, phoenixes, and Qilins, with dragon liver and phoenix marrow becoming delicacies for the celestial beings. The three dominant clans from the Dragon Han period all met unfortunate ends. However, Yunlin found the dragon clan's actions puzzling. His second master uncle despised beings with horns and scales. Would he really entertain the dragon clan? Moreover, what treasures could a saint lack? Would they take a fancy to the offerings of the dragon clan? And the most absurd part was that the yellow dragon Trueman, though indeed one of the 12 golden immortals of the Chan sect and a direct disciple of his second master uncle, was not favored at all. Other disciples of the Chan sect had treasures in abundance. Guangchengzi was favored by his second master uncle, possessing several innate spiritual treasures and the powerful weapon, the Fantian seal, earning himself the title of a saintly killer during the Fengshan calamity. And what of the yellow dragon Trueman? His strength was lacking, with not a single innate spiritual treasure to his name. During the Fengshan War, he was nothing but cannon fodder, getting beaten by Zhao Gongming, then getting his essence depleted by the three heavens, and later pursued and beaten by Jingguisian Ma. He was constantly on the receiving end of attacks. How tragic! They even thought of using the yellow dragon to connect with his second master uncle and watch a joke unfold. Young Master Qilin, you are of the Jie sect. Ao Xian finally spoke, acknowledging the difficulty of this endeavor. Yunlin understood what he meant. He merely wanted him to facilitate a connection with Tongtian. Compared to the Qilin and Phoenix clans, the Dragon clan bore significantly heavier karma. I suspect that neither my teacher nor my second master uncle would be willing. Saints value fortune above all else, and your Dragon clan cannot appeal to them. If he were to speak to Tongtian, he would certainly agree, but it was unnecessary. The Dragon clan had better opportunities elsewhere. Alas, Ao Xian no longer pressed the matter, sighing. The Dragon clan had considered the western regions, but those two figures acted untrustworthily, fearing they might be deceived. The Western Sea Dragon clan had suffered greatly at their hands, losing many dragons. To enter the West, one must convert to Buddhism, abandoning all ties to their clan. The Western Sea Dragon clan gained nothing from the experience. I have met with young Master Qilin, the elder of the Northern Sea Dragon clan. Ao Zhen made his appearance. Senior Ao Zhen, you are too courteous. Yunlin returned the greeting. Ao Xian, why are you dawdling? Invite young Master Qilin to take a seat. Ao Zhen called out, Oh. Ao Xian immediately sprang into action, having forgotten this detail in his worry for the Dragon clan's future. Ao Zhen gestured for Yunlin to take the place of honor. Young Master Qilin, do you have a method to alleviate my Dragon clan's karma? Please, save my Dragon clan, Ao Zhen implored earnestly. Yunlin smiled. The Dragon clan is lost in its own concerns. Do you understand how to manipulate the clouds and rain? That is natural. It is our Dragon clan's innate ability, Ao Zhen replied, somewhat puzzled by Yunlin's question. Then why does your Dragon clan not adjust the climate of the primordial chaos and benefit its beings? Yunlin countered. You may hold my token and go to the heavenly court to seek a divine position. The heavenly court will arrange it for you, allowing you to act without fear of others competing with you. Ao Zhen was momentarily taken aback before bursting into laughter. This method is simple. While it may not yield much merit, the numerous rivers of the primordial chaos provide ample opportunity. If the Dragon clan can cover them all, accumulating merit over time, how could we not dissolve our karma? Ha ha ha! Thank you, young Master Qilin, for your guidance. Ao Xian was instantly elated. Ao Zhen bowed deeply to Yunlin. Young Master Qilin, such a great favor. My Dragon clan cannot repay you. If ever you require the assistance of my Dragon clan, do not hesitate to ask. Yunlin waved his hand. It is merely a casual suggestion. The Northern Sea Dragon clan had guarded the Northern Sea for many years and had not forgotten the Qilin cliff, often offering tributes. Although the Qilin cliff did not lack such offerings, the sentiment of the Northern Sea Dragon clan was appreciated. The Heavenly Court lacked personnel, and the Dragon clan's inclusion would undoubtedly enhance its foundation. The Dragon clan needed to alleviate its karma, and the Heavenly Court could provide assistance, a win-win situation. It was merely a matter of finding an intermediary to bridge the gap. Having brokered a deal between the two parties with mere words, Yunlin had also profited. I have come to the Northern Sea for a specific matter. Does the Northern Sea Dragon clan have a map of its sea territories? Yunlin inquired. Chapter 70. Minor Forces Arise. Heavenly Dao inspects Ao Xian promptly retrieved the map of the Northern Sea territories for Yunlin. Young Master Qilin, this map was compiled by my Northern Sea Dragon clan through exploration. Although there are some areas that remain uncharted, or rather, beyond our ability to explore. Yunlin examined the map, noting the meticulous details marked by the Dragon clan. Thank you. Young Master Qilin is too polite. Ao Xian responded. After acquiring the map, Xiao Pai led Yunlin away. Elder, shall we visit the Eastern Sea? Ao Xian asked. Let us go. Ao Xian transformed into a true dragon and took Ao Xian toward the Eastern Sea. Despite the Northern Sea's long-standing management, it still paled in comparison to the Eastern Sea, of course. The Northern Sea Dragon clan was considered a strong clan above the Northern Sea, but the Eastern Sea Dragon clan could not claim the same title in the Eastern Sea. Elder, has our Dragon clan truly reached this point? The Eastern Sea Dragon King Ao Zong sighed. The Yuanshi Tianzuan never favored those with horns and scales. This is the only way forward. Few can resolve the Dragon clan's karma in the primordial chaos. I previously sought the assistance of the Tongtian saint, but to no avail. Both the Taiji saint and Yuhua did not regard such matters. We can only seek the assistance of the Yuqing saint. Otherwise, my Dragon clan is destined for decline. The elder of the Eastern Sea Dragon clan declared. Each of the four seas had a quasi-saint elder presiding over them, which constituted the true foundation of the Dragon clan. However, due to the burden of karma, even the quasi-saint elders of the four seas had been greatly affected, showing signs of potentially falling in realm. During the calamity of the witch and demon, the demon race had sought to recruit the Dragon clan due to its deep roots, willing to cleanse their karma, but the Dragon clan's pride prevented them from becoming subservient, and they did not wish to participate in the struggles of the primordial chaos. Now, they were beginning to seek help everywhere. The Northern Sea had not responded. What about the Eastern Sea? No news yet, Ao Zong replied. Just then, Ao Zhen and Ao Xian arrived at it. Is futile to seek the Yuanshi saint. We should heed young Master Qilin's advice and go to the Heavenly Court for assistance. The Heavenly Court? That Hao Yin is merely a child. Ao Zong hesitated. Are we in such dire straits that we still dare to look down on others? Whether the Heavenly Court is willing to accept our Dragon clan is another matter, Ao Zhen retorted coldly. Afterward, Ao Zhen recounted Yunlin's words. Let us gather the Dragon clans of the four seas and head to the Heavenly Court. The elder of the Eastern Sea declared. He believed this course of action was feasible. Soon, the elders and kings of the four seas convened and set off for the Heavenly Court. What? The Dragon clan is visiting? Hao Yin was taken aback. He had no dealings with the Dragon clan at all. We, the Dragon clan, pay our respects to your majesty. We have come at the recommendation of young Master Qilin, wishing to arrange for our clansmen to serve in the Heavenly Court. Ao Zhen presented the token Yunlin had given him. Hao Yin could recognize its authenticity at a glance. However, in that moment, he hesitated. Who does not know that the Dragon clan is burdened by karma? The fortune of the Heavenly Court could indeed suppress and diminish the Dragon clan's karma, but the Heavenly Court's fortune is not as abundant as imagined. If the Dragon clan enters the Heavenly Court, the fortune will undoubtedly be depleted, potentially affecting the operations of the Heavenly Court. The Dragon clan seemed to sense Hao Yin's hesitation and refrained from speaking out. Your Majesty, the Dragon clan was recommended by Yunlin, which surely cannot be wrong, Yaoqi added from the side. Very well, my friends, you may select clansmen to join my Heavenly Court's water department. I will bestow the position of water deity upon the Dragon clan. Hao Yin declared directly. The Heavenly Court comprises 8 departments: thunder, fire, plague, combat, tai sui, pox, water, and wealth. The water department is one of these 8 departments, primarily responsible for controlling clouds and rain. With a wave of his hand, a ray of spiritual light fell before the Dragon clan. Ao Xian, the elder of the Eastern Sea, called. Ao Xian then absorbed the position of water deity into his being. The four seas had no objections to this arrangement. If this endeavor succeeded, the Northern Sea would undoubtedly gain the most credit. Boom. As Ao Xian integrated the water deity's position, the fortune of the heavenly court surged forth. The fortune of the dragon clan also manifested, albeit rather pitifully, as numerous red chains of karma bound them. Despite their best efforts, the dragon clan's fortune could not break free. The fortune of the heavenly court descended, beginning to erode the dragon clan's karma. Hao Yin felt a pang of regret. These fortunes had taken him a long time to accumulate. Had it not been for Yunlin's suggestion, he would never have accepted the dragon clan. The 6 saints of the primordial chaos and many powerful beings witnessed this scene, all watching with amusement. Many thought Hao Yin had gone mad. Even if he was in need of personnel, why would he target the troublesome dragon clan? In the next moment, having attained the position of the water deity, Ao Xian transformed into a dragon form and let out a resounding roar towards the heavens. Our dragon clan traverses the 4 seas, adept at conjuring clouds and summoning rain, manipulating water vapors. Today, we, the dragon clan, pledge to regulate the chaotic climate of the primordial world and to clear the waterways that course through it. May the heavens bear witness. Boom. Suddenly, a thunderous sound reverberated across the primordial sky. The voice of the heavenly Tao echoed within the hearts of all living beings. Following this, a surge of merit descended, merging into the bodies of countless dragons. Crack, crack. The karmic chains binding the dragon clan's fortunes began to snap, and their fortunes surged upward. Hum, hum. Across the 4 seas, the dragons danced joyously in the skies. Even the heavenly sovereign felt a wave of happiness. Just moments ago, after Ao Xian's oath, the dragon clan's fortunes were liberated, and the energy consumed by the heavenly court was significantly replenished. In total, the heavenly court had consumed less than a third of its energy. This was entirely beyond the heavenly sovereign's expectations. Most importantly, he realized that in the future, when the dragon clan summoned clouds and rain and cleared waterways to gain merit, the heavenly court would also share in that merit. What a profit! Queen Mother, Yunlin truly leaves no stone unturned, laughed the heavenly sovereign. And who was it that hesitated just now? Yuanshi remarked, "It was my error, my error." The heavenly sovereign quickly apologized. "We are grateful for your majesty's assistance. Should the heavenly court ever be in need, our dragon clan shall undoubtedly lend our full support," spoke the elder of the East Sea. The matter concluded satisfactorily, with both parties rejoicing, having remembered the merits of Yunlin. Those mighty beings who had anticipated a spectacle were left dumbstruck, their minds echoing a singular thought. I underestimated the heavenly sovereign. Just moments ago, the heavenly Tao had patrolled the primordial realm, and the little Qilin was in peril. What now? Luo Ho furrowed his brow, his senses keen, having merged with Qilin Cliff. Let us wait until he returns. Luo Ho gritted his teeth. Within the Zixiao Palace, Hong Jun had yet to enter a meditative state. He was collaborating with the heavenly Tao to devise a developmental trend for the calamity that best suited them. Though the grand trend was irreversible, numerous small trends could still influence it. The transformations in the underworld, the shifts of the human emperor, the changes within the dragon clan. Which old friend could it be? Yang Mei? Luo Ho? Or perhaps another? Hongjuan's expression turned contemplative. Meanwhile, Xiao Pai and Yunlin arrived at a certain ocean trench. The dragon clan had marked this area on their map of the North Sea as unexplored. Xiao Pai, do you sense anything here? Chapter 71. Fragments of the creation Jade Disc, schemes of the demon path. Upon hearing Yunlin's inquiry, Xiao Pai's voice resonated. My lord, this should be the place. The journey to the North Sea had not consumed much effort. Even acquiring the ocean map from the dragon clan was merely to avoid unnecessary detours. Yunlin's divination arts were superb, surpassing even Fuxi. With the Chaos Pearl in hand, and Xiao Pai possessing the bloodline of a demon god, it was relatively easy to find their way. Although they encountered some fallen bones, it was inevitable to cross paths with the remnants of demon gods. To be safe, they transformed. The Taoist of the Green Lotus, with the Chaos Pearl atop his head, descended into the unfathomable trench. They shared a single consciousness, thus whatever the Green Lotus saw, Yunlin also perceived. They had no idea how far they had traveled when a beam of light suddenly appeared within the trench. Inside, Yunlin glimpsed numerous fragmented remains of demon gods, though most were incomplete. Some missing hands and feet, others reduced to mere shards. The best preserved seemed to be that of the golden demon god, possessing half a body. Golden demon god, water demon god, ice demon god. What is that? Suddenly, Yunlin discovered something unusual among the remains of the demon gods. Approaching for a closer look, he exclaimed, "Fragments of the creation jade disc." The creation jade disc, one of the supreme treasures of chaos, possesses the ability to master 3,000 pathways and assist others in enlightenment. Even Hongjun had attained the method to sever the 3 corpses with the aid of the creation jade disc. It was unknown which demon god had seized it, but during a confrontation with Pangu, the disc had shattered and scattered. Over countless ages, Hongjun had sought the fragments of the creation jade disc, gradually piecing them back together. Yet, even after an eternity, he had not fully reassembled it. The fragment before Yunlin was quite small, presenting a verdant hue. Even as a mere shard, it seemed capable of drawing one in. Whoosh! Just as Yunlin stood in astonishment, a streak of light suddenly darted forth towards his transformed self. However, the next moment, a presence emerged within the body of the Taoist of the Green Lotus, merely brushing it aside. The aura of Pangu, accompanied by a scream, the streak of light vanished. Yunlin was left speechless. Why do these demon gods always aspire to seize my body? He collected all the remains of the demon gods into the Chaos Pearl and returned to Qilin Cliff. I have returned, and the journey was fruitful. I acquired numerous remains of demon gods, Yunlin declared. However, both Luo Ho and Li Sisi bore grim expressions. What has transpired? The dragon clan entered the heavenly court, and the heavenly Tao surveyed the entirety of the primordial realm. Qilin Cliff was well concealed, remaining undetected by the heavenly Tao, yet some matters inevitably leave traces. Luo Ho remarked, "The heavenly Tao is losing its composure?" Yunlin had anticipated that he would not become truly busy until the Fengshen calamity, yet it seemed the heavenly Tao's endurance was surprisingly fragile. Shall I emerge from Qilin Cliff to divert Hongjuan's attention? Luo Ho gritted his teeth. Yunlin, Mr. Mo, given your current strength, stepping out of Qilin Cliff would lead to your demise. That would be true death, and Hongjun would show you no mercy, I understand. But within the primordial realm, only you can challenge Hongjun if I can buy you a bit of time. It would be worthwhile, Luo Ho stated. Previously, during the Longhan calamity, Luo Ho had held the advantage. Now, in the primordial realm, Hongjun could easily overlook Luo Ho. The two were no longer on the same level. Tio Shou himself would be tantamount to seeking death. Yunlin held a deep admiration for Luo Ho's determination. Leave this matter to me. Attracting Hongjuan's attention is merely a last resort. I have a superior strategy, Yunlin replied. What superior strategy? Luo Ho inquired. As the demon ancestor, you have established the demon path, standing in opposition to the Xianmen. You haven't forgotten that the higher the Tao, the stronger the demon, have you? Your actions merely aim to irritate Hongjun, yet he could utilize this to balance the forces of good and evil in the primordial realm. Not only does it fail to irritate him, but it also serves as a wedding garment for him. Thus your plotting still falls short of Hongjuan's capabilities, Yunlin explained. Nonsense. If it weren't for the assistance of the heavenly Tao, could he have defeated me? Luo Ho seethed. You may speak of anything, but never suggest he surpasses Hongjun. Otherwise, Luo Ho would explode with rage in an instant. Currently, the Xianmen was flourishing, and Hongjun was constantly seeking opportunities to bring forth the demon path. As the demon ancestor, you could easily invoke the power of the demon path in advance, and then, watch my actions. The emergence of the demon path requires a catalyst. You will sever a strand of your true soul and give it to me to act. Once the demon path enters the primordial realm, it will immediately flourish, and you will be assured of your sanctification, Yunlin stated. All right, Luo Ho, though somewhat unclear, sensed that Yunlin was preparing a significant move. Without hesitation, he severed a strand of his true soul. I will leave Xiao Pai at Qilin Cliff. I entrust the two of you to guide him, Yunlin said, leaving behind the remains of the demon gods before swiftly departing. In the underworld, within the Pangu temple, little Qilin, what brings you here again? Ho Tu, who had been in seclusion, might have reacted with fury had it been anyone else disturbing her. Even a sage would receive a resounding slap. However, Yunlin was a different case. Your Majesty, look. Upon Yunlin's words, the Taoist of the Green Lotus appeared beside him. Ho Tu immediately rose. The aura of the Father God. Among the innate beings of the primordial realm, many had connections to Pangu, such as the 12 ancestors of sorcery and the 3 pure ones, all closely related to him. Yet, Ho Tu was certain that the aura emanating from the Taoist was unlike any of these. It resonated deeply with her own essence. Your Majesty, this is my incarnation forged through a forbidden method. Due to my contact with the rules of the Great Tao, my consciousness was swept into the currents of time and fate. Yunlin recounted the events, adding a touch of artistic embellishment. Wonderful, Ho-Tu exclaimed, her expression radiant. Little Qilin, I was right about you. Even the Father God has chosen to assist you. It seems you have been selected by him. Actually, I require a bit of assistance from your Majesty, Yunlin confessed. Little Qilin, you need not stand on ceremony. Whatever task you need, just say it. Even if it involves helping you deal with a sage, I would oblige, provided you lead him to the underworld. Ho-Tu chuckled, her mood evidently buoyant. Your Majesty, I have a remnant soul that requires your help in reincarnation, Yunlin stated, presenting a fragment of Luo Ho's true soul. Upon sensing its essence, even as the mistress of the underworld, Ho-Tu was momentarily taken aback. Chapter 72. The higher the Tao, the stronger the demon first, a sage's remnant soul, and now a fragment of the demon ancestor's true soul. Ho-Tu harbored serious doubts, suspecting that Yunlin was merely finding ways to occupy her time. You little rascal, last time I lost a significant amount of my essence to facilitate the reincarnation of the Tongtian remnant soul. And since that holy soul is difficult to merge with the power of reincarnation, it is likely still adrift within that cycle. And now you present me with the true soul of the demon ancestor. Ho-Tu scolded. Your Majesty, please calm your anger. You preside over reincarnation. You must understand that the human race is on the verge of a struggle for supremacy. The destined sovereign of the human race is one thing, but the opposing faction has arranged for a lineage of the Wu clan, which is precisely the heavenly Tao's intent to completely deplete the Wu clan's fortunes and expel them from the primordial realm. Is it not? Yunlin elaborated. Mentioning this caused Ho-Tu to seethe with anger. After the battle between the Wu and the Yao, most of the Wu clan's members became spirits in the underworld, with only a few retaining their bloodline. To preserve the last vestiges of the Wu clan's fortunes, Ho-Tu had decreed that those of the Wu clan should intermarry with the human race. The results were remarkable. The human Wu tribes rapidly flourished. Now, however, the heavenly Tao sought to extinguish that growth. This is my thought. Let the true soul of the demon ancestor reincarnate as the leader of the human Wu faction. While he may not seize the position of the human race's sovereign, he can leverage this conflict to draw forth the power of the demon path, allowing the demon ancestor to fully revive. The enemy of my enemy is my friend, is it not? Yunlin continued. Ho-Tu fell into contemplation, weighing the feasibility of this proposal. In truth, this would not benefit her. Ultimately, the Wu clan's fortunes would dissipate, merely culminating in the rise of the demon ancestor Luo Ho. Yet, watching the conflict between the demon ancestor and the Tao ancestor seemed rather appealing. However, Ho-Tu had her reservations. Little Qilin, the demon ancestor, is a formidable figure in the primordial realm. Had it not been for ill fortune, he would have emerged victorious. Among all, he alone can contend with the Tao ancestor like this. Assisting him in drawing forth the demon path is permissible. But once he grows stronger, he will become entirely uncontrollable. There is no need for your Majesty to worry about this matter. Just trust in me, Yunlin reassured with a smile. Very well, Ho-Tu readily agreed, casting the fragment of Luo Ho's true soul into the cycle of reincarnation. Then, with her great power, she manipulated it to ensure its rebirth to participate in the struggle for supremacy among the human race. Her actions flowed seamlessly. Yunlin understood why the heavenly Tao and Hongjun had confined Ho-Tu to the underworld. Compared to the other 6 sages, her unpredictability was far too great. The power of reincarnation could not be easily manipulated even by the heavenly Tao. Yet Ho-Tu wielded it with ease. Your Majesty, this incarnation bears the essence of the great god Pangu. I shall leave it in the underworld for quiet cultivation, Yunlin announced. That is acceptable. As long as he remains within the underworld, the heavenly Tao will not perceive the aura of the Father God emanating from him. Ho-Tu consented. Just as Yunlin prepared to turn and leave, she called out, Wait. He halted, puzzled. I have heard that you brewed the finest wine of the primordial realm. Do you not intend to share some with me? Ho-Tu teased. What finest wine of the primordial realm? Such flattery, Yunlin replied, producing a jar of wine and handing it to her. Ho-Tu received it with a smile. Go now. I hope to see you achieve sanctification soon. Then I shall borrow your Majesty's good wishes. Yunlin bowed respectfully and took his leave. Ho-Tu beckoned to the Taoist of the Green Lotus, "Little one, accompany me for a drink." "As you command," the Taoist of the Green Lotus smiled. "At Qilin Cliff, the matter has been settled. Mr. Mo will await you. I am going to sleep now," Yunlin said. The last interruption of his cultivation by the inexplicable appearance of Shunnong had left him with a need to catch up. 30,000 years had passed in the primordial realm. The human race erupted into a struggle for supremacy, with the Yellow Emperor battling Qiyu at Zhualu. The notion of vying for the position of the human race's sovereign was merely a guise for internal strife among the humans. Within the Fire Cloud Cave, Shunnong expressed his confusion. According to the rules of the heavenly Tao, the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors must all reside within the Fire Cloud Cave to guard the fortunes of the human race. In truth, it is merely a form of house arrest. Even a brief outing requires a report. Now, as the Yellow Emperor and Qiyu clashed, it was as Shunnong had stated, internal strife, depleting the strength of the human race. Furthermore, due to the human race's escape from the calamity of the slaughtering Wu sword, this battle was particularly fierce. Countless human warriors fell, their blood saturating the ground. Such was the foundation of the human race. As a sovereign, how could one not feel heartache? "The will of heaven is hard to defy," Swearin lamented. Only Fushi remained silent, lost in thought. The Battle of Zhualu raged for thousands of years, ultimately culminating in the victory of the Yellow Emperor. To prevent Qiyu from reviving, he severed the latter's hands, feet, and head, sealing them in different locations. The Yellow Emperor was about to bow to the Daobao sect, seeking the host's choice. Choice 1. Preemptively accept the Yellow Emperor as a disciple and receive the high-grade innate spiritual treasure. The Purple Light Spear. Choice 2. Observe the proceedings and receive a hair from Pangu. Choice 3. Ignore the matter entirely and receive a fragment of the Ancestor Wu's incomplete essence. Yunlin naturally chose the third option. However, it was unexpected that the system would even produce a hair from Pangu. Seizing the opportunity, Yunlin acquired a fragment of the golden Ancestor Wu's essence. Yellow Emperor, do not tarry. The Daobao sect appeared, accepting the Yellow Emperor as a disciple. The fortunes of the human path enveloped the Yellow Emperor's body as the 3 sovereigns manifested, preparing to escort him into the Fire Cloud Cave. Yet, at the very moment the Yellow Emperor was being drawn into the Fire Cloud Cave, an anomaly suddenly erupted in the primordial realm. The sky of the primordial realm was instantaneously shrouded in ominous clouds, even causing the 6 saints to feel a sense of trepidation. The demon path. How could this be? It is far too early for the demon path to emerge. The usually composed Laozi suddenly lost his poise. The other sages fared no better. The emergence of the demon path could drastically alter the situation in the primordial realm. Within Qilin Cliff, Luoho sensed something, a smile gracing his lips. Cradling the 12-petal annihilation Black Lotus in one hand, he beheld as countless Black Lotus phantoms erupted from within, surging towards the primordial realm. "Ha ha ha, Hongjun, I told you I would return. The higher the Tao, the stronger the demon." Chapter 73. Sing my true name, and you may enter the blood demon path. Luoho's voice echoed throughout the primordial realm, engulfing countless beings in a torrent of formidable demonic energy, as the fear within their hearts began to spread relentlessly. In the battlefields of the human race, blood and corpses transformed into waves of black mist, rushing towards 6 specific directions, those being the locations of Chiyu's hands, feet, head, and body. This is bad. The demon ancestor seeks to revive the demon path using the blood and slaughter from the human battlefield. We must quickly suppress Chiyu's remains. We cannot allow the demon path to emerge. In the wake of Laozi, the Taiji diagram transformed into a golden bridge, while Yuanshi produced the Panga banner. Tongtian summoned the 4 swords of extermination, forming a formidable sword array. The 2 figures from the west called forth the 12-petal golden lotus of merit, and Enhua unfurled the map of mountains and rivers. The 6 saints unveiled their most treasured abilities. This marked the first time since the repair of the heavens that the 6 saints joined forces. Under their intervention, the 6 locations suppressing Chiyu's form appeared to settle down, as the ominous black mist was severed, allowing the 6 saints to breathe a sigh of relief. Yet, before they could revel in their triumph, shadows erupted from those 6 places, converging into a colossal demonic silhouette. None other than Rahu, seated atop the 12-petal Black Lotus of annihilation, with flowing black hair and eyes that overlooked all creation, exuding a menacing aura. "Ha ha ha, do you truly believe you can thwart the resurgence of the demonic path? You are woefully inadequate." Rahu cackled. Demon ancestor. The revival of the demonic path is not to be realized today. Please withdraw. We have severed the flow of that bloodthirsty aura, and you shall not prevail, Laozi retorted coldly. Rahu found amusement in the six saints' confidence. The demonic is formless. The demonic is without shape. As long as the beings of the primordial world endure, the demonic shall never perish. What do a few saints of merit know of obstructing the resurgence of the demonic path? Boom! In the next instant, the bloodthirsty aura penetrated the six saints' blockade, surging into Rahu's demonic form. Moreover, at that very moment, countless black lotuses manifested throughout the primordial realm, transforming into demonic shadows that descended upon the land, brandishing claws as if the primordial world were their hunting ground. Kikik. The demon arises from the heart. The spirit does not perish. The demon does not die. The heavenly demon is formless. We are the tribulation of the heart. In but a fleeting moment, those demonic shadows frantically burrowed into the bodies of living beings. Those whose hearts were not steadfast fell into madness, their desires magnified without limit. Ha ha ha! Kill, 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 in this vast world. Who else but me? Today I shall immerse myself in the demonic path, devouring essence and blood to strengthen myself. Chaos engulfed the primordial realm as countless beings spiraled out of control. The demon amplifies the desires within one's heart. The demon invades the innermost sanctum of living beings. In this tumultuous age of demons, the primordial fate itself is at stake. Hongjun had initially not intended to unleash the demonic path so soon, planning to await the return of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, sealing the heavens and isolating the immortal from the mortal realm before releasing the demonic path and ultimately imposing karmic tribulations to constrain it. For Hongjun speculated that Rahu might not yet be dead. Isolating the immortal from the mortal realm would draw out the demonic path, and during that time, the power of the demonic path would not be overly formidable. Following that, the conflict between Buddha and demon after the journey to the west could be enacted, completely subduing the demon ancestor Rahu. However, the immortal and mortal realms were not yet isolated, and the demonic path emerged prematurely, gathering an immense power. Suppress. Laozi struck once more, directing his efforts toward Rahu's demonic form. The other 5 saints also joined forces to attack. The power of the saints was immense. Rahu's demonic form was instantly shattered. Yet, before long, Rahu's figure re-emerged, unscathed, growing stronger with the passage of time, on the verge of breaking through to the level of a saint. The prospect of a saintly Rahu instilled trepidation in the 6 saints. I have said it before. As long as the beings of the primordial world endure, the demon shall not perish. Even you, saints, harbor demons within your hearts. How can you speak of exterminating demons? Rahu stated calmly. The 6 saints were rendered speechless. Laozi, my friend, the emergence of the demonic path is not something we can prevent, Jane interjected, already retreating into inaction. The west had always been Rahu's territory, and the 2 figures from the west did not wish to witness his revival. Yet the current situation, with the demon ancestor's resurrection, was irresistible. Who could say whether the demon ancestor would covet the western territory? Both he and Yuanshi wished to amass strength to defend their western teachings, which were the fruits of their life work. What concern was it of theirs regarding the affairs of the eastern lands? With the emergence of the demonic path, the living beings suffered. This was indeed beyond their capacity to handle. Yuanshi sighed deeply. Just then, an unusual disturbance arose in the heavens above the primordial realm. Thunderclouds began to gather. A golden immortal, having gained power from the demonic path, greatly increased in strength and broke into the Tai realm, preying upon the essence and blood of living beings to enhance his power. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning descended from the sky, incinerating him into charcoal on the spot. Such occurrences rippled throughout the primordial realm. Countless beings who had succumbed to the demonic path were thrown into panic. While practicing the demonic path could indeed enhance one's strength at a remarkable speed, the heavenly Tao balances all things, and the punishment of thunder is a means by which the heavenly Tao restrains the demonic path. There are no shortcuts in cultivation. To embrace the demonic path comes at a price. Furthermore, upon the blood sea, the river of the underworld sat upon the 12-petal scarlet lotus, proclaiming loudly, with the guidance of the heavenly Tao, I am the blood demon ancestor, mastering the slaughter of the demonic path, commanding the bloodthirst of the demonic path. Those who chant my true name may enter the blood demon path. Thunder rumbled as a vast swath of blood-colored demonic aura descended upon the river of the underworld. The power of the blood sea surged toward the river of the underworld, and countless blood-colored demonic shadows erupted from the blood sea. Racing toward the primordial realm, a portion of the demonic path's fortune was immediately siphoned away. Rahu established the heavenly demonic path, the heart demon, while the river of the underworld established the blood demonic path. Both were progenitors of the demonic path. The rapid growth of momentum on Rahu's side came to a sudden halt, allowing the 6 saints and numerous formidable beings in the primordial realm to breathe a sigh of relief. That was quick, the Qilin cliff remarked, as Yunlin chuckled. This time, I allowed him one move. Rahu grunted. Yunlin rolled his eyes. What do you mean allow? You simply couldn't defeat him. Hongjun did not show his face. First, he unleashed karmic retribution in the form of thunder tribulations. Once the karma exceeded a certain threshold, retribution would descend. Then he allowed the river of the underworld to establish the blood demonic path, dividing the powers of the demonic path and weakening Rahu's hold over it. With just these 2 moves, Rahu's ambition to awaken the power of the demonic path and achieve sainthood was thwarted. I have returned. Just you wait, I will avenge myself sooner or later, Rahu vowed. You are but a defeated foe. You are not worthy to contend with me now. Even my subordinates could easily best you, Hongjun retorted. Though the 2 old adversaries did not engage in direct conversation, the meaning was clear. Yet Rahu had never intended to achieve sainthood immediately through the demonic path. His true aim was to provide cover for Yunlin. Who would have imagined that the illustrious demon ancestor would be reduced to acting under a junior's command? After Hongjun made his move, Rahu's phantom immediately became less pleasant to behold. Demonic cult? Stand? Rahu bellowed, and the aura of the demonic path quaked once more. All who fell into the demonic path would become followers of the demonic cult. The reason the formidable beings favored establishing sects was not solely to covet merit. More importantly, it was to gather fortune for their own cultivation. After all, the further one progresses in cultivation, the more difficult it becomes. Hongjun, we shall see. Chapter 74. The threat of Laozi Rahu's demonic form left behind a harsh declaration before dissipating into the air. The 6 saints found themselves powerless in the face of Rahu's departure. Paxing Nyang, the demon ancestor has manifested through Chiyu. Please, Nyang, appear so we may discuss. Laozi directed his gaze toward the underworld, his fury boiling without an outlet. The emergence of the demonic path was due to Chiyu, who was both human and shaman. He could not believe that Hutu had not intervened. The 6 saints were not fools. They quickly connected this matter to Hutu. A ray of reincarnation light appeared, and Hutu manifested. I do not comprehend what my Ta Ching friend speaks of. The demon ancestor has stated that the heavenly demon is formless and without shape, infiltrating everywhere. It would indeed be trivial for the demon ancestor to seize Chiyo's body. What concern is that of mine? Paxing Nyang, the emergence of the demon ancestor brings chaos to the primordial realm. A grievous sin, Jane exclaimed, equally incensed. Are you instructing me on how to act? Huda glared at Jane, who immediately refrained from speaking further. If you are incapable yourselves, do not place the blame on me. If you had the ability, would you not have been the ones to govern reincarnation? Hutu declared lazily. Paxing Nyang, let this matter be set aside for now. Should it happen again, do not blame me for turning against you. Laozi grunted in response. At that moment, Hutu's expression shifted drastically. Among the 6 saints, Laozi had always maintained a low profile, rarely involving himself in matters of the Shinmen. Yet it was well known that he was the strongest among them. However, just how strong was he? From the aura Laozi had just revealed, Hutu felt he was at least at the 6th heaven of sainthood. Meanwhile, she governed reincarnation and had redefined the rules of the underworld, refining vast amounts of reincarnation power, placing her at the 4th heaven of sainthood. Ascending in cultivation is arduous. Even millions of years are not excessive. Nevertheless, the saints of the primordial realm are exceptional cases. The 6 saints achieved their paths through merit, receiving the assistance of the heavenly Tao, leading to rapid strength enhancement, though they gradually lost their true selves. Hutu, on the other hand, possessed immense foundational support due to her dominion over the underworld. Yet, Laozi's speed was simply too swift, raising suspicions that the heavenly Tao was deliberately facilitating it. After all, when calamities do not manifest and Hongjun does not emerge, someone must oversee the grand scheme of the primordial realm, and Laozi would be an excellent choice. With such strength, the Ta Ching saint instilled a certain trepidation in Hutu. If Laozi truly turned against her, combining the power of the six saints and invoking the heavenly Tao, he might indeed be able to restrain Hutu at a bearable cost. Hutu chose not to engage further with the six saints, slipping once more into the underworld. From this day forth, disciples of the Xianmen are forbidden from practicing the demonic path. Any infraction shall be met with severe punishment, Laozi proclaimed. Yuanshi and Tongtian immediately acquiesced. Even without Laozi's directive, they were well aware that the demonic path should not be trifled with. For the six saints, it was perhaps merely a matter of preventing their own fortunes from being corrupted by demonic energy. But for the myriad beings of the primordial realm, the outlook was dire. Previously, only when one ascended to the Daluo level would they face the tribulations of the Daluo. However, with the emergence of the demon ancestor, the heavenly Tao established multiple tribulations. In addition to thunder tribulations, there were demonic tribulations. If one could not pass through, they would perish, rendering countless years of cultivation into mere vapor. In an instant, countless beings cursed Rahu, yet no amount of cursing could erase these tribulations. Those who had succumbed to the demonic path met with death, yet the majority lay in wait, biding their time. The heavenly Tao's restraints on those who had embraced the demonic path were exceedingly severe. The power of the tribulations had multiplied several times, and slaying those who had succumbed to the demonic path would yield rewards of merit from the heavenly Tao. The fervor of exterminating demons and safeguarding the Tao flourished throughout the primordial realm. In the West, Jain and Zhuanti's responses were even more exaggerated. Upon returning to the West, they refrained from cultivation, dedicating themselves to researching methods to counter the demonic path and prevent their own fall into it. They genuinely feared that Rahu might return to seize their foundation in the West. In the aftermath, they indeed produced several results in their research. For instance, severing the ties of the 7 emotions and 6 desires, remaining calm in heart, and becoming impervious to heart demons. Additionally, they explored various Buddhist scriptures that could purify demonic energy. Meanwhile, the various orthodoxies of the East also developed numerous methods, all fearing that Rahu might return with a vengeance. The emergence of Rahu had significantly impacted the primordial realm, yet it remained within the realm of control. Among those who reaped the greatest benefits from this incident was undoubtedly the river of the underworld. As one of the progenitors of the demonic path, it enjoyed the fortune of the demonic path, its strength nearing that of a saint. Continuing to rest, Yunlin had lingered at the mid-stage of quasi-saint for quite some time, yet had found no opportunity for breakthrough. With the emergence of the demonic path, I too have matters to attend to, Rahu stated. You all go about your business. I will keep watch over the Qilin cliff. Li Sisi smiled as Yunlin fell into slumber. A figure appeared in the ancestral land of the Tiger Clan. The Tiger Clan had rapidly expanded since Bai Hao's return, yet Bai Hao exercised restraint, ensuring that the Tiger Clan did not expand recklessly while secretly assisting Yunlin in gathering materials to forge the Cloud Sea Falling God cannon. Curiously, that figure boldly strode into the Tiger Clan's grand hall, unnoticed by any of the clan members. Not even those at the Daluo Golden Immortal level detected their presence. Who? Bai Hao, initially in seclusion, instantly awakened upon sensing an intruder. Years had passed, and Bai Hao had stepped into the mid-stage of quasi-saint. Having practiced Rahu's path of slaying to achieve his own enlightenment, his talent was indeed commendable. Well done. It was worth it for me to teach you the path of slaying, a voice of laughter echoed. Bai Hao, upon seeing the figure's visage, exclaimed in delight, Master, what brings you here? Having taken Bai Hao as a named disciple, Rahu was indeed deserving of the title of Master. I came to see you and, in passing, to ask you to take charge of the demonic cult, Rahu declared. Bai Hao was aware of Rahu's intentions regarding the establishment of the demonic cult, but he had never expected Rahu would entrust him with its management. What, are you afraid? Rahu chuckled. How could I be afraid? Bai Hao scratched his head and replied, I just worry that I won't handle the tasks you assign well. Given that the demonic path could be said to be at odds with the entire primordial realm, a common person might indeed feel fear. Yet Bai Hao was not one of them. He had always possessed a bold disposition, and after practicing the path of slaying, he had longed for the thrill of combat. Ha ha ha! The young master holds you in high regard. Do not disappoint me, nor the young master. Rahu's figure faded into nothingness. Upon hearing Rahu's words, Bai Hao felt a surge of blood rush to his head, invigorated and ready for action. Soon, Bai Hao settled matters concerning the Tiger Clan and departed from their ancestral land, his destination unknown. In a certain valley of the primordial realm, Lu Er sat cross-legged at the center, surrounded by a throng of small beings, absorbing the Tao rhythm emanating from his body. Suddenly, those small beings fainted and collapsed to the ground, prompting Lu Er to open his eyes. Mr. Mo. Upon seeing the newcomer, Lu Er was filled with surprise. The young master has praised your talent, and indeed, it is remarkable. Had it not been for the delay, you would have long since attained the quasi-saint realm. Rahu smiled. I am the demon ancestor, Rahu, and I wish to take you as my named disciple. Are you willing? Chapter 75. Lady Shurji Lu Er immediately knelt down before Rahu, offering his respects. Disciple is willing. With the initial emergence of the demonic path and the establishment of the demonic cult, you shall assist your senior brother in managing the cult, Rahu instructed. I will obey the master's decree. When Lu Er raised his head once more, Rahu's figure had vanished. Lu Er was overjoyed. He had never fully grasped Rahu's identity, but upon learning that Immortal was the demon ancestor, he was momentarily stunned. Yet in Lu Er's most desperate moments, it was Yunlin who took him in, and it was Immortal who had guided him. Lu Er had long since pledged his loyalty to the Qilin cliff and to Rahu. Furthermore, Lu Er had a grievance against Tongtian. Nearly 3 million years had passed, and 3 of humanity's 5 emperors had returned to their positions. Yunlin had opted for system rewards, acquiring the remnants of 2 ancestral witches and a wisp of Xinhuangqi. Only the final human emperor, Yuanshi, had yet to return. Once Yuanshi returned, the heavenly Tao and Hongjun would sever the immortal from the mortal realm, leading to the emergence of the Fengshan calamity during the Shang dynasty. The fall of the Zhou would also mark the end of humanity's last emperor. From the Zhou onward, humanity would wholly submit to the heavenly Tao, and all human monarchs would refer to themselves as sons of heaven. At the Qilin cliff, Li Sisi voiced her concerns. The young master's recent seclusion seems somewhat unusual. After Yunlin entered seclusion, several disturbances had emerged from the Qilin cliff, indicative of Yunlin's attempts to break through. Yet he had not succeeded. The path to a new enlightenment was not easily forged. Rahu is confident in him, he noted. Meanwhile, Yunlin remained engrossed in his cultivation. The scenes of Pangu opening the heavens replayed vividly in his mind, providing him with profound inspiration. Yet for some reason, there seemed to be a barrier he could not overcome. Sigh. This is indeed challenging. Yunlin exhaled deeply. Sensing Yunlin's awakening, Rahu and the others swiftly arrived at his side. Still unable to break into the late quasi-saint. Is it reasonable to expect such speed? Take your time to contemplate. Do not rush, lest you stray from the path, Rahu admonished. I am well aware of that. Yunlin replied with a smile. Perhaps the young master should venture out into the primordial realm. Who knows what opportunities might arise? Li Sisi suggested. Yunlin considered this and found it quite reasonable. Only one of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors had yet to return, and before 100,000 years had passed, the Fengshan calamity would descend. Furthermore, news from the underworld indicated that the master's holy soul was about to reincarnate, suggesting it was time to venture out. Aunt Sisi, would you also like to venture out? With Immortal leading the way, the heavenly Tao should not be overly concerned, Yunlin proposed. Rahu genuinely wished to reprimand the young Qilin. Such a tone was quite unpleasant, as if implying he were merely a sacrificial pawn. As little skin prepares for the critical moment of breakthrough, let us focus on our own breakthroughs, Li Sisi chuckled. For these years, she had been caring for little skin, who, after absorbing the bones of the golden demon god, was also on the verge of entering the quasi-saint realm. Yunlin agreed, made preparations, and then departed from the Qilin cliff. He had no specific destination in mind. Wherever he wandered was where he would go. Along the way, he heard numerous pieces of news. What a captivating tale of the 12 golden immortals of the Chan school echoing throughout the primordial world, of the grand reception of myriad immortals at the, and of the ruthless disciples of the demonic sect, with the 2 demon lords being particularly ferocious. All sounds rather intriguing, does it not? Are you, my friend, here to attend the tea gathering hosted by the Taoist Dewey? Just as Yunlin was wandering through the primordial realm, a female cultivator approached him. Clad in elegant white robes, she exuded an air of grace and dignity. A tea gathering? Yunlin was momentarily taken aback. It seemed his assumption was incorrect. The friend was not here for that purpose. I am Shurji, a disciple of the... May I ask how you wish to be addressed? She inquired with a smile. Her cultivation was quite respectable, being at the early stage of the Great Luo, Yunlin, having returned to his true essence, concealed his own cultivation level, refraining from appearing overbearing. You may call me Yunlin Taoist. Yunlin was indeed aware of Shiji's background. She had met a tragic fate during the Tongtian calamity. Originally a stubborn stone that transformed, she had joined thee and practiced true methods in the white bone cave of the Skeleton Mountain, not only sparing the lives of sentient beings, but often assisting the people of Qintang Pass. Subsequently, Neza had shot down Shiji's attendant with an arrow. Despite her good-natured temperament, she did not hold it against him, merely requesting an apology. Unfortunately, Neza, being mischievous, not only refused to apologize, but also killed another of Shiji's attendants, later accusing Shiji of bullying him. Tai Zhenren, using Shiji as an excuse, had her killed, which showcased the of the Chan school. Your name is quite well chosen, resembling that of my senior brother from the Shiji teased. Are there many who bear this title in the primordial realm? Yunlin inquired with curiosity. Before he could finish, someone greeted Shiji. Lady Shiji, are you also here for the tea gathering? A massive figure soon appeared. Yunlin was taken aback to see a Taoist seated upon an enormous mantis shrimp. He found it hard to comprehend. Was there truly another as eccentric as himself in the primordial realm? Indeed. Please, go ahead. I shall catch up shortly, Shiji replied. The Taoist on the mantis shrimp then departed. You must be a solitary cultivator, thus unaware of certain news. The name Yunlin is rather commonplace. However, my senior brother from the holds a position in the heavenly court and oversees the 10 halls of reincarnation, which has caused the name Yunlin to spread throughout the primordial realm. Many beings alter their titles to avoid karmic entanglements, while others admire my senior brother and adopt giant shrimps as steeds. Henceforth, do refrain from claiming the name Yunlin, lest you attract trouble, Shiji elucidated. Yunlin felt a flush of embarrassment. Such circumstances existed? Would you care to join me at the tea gathering hosted by Taoist Dewey? He is quite fond of making friends, Shiji suggested. Then I shall trouble you. Lady Shiji, Yunlin acquiesced. He did not reveal his identity. Having spent a considerable time in the primordial realm, he mostly either slept or wandered aimlessly. Even his travels were solely in search of the Tao. He believed what he lacked was a genuine opportunity to draw closer to the primordial realm. Making friends seemed a worthwhile endeavor. Shiji led Yunlin to the 8 Treasures Cloud-Light Cave, the abode of Taoist Dewey. During the Tongtian calamity, Taoist Dewey had descended to assist the forces of West Qi, utilizing the stabilizing wind pearl to break the wind howl formation within this 10 absolute array. Li Jing and the 2 generals, Heng and Ha, were disciples under his tutelage. As a named disciple of Laozi, Taoist Dewey belonged to the Taiji lineage, and it was well known that the sage of Taiji practiced non-action. Accepting only Xian Du as a disciple to enter the fold of the sage of Taiji, even as a named disciple, conferred significant prestige. Even the core disciples of the Chan and dared not look down upon Taoist Dewey. Has Taoist Shiji arrived? Please, take a seat. Shiji maintained a good rapport with Taoist Dewey. It was rumored that Li Jing, lacking any talent for cultivation, was unable to enter the Taoist path until Shiji suggested he descend to enjoy worldly riches. Ultimately, Shiji met her end at Neza's hands, a tragic fate dictated by destiny. Taoist Dewey is being too courteous. This friend merely passed by, and I invited him. Please do not take offense, Shiji smiled. Chapter 76, Displaying Divine Power Before Others. A dull affair, Taoist Dewey chuckled. This friend exudes an aura close to the primordial level. You must be adept at concealing your essence. I delight in befriending fellow practitioners. So please, both of you, take a seat. Shiji guided Yunlin into Taoist Dewey's abode. Although the 8 Treasures Cloud-Light Cave was not as renowned as Qilin Cliff, it was still considered a blessed land in the primordial realm. Taoist Dewey's fondness for making friends was no empty boast. When Yunlin and Shiji entered, over 10 beings had already gathered, all being formidable Great Luo experts. This tea gathering, while named as such, was essentially a forum for the exchange of insights among fellow practitioners, Shiji explained. Yunlin understood. It was merely a discourse on the Tao. He took a sip of the tea, likely brewed from some post-heaven spiritual root. The flavor and efficacy were certainly inferior to the enlightenment tea. That moment, a beam of light descended outside Taoist Dewey's abode, and Taoist Dewey, wearing a smile, stepped forward to welcome it inside. Many attendees stood to greet the newcomer. Yuding, he has actually come, Shiji expressed her surprise. The fame of the 12 golden immortals of the Chan school was widespread. each one a true immortal of fortune and virtue. However, the disciples of the Chan often held themselves in high regard and seldom participated in gatherings. The 12 golden immortals? Yunlin inquired. He had previously visited Kunlun, but at that time, his second master had yet to accept Yuding as a disciple. Among the 12 golden immortals, Yuding ranked ninth. Indeed, Yuding Zhenren is somewhat of an anomaly among the 12 golden immortals. The teachings of the Chan school align with heavenly will, contrasting with our doctrine of seizing a glimmer of life for all beings. Moreover, the Chan school despises those who are lowly, yet Yuding Zhenren seems indifferent to such matters. Shurji elaborated. I have heard Yuding Zhenren's methods of body refinement are quite remarkable, Yunlin casually remarked. Yuding Zhenren's true form is that of a spiritual cauldron, proficient in the 8-9 profound arts. This method derives from the 9 turns profound arts, researched and developed by the 3 pure ones, and is a secret technique of the Xianmen. Among the 3 teachings of the Xianmen, only Yuding has mastered this method and achieved renown, Shurji continued. Such bold claims, someone interjected. Yuding Taoist is a leading figure in the realm of body refinement. How can you merely say quite remarkable? Many voiced their opinions. Feeling Yunlin's words were somewhat overzealous, of course, it was also possible they wished to flatter Yuding, for such social niceties were to be expected. Ha ha ha, it is merely average, Yuding smiled at Yunlin, then slowly approached. Shurji was slightly startled, fearing Yunlin had inadvertently offended Yuding with his words. Taoist Dui, please attend to your other matters. I find a kindred spirit in this friend and wish to converse with him. Yuding addressed Taoist Dui. Seeing this, Taoist Dui said nothing further and went to arrange other matters. Please, take a seat, Yunlin invited. Yuding Zhenren naturally settled in front of Yunlin. I heard you mention the path of body refinement earlier. Do you have any profound insights to share? Shurji breathed a sigh of relief, noticing Yuding's earnest demeanor, indicating he bore no ill will. It was widely said that Yuding Zhenren possessed a good temperament. Yet Shurji had never interacted with him, so she felt a hint of apprehension. Meanwhile, Yunlin had come to regard Yuding with newfound respect. Among so many great Luo golden immortals, even Taoist Dui, who was nearly at the peak of great Luo, could not discern his true nature and mistakenly believed it to be a concealment technique. Yet Yuding, at merely the mid-stage of great Luo, could perceive the differences. He was indeed formidable. I cannot claim to possess profound insights. My understanding of the path of body refinement is limited, yet I am somewhat familiar. Currently, the pinnacle methods for body refinement in the primordial realm are the 8-9 profound arts of the Xianmen and the 6-foot golden body of the Buddhist school. When cultivated to perfection, one can attain the state of a holy body. Beings from the East often belittle the Western methods. However, those 2 saints from the West are truly talented. If the opportunity arises, you might wish to observe the 6-foot golden body technique, as it could provide you with significant inspiration. Yunlin spoke eloquently. Yuding's initial curiosity gradually transformed into astonishment. Having noticed Yunlin upon his entrance, he sensed the primordial aura emanating from him, which did not seem like a deliberate concealment of his cultivation. Rather, it appeared he had achieved a state of returning to his true essence. As a named disciple of the sage, Yuding's foundation and perspective were both quite elevated. This individual, it seemed, might be some quasi-saintly powerhouse, though Yuding could not ascertain who he was. As Yunlin elaborated on the path of body refinement, Yuding initially engaged in dialogue with him, but soon found himself posing questions while Yunlin provided answers. Shurji and the others watched in astonishment, particularly Shurji, who realized this friend she had casually encountered was truly extraordinary. Gradually, even Taoist Dui and the other beings present at the tea gathering became engrossed in enlightenment. The myriad paths converged to the same destination. Although Yunlin spoke solely about body refinement, it nonetheless sparked insights among those present. Time passed without notice, and their exchange concluded. Yuding fell into a deep state of enlightenment, and the gazes of the great Luo attendees toward Yunlin shifted dramatically. Forgive me for my oversight, esteemed senior. I have been remiss in my duties, Taoist Dui lamented. At that moment, he wished he could slap himself. Previously, when Shurji had brought Yunlin, Taoist Dui had been rather dismissive, even neglecting to inquire about his title. Not at all. It is merely a nameless individual from the primordial realm, Yunlin smiled. This spiritual tea you have is delightful. I shan't partake without offering something in return. With that, Yunlin and Shurji gracefully departed. Displaying divine power before others proved rather dull. Perhaps it was due to an elevated perspective. Taoist Dui and the others remained oblivious to the gravity of the situation. Alas, we have truly been blind, failing to recognize a great being and missing this opportunity, someone lamented. Although the primordial realm was vast, resources were limited, compelling many beings to rely on their own explorations for cultivation. Excluding the direct disciples of quasi-saintly figures, it was exceedingly rare to hear the Tao. Even Taoist Dui, as a named disciple of the sage, had likely only encountered the sage a handful of times. The rest of the beings had even less opportunity. Indeed, there are many great individuals in the primordial realm. We have underestimated this esteemed senior, seems I must later explain this to Taoist Shurji, Taoist Dui side. Where has that esteemed senior gone? Yuding, having regained his senses, inquired, feeling greatly enlightened. He has already departed, Taoist Dui replied. Yuding, disregarding any pleasantries with Taoist Dui, hurriedly pursued Yunlin. Taoist friend at you. Shurji stammered, her words tumbling over one another. Esteemed senior. Yuding hastened to catch up with Yunlin and bowed in respect. Thank you, esteemed senior, for your enlightening words. You have spared me countless years of arduous cultivation. Such titles are unwarranted. You may simply call me Brother Yunlin. Yunlin replied with a smiled eye. In the next moment, both Yuding and Shurji were left astounded, particularly Shurji, whose face flushed with embarrassment upon realizing she was in the presence of Brother Yunlin. Brother, I have been rather presumptuous before, Shurji began. Yunlin waved his hand with a smile, saying, it is of no consequence. Chapter 77. The primordial measurement of heaven. The three companions strolled, pausing intermittently as Yuding and Shurji posed numerous questions regarding their cultivation, to which Yunlin provided detailed responses. Yuding was thoroughly convinced by Yunlin's insights, recognizing him as an individual of remarkable talent. Brother, if I may be so bold, which do you believe is the correct doctrine? That of the Chan school or that of the... Yuding hesitated before asking. He had once sought his teacher's answer to this question, yet received no reply. Your inquiry is indeed audacious. Cultivation is about freedom and transcendence. I have listened to many great beings expound the Tao and have comprehended the teachings of several saints. Whether it be the sublime methods of the Upper Pure or the true transmissions of the Jade Pure, they are merely references. My own path will surpass all saints, Yunlin declared. His tone was calm, yet it sent ripples of shock through Yuding's heart. This elder brother of the spoke with great ambition. Ah? Something remarkable is about to emerge. Let me show you, Yunlin announced, leading Yuding and Shurji in a particular direction. They arrived at a sacred mountain where faint rays of treasure light shimmered, concealed by a primordial formation. Just moments ago, even Yuding and Shurji had failed to notice. Suddenly, the primordial formation dissipated, revealing a spiritual treasure. Though the spectacle was not grand, the quality of the treasure indicated it would be far from mediocre. Seems this is not a primordial spiritual treasure, Yuding remarked with a frown. Since the Tao ancestors' teachings on the three-corpse path to enlightenment spread throughout the primordial realm, many cultivators had sought after primordial spiritual treasures. Even among the great Luo golden immortals, it was rare to possess even a low-grade primordial spiritual treasure. Each time such a treasure appeared, beings would fight fiercely for it. However, this spiritual treasure did not possess the characteristics of a primordial treasure. This is not a primordial spiritual treasure. It is the post-heaven merit treasure, the primordial measurement of heaven, Yunlin explained. Before Yunlin could take action, the treasure flew toward him, seemingly drawn by an invisible force. The monumental power of Pangu's creation had yielded vast merit, of which 30% was bestowed upon the three pure ones, 50% scattered throughout the primordial realm, while the remaining 20% formed two spiritual treasures. One was the earthly Linglong Xianhuang Tower, held by Laozi, known for its unparalleled defense, impervious even to primordial treasures. The other was the primordial measurement of heaven, a lethal weapon that inflicted death without entangling karma. Surrender the treasure. At that moment, two figures appeared before Yunlin and the others with remarkable speed. One was clad in black robes, shrouded in dark mist, his face marred and grotesque. The other wore green garments, his expression shadowy. Neither appeared benevolent, yet their strength was formidable, both at the late stage of Great Luo, evidently drawn by the commotion caused by the emergence of the primordial measurement of heaven. Friend, we discovered this treasure first, Yuding stated coldly. Ha ha ha, and what of it? Heaven's materials and earth's treasures belong to the virtuous. We are disciples of the students of saints. If you offend us, you shall face dire consequences. The black-robed man retorted. Yuding's expression turned peculiar. He felt as if a great flood had swept into the Dragon King's temple, and he wished to explain. However, Yunlin interjected, "Is being a disciple of the grounds for arrogance? Naturally, my welcomes myriad immortals. Our disciples are spread throughout the primordial realm. Who dares to oppose us?" The black-robed man boasted. "Enough with the idle talk. Kill them. The treasure shall be ours." The green-clad man transformed into a massive green centipede. The black-robed man followed suit, morphing into a large black toad. The two great demons attacked simultaneously, shaking the very mountains and stones. The Yunlin sighed, raising the primordial measurement of heaven. Crack, crack, with just a few strikes. The centipede and toad were left incapacitated on the ground, not daring to utter a sound. "Considering the bloodlust upon you isn't too heavy, I will spare your lives. Henceforth, guard the mountain gate for me," Yunlin proclaimed. "What did you say?" "We are disciples of the .u." Crack. With a few more strikes, the centipede and toad fell silent, contemplating an escape or seeking help to recover their dignity. "Brother, we are disciples of the..." Shurji stammered, feeling flustered and wanting to explain further why Master established to seize opportunities for the beings of the primordial realm. However, it has now become a refuge for corruption. Yunlin shook his head. Since Tongtian had taken disciples, Yunlin had only ventured to Kunlun once. To date, the Penglai Immortal Mountain and Golden Ao Island thrived, drawing countless immortals. Yet Yunlin had never visited either place, finding no interest in witnessing their so-called prosperity, which he viewed as mere decay beneath a gilded surface. The Master is a saint with immense supernatural powers, and great might it is not that he cannot see the corruption within the. Rather, he has been tainted by the heavenly Tao and chooses to turn a blind eye, Yunlin thought. His reluctance to visit Penglai or even meet Tongtian stemmed from a fear that his beloved teacher might become unrecognizable to him. With the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors returning to their positions, please make your choice, host. Choice 1. Seize the opportunity to accept Yuanshi as a disciple reward, part of the fire demon god's essence. Choice 2. Observe from the sidelines reward, a drop of Pangu's blood. Choice 3. Pay no heed, reward, a fragment of the creation jade plate X1. After selecting the third option, Yunlin gazed into the distance. Upon the land of the human race, the aura of human destiny surged as Yuanshi bowed before Xuandu and joined the ranks of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors within the fire cloud cave. In the next moment, the primordial world suddenly began to undergo a bizarre transformation. The spiritual energy between heaven and earth gradually started to dissipate. A look of horror appeared on Shurji's face. The human race established dominance in the primordial realm, becoming its sole sovereign. Yunlin remarked, "The notion of a primordial overlord is merely a jest." After the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors sealed the heavens and the earth, the primordial realm ushered in an epic decline. Once, beings born in the primordial realm were innately celestial, at the very least earthly immortals. Yet now, a distinction between immortals and mortals has emerged. With this division, the human race proclaims itself the sovereign, but in truth, they have become mere tools for the myriad gods and Buddhas to amass faith and exploit. Where is the majesty of a primordial overlord? I wish to cultivate in this place. Should you encounter any difficulties in your practice, feel free to seek me out. As Yunlin spoke, Yuding and Shurji performed a bow and took their leave. Moments ago, Yunlin sensed a glimmer of opportunity for breakthrough. He casually cast a restriction on the centipede and toad, employing a slight maneuver to compel their submission. After issuing a few instructions, Yunlin began his seclusion. A millennium later, Yunlin awoke. He had reached the late stage of quasi-sainthood. However, the pinnacle of quasi-sainthood loomed as another formidable barrier, appearing to be an interminable pursuit. Conversely, his avatar left behind in the underworld was merely a step away from the pinnacle of quasi-sainthood, progressing at a significantly swifter pace. The human race cultivates the path of the golden elixir, yet before ascending to immortality, one must endure the 3 calamities and 6 disasters in reverence to the celestial authority. I must devise a method that allows the human race to remove that great obstacle themselves. Yunlin casually retrieved 2 fragments of the creation jade plate he had acquired. Chapter 78, 3,000 Paths. Only the enduring path persists. 1 fragment of the creation jade plate was obtained from the bones of a demon god, and the other was a reward from the system. Both fragments radiated a pale azure hue. With laws and even the power of the Tao swirling around them, in the next moment, Yunlin produced a sword. The sword, exhibiting a faint golden color, exuded an air of dominance. This was the innate supreme treasure, the Hongmeng's sacred sword, which Yunlin had previously received from the system. Forged from the chaos, it bore the essence of primordial vitality, and unlike the murderous Juxian sword, it was an instrument of a gentleman. I shall seek a method capable of shaking the heavenly Tao, at the cost of the creation jade plate fragments and an innate supreme treasure. Yunlin then summoned the Chaos Pearl. The Chaos Pearl projected a spectral light, enveloping the two fragments and the Hongmeng's sacred sword within. Crack, crack. Time passed, though how long it was remains unknown. The two fragments of the creation jade plate and the Hongmeng's sacred sword began to manifest fissures. The creation jade plate was a treasure of chaos. Had Pangu not shattered it, even the saints of the 10 heavens would find it challenging to inflict any harm upon it. Even in fragments, it was not easily destructible. As for the Hongmeng's sacred sword, it was a complete innate supreme treasure, indestructible. Yet, at this moment, these two treasures gradually disintegrated under the spectral light of the Chaos Pearl, transforming into flowing light that vanished into the Chaos Pearl. As Yunlin's mastery over the Chaos Pearl deepened, he became increasingly adept at unearthing its power. It is said that the Chaos Pearl contains worlds within, existing as a realm unto itself, possessing vast capabilities. However, this assertion is overly simplistic. The true function of the Chaos Pearl is sacrifice. By using the Chaos Pearl as a medium to offer certain items to the primordial source, one can obtain what they desired. It is an exchange of equivalent value. Yet, the primordial source does not seek everything. Even the finest innate spiritual treasures are deemed unworthy. Were it not for the urgency to obtain genuine methods swiftly, Yunlin would have been reluctant to sacrifice the creation jade plate fragments and the Hongmeng's sacred sword. After the Hongmeng's sacred sword and the two fragments were consumed, a sheet of golden parchment fell into Yunlin's hands. Simultaneously, a tremor swept through the chaos, as if a terrifying existence were awakening. In the Zhixiao Palace, Hongjun suddenly stood up. Even when Luohu emerged, summoning the demonic path, he did not exhibit such a reaction. Why does he sense signs of awakening? Hongjun murmured. The unknown existence that instills such trepidation must possess considerable stature. The figure of Luo, who also emerged from the Chaos Pearl. Mr. Imo? Yunlin was momentarily taken aback. You sacrificed using the Chaos Pearl? Luo, who inquired. The Chaos Pearl was once in the possession of a great demon god. You have stirred the will of chaos, and it seems there is a tendency for awakening. He will undoubtedly seek ways to wrest the Chaos Pearl from you. However, this is not a significant concern. As long as he dares to come, you can strike him with the aura left by Pangu within you, or I can handle him as well. Luo, who spoke with an eagerness, as if he had a grudge against that great demon god, he came swiftly and departed just as quickly. Yunlin found himself both amused and exasperated. He was aware of the situation. The 3,000 demon gods suffered Pangu's axe, and many did not truly perish. Scattered remnants of these demon gods lingered throughout the primordial realm. The journey to the West Calamity comprised 81 tribulations, fundamentally aimed at thoroughly suppressing those remnants. As the master of the Chaos Pearl, Yunlin naturally understood that its former owner still lived, yet he felt no fear. Yunlin then examined the golden parchment. From his current perspective, even methods studied by some saints failed to pique his interest, yet the techniques inscribed on this golden paper impressed him greatly, and no wonder, it was acquired by sacrificing two fragments of the creation jade plate and an innate supreme treasure. My lord, upon Yunlin's arrival, the centipede and toad guarding the gate bowed respectfully. The centipede was named Wu Yu, and the toad was named Yu Hei. They no longer dared to exhibit even a hint of disrespect towards Yunlin, not only due to the methods he had imposed upon them, but also because over the years, the Tao rhyme emanating from Yunlin's cultivation had greatly benefited them. They referred to themselves as disciples of the Zhejiao, though they had scarcely passed through the threshold, having merely listened to the teachings of the Tongtian saint, and regarded themselves as disciples of Zhejiao. Such disciples of Zhejiao were ubiquitous in the primordial realm, constantly wearing down the fortune of the Zhejiao. My lord, the ruler you placed outside seems to have stirred some commotion, even breaking through the protective array. Several groups sought to investigate but were repelled by us, Yu Hei reported. After acquiring the Hongmeng measuring ruler, Yunlin had noticed that it possessed an unusual sentience, nearing the point of manifestation. He had little knowledge of the Hongming measuring ruler, as this treasure had seldom appeared in the primordial realm, and the manifestation of postnatal merit treasures was rather absurd. You two did well. Yunlin casually tossed 2 spiritual fruits to them. Wu Yu and Yu Hei instantly beamed with joy, sensing that these fruits were indeed born from innate spiritual roots, greatly beneficial to their cultivation. Upon reaching the Hongming measuring ruler, Yunlin noticed a purple light enveloping the ruler. It seemed to be just shy of completion. I shall lend you a hand. Yunlin sat cross-legged and began to impart teachings to the Hongming measuring ruler. A century passed. The Hongming measuring ruler erupted with purple light, and then a figure emerged from that radiant. It was a handsome youth clad in purple attire. Perhaps due to harboring significant merit, even upon manifestation, he did not encounter any tribulation related to his transformation. I wish to take you as my disciple. Do you consent? Yunlin inquired. The manifestation of the Hongming measuring ruler signified a Tao of the great Luo golden immortal, possessing exceptional talent, a perfect candidate to assist him, allowing Yunlin to indulge in leisure. As for Fuxi and Xinnong, they were merely nominal figures, requiring no instruction from Yunlin. I am willing, the youth replied. Yunlin was taken aback. Liang Tian? Indeed, these 2 characters were inscribed upon the body of the Hongming measuring ruler, serving as a Tao title that resonated with the rules of the Tao, yet such a title felt excessively grand, almost disrespectful towards the heavenly Tao. However, Yunlin paid it little mind. Master, what method can one employ to remain unscathed by calamities, untouched by karma? I do not seek extraordinary techniques. I only hope to safeguard my path to sanctity without hindrance. Liang Tian spoke earnestly. Yunlin. What? Yunlin was astonished. He even began to suspect that Liang Tian was a fellow transmigrator like himself. Among the 3,000 paths, only the enduring path persists. Are you willing to learn? Yunlin tentatively inquired. I am willing. Liang Tian exclaimed, bowing with great joy. During this time, Yunlin scrutinized Liang Tian's body countless times, finding no issues for the moment, yet he needed further observation. Yunlin surmised that his disciple likely bore a deep-seated vigilance due to having experienced the calamities of creation, hence his cautious demeanor. Chapter 79. The Carefree Immortal Sect. Wu Yu, Yu Hei, I wish to establish a sect here. You two shall guard the surroundings. Yunlin summoned the duo responsible for guarding the mountain. Wu Yu scratched his head. My lord, the primordial realm is currently bereft of spiritual energy. Only some blessed locations can still sustain immortal cultivation. This place seems to lack even a single spiritual vein. Indeed, my lord, we previously occupied a certain dojo. Why not establish the sect there? Yu Hei chimed in. Their concerns were quite valid in matters of cultivation. One cannot do without companions, resources, and a suitable location. The selection of a dojo is crucial, for it is not something one simply discards after use, but rather a foundation for eternity, in no need. It is merely a matter of gathering spiritual energy and extracting spiritual veins. What difficulty is there in that? Yunlin chuckled, rising to stand atop a small hill. This location marked the emergence of the Hongming measuring ruler. Although the innate array had collapsed and spiritual energy had severely diminished, it still surpassed many other places. Under the watchful eyes of Wu Yu and Yu Hei, Yunlin waved his hand. A beam of red light descended upon the mountain-top. An innate spiritual root. Wu Yu and Yu Hei were left dumbfounded. After enduring countless calamities, the notion of treasures being abundant in the primordial realm had become obsolete. Resources were increasingly scarce. Innate spiritual treasures and roots were hard currency, exceedingly precious. Furthermore, innate spiritual roots were even more valuable than innate spiritual treasures, as they could yield a continuous supply of resources and enhance the spiritual resonance of the dojo. Yet, their lord had casually summoned one. This is a mid-grade innate spiritual treasure, the Dahong Pao Ti tree, which I obtained by chance, Yunlin stated. Subsequently, he summoned his great power and reached out into the distance. A spiritual vein was directly extracted by Yunlin. Though this vein was not as formidable as the ancestral vein at Qilin Cliff, the spiritual energy it could provide was still considerable. Point 2 of you. I wish to inquire about something. Do you know the true identity of my master? Liang Tian gazed at Yunlin's actions, astonished. Although he had just manifested, he was not entirely ignorant. Such a powerful figure was undoubtedly rare in the primordial realm. Wu Yu and Yu Hei exchanged glances, speechless. The Lord is the eldest disciple of Jiejiao, personally instructed by the upper clear saint, and also the Eastern Emperor of the Heavenly Court. Why Yuhei elaborated. Liang Tian was initially taken aback, then mumbled, "My master possesses such a significant background. His enemies must indeed be formidable. I must exercise greater caution moving forward." Wu Yu and Yuhei were left bewildered. Did their master's chosen disciple seem a bit off? What kind of thought process was this? Yunlin then retrieved the sun and moon void compass to set up a great formation. Finally, he erected a stone tablet before the sect entrance, inscribing a few arrangements upon it, allowing the golden parchment acquired through sacrifice to merge within the tablet. Yunlin did not intend to draw too much attention. Thus, he made only a simple arrangement. Which fellow Taoist has established a dojo in this place? At that moment, a voice echoed, "My lord. This territory is primarily governed by the smoke and cloud ancestor, a quasi-saint of the early stage. Perhaps the commotion from your extraction of the spiritual vein has attracted his attention," Wu Yu explained. "Invite that ancestor in," Yunlin gestured casually, and Wu Yu immediately complied. The smoke and cloud ancestor appeared as a portly elder, exuding a genial demeanor. Initially, he felt a twinge of anger over Yunlin's unilateral extraction of the spiritual vein without formally inviting him. As he was a quasi-saint and the chief of this area, how audacious for an outsider to behave in such a manner. However, upon stepping into the formation, all his anger dissipated. He could sense that merely this formation instilled in him a profound sense of existential threat. The one who arranged this formation must be unfathomably superior to him. Smoke and Cloud pays respects to the Tao brother. Upon seeing Yunlin, the smoke and cloud ancestor greeted him with respect. "I have established a lineage here and have no intention of engaging in disputes. Accept this item as compensation for my extraction of a spiritual vein from this land." Yunlin conjured a stream of light in his hand. The smoke and cloud ancestor received it, glancing at it briefly, and his joy was uncontainable as he bowed to Yunlin. "Thank you, Tao brother." The stream of light was not an exceptional item, at least not in Yunlin's eyes. It merely represented some of his insights on cultivation. Yet for the smoke and cloud ancestor, it was akin to striking gold, a treasure he would not exchange even for innate spiritual items. "If the Tao brother has any matters, you may send someone to find me at Smoke and Cloud Mountain." The smoke and cloud ancestor, recognizing the situation, did not linger and turned to leave. "I have established 36 checkpoints before the sect entrance. Only those who can pass through all 36 can join my carefree immortal sect. You two shall oversee this matter closely." Yunlin instructed Wu Yu and Yuhei. "Yes," they both acknowledged. Yunlin then shifted his focus to imparting knowledge to his disciple. The establishment of his lineage and the respect shown by the smoke and cloud ancestor soon spread throughout this region. Consequently, many powerful beings sought to visit Yunlin, hoping to establish a connection, but all were dissuaded by Wu Yu and Yuhei. Upon hearing that the Carefree Immortal sect was open for disciples, countless beings sought to enter Carefree Mountain, eager to challenge the checkpoints. This spiritual mountain soon became known as Carefree Mountain, and Yunlin was referred to as the Carefree Ancestor. The 36 checkpoints were dubbed the Carefree Immortal Ladder. "Leave. You have no spiritual root. Even if you exhaust your lifespan, you will achieve nothing in cultivation." Before a certain immortal gate, a gatekeeper advised. Before him stood a tattered elder. "Without a spiritual root, can one not seek the immortal path? I heard that thousands of years ago, immortals were everywhere. Why is it not the case now?" The elder sighed. "This question is beyond my knowledge. Perhaps even my lord does not know." Perhaps feeling a pang of sympathy, the gatekeeper added, 3,000 years ago, the Carefree Immortal sect established its lineage, and it is said that the ancestor of the sect was an extraordinary figure who set up 36 checkpoints. Yet no one has succeeded in passing through. You might as well try your luck there." "Thank you, Immortal Elder," the elder replied respectfully before departing, leaning on his cane. What was the need for that? It would be better to let him give up in return. Offering him hope may not be a good thing. A middle-aged man in a Taoist robe remarked, "Greetings, my lord." The gatekeeper bowed. "I only saw his plight. This man has been seeking immortality here for 40 years, lacking any cultivation. If he were to return disheartened, he would likely regret it for life." "Very well, escort him a bit." The middle-aged man in the Taoist robe waved his hand. "Yes, my lord." The gatekeeper transformed into a wisp of wind and departed. Watching the gatekeeper's retreating figure, the middle-aged man murmured, "The Carefree Ancestor is a great figure in the Tao. 3,000 years ago, he established his lineage but recorded no one, Why is that? Chapter 80. The intent of the mortal realm can shatter the path to immortality in the vicinity of Smoke and Cloud Mountain. The name of the carefree immortal sect became widely known. Over 3,000 years, countless beings attempted to breach the checkpoints, yet none succeeded. Even those of the Great Luo who sought to join the carefree immortal sect returned defeated, leaving many in lamentation. Speculation abounded regarding the purpose of the carefree immortal sect, with many beings doubting whether the checkpoints were even solvable, suggesting that the carefree ancestor was merely toying with them. Senior brother, it has been 3,000 years, and not a single person has been admitted into the carefree immortal sect. This seems rather desolate. Shurji remarked with a smile. During her leisure time, Shurji would visit Yunlin for tea and inquire about various cultivation matters. Yuding would occasionally join them. When these two visited, Yunlin was always generous, offering spiritual fruits, spiritual wine, and enlightening tea leaves. Both Yuding and Shurji had made considerable progress in their cultivation and were exceedingly grateful to Yunlin. However, they remained unaware of Yunlin's true intent in establishing the lineage. Given my senior brother's stature, if he truly intended to establish a lineage, it would undoubtedly be a grand affair, with myriad immortals paying homage. Yunlin chuckled. The beings of the primordial realm are largely mediocre. Mediocre individuals are unworthy of entering my immortal sect. Were anyone else to utter such words, Shurji would surely scoff, deeming it arrogant. Yet, when Yunlin spoke, Shurji felt it was entirely reasonable in her eyes. Assuming the mantle of the senior brother and the position of a sage was within easy reach. I heard that the senior brother has taken on another disciple? Shurji inquired. The mention of this. Yunlin felt a wave of frustration wash over him. When he first took in Liangtian, it was merely to find a lackey to assist him. Yet what was the outcome? That rascal rarely made an appearance, save for seeking guidance in his cultivation. Yunlin considered Liangtian's talent to be on par with that of the golden-winged Great Pangu in such a short span of time. He had already reached the mid-stage of the Daluo Golden Immortal Realm. However, Liangtian was most fond of delving into peculiar and esoteric subjects, and his research on formations and the art of concealing one's presence was profoundly intricate. According to Yunlin's understanding, Liangtian had set up at least 100,000 formations in his secluded retreat, and his techniques for concealing one's presence had undergone at least 358 iterations. He had suppressed his cultivation to the golden immortal realm, making it impossible for even quasi-saints to detect any flaws. This wayward disciple was truly too crafty. As for my own disciple, it's better left unmentioned. He sighed. Finally, someone with the potential to pass through the trials has arrived. Yunlin's interest was piqued as he gazed towards the mountain gate. 3,000 years had passed, and the entrance to the Xian Zone was devoid of visitors. After failing to pass, many had given up hope. Even the gatekeepers, Wu Yu and Yu Hei, had begun to doze off. Cough, cough. A harsh cough broke the silence. At this moment, Zhang Yuan had grown gray-haired and frail. The journey from the Taoist lineage to the Xian Zone was not far. Even an earth immortal could reach it in a short while. However, Zhang Yuan was but a mortal. He possessed no celestial techniques or even a modicum of escape arts. He relied solely on his willpower and 2 legs. 10 years. He had spent a decade traversing this path. Someone's coming. Wu Yu nudged Yu Hei beside him. Yet soon, they were met with profound disappointment. A mere mortal had scant chances. Excuse me, esteemed immortals, is this the Xian Zone? Zhang Yuan bowed respectfully. Indeed, it is the Xian Zone, Wu Yu replied, though disappointment lingered in his tone. Is that little fellow hiding in the shadows accompanying you? Oh, he's left again. Zhang Yuan was initially taken aback, but soon understood the situation and bowed towards the direction behind him. If you wish to challenge the trials, simply step through the mountain gate. However, I must caution you, with your mortal roots, you may very well perish within the trials, Yu Hei warned. Thank you for the guidance, esteemed immortal. Zhang Yuan fixed his gaze on the mountain gate of the Xian Zone and resolutely stepped inside. Wu Yu and Yu Hei chose not to intervene, but neither did they fall asleep. How many trials do you think he can pass? Wu Yu inquired. Pass? I doubt he'll get through even one. Yu Hei scoffed. Shurji noticed Zhang Yuan as well, bewildered. Senior brother, can a mere mortal really pass through 36 trials? Why not? The 36 trials I set up, while termed as such, are essentially just one trial, the trial of the Tao heart. This trial does not test one's cultivation, but rather one's state of mind. Yunlin took a sip of tea, feeling a hint of excitement. After all, The discussion for deification was approaching in just a few years. If no one else entered during this time, his offerings of the fragments of the creation jade plate and the primordial sword would have been in vain. Meanwhile, Zhang Yuan had already stepped into the first trial. The first trial, the Mountain of Blades; the second trial, the Sea of Fire; the third trial, the Heart's Demons. Each of the 36 trials varied, yet they were interconnected. Upon reaching the 36th trial, Yunlin appeared, asking, "Why do you seek the immortals?" Zhang Yuan replied, "Esteemed immortal, throughout this journey, I have come to realize that perhaps what I seek is not immortality itself, but rather a power that can contend with it. After all, mortals are inferior to immortals." He hailed from a small tribe, the finest hunter among them. Yet, due to the whims of a so-called immortal, his entire tribe was annihilated. At that time, Zhang Yuan had just returned from hunting, narrowly escaping a calamity, but he had witnessed his loved ones perish before his eyes, powerless to intervene. The chasm between mortals and immortals was as vast as the heavens and the earth. He could not accept this. From that day forth, Zhang Yuan embarked on a quest for immortality. Alas, he encountered numerous setbacks. Mortals are inferior to immortals? Ha! You are mistaken, Yunlin chuckled, shaking his head. Please, esteemed immortal, grant me your teachings. Zhang Yuan knelt and bowed. In the next moment, a stone tablet materialized before him, inscribed with golden characters. Immortal essence nurtures the foundation of longevity. Mortals may shatter the Tao of immortality through the essence of the mundane. Zhang Yuan's body trembled violently as Yunlin channeled a portion of his own mortal destiny into him. Before long, Zhang Yuan was moved to tears, repeatedly bowing in gratitude. Thank you, esteemed immortal. With this true method, who would dare say that mortals are inferior to immortals? From this day forth, you shall be my named disciple, Yunlin declared. I bow to my master. Zhang Yuan performed another bow in the next instant. Brilliant hues illuminated the Xian zone, and countless wonders manifested, even attracting the attention of the quasi-saint, Ancestor Yin Yun. Someone has passed through the Xian ladder? Ancestor Yin Yun was momentarily taken aback. Who could it be that has traversed the Xian ladder? To be accepted into the Xian zone is a tremendous blessing. It was evident that the Xian ladder was not insurmountable. No, I must attempt the trials again. In no time, countless beings gathered before the mountain gate of the Xian zone. May I inquire, esteemed sirs, who was the one that passed through the 36 trials? One being asked. Not to be divulged, not to be divulged. That individual has already been accepted as my Lord's named disciple. You all must strive even harder, Wu Yu teased. Chapter 81. I shall make him leave immediately. In truth, both Wu Yu and Yu Hei were utterly baffled. The only one who had previously attempted the trials was that mortal, and yet he had passed through the 36 trials that even a Daluo could not surpass. However, there must be a reason behind the Lord's actions. Following him, even if one had no meat to eat, one could still savor the broth. Unbeknownst to all, Zhang Yuan had just set forth to join the Xian zone when he expressed his desire to take leave. Master, my path lies within the mundane world. I wish to seek the Tao. Go forth. Yunlin waved his hand. After bowing, Zhang Yuan set out once more. However, even though he appeared as aged as ever, he bore no semblance of weakness. He still possessed no spiritual energy, wielded no spells, and continued to measure the earth with his steps. Yet, Zhang Yuan's stride was remarkably light. Senior brother, what path is your disciple embarking upon? Shiji inquired. The path of mundanity, Yunlin replied with a smile. The path of mundanity? Shiji frowned, having never heard of it, but she did not press further. Senior brother, 3,000 years hence, the Heavenly Court intends to hold the Peach Blossom Conference. Will you attend? I should attend, Yunlin responded. After all, he remained the Eastern Emperor of the Heavenly Court, and out of respect for Haoyan and Yaoqi, he was obligated to make an appearance. Another millennium passed, and a middle-aged man arrived at the entrance of the Xian zone. Habitually twirling his mustache, fellow Taoist, please pause. May I inquire if this is the Xian zone? The middle-aged man asked. Indeed, it is. The 36 trials of the Xian zone are exceedingly difficult. I truly wish to know who was able to pass them in the past. The one being questioned sighed and turned to leave. Esteemed seniors, might I inquire if there are any tips for passing the trials? The middle-aged man stealthily approached Wu Yu and Yu Hei, slipping them a few items. When Wu Yu and Yu Hei glanced at it, they discovered it was a flask of spirit wine. They had not indulged in wine for many years and felt a pang of desire. I'll let you in on a secret. If there are any tips, they would be scarce. However, based on my observations, to traverse far, one's Tao heart must be exceptionally steadfast. Wu Yu explained. Thank you, esteemed senior. After handing the flask to Wu Yu, the middle-aged man stepped into the trials of the Xian Zong. During this moment, Yunlin, who had been resting, was startled awake. His expression was exceedingly peculiar. Why has he come? That he could only be the infamous Shengguobao, who had sent many of the Jie sect disciples away with the words fellow Taoist. Please pause during the deification calamity. The well-known harbinger of misfortune, he also bore the title of a deification figure. He and Jiang Zia were both tasked with overseeing the deification process. However, because Shengguobao was an outlier, Yuanshi favored Jiang Zia, bestowing upon him the deification tablet. Shengguobao, feeling aggrieved, sought to prove himself and ended up in a contest with Jiang Zia, only to later be tasked with filling the CSEY. Was also said that Yuanshi was aware of Shengguobao's misfortune, thus compelling him to rebel and draw the Jie sect disciples into calamity. If you can pass the 36 trials, I shall accept you, Yunlin chuckled. Shengguobao did not disappoint Yunlin. Indeed, passing through the 36 trials, in truth, Shengguobao possessed no lack of talent, and his Tao heart was sufficiently resolute. He had been inquiring about the Tao all these years. Had it not been for Yuanshi's prejudice, his achievements would undoubtedly be significant. Greetings, esteemed senior, Shengguobao said as he saw Yunlin appear and hurriedly bowed. I wish to accept you as my named disciple. Do you consent? Yunlin asked. However, before Shengguobao could respond, a powerful pressure descended from the heavens, landing upon the Xianzong. This force startled many Taoist lineages and ancestors in the vicinity of Yinyun Mountain. Guangchengzi from the Chan sect. What brings him here? The onlookers exclaimed. The 12 golden immortals of the Chan sect were all direct disciples of saints, holding high status. This area, while vast, was merely the wilderness of the primordial world. The only notable figures were Ancestor Yin Yun and the recently arrived Ancestor Xian Yao. However, how strong Ancestor Xian Yao truly was remained a mystery, known only through hearsay. It seems Guangchengzi has come for the Xianzong? Could it be that the Xianzong has offended the Chan sect? It must be. Otherwise, he wouldn't have come in person in the clouds. Guangchengzi held the Fantian seal and declared loudly, Ancestor Xian Yao, Shengguobao is my designated disciple. What audacity you possess to dare accept him into your sect? Without waiting for Yunlin to respond, he unleashed a strike with the Fantian seal. The disciples of the Chan sect were notoriously domineering. The Fantian seal was a powerful artifact forged from a fragment of the Mount Buzhou. Although merely a postnatal spiritual treasure, its might surpass that of any top-grade innate spiritual treasure. It was Guangchengzi's signature artifact. As the Fantian seal descended from the heavens, growing larger, threatening to engulf the spiritual mountain where the Xianzong resided. The nearby Daluo immortals fell silent, and even Ancestor Yin Yun, a quasi-saint, refrained from acting rashly. Though a quasi-saint, he was merely a rogue cultivator without substantial backing. Should the Chan sect take offense, he would not know how he might perish. Shengguobao, too, felt a surge of panic. Yunlin merely let out a low grunt. In the next instant, a colossal hand appeared within the Xianzong, grasping the Fantian seal. Guangchengzi, what audacity you have to wreak havoc in my domain? With a resounding thud, Guangchengzi was sent reeling, blood spewing into the air, his face a mask of shock and fury, nearly causing him to tumble from the clouds. The cultivators of Yinyun Mountain were utterly astonished. Guangchengzi possessed early-stage quasi-saint strength and had even invoked the Fantian seal. His status as a direct disciple of a saint was not something an ordinary quasi-saint could rival. A figure like Ancestor Yin Yun could not withstand the power of Guangchengzi's previous strike. Yet, that mysterious Ancestor Xian Yao had managed to catch the Fantian seal and severely injure Guangchengzi? Such power? Too formidable. Meanwhile, Ancestor Yin Yun pondered deeply over the implications of what had just transpired, realizing that Ancestor Xian Yao was evidently unafraid of the Chan sect. This realization sent further chills down his spine. Now that the Chan sect wishes to recruit you, I shall not hold you back, Yunlin said to Shengguobao. Emerging from his astonishment, Shengguobao chuckled bitterly, esteemed senior, to speak candidly, while my strength is lacking, my connections are extensive. The Yuanshi saint has accepted over 10 disciples, but their treatment varies greatly. My friendship with the Huanglong Zhenren has made me somewhat sympathetic to his plight within the Chan sect. Though I do not know what the Chan sect sees in me, I would prefer not to go down. Of course, the primary reason was the overwhelming power Yunlin had just demonstrated. Huh? It is said that you, Shengguo Bao, are clever. It seems the truth of that is well-deserved, Yunlin chuckled. However, esteemed senior, the Chan sect has come knocking. Shengguo Bao expressed concern, in no matter, I shall make him leave immediately. Chapter 82. The Mysterious Law of Causality. Shengguo Bao's eyes widened. This elder spoke with such arrogance, yet he found it quite appealing. Ancestor Xian Yao, do not overreach. My Chan sect. Guang Chengzi seethed with rage. As the leader of the 12 golden immortals, he was accustomed to respect wherever he went. You possess this little ability. When you cannot defeat me, you resort to your sect's name. Were it not for the favor of my second master, you would have long since met your demise. Yunlin weighed the Fantian seal in his hand before appearing above the Xian Zone. You? Guang Chengzi stared at Yunlin, momentarily stunned, before panic flickered in his eyes. He recognized Yunlin. I have accepted Shengguo Bao. Begone. Yunlin cast the Fantian seal back, and Guang Chengzi dared not linger, turning to flee. Unable to fight, nor could he assert his identity, he could only return to lodge a complaint. The cultivators of Yin Yun Mountain fell into a profound silence upon witnessing Guang Chengzi's retreat after encountering Yunlin. It was well known that the Chan sect was domineering, and Yuanshi protected his own. Yet, the moment Ancestor Xian Yao intervened, Guang Chengzi had fled in disgrace. Such prestige. It is resolved. Will you consent to be my named disciple? Yunlin inquired. I am willing. Shengguo Bao readily agreed. I am Yunlin Taoist, the senior brother of the Jie sect. I accept you as my disciple. Yet I shall not impart the supreme true method of the Qing dynasty, nor will I include you within the Jie sect's ranks. You need not consider yourself a disciple of the Jie sect. However, what I teach you will not be inferior to the teachings of a saint. Yunlin said, hands clasped behind his back. Shengguo Bao became increasingly excited. Known for his shrewdness and commendable talent, he was well aware of Yunlin's reputation. Please bestow upon me your teachings. This is the mysterious law of causality, derived from my own insights. Today I shall impart it to you. How far you can go depends on your own fortune, Yunlin explained. Most believed that Shengguo Bao was a harbinger of misfortune, that being near him would bring calamity. Yet, Yunlin perceived something different. He sensed a force within Shengguo Bao that was not merely bad luck, but rather the power of causality. Time is revered, space reigns, fate remains unbroken, and causality reigns supreme. Among the 3,000 paths, each has its merits and unique applications. Apart from the path of strength, which can overpower all others, the remaining 2,999 paths intertwine and counter each other. The path of causality is a rather unique existence among the 3,000 paths. If one could freely alter causality, it would be nearly unsolvable. A prophecy spoken may manifest. A single word can suppress a saint or unravel the heavenly path. The thought alone is terrifying, of course. Shengguo Bao was far from achieving such heights with his current strength. Perhaps his utterance of fellow Taoist, please pause, was merely a trigger for the laws of causality, which he remained unaware of. Thank you for bestowing the teachings, esteemed master. Shengguo Bao expressed his gratitude as he received the teachings. Yunlin waved his hand again, and 3 streams of light landed before Shengguo Bao. While I have only accepted you as a named disciple, it is not due to any lack of talent or resolve on your part, but rather to prevent you from becoming overly entangled with the Jie sect. Should you join my ranks, I will not be stingy. These 3 spiritual treasures are bestowed upon you for protection, Yunlin said. Shengguo Bao's eyes widened at the sight of the 3 treasures, all innate spiritual treasures. The Qingyun Spirit Sword, a top-grade innate spiritual treasure, the Hunyuan Kaitian Pearl, a superior-grade innate spiritual treasure, and the Lingyuan Huanguang Robe, a medium-grade innate spiritual treasure. Masters, this is too precious, Shengguo Bao stammered, hesitant to accept. What value is there in such things? Merely innate spiritual treasures, I have plenty of them. Yunlin laughed heartily. Previously, upon accepting Zhang Yuan, he had not yet had the opportunity to bestow spiritual treasures, as Zhang Yuan's path of mundanity made them unnecessary. Shengguo Bao realized he had chosen the right master and subsequently entered the Xian Zone to devote himself to cultivation. Meanwhile, the severely injured Guang Chengzi returned to the Kunlun Yushu Palace. Guang Chengzi, did you not bring Shengguo Bao back? Nanji inquired. Senior brother, I had originally intended to bring back Shun Gongbao, but was thwarted by Yunlin. that Yunlin is utterly unreasonable. Not only does he wish to intercept Shen Gongbao, but he also injured me. Guang Chengzi is filled with indignation. How audacious of Yunlin! Nanji's anger flared immediately. Ever since he had a falling out with Yunlin, he had always sought to reclaim his honor. Unfortunately, Yunlin is elusive and his whereabouts unknown, leaving Nanji with no choice but to relent. That scoundrel Yunlin remains as shameless as ever. Tai Zhanren gave a cold laugh. I believe brother Yunlin is not of such a nature. There must be some misunderstanding, said Yuding, furrowing his brow. After all this time spent in friendship with Yunlin, Yuding could not bring himself to believe that Yunlin would act without reason. What misunderstanding? Do you think I am slandering him? Guang Chengzi retorted coldly. Yuding, not one for eloquence, refrained from further argument. Yet he remained steadfast in his opinion. Over the years, he has come to understand the true character of his fellow disciples. At that moment, Hua Guang appeared, and Yuanshi manifested himself, prompting the many disciples to bow in respect. As for the matter of Shen Gongbao, it ends here. 2,000 years hence, the heavenly court will hold the peach banquet. Do not let me lose face for Chan teaching, Yuanshi declared. Nanji and the others understood the implications of Yuanshi's words. Yunlin, as the Eastern Emperor Qinghua, would certainly attend the peach banquet, and they would have their opportunity then. Subsequently, Tai Zhenren wasted no time in visiting the area of Yenyun Mountain, whereupon he learned the true circumstances and was immediately incensed. It was clear that Guang Chengzi had been the one at fault initially, yet he had turned the tables and accused others. Tai felt a deep sense of embarrassment. He lingered at the entrance of the carefree Immortal sect for quite some time, unable to muster the courage to enter, until Yuhei finally invited him in. Brother Yunlin. Tai Zhanren found himself at a loss for words in the presence of Yunlin. It's nothing. Yunlin casually waved his hand, deepening Tai's feelings of shame. Compared to brother Yunlin, the likes of Nanji and Guang Chengzi are utterly unremarkable. As for his teacher, Yuanshi, Tai naturally dared not speak carelessly. Brother Yunlin, Nanji and the others may seek to target you at the peach banquet. Do exercise caution, Tai advised. Ha ha ha. Nanji remains as petty as ever after all these years. It is uncertain who shall truly be embarrassed when the time comes, Yunlin responded dismissively. Meanwhile, within the carefree Immortal sect, Shen Gongbao remarked, Brother, I have heard that in 2,000 years, the heavenly court will hold the peach banquet. Our teacher has wounded Guang Chengzi. It is likely that Chan teaching will not let this slide. After entering the sect, Yunlin entrusted Liang Tian with mentoring Shen Gongbao. During this time, Shen Gongbao and Liang Tian grew quite familiar. Even though Liang Tian's strength was inferior to Shen Gongbao's, Shen Gongbao treated this senior brother with respect, which greatly improved Liang Tian's attitude towards him. Although their teacher may not care for the provocations from Chan disciples, we, as his disciples, should shoulder some of his burdens. For the peach banquet, let us accompany our teacher. Liang Tian slowly opened his eyes. Chapter 83. The King of Survival Takes Action. Liang Tian valued his life greatly and was indeed quite cautious. Yet he kept Yunlin's teachings close to his heart. The true path of survival is not merely about yielding. It also does not mean consistently compromising oneself. Until one's strength reaches a certain level, no one can escape the constraints of the heavenly Tao. Nor can anyone truly remain untouched by karma. The essence of survival lies in cautious bravery. What is cautious bravery? Before taking action, one must ensure thorough preparation, and before making a move, one must guarantee absolute certainty. When the moment to act arrives, one must leave no opportunity for the enemy to retaliate. We are going to the peach banquet. Shen Gongbao appeared somewhat excited. He relished the excitement of the occasion. In the meantime, you should gather information about Chan disciples. Whatever you can uncover. I have heard that the demon sect's Lu Er Majuan is exceptionally gifted, able to hear everything under heaven and earth, and has established an intelligence organization called the Demon News Tower. You should procure a report from there, Liang Tian instructed. Since its establishment, the demon sect has been resisted by both the Xianmen and Western teachings. However, the demon sect is insidious and resurges swiftly even after being suppressed, having established many strongholds in the primordial chaos. After all, as long as the beings of the primordial chaos do not perish, the demons will not vanish. The Xianmen and Western teachings have established their doctrines across the lands of the primordial chaos, and the demon sect has also set up 7 major demon sects. The Demon News Tower, one of the 7 major demon sects, was founded by Lu Er Majuan and is said to provide any information for the right price. Excellent. Shen Gongbao immediately set out to fulfill this task. The matters discussed between Shen Gongbao and Liang Tian went unnoticed by Yunlin. Shen Gongbao had a wide network of acquaintances. Whether from the Xinmin, Western teachings, or the demon sect, he could engage in conversation with anyone, making him a prominent social butterfly in the primordial chaos. He soon arrived at a stronghold of the demon sect, where he presented his request, Mr. Shun. While the Chan teaching represents the orthodox path of the saints, we of the demon sect do not revere heaven and earth, but provoking a saint is ultimately too perilous. The person attending to Shen Gongbao was a steward clad in blue, who hesitated upon seeing Shen Gongbao's request. I am not asking you to deal with him, merely to gather some information, Shen Gongbao replied. That may be, but given he is a saint's disciple, even revealing his whereabouts carries risk. This matter will require additional payment. The steward asserted. No problem, no problem. Shen Gongbao smiled as he produced 2 fire dates to hand over to the steward. Yunlin's wealth surpasses even that of saints, and moreover, Yunlin is exceedingly generous. Shen Gongbao's worth has skyrocketed many times over. The innate spiritual fruit is indeed a rare commodity. We will accept this task at the Demon News Tower, the steward said with a smile as he took the 2 fire dates. Shen Gongbao left with satisfaction. Just as the steward was about to attend to other matters, a sudden wave of dark demonic energy descended, transforming into a vague figure before the steward. The Tai Golden Immortal steward immediately bowed. Welcome, Demon Lord. The demon sect is governed by 2 major demon lords. One is the Killing Demon Lord, and the other is Lu Ermajuan. The Killing Demon Lord oversees the expansion and violent affairs of the demon sect, while Lu Ermajuan is primarily responsible for intelligence and strategic planning. The demon sect's development to its current scale over the years is largely due to the contributions of these 2 demon lords. Many speculate about the identities of the 2 demon lords. Some believe that Lu Ermajuan, with his ability to hear everything, is likely the infamous Lu Er, the 6-eared macaque, who was once punished by the Tao ancestor. As for the Killing Demon Lord, no one knows his true identity. However, both demon lords possess profound strength, are decisive in their actions, and are unpredictable in temperament. The majority of the demon sect's followers are unruly. It is said that the 2 lords have slain countless individuals to establish their authority. The steward was puzzled as to why such a significant figure would visit a mere small stronghold like his. Lu Er glanced toward the direction of the carefree Immortal sect before saying, from now on, all tasks submitted by the disciples of the carefree Immortal sect must be reported to me. Yes, the steward, though confused, complied. Soon, the peach banquet was upon them. Yunlin set out for the heavenly court with his 2 disciples. The journey was uneventful, and Yunlin intentionally arrived quite early. After all, he is the Eastern Emperor Qinghua, regarded as the host rather than a guest. Uncle Master, at the entrance of the Southern Heaven Gate, Yunlin spotted Haoyan and the Yuanshi early on. Yunlin, I heard you were coming to the peach banquet. Your Uncle Master has been waiting for you? Yuanshi giggled, covering her face. Uncle Master, that won't do, Yunlin chuckled. Haoyan patted Yunlin on the shoulder, exhibiting none of the airs of the heavenly sovereign. Little Yunlin is a treasure. He must be well taken care of. Liang Tian, Shen Gongbao, why aren't you here to pay your respects to the heavenly emperor and the queen mother? Yunlin called out. Liang Tian and Shen Gongbao hurried to pay their respects. Haoyan was generous and presented each of them with a mid-grade innate spiritual treasure, while Yuanshi bestowed upon them 2 original peaches. After the Tao ancestor gifted the peach tree to Yuanshi, she divided it into 9,000 saplings, thereby increasing the number of peaches to meet the needs of the heavenly court. The original peaches, born from the mother tree, possess effects that are incomparable to those produced by the divided trees, making them extremely precious. Each one consumed is 1 less in existence. Yunlin, you should wait in the Qinghua Changlu realm. Once the peach banquet officially commences, I will send someone to call for you. Haoyan instructed. Very well, Yunlin agreed. Upon arriving in the Qinghua Changlu realm, Yunlin prepared to take a short nap. Shen Gongbao and Liang Tian expressed their desire to explore the heavenly court, which Yunlin permitted. Brother, what should we do? The direct disciples of Chan teaching are primarily the Luo Golden Immortals, and with our strength, we are simply inadequate, Shen Gongbao inquired. Do not worry. Your senior brother has a clever plan. This is a concealment talisman I have crafted. Even a quasi-saint will not discern our identities, and it can also obscure the heavenly secrets. This is my soft muscle powder, which will render a Luo Golden Immortal completely incapacitated with just a whiff. Liang Tian explained as he rummaged through his belongings, leaving Shen Gongbao in a state of astonishment. He then shivered at the thought of such thorough preparations. Anyone who came would surely fall victim. Moreover, he strongly suspected that his senior brother was concealing his true strength. The information provided by the Demon News Tower was indeed comprehensive. The 4 fire dates were well worth it. The report indicated that Tai Zhenren often spoke ill of our teacher and that he would be attending the banquet alone. He has become our target, Liang Tian declared. Shen Gongbao nodded vigorously, and the two prepared themselves accordingly. Meanwhile, Tai Zhenren set off from his own Taoist sanctuary, the Golden Light Cave of Qinyuan Mountain, heading toward the heavenly court. In previous years, he had held little regard for the peach banquet. Humph! The Chan teaching is merely a collection of uncultured individuals. After all these years, Brother Nanji must surely have the upper hand over Yunlin, bringing glory to my Chan teaching. Imagining Yunlin's embarrassment brought a smile to Tai Zhenren's face as he stroked his beard. Just then, he sensed a flash of spiritual light, an omen of an innate spiritual treasure emerging. It seems fortune is smiling upon me. Chapter 84, Tai Zhenren. I might as well be dead in the present day. Innate spiritual treasures are becoming increasingly rare in the primordial chaos, and even the disciples of saints would not disdain an excess of innate treasures. Tai Zhenren was delighted to discover the emergence of an innate treasure and hurried toward the source. Upon arriving, he found a net-like innate treasure floating amidst a grove, emanating a faint innate radiance. To his delight, it was a mid-grade innate treasure. Eagerly, Tai Zhenren approached to claim it. However, just as he grasped the innate treasure, a wave of black mist suddenly enveloped him. In the next moment, the late-stage Deluo Tai Zhenren fell unconscious. Brother, he has fallen into a trap. Shen Gongbao burst into laughter, eager to advance. Wait, Liang Tian pulled him back, saying, one must tread carefully in the primordial chaos. How do we know he isn't feigning unconsciousness? Let us wait a while. Shen Gongbao found the reasoning sound and waited alongside Liang Tian for over 10 days. Afterward, Liang Tian conducted thorough searches and set up numerous protective arrays around Tai Zhenren to prevent any sudden attacks. The execution was seamless and extraordinarily smooth. Brother, we have overestimated him. Shen Gongbao kicked Tai Zhenren twice, but he remained motionless. You do not understand. There are countless high-ranking individuals in the primordial chaos, and dangers lurk at every corner. Do you believe you would have fallen for such a trap? Liang Tian asked. I believe I would not. Even if an innate treasure were to emerge, I would investigate first, Shen Gongbao replied honestly. Haha, investigation is wise, but do you know I have set 36 traps on that treasure? Any one of them would ensnare a Deluo Golden Immortal. I also have 356 contingency plans for emergencies. Are you certain you would not fall for it? Liang Tian retorted. Shen Gongbao broke into a cold sweat. Fortunately, his senior brother was on his side. Otherwise, he would indeed have been caught off guard. Enough talk. Let us get to work. I still need to erase traces and conceal the heavenly secrets here. Liang Tian urged. Oh. Shen Gongbao nodded repeatedly. Upon returning to the Qinghua Changla realm, Yunlin had already awakened. The peach banquet has commenced. You two should accompany me. Yes, teacher. The two obediently followed behind Yunlin, appearing nothing like those who had engaged in dubious activities. At that moment, many deities were making their way to the heavenly court for the peach banquet. Although many beings of the primordial chaos looked down upon the heavenly court, the allure of the peaches and celestial wine, along with the opportunity to meet fellow cultivators and exalted beings, drew many to attend. Brother Zishan, are you also attending the peach banquet? Indeed, are you, Taoist Fenglin? Let us go together. Two beings heading to the peach banquet conversed amiably. Just as they approached the southern heaven gate, they noticed a figure ahead. Pa, who is this? How disgraceful. It is truly indecent. Precisely. The figure stood atop a white cloud, completely unclothed. Soon, more and more beings gathered, murmuring amongst themselves. Why do I find this person somewhat familiar? I swear, isn't that Tai Zhenren from the 12 golden immortals of the Chan teaching? Someone suddenly exclaimed. The crowd immediately snapped to attention. It truly resembles him. What do you mean resembles? It is him. Tai Zhenren is a prominent figure in the primordial chaos, and many recognize him. Yet, without his robes, he was somewhat unrecognizable. After a reminder, the beings quickly realized the truth. Nanji, that Yunlin is utterly reckless, repeatedly bringing shame upon our Chan teaching. Brother Nanji's strength has progressed remarkably over the years, reaching the mid-stage of quasi-saint. Yunlin, in his arrogance, hardly listens to Uncle Master's teachings. How could he possibly compete? Tai should have arrived before us, having departed from Qinyuan Mountain first. Where could he be? A group of Chan disciples, led by Nanji, observed the growing crowd and could make out the words Chan teaching and Tai Zhenren. Let us go take a look, Nanji urged. Upon seeing the Chan disciples approach, the crowd parted. The sight that greeted them left the Chan disciples momentarily stunned, followed by a surge of anger. Brother Tai? Who did this? Who was responsible? Qingshu Dao Tianzuan's fury erupted, unleashing overwhelming pressure that sent many beings into a state of fear. Nanji, too, felt blood rush to his head and used his magic to awaken Tai Zhenren. Brother Nanji? Where am I? After a moment, Tai Zhenren regained consciousness, only to let out a piercing scream. Why clothes? Tai Zhenren was overwhelmed with rage and fainted once more. Nanji, suppressing his fury, draped a magical robe around Tai Zhenren and then roused him again. Tai, what happened? Brother, I don't know. Tai Zhenren stammered. I sensed the spiritual light of an innate treasure on the road, thinking one had emerged. As soon as I collected the treasure, I lost all awareness. He sobbed, tears of humiliation streaming down his face. As a member of the Chan teaching, he was particularly sensitive to his dignity, and now he was forced to run naked in front of so many beings of the primordial chaos. Tai Zhenren wished he could simply die on the spot. Useless. Nanji was equally furious, glaring at the beings who had been watching. Who among you acted? The onlookers lamented, realizing they should not have been so curious. Senior Nanji, we had no idea. One of the beings explained. We merely came to attend the peach banquet and were surprised to see Tai Zhenren. Moreover, we lacked the courage to act against a direct disciple of the Chan teaching. Upon hearing this, Nanji found their reasoning acceptable. After deliberating for a long time without any clues, he turned his gaze toward the heavenly court. Inside the heavenly court, celestial music filled the air, and festivities were underway. The venue for the peach banquet had been beautifully arranged, awaiting the arrival of guests. Liang Tian and Shan Gongbao received gifts so lavish that their hands grew sore, and even the likes of Emperor Guqin and Zhen Yuanzi bestowed them with meeting gifts. They were aware of their teacher's esteemed reputation, but they had not anticipated it would be this grand. Just as Yunlin was conversing with Zhen Yuanzi, an overwhelming force suddenly surged toward the heavenly court. How audacious! Haoyan thundered in fury, the Haoyan mirror rising high above, radiating divine light toward the source of that force. However, upon discovering it was Nanji who had acted, Haoyan tempered his pressure, merely inquiring coldly. Nanji, as the peach banquet is currently underway in my heavenly court, what is the meaning of your aggression? Do not think that being a disciple of a saint grants you license to act with impunity. Nanji showed no fear, only responding with a cold laugh. Your Majesty, the Celestial Emperor, exudes an imposing majesty. My junior disciple, Tai Zhenren, was humiliated before the southern heavenly gate, and I refuse to believe that the Celestial Emperor is oblivious to this matter. Chapter 85. Yunlin. Uncle Master, you should go weep. Upon hearing this, the deities attending the peach banquet exchanged glances, and Haoyan was momentarily taken aback. Tai Zhenren was humiliated? What transpired? Haoyan, what purpose does your pretense of ignorance serve? Even if it was not you, it must have been some scoundrel attending the peach banquet. Do you still wish to cover for them? Nanji spoke coldly. Haoyan's expression shifted drastically. This Nanji is exceedingly overbearing. He knew nothing of Tai Zhenren's humiliation, yet sought to tarnish the reputation of the heavenly court. I have just heard that Tai Zhenren was stripped of his clothes and hung outside the southern heavenly gate. I have no idea who did it. The face of the Chan sect has been utterly disgraced. Zhen Yuanzi chuckled, relishing the spectacle. Meanwhile, Yunlin cast a glance at his two disciples. Regardless of whether it was Shengjing Bao or Liang Tian, both remained calm and collected, revealing no signs of distress. However, Yunlin was already aware of the situation. Nanji, there must be some misunderstanding regarding this matter. Haoyan, feeling somewhat stifled, retorted, then I implore the Celestial Emperor to conduct a thorough investigation. The disciples of the Chan sect remained relentless. Ha ha ha! Even before my arrival, I heard that Tai Zhenren had been stripped and hung outside the southern heavenly gate. Initially, I thought it was mere rumor, but it appears to be true. Your Chan sect has always maintained a facade of righteousness. It seems retribution has finally arrived. At that moment, a voice of laughter echoed as the disciples of the Jie sect arrived. led by the Golden Spirit Holy Mother, a direct disciple of the Tongtian saint. You seek death. Nanji, already furious, became even more incensed upon seeing the GSX members. He brandished the 5 Fire 7 Birds fan, and the Golden Spirit Holy Mother, with a muffled grunt, summoned the dragon and tiger Rui. The two engaged in combat immediately. Bang! The entire heavenly court trembled slightly, faced with the direct confrontation between the two sects. No one dared to intervene, fearing to draw the ire of either side. Even the celestial Emperor Haoyan opted to preserve his own safety. The Golden Spirit Holy Mother, being at the initial stage of the primordial saint level, was somewhat inferior to Nanji, who soon began to show signs of decline. Enough! A stern shout rang out as a beam of spiritual light descended between the Golden Spirit Holy Mother and Nanji, separating the two. Only then did the crowd notice Yunlin. Sitting near the front at the peach banquet, Yunlin had remained rather low-key. Now, intervening in the conflict between the two sects, he drew the attention of many. Greetings, senior brother. The Golden Spirit bowed to Yunlin. Where is Daobao? Yunlin inquired. In response, the Golden Spirit Holy Mother said, returning to senior brother, we generally do not attend the peach banquet, but we learned that senior brother would be present. So we made the journey. Unfortunately, senior brother Daobao is currently in seclusion and could not make it. The Golden Spirit then obediently took her place behind Yunlin. Yunlin, regarding Tai's matter, did you take action? Nanji questioned Yunlin. If I intended to deal with your Chan sect's disciples, why would I resort to such means? Were it not for the fact that you are a second-generation direct disciple of the Chan sect, I would not have let your previous scheming against me go unpunished, Yunlin replied nonchalantly. The crowd erupted in astonishment. The implications of Yunlin's words were indeed profound. Nanji, furious and embarrassed, launched another attack at Yunlin. However, Yunlin merely extended his hand casually, nullifying all of Nanji's assaults, and the 5 Fire 7 Birds fan fell into Yunlin's grasp. The disparity was evident. The Chan sect's senior brother pales in comparison to the Jie sect's senior brother. The last time Guangchengzi struck me with the universal seal, I returned it to him. Now you dare to attack me again. I shall keep this 5 Fire 7 Birds fan for you, Yunlin declared. Nanji was seething with rage, unable to care about his own humiliation. That was a top-tier innate spiritual treasure, Yunlin. How dare you be so domineering? His words evoked laughter among those attending the peach banquet. Little did they know who the true tyrant was. Evil has its own nemesis. Your Majesty, the peach banquet is a grand affair of our heavenly court. We cannot allow outsiders to spoil it. My second senior uncle has been lax in discipline, so I shall take it upon myself to enforce it, Yunlin asserted. Excellent. Haoyan's spirits lifted instantly. With Yunlin stepping in, matters would be much easier to handle. Nanji's arrogance diminished, and he lost interest in remaining at the peach banquet, turning to leave with the Chan sect's disciples, utterly humiliated. After exchanging pleasantries with the disciples of the Jie sect, Yunlin was summoned away by Haoyan. Nephew, do you think I, as the celestial emperor, am acting in a most pitiful manner? Haoyan, having indulged in considerable wine, appeared somewhat intoxicated. With his strength, he naturally could not be drunken by mere celestial wine. It was not the wine that intoxicated, but rather the man himself. Despite Haoyan's seemingly timid demeanor, his prowess was not to be underestimated. With the backing of the heavenly court's fortune, he was also a peak primordial saint. However, occupying the position of celestial emperor felt as precarious as walking on thin ice, filled with trepidation. It is a situation forced upon my uncle, Yunlin replied. Alas, Haoyan sighed deeply. The calamity of the canonization is approaching. I beseech the host to make a choice. Choice 1. Comfort Haoyan, reward with a low-grade innate spiritual treasure, the Flame Demon Blade. Choice 2. Provide Haoyan with strategic counsel, reward with a wisp of the source power of humanity. Yunlin chose the second option. A low-grade innate spiritual treasure held little value for him, whereas the source power of humanity would serve him well, not only to awaken humanity at the right moment, but also for various arrangements. Uncle, why do you not seek assistance from the ancestor? After all, you are the one appointed by the ancestor as the ruler of the heavenly court. Yunlin suggested, if I were to do that, would it not appear as though I were incompetent? Haoyan replied with a bitter smile. That line of thinking is flawed. Uncle, it is the saints who have made things difficult for you by disregarding the ancestor's decree. Your uncle's capabilities are limited. This matter can only be blamed on the saints, Yunlin countered. Haoyan trembled slightly. Upon reflection, it seemed somewhat reasonable. Uncle, go to the Zixiao Palace to lament to the ancestor. The more tragic your weeping, the better. If things continue as they are, the heavenly court will remain hollow and lifeless. After Yunlin finished speaking, he departed, leaving Haoyan standing in place, lost in thought for a long while. As the peach banquet concluded and everyone departed, Yunlin summoned Shengying Bao and Liangtian to the Qinghua Changle Palace. You two have quite the audacity. Plop. Shengying Bao and Liangtian immediately knelt on the ground, leaving Yunlin momentarily speechless. These two possess quite the perceptiveness. Teacher, we only acted because we found the Chan sect too overbearing. Liangtian began to explain. Rise, do not be so reckless in the future. Although your breath-concealing technique is formidable, undetectable by non-saints, you have underestimated the saint's capabilities. Had it not been for my concealment, you would have been exposed sooner or later. Yunlin admonished. Thank you, teacher, thank you. Liangtian chuckled, saying, Teacher, I cannot help but feel that you are somewhat different than before. Yunlin pondered. He had not done anything in particular. He then noticed the source power of humanity he had just placed into the chaos pearl stirring with excitement, bouncing about energetically. Yunlin felt puzzled at first. Then suddenly his heart raced as he looked at Liangtian. Chapter 86. The elusive heavenly Tao. Liangtian felt a chill run down his spine under Yunlin's gaze. Teacher, is something the matter? Nothing. You two may leave. Yunlin waved his sleeve, disappearing without a trace. Liangtian was left utterly bewildered. Moments later, Yunlin found himself within the space of the Chaos Pearl. This is odd. The only forces capable of stirring the source power of humanity are the heavenly Tao and the earthly Tao. Liangtian is merely a spiritual treasure taking form. What of the spiritual treasure taking form? Could it not be the elusive heavenly Tao? Luo Ho materialized, his expression complex. Thus, the notion that the heavenly Tao has been usurped holds merit. Yunlin's eyes widened in shock. The heavenly Tao is inherently selfless, yet in the subsequent development of the Honghuang, it has repeatedly harmed the original essence of the Honghuang, leading to its eventual decline. There are suspicions that the heavenly Tao is no longer the original heavenly Tao and has been occupied by a certain demonic god. Now Yunlin realizes that this could very well be true, and that Liangtian is the true heavenly Tao. No wonder the Hongming Liangtian is capable of taking form. The root of the matter lies here. It is also no wonder that Liangtian remains so cautious. If he were to be investigated by the current heavenly Tao, death would be inevitable. Contemplating this, Yunlin felt somewhat speechless. His first two direct disciples are the Emperor of Humanity, while the third is the heavenly Tao. Since the heavenly Tao gave rise to the Honghuang, it must have prepared thoroughly for this. It is not a matter to be rushed as the calamity of canonization approaches. I have already refined the remains of those demonic gods. The foundation of Qilin Cliff is sufficient for me to possess the strength of a saint. Luo Ho remarked. O wishes to transform into the original heavenly demon, does he not? Yunlin inquired. Luo Ho's fusion with Qilin Cliff means that once the foundation of Qilin Cliff is solidified, Luo Ho will naturally possess the combat power of a saint. However, Luo Ho desires nothing more than to infuriate Hongjun. In the past, when Luo Ho summoned the demonic path, he sought to become a demonic saint, but was thwarted by Hongjun and the heavenly Tao, merely a step away from achieving it. According to Hongjun's calculations, Luo Ho would not have enough foundation to attain sainthood in the short term. Yet, Hongjun could never have imagined that Luo Ho's foundation was never rooted in the demonic path, but rather in Qilin Cliff. Is it feasible? Luo Ho asked. It is indeed possible, but we must wait a while longer. It won't be long before several saints conspire against Haoyan. We shall add fuel to the fire. Yunlin chuckled. Excellent, Luo Ho readily agreed. Meanwhile, after much contemplation and a discussion in the Yuanshi, Haoyan made his way alone to the Zixiao Palace. Initially apprehensive, Haoyan feared that Hongjun would refuse to see him. However, as the doors to the Zixiao Palace opened, he entered without hesitation. Following Yunlin's instructions, Haoyan wept bitterly, lamenting the oppression he faced from the six saints, tears streaming down his face. Hongjun struck the bell of the Zixiao Palace. The six saints, hearing the summons, were taken aback, for it had been a long time since Hongjun had stirred since designating Haoyan as the ruler of the heavenly court. Nevertheless, they dared not delay and hastened to the Zixiao Palace. As the calamity of the Honghuang began to manifest, it was necessary to bolster the power of the heavenly court to stabilize the realm. Hongjun recounted the matter of canonization, subsequently producing the canonization list for the 6 saints to sign. Upon hearing this, the 6 saints sensed that it was not a good omen. They were particularly unwilling to allow their disciples to serve in the heavenly court. Laozi proclaimed himself to have only 1 disciple at Xuandu, while Enhua claimed to have no disciples, and the 2 saints from the west declared their region barren. Ultimately, the pressure fell upon Yuanshi and Tongtian. Yuanshi insisted that the Jie sect had multitudes of disciples, and even filling the canonization list would be a trivial matter. However, Tongtian vehemently disagreed, arguing that it was unreasonable for only the Jie sect to provide disciples. Reluctantly, Laozi signed first, allowing his good corpse to enter the heavenly court. Yuanshi and Tongtian hastily scribbled down a few names, dismissing the matter. Hongjun said nothing further, allowing the 6 saints and Haoyan to depart. "Senior brother, you nearly frightened me to death. I thought the Tao ancestor would demand disciples from our Western faction. Our Western faction is already few in number. It is all Haoyan's fault for making such a fuss," Zhuanti exclaimed indignantly. "Indeed. While we may not see eye to eye with the 3 saints of the Xianmen, this little boy believes he can ride upon our heads. That is utterly excessive, and we must teach him a lesson. The calamity is approaching, and we must prepare accordingly." Jane's eyes narrowed, formulating a plan within. The 3 saints of the Xianmen left the Zixiao Palace in discontent. Following this incident, the discord between Yuanshi and Tongtian seemed to escalate irreparably, with neither willing to yield in an effort to evade the calamity of canonization. Tongtian swiftly cautioned his disciples against instigating trouble outside. While the disciples verbally agreed, the Jie sect was rife with factions and alliances, rendering Tongtian's warning ineffectual. At Kunlun Yushu Palace. Humph. That Tongtian is so obstinate. Allowing the Jie sect's disciples onto the list is clearly a win-win situation, perfectly suited to enforce the laws of the heavenly court and properly discipline those Jie sect disciples. Yuanshi huffed. After a while, he unexpectedly received guidance from the heavenly mechanism. Achieving sainthood through the physical body, a method of counteracting calamity. Yuanshi's spirit soared. "We, the Chan sect, align with the heavenly will. The heavenly Tao has granted us guidance, and this calamity will surely allow the Chan sect to emerge unscathed." However, Yuanshi was overestimating the situation. Half of the 12 golden immortals of the Chan sect had been deceived by Randang, suffering significant losses, resulting in further ridicule. Yuanshi's reputation was thoroughly tarnished. Haoyan returned to the heavenly court in high spirits, pleased that the Tao ancestor was willing to speak on his behalf. Eager to see how the 6 saints would respond, "Wang Mu, where has Yaoji gone?" Haoyan casually inquired. Yaoji was a spiritual jade that Haoyan had enlightened upon his arrival at the heavenly court. As Haoyan was originally formed from spiritual jade, he held great affection for Yaoji and thus regarded her as a sister, pampering her greatly. "Yaoji? I haven't seen her lately. Perhaps she has gone to play." Yaoji replied. Haoyan paid little heed to this and began discussing the canonization list with Yaoji. Time passed, and Yunlin, sensing a change at the Shaoyaoxian sect, raised his head and smiled. The show is about to begin. At this moment, in a city on the mortal plane, the Yang family of 5 was besieged by heavenly soldiers. "Your Highness Yaoji, you have violated the heavenly laws. Please return with us, and His Majesty may yet show leniency." A heavenly general spoke coldly. Yang Tianyu, initially unaware of the unfolding situation, instinctively shielded his wife and children. "Why, lords, I beseech you to spare my husband and children. I am willing to return with you," Yaoji implored urgently. Having been injured by a demon while playing in the mortal realm, she was saved by Yang Tianyu. The 2 fell in love, married, and had 2 sons and a daughter, living a blissful life. Yet, in this world, there is no wall that does not let the wind through. "Mother, I'm scared." The youngest, Yang Chan, cried out in fear. "Your Highness Yaoji, under His Majesty's command, we must eliminate this mortal and these 3 wretched offspring. Please do not obstruct us." The heavenly general's tone remained icy. Within the heavenly court, Haoyan and Yaoji watched the Yang family's plight through the Haoyan mirror. "Your Majesty, over the years, Yang Tianyu has treated Yaoji well. They share a deep bond. Why not let it be?" Yaoji suggested. "Let it be? I too wish to let it be, but I am powerless. When I went to seek the Lord to voice my grievances, I knew this day would come, yet I never anticipated the saint's retribution would arrive so swiftly and with such cruelty," Haoyan replied, his face filled with bitterness. Chapter 87. The original heavenly demon Haoyan harbored genuine feelings for Yaoji and desired to save her. However, he felt utterly powerless. When the Xianmen and the heavenly court were established, the six saints enacted strict heavenly laws to suppress Haotian's authority. In recent years, the heavenly court had fallen into disrepair, and everyone had neglected these laws. Yet now, the six saints seized the opportunity to punish Yaoji for having developed feelings for Immortal, seeking to eradicate them completely. Even the celestial emperor must comply. Otherwise, how could he govern the heavenly court? Haotian could only hope that Yaoji would make a decisive choice, abandoning her husband and children, giving him a chance to protect her. Yaoji found this difficult, for she understood Yaoji well. Both she and Haotian struggled to comprehend why Yaoji, being an immortal, would take a liking to Immortal. The distinction between immortals and mortals transcends mere realms. Immortals are impervious to myriad laws, purging any filth in the eyes of many immortals. Mortals are deemed utterly filthy. Yet they failed to realize that this was all part of the saint scheme. Yang Tianyu was, in fact, a disciple arranged by the two saints from the west. How could a mere Yaoji hope to escape the saints' machinations? Of course, among the saints, Yuanshi was the most ruthless. After taking Yang Jian as his disciple, he instructed him to learn skills to save his mother, only to have Yaoji perish before his eyes, ensuring Yang Jian would forever harbor hatred towards Haotian. It was truly an act of killing the heart after slaying the body and the mortal realm. Yaoji summoned her spiritual treasure to block the heavenly soldiers, shouting to Yang Tianyu and the children, using her powers to send them away. Go, you must hurry and leave, mother. Mother! Yang Tianyu and the three children cried out in anguish. The six saints took notice of the unfolding events, for a saint had intervened. The two from the west remained as insidious as ever. Enwa expressed disdain, then stated, Ling Zhuzi, that little girl has a connection with me. Bring her to me later. Yuanshi also summoned Yuding to have Yunding bring back Yang Jian. For rescuing Yaoji and her family. None of the saints considered it. After all, Haotian's lament had indeed sickened them. A little admonition would suffice. Although Yaoji was favored by Haotian as his sister, her talents were not exceptional. She was merely at the level of a Xianxian and was soon captured. The heavenly soldiers began to pursue Yang Tianyu and his family. Yang Tianyu, being immortal, could not outrun the heavenly soldiers, and despite their desperate flight, they were swiftly overtaken. Why? I love Yaoji with all my heart. Is it simply because I am immortal that you seek to tear us apart and pursue our annihilation? Yang Tianyu shielded his three children, crying out in protest. Kill! The celestial soldiers did not engage in futile dialogue with them. They were prepared to act decisively. However, at that moment, a voice resonated within Yang Tianyu's mind. Yang Tianyu, you are merely a pawn of the West. Originally a follower of the Western faith, you were commanded to wed Yaoji, merely to bring her harm. Once your task is complete, you may return to the West and even gain the favor of the Western sages. Why, then, do you place such importance on this relationship? No, it cannot be. I would never harm Yaoji. I could never do it. Yang Tianyu exclaimed in fury. Ha ha ha. The sage is heartless, treating all beings as mere fodder. Do you wish to forsake the gifts of the West to gain immense power? The voice continued to echo, I am willing. I want to save Yaoji. I want to save my child. I do not want the gifts of the West. I refuse them. Yang Tianyu grasped at this last glimmer of hope. As you wish, upon the utterance of these words, Yang Tianyu's eyes turned a vivid crimson, as boundless demonic energy began to surge within him. The celestial soldiers, who were about to strike, were immediately taken aback. Demon! It is demonic energy. Quickly, kill him. The celestial soldiers attacked, yet they could not harm Yang Tianyu in the slightest. Instead, with a mere wave of his hand, Yang Tianyu sent them all flying. This is bad. Yang Tianyu has been invaded by the celestial demon. Quickly awaken his relic. The two from the west, who had initially been enjoying the spectacle, were now caught off guard by the sudden turn of events. They could not afford to reveal Yang Tianyu's true identity. Umitba. In the next moment, radiant Buddhist light erupted from behind Yang Tianyu, attempting to thoroughly dispel the demonic energy enveloping him. Ha ha ha! The Buddha can only save himself. I have no need for this Buddha. I, Yang Tianyu, shall embrace the demon today. Yang Tianyu laughed maniacally as the demonic energy suppressed the Buddhist light entirely. Behind him, an enormous shadow of a celestial demon appeared. With 4 heads and 8 arms, as if it sought to overlook all beings and consume them. The entire primordial realm was once again shrouded in ominous clouds. Meanwhile, countless followers of the demon cult descended into a frenzy, rampaging across the primordial realm. Moreover, fissures from the demon realm manifested within the primordial realm, as numerous celestial demons began to invade and revel in their feast. Fortunately, the Xinmen and the West had long prepared for such an eventuality, so the losses were not catastrophic. Even the vicinity of Yinyun Mountain, where Yunlin resided, faced incursions from demonic entities, with even quasi-saint demons making their move, nearly claiming the life of the Yinyun ancestor, who was saved by Yunlin. How absurd! I wondered why Yaoji would be drawn to a mere mortal. It turns out those two bald monks were behind it. Haoyan roared in fury, his eyes blazing. Your Majesty, the most pressing matter now is the emergence of the celestial demon. The last time the celestial demon appeared was during the establishment of the demon path, and even the 6 sages could not suppress it. The 6 sages once stated that for the celestial demon to return, it would be an arduous task, and yet how little time has passed, Yaoji exclaimed, astonished. What are the 6 sages but mere trifles? They do nothing but oppress me. They deserve it. Haoyan was so furious he lost his composure. At this moment, the 6 sages gathered, gazing at the manifestation of the celestial demon. Zhuanti, Jiejing, what on earth are you doing? Yuanshi demanded angrily. We do not know. I merely wish to teach Haoyan a lesson. Did you not all know? Yuanshi, you still use the Pangu banner to conceal us from Haoyan. How could you not be aware of the situation? Jiejing was equally furious. This matter was a collective endeavor. Why lay the blame solely on them? Yuanshi was momentarily speechless at Jiejing's retort. Laozi furrowed his brow, wanting to act against the shadow of the celestial demon, but found himself utterly powerless. Moreover, the menacing demonic energy began to infect the treasured Taiji diagram, even threatening to taint Laozi's holy body, which startled him greatly. I have said I would return. Primordial celestial demon, appear. Yang Tianyo's maniacal laughter rang out again, but this time it was Rahu who dominated Yang Tianyo's body. The demonic flame surged, and the atmosphere thickened with a sense of impending doom. Primordial celestial demon? The progenitor of all demons, the essence of the demon path. The demon ancestor is about to become a saint. Tongtian gasped in shock. The methods of the sages are ineffective against the demon ancestor, and now the demon ancestor has grown even stronger. What can they do? The primordial celestial demon was said to be capable of even tainting the sages, causing them to avoid confrontation. If Rahu were to fully attain the form of the primordial celestial demon, the consequences would be dire. Chapter 88. Rahu becomes a saint in the Sea of Blood. An ancestor spoke, Master, you are also one of the progenitors of the demon path. If the primordial celestial demon successfully manifests, our blood demon lineage will forever be overshadowed by the celestial demon lineage. The king of Azuras remarked, the underworld created the Azura clan and established the Azura sect. Although the underworld is cunning, the Azura clan is fiercely combative. To rashly intervene in the conflict between the Tao ancestor and the demon ancestor would be tantamount to seeking death. Coldly, the underworld replied, just now, the heavenly Tao provided guidance, urging me to prevent the primordial celestial demon from manifesting and Rahu from achieving the body of a saint. Yet, I chose to feign ignorance why previous appearance had already severed the fortunes of the demon path. It was a last resort. If I dare to interfere with the demon ancestor's path to sainthood now, I would undoubtedly face relentless pursuit from the demon ancestor. While I fear the Tao ancestor and the heavenly Tao, I am not without trepidation towards the demon ancestor. Thus, I shall remain discreet this time. Having survived thus far, the underworld understood the importance of not meddling in the conflicts of powerful beings. Rahu's celestial demon form continued to grow, as the 6 sages exerted all their strength to suppress it. Haoyan quickly mobilized the fortunes of the heavenly court to suppress the rampant demonic energy. Yuanshi commanded. Haoyan appeared and shot a glare at Yuanshi. After this matter is settled, I expect an explanation from all of you. The 6 sages fell silent. Haoyan realized that this was not the time for emotional outbursts, and he promptly activated the Haoyan mirror to gather the fortunes of the heavenly court to disperse the demonic energy. The 6 sages combined their efforts to assist with the Haoyan mirror, yielding remarkable results. The vast expanse of demonic energy began to dissipate, revealing countless celestial demons, which turned to ash under the brilliance of the Haoyan mirror. As long as we sever the demonic energy, the demon ancestor will be unable to attain sainthood, Nuwa declared. Many sages agreed. No sage was of ordinary caliber. After the emergence of the celestial demon, they had conducted extensive research on the demon path, and over the years, they had achieved significant progress. Although Rahu had once caught the 6 sages off guard, the 6 sages now held the upper hand. The colossal shadow of the celestial demon was visibly shrinking. However, to the astonishment of the 6 sages, while the celestial demon manifestation diminished, Rahu remained unfazed. Useless. During the Long Han cataclysm, Hongjun severed my path to sainthood. This time, no one can stop me. Yang Tianyo's body was suddenly covered in demonic runes. Boom! Suddenly, a tremendous force surged into the celestial demon manifestation, causing the 6 sages to change their expressions dramatically. The earlier surge of power was not from the heart demon. The 6 sages attempted to investigate the source of that power but found nothing. Break! The shadow of the celestial demon expanded once more, nearing a height of 90,000 zhong. When it reached 90,000 zhong, it would signify Rahu's success. There's no other option. Prepare to draw upon the power of the heavenly Tao. Laozi decisively settled into a meditative position on the Taiji diagram. The other sages understood and formed a circle around him. In the chaotic realm of the demon ancestor, the celestial demon rampages. We wish to draw upon the power of the heavenly Tao ancestor's physical form, descend. Laozi bellowed, and the 6 sages radiated blinding brilliance, their 6 beams of light shooting into the heavens. Just as the celestial demon manifestation was about to breach 90,000 zhong, a figure appeared in the distance. Clad in white robes with a white beard, embodying the essence of nature, it was none other than the Tao ancestor Hongjun. Weren't we told that during the calamity, Hongjun would not appear? It seems Hongjun had long prepared, using the power of the 6 sages to draw upon his physical form. This time, surely it won't go awry, Yunlin thought, his heart racing at the sight of Hongjuan's arrival. Then, Hongjuan's physical form pointed forth. There shall be no celestial saints in the primordial realm. In the blink of an eye, golden chains of the heavenly Tao surged towards the celestial demon manifestation. As the representative of the heavenly Tao, Hongjun could channel the power of the heavenly Tao. The chains of order sought to bind the celestial demon. Rahu realized the peril and gathered all his strength to evade. Yet it was futile. The demon path, established within the primordial realm, would inevitably fall under the constraints of the heavenly Tao. Rahu had anticipated that Hongjun would not take such drastic measures, yet to his surprise, Hongjun had dared to act up. Mr. Imo, why not let it go? Even if you forsake the demon path, you could still possess the strength of a saint. Why persist? Yunlin urged little Qilin. I cannot accept this. I truly cannot accept it. Rahu replied with bitter laughter. Last time, I was so close, just a step away from achieving my path through slaughter, and now, once again, I find myself in this position. Though Rahu often appeared carefree, this remained his obsession. Yet he also understood that should he continue down this path, there would be no fruitful outcome. With a deep sigh, he resigned himself. Seeing Rahu's struggle, Yunlin gritted his teeth and declared, Very well, Mr. Imo, if the demon path is sealed, then from this day forth, there shall be no saints in the demon path. I shall lend you my aid. With that, Yunlin summoned the power of the heavens to his side. Teacher, is there something you require? Liang Tian, still bewildered, had just been studying his formation when he was suddenly summoned by his teacher. Liang Tian, the heavenly Tao of the primordial realm has been usurped, and you are the true reincarnation of the heavenly Tao. I wish to harness your strength to aid the demon ancestor. Will you assist me? Yunlin explained. Without hesitation, Liang Tian replied, Teacher, simply give the command. Good. Yunlin grasped Liang Tian's arm. Immediately, Liang Tian felt an immense surge of power coursing within him, a mysterious force awakening within, along with fragments of ancient memories resurfacing in his mind. Meanwhile, under the suppression of the heavenly Tao chains, the celestial demon manifestation was bound, just a hair's breadth away from reaching 90,000 zhong. However, even the closest distance could yield the most significant consequences. Success. Laozi felt a surge of joy. The 6 sages breathed a sigh of relief, but perhaps a moment too soon. Crack, crack, crack. Just as everyone believed the celestial demon was to be restrained, the heavenly Tao chains suddenly snapped. The 6 sages were left dumbfounded. Hongjun, you cannot stop me, Rahu bellowed, as the celestial demon manifestation surged upward once more. 90,000 zhong. Rahu had achieved the form of the primordial celestial demon, becoming a celestial saint. How is this possible? In the Zhixiao Palace, Hongjun suddenly stood up. He had long anticipated that Rahu would find a way to achieve sainthood and had prepared thoroughly. Yet, he still failed? The difference between Rahu not having attained sainthood and having done so was monumental. This event would undoubtedly influence the broader situation. However, moments later, Hongjun's expression shifted drastically. Ha ha ha, Hongjun, you dare to block my return by manipulating the time node? Just wait, I shall find a way to destroy you. A boisterous voice echoed within the Zhixiao Palace, dissipating into the ether. Hongjun stifled a groan as he reached into the river of time, seeking to suppress that presence entirely. However, that presence eluded him, vanishing after a few fleeting moments. Chapter 89. Yunlin takes Yang Jiao as the six sages struggled against the emergence of the celestial demon. The situation in the primordial world became increasingly precarious. Prepare to exterminate the demons. The resurgence of the demon path must be dealt with, Hongjun's physical form declared. Upon hearing this, the six sages complied. Readying themselves for battle, I believe these three siblings possess remarkable talents. They shall be taken in by the West, Jejing proclaimed, intending to take Yang Tianyo's siblings. Wait, Tongtian intervened, blocking Jejing. The Yang siblings are crucial in our effort to eradicate demons. How can you take them to the West? Daoist Qing. Are you being overly domineering? Regardless, Yang Tianyu is also one of us in the West. How can I not take one of his offspring? Jejing retorted, frowning. This Yang Jian has a fateful connection with my disciple, Yuding. He must not be taken, Yuanshi added. Yang Chan may become my registered disciple. She must not be taken by the West. Nuwa also interjected. Very well, then Yang Jiao shall be taken by the West. Jejing was not picky. According to the original narrative, Yang Tianyu and Yang Jiao were destined to perish. Yet now, with Rahu utilizing Yang Tianyo's body to achieve the form of the primordial celestial demon, the three Yang siblings had become pivotal in confronting Rahu. They had suddenly become highly sought after. Seeing that the Sanqing and Nuwa had no objections, Jejing was about to take Yang Jiao when a figure abruptly appeared. Teacher, I share a bond with Yang Jiao and wish to take him as my registered disciple. This individual was none other than Yunlin. Impudent. You, a mere junior, dare to interrupt when the sages are speaking? Yuanshi scolded, ready to strike Yunlin with the seven treasures mysterious tree. Clang. Suddenly, several sword sounds echoed as Tongtian immediately summoned the four swords of extermination to protect Yunlin. Try to touch my disciple. Yuanshi hesitated, realizing that Tongtian was not jesting. The murderous intent he had exhibited made it clear that he could act. Friends, we all share responsibility in combating the demonic calamity. It is not unreasonable for the West to take one of them. Otherwise, should the demon ancestor return, the West may not intervene, Jejing coldly argued, even issuing threats. Third brother, do not act rashly, Yuanshi spoke solemnly. Jejing and Yuanshi believed they had the upper hand. However, Haoyan appeared, his expression grim. Jejing, my brother, how have you been lately? Faced with Haoyan, it was expected that they would feel guilty for their recent actions. However, the West was unapologetically brazen. Quite well, though the West remains impoverished, we manage, Jejing replied with a smile. I shall make my stance clear. If the West dares to take even one of my three nephews, I shall relinquish my position as the ruler of the heavenly court, Haoyan declared angrily. Boom! In an instant, the heavens and earth of the primordial realm began to change color once more. Though Haoyan was not a sage, as the ruler of the heavenly court, his status and position could rival that of a sage. The heavenly court was known to oversee the operations of the primordial realm. While it may be nominally lacking in authority, Haoyan's identity still held significant weight. No one expected the usually compliant Haoyan to be so resolute. Haoyan, are you being excessive? This matter involves more than just the West. Why lay the blame solely on us? Yuanshi protested. Haoyan remained silent, his resolve unwavering. While Haoyan was seething with anger, he was not foolish. His power could not sway the Xinmin sages. However, the Xinmin sages would not want to see their Western counterparts gain the upper hand. Haoyan felt guilty about Yaoji's plight. The West was a fiery pit. Who knew what would become of Yang Jiao if he went there? With his power, he could only do his utmost to keep the Yang siblings in the East, where he could at least watch over them. Two sages, I wish to exchange this treasure for Yang Jiao. Yunlin produced the Lidi Yingguang banner. Very well, it seems our West is fated to be without fortune. With a sigh, Jejing accepted the Lidi Yingguang banner and departed with Yuanshi. Originally, the Sanqing had been somewhat reluctant to allow the West to take Yang Jiao. Now, with Haotian stirring the pot, it seemed they would not succeed. However, securing a top-grade innate spiritual treasure was still worthwhile. Unbeknownst to Jiejing, Yunlin's item was not so easily obtained. Hidden within the Lidi Yingguang banner was a trace of obscure true demonic essence, undetectable even by the sages. After casting a glance at Yunlin, Nuwa took Yang Chan with her, while Yuanshi claimed Yang Jian. Laozi also departed alone. Liner, after all these years, why have you not come to see your teacher? Tongtian smiled. Teacher, I simply have not had the time, Yunlin replied. Yunlin chuckled lightly, exclaiming, Ha ha ha, what do you mean you have no time? Surely, you are just sneaking in a lazy nap, too indolent to seek me out. Do you think I am oblivious to your thoughts, you little rascal? Tongtian laughed heartily a few times, but soon his smile faded, replaced by a side-eye establishing my intention was to carve out a glimmer of hope for all beings. Liner, tell me, is this right or wrong? What my master does is, of course, right. If anyone dares to claim otherwise, I shall help you teach them a lesson, Yunlin declared, clenching his fist. Tongtian gently ruffled Yunlin's hair. Having cultivated to this point, I have come to understand that the will of heaven is inscrutable, and one cannot defy destiny. If one day I were to wield my sword against you, do not hold back that if I were to do so, then I would no longer be myself. Should I depart, know that you will always remain my pride. I bid farewell to my master. Yunlin bowed deeply to Tongtian. Indeed, the master has gained considerable wisdom, yet Yunlin is aware of his master's character. Even when faced with a wall, he would not turn back, never regretting his actions. Divine being, I beseech you to save my parents. I wish to reunite with my younger siblings. I implore you. Yang Jiao suddenly knelt, pleading earnestly. He was the eldest among the 3 siblings of the Yang family, already around 17 or 18 years old. Yet, no matter how resilient he was, he had never encountered such a scene. It was commendable that he still thought of his family at this moment. Rise. Your parents are unharmed, and your younger siblings will be safe as well. From this day forth, you shall be my named disciple. I will teach you skills, and when you have mastered them, you may reunite with your family. With a wave of his hand, Yunlin lifted Yang Jiao with his magical power and brought him back to the realm of the Shaoyao Immortal sect, allowing him to confront the 36 trials. Subsequently, Yunlin hastened to find Liang Tian. At this moment, Liang Tian appeared pale, as though his very essence had been drained. Master. He spoke feebly, struggling to articulate his words. I am deeply sorry for what I have put you through. Yunlin produced 2 Huangzhong pears and 2 9-turn golden pills, feeding them to Liang Tian, who gradually began to recover. It's all right. Master, that I have recalled many things. Were it not for you, I would not have awakened. I should be the one thanking you. Yunlin urged Liang Tian to recuperate properly, and then Luo, who came seeking Yunlin. Little Qilin, I owe you a great debt this time. It's truly a joyous occasion. Luo, who beamed with a rosy complexion. There is no need for formalities between us. Mr. Mo, my disciple, hasn't been exposed, has he? This was the matter that Yunlin was most concerned about. Rest assured, it has not been revealed. You originally wielded the Chaos Pearl, and when Hong Jun suppressed me, the timing was fortuitous. I imagine he is still in a state of disarray. Luo, who chuckled with schadenfreude. The time demon? Yunlin furrowed his brow. Indeed, that is him. He governs the laws of time and is exceedingly difficult to eliminate. Even if he perishes before you, he may yet reappear after a time. Once I solidify my cultivation, we shall devise a plan to capture him and make him our ally, Luo, who declared. Very well, Yunlin replied. Should their conversation be leaked, it would certainly astonish the world. And yet, they spoke so casually. By the way, little Qilin, I have attained sainthood. Would you be interested in altering the calamity of the Honghuang? Luo, who casually inquired. The heavenly Tao and Hong Jun had initially planned to orchestrate the Fengshen calamity, confining all saints and centralizing power within the heavenly court of the Shinmin. I believe we could manipulate this to transform the Fengshen calamity into a demonic calamity, thereby thoroughly disrupting Hong Jun's plans. Have you become arrogant after achieving sainthood? Yunlin retorted sharply. Not at all. I merely believe it is worth a try. I shall take my leave now and enter seclusion, Luo, who said as he departed. After watching Luo Hu leave, Yunlin contemplated for a moment. Perhaps it is indeed worth a try. However, I must wait until my master's saintly soul has fully developed. lest he fall under the control of the heavenly Tao and be forced to wield the four swords of extermination against himself. Speaking of which, my master's saintly soul should have successfully reincarnated at that moment. At the gate of the Xiaoyao Immortal sect, an unusual commotion arose. Yang Jiao had successfully traversed the 36 trials. Lacking any cultivation, he relied solely on his fervent desire to reunite with his family. Upon the stone tablet, a line of words manifested. I nurture my lofty spirit. The Confucian path, Yunlin smiled. This path is also an auxiliary to the great Tao of humanity. The flourishing of the human path in its later stages is inextricably linked to Confucianism. Originally, the Confucian path was to be established in the realm below Xiandu, yet it has now been intercepted by Yang Jiao. Although Confucianism is commendable, it can be somewhat unwieldy. Do not be deceived by the fact that the Grand Master is not competitive. If he deems something as his own, it is not so easily taken away by others. I wonder how Zhang Yuan is faring. Yunlin gazed into the distance at this moment. Zhang Yuan was seated in Yang City of the Xia dynasty. Di was the founding monarch of the Xia dynasty, and Yang City was the heart of the Xia realm. The current ruler of the Xia dynasty was Yi. Sir, are you the legendary immortal? The current monarchy inquired. He was now quite aged. Looking at the elder before him with a mix of reverence and envy, no. I am not an immortal, Zhang Yuan chuckled. Sir is truly humorous. You are a distinguished patron of our Xia dynasty, having assisted Emperor Yu in controlling the floods, repelling countless demons with your own strength. How could you not be an immortal? He laughed heartily. However, as laughter faded, he appeared particularly despondent and could not help but ask, may I inquire, how does one seek immortality? I do not know. Zhang Yuan shook his head. It seems my blessings are too shallow, rendering me unworthy of the path to immortality. He assumed Zhang Yuan was unwilling to teach. Little did he know, it was not that Zhang Yuan was unwilling, but rather he himself did not know how to cultivate for immortality. Throughout, he remained merely human, an ordinary mortal. He practiced the path of the mundane, embarking on a journey through the Xiaoyao Immortal sect, ultimately finding himself in the Xia dynasty, witnessing the myriad facets of humanity, and increasingly feeling the insignificance of mortals. Enduring suffering, life is fleeting and fragile. Immortals and Buddhas tower above, looking down upon humanity. Demons and evildoers prey upon mortals, wantonly slaughtering them. He believed that humanity should not exist in such a manner. For years, Zhang Yuan had been seeking ways to empower others with the same strength he possessed. Yet all efforts proved futile. Your Majesty, I have actually come to bid farewell, Zhang Yuan stated once more. You are leaving, sir? Have I perhaps offended you in some way? He exclaimed in surprise. Not at all. I have come to the mortal realm solely for cultivation. Now that my training is complete, I must take my leave, Zhang Yuan replied with a smile. Then I shall host a banquet to bid you farewell. He understood that he could not retain Zhang Yuan. Yet, Zhang Yuan declined. He had arrived alone, and he would depart the same way, silently and without a trace. Zhang Yuan was unaware of how long he had been walking when he suddenly felt a gust of demonic wind sweeping through, ravaging a nearby village. Although humanity was protected by fortune, demons still posed a threat, particularly to small villages that could hardly contend against such evil. Brother, these mortals are rather intriguing. They appear unafraid of us. Moreover, we are fortunate. Their souls are pure, comparable to those of the innate human race. If we consume them, you could break through to the golden immortal realm, a rat demon exclaimed. In the face of the horde of demons, the able-bodied villagers brandished their weapons to fend off the attackers. Among them was a young man wielding a sword, steadfastly defending the village, his gaze resolute, refusing to retreat. For they were protecting their homeland, safeguarding their kin. Thus, retreat was not an option indeed. The innate human race was indeed delectable. I was fortunate enough to have tasted a few, and their flavor is simply unforgettable, remarked a serpent demon, enveloped in a sinister aura, a foul stench emanating from it, having already embarked upon the path of darkness. Its overwhelming presence could easily level the village. Yet, they were more inclined to toy with their prey, desiring to hear the despairing screams of the mortals. Just as the serpent demon prepared to devour the villagers, a streak of light pierced through its body, sending its immense form crashing to the ground. The serpent demon's subordinates, witnessing this, scrambled to flee. But the newcomer granted them no opportunity. Multiple streaks of light shot forth, and all demons perished on the spot. As the light settled, it became apparent that they were merely small stones. They're dead. All these demons are dead. Ha ha ha. They're all dead. The villagers rejoiced, elated to have survived the calamity. The young man rushed forward. Grandfather, are you an immortal? You have come to rescue us? Haven to you? Zhang Yuan chuckled. I am not an immortal. Immortals do not concern themselves with trivial matters. I am but a human. Immortals do not save humans. Humans must save themselves. Looking at this group of people, Zhang Yuan seemed to discern the very thing he had been searching for all along. Chapter 91. The resolve of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. The path of humanity is not merely that of the human race, but rather the path of all sentient beings in the Honghuang. Humanity stands as the foremost of all spirits, the pinnacle of the human path. During the Wu and Yao calamity, even when humanity was weak, hope remained, and they persevered. During the era of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, the sages of humanity, despite their ragged circumstances, led the rise of the human race, penning a history of tragic yet resilient struggle. After Yuanshi, the heavens were sealed, and the earth was confined. Humanity gradually lost its gifts, its power. From the era of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors to that of the Xia dynasty, the weakened human race lost hope, beginning to rely on the immortals for salvation, thus breaking their own spine. Over the past few millennia, Zhang Yuan traveled extensively, and here, he seemed to glimpse the glimmer of hope for the resurgence of humanity. Although these villagers were frail, they showed no fear. Though weak, they stood united. The path of humanity must be one of relentless self-improvement. Why is it that we, as humans, cannot contend with these demons? The young man asked once more. Zhang Yuan looked up at the sky and sighed. This is the decree of heaven. Sir, thank you for saving us. If you do not mind, please come in for a chat. The village chief stepped forward, his face brimming with gratitude. Subsequently, the village offered their finest hospitality to Zhang Yuan, and everyone was exceedingly warm. That night, Zhang Yuan strolled to a small hillside behind the village, where he observed the young man practicing with his sword, drenched in sweat. With no flamboyant moves, he swung his sword repeatedly. Sir, the young man exclaimed upon seeing Zhang Yuan, sheathing his sword and bowing. Zhang Yuan recognized this young man as Rue, a name that signifies sharpness. According to the villagers, over a decade ago, a baby had suddenly appeared at the village entrance, and the villagers had banded together to raise him. This baby was Rue. Sir, could you teach me how to slay demons? I wish to protect the village, Rue said earnestly. I may not be able to teach you. However, my master should have a method. Zhang Yuan smiled. Wait for me a moment while I return to the Xiaoyao immortal sect. No need to return, I am already here. Yunlin's figure suddenly materialized. I have met my master. Rue hastily bowed to Yunlin. That moment, Rue also fainted. There's no need for excessive formalities. I have witnessed your experiences over the years, and you have done well. Yunlin smiled. Thank you for the praise, master. Rue expressed joyfully. Is this the place you have chosen? Yunlin inquired. Indeed, Zhang Yuan responded resolutely. Very well. I shall bestow upon you a fragment of the essence of humanity. What you carry is the hope for the revival of humanity. With a wave of Yunlin's hand, the essence of humanity entered Zhang Yuan's body. A pervasive aura of the mundane surrounded Zhang Yuan, who appeared to undergo no significant change. Yet, with his current strength, Zhang Yuan could likely slay a Deluo directly. This young man is a reincarnation of a powerful being. Remember to treat him well. Yunlin arrived swiftly and departed just as quickly. Zhang Yuan bowed and bid farewell to Yunlin. Ah, sir, why have I suddenly fallen asleep? Rue exclaimed, waking with surprise. Ha, it's nothing. Did you not say you wish to learn how to slay demons? I shall teach you the sword Tao of the mundane. Zhang Yuan laughed. That's wonderful. Thank you, sir, Rue exclaimed ecstatically. Simultaneously, a figure appeared before the fire cloud cave. Shun Gongbao has come to pay respects to the esteemed human emperors. Soon after, a young attendant emerged, saying, Mr. Shun Gongbao, please follow me inside. Shun Gongbao followed the attendant into the cave. Originally a place of cultivation for the Red Cloud Taoist, it had become the residence of the human emperors, gathering boundless fortune of humanity, making it one of the most prestigious cultivation sites in the Honghuang. Shun Gongbao, having come upon Yunlin's command, felt somewhat apprehensive. The 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors were renowned figures in the Honghuang, and no matter how shrewd he was, he still felt a tinge of trepidation. Junior brother, has master called you to the fire cloud cave for something? At this moment, a voice rang out. Shun Gongbao jumped in fright, only to find the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors gathered, all gazing at him as though they had been waiting for him. The speaker was a middle-aged man clad in a brocade robe, and despite his restrained demeanor, Shun Gongbao felt an immense pressure. However, what astonished him most was the title used by the middle-aged man, Junior Brother Goodness. He had only heard that Liang Tian was Master S's 3rd disciple, but he never expected to have a human emperor senior brother. Although Yunlin's acceptance of 2 human emperors was not a secret, it was not common knowledge among ordinary beings, I humbly report. Esteemed human emperors, that master has instructed me to deliver this item to you. Shun Gongbao produced a pearl. The pearl fell into the hands of Fushi. After a moment, Fushi suddenly revealed a smile. Master has requested us to assist with the task. If successful, the revival of humanity is hopeful. If not, we shall all perish. What say you? Since the dawn of humanity, we have endured immense suffering. The heavenly Tao shows no mercy, unwilling to grant our race a path to survival. What is there for us to lose in fighting for it? Even if we were to perish, we shall do so without regret. Swearin spoke decisively. After years of witnessing the plight of humanity, he could not remain indifferent. Swearin was unwilling to accept this fate. Humanity should not exist in such a manner. The path of humanity should not be so. He, Swearin, was not lacking in courage, nor would humanity lack it, without regret. The other human emperors echoed their agreement. In the next moment, within the fire cloud cave, the fortune of humanity surged forth, transforming into a soaring dragon that howled toward the heavens before vanishing into the sky. Humanity had transcended. In the Bajiang Palace on Shouyang Mountain, Laozi's tone grew chilly. He had already been somewhat irritable due to the recent events surrounding the demon ancestor's ascension. Now, the commotion from the fire cloud cave further unsettled him. In Laozi's view, the path of humanity belonged to the Xinmen. Since Master had entrusted the path of humanity to the Xinmen for oversight, he would not allow any errors to arise. In the next moment, a small seal materialized in Laozi's hand. The seal shimmered with a golden hue, gathering the purest fortune of humanity. The treasured seal of humanity, the Kongtong seal. Laozi prepared to wield the Kongtong seal to suppress the fortune of humanity that had fled from the fire cloud cave. However, Laozi failed. That dragon of fortune ultimately escaped. Taoist Nuwa. What is the meaning of this? Laozi frowned. Taoist Taching, humanity is my creation. Why do you obstruct the fortune of humanity? Nuwa's voice resonated. Laozi ceased speaking. It was indeed a fact that the Xinmen imposed restrictions on humanity, yet it was not something to be openly declared. Nuwa was a revered saint and the mother of humanity, making it inappropriate for Laozi to argue with her. What puzzled him was why Nuwa, who typically remained uninvolved in the affairs of the Honghuang, was suddenly so engaged today. Xiandu, go take a look and see where the fortune of humanity has fled, Laozi instructed. Xiandu accepted the command and departed in Yua's palace. She rose to gaze into the distance, murmuring softly, Elder brother, I know what schemes you and little Qilin are concocting, but there is little I can do. The world speaks of the benefits of attaining sainthood. However, to be a saint also means to be bound by constraints. Chapter 92. All things are born to nourish humanity, yet humanity has nothing to repay heaven afterward. Nuwa summoned Ling Zhuzi. You will have a great destiny in the future. Thus, you should enter the cycle of reincarnation. As you command. Your Majesty, Ling Zhuzi replied. A century later, amidst a vast and desolate forest, a figure was leaping nimbly, displaying remarkable agility. Behind him, a large green serpent pursued relentlessly, spewing toxic mist as if intent on capturing the figure. However, in an instant, a sword beam flashed, severing the serpent in two, its blood spilling across the ground, dead on the spot. The figure, once pursued, came to a halt, revealing itself to be a monkey. In the next moment, the monkey's fur receded, transforming into a lean young man. Brother Rue, your swordsmanship has grown even stronger. The young man laughed jubilantly. Perched upon a long sword, Rue expressed his bewilderment. What is the purpose of your frantic dash? You are on the verge of entering the forbidden zone designated by our master, where formidable beings of the great Luo demon clan reside. The young man sheepishly scratched his head. I didn't realize. Let's quickly absorb this green serpent into our bodies and make our escape. Rue urged. All right. The youth positioned himself beside the serpent's corpse, placing one hand upon its head. In a short while, the serpent's body shriveled, ultimately disintegrating into fine dust. "Let us go." Rue glanced back before departing on his flying sword. The youth transformed into a green serpent, swiftly trailing behind Rue. After their departure, several demon clans emerged: bird demons, serpent demons, wolf demons. Is Qilin dead? He had already reached the golden immortal realm, and yet he perished so easily? The wolf demon exclaimed in horror. Over the past century, human hunters had been encroaching upon their territory, initially targeting merely the weaker demons, yet within a mere 100 years, they had managed to eradicate beings of the golden immortal level. These humans must be practicing demonic arts. Impossible. Even if they were to turn to darkness, they could not achieve such speed. We ought to report this matter to those esteemed elders. As the demon clans debated, Rue and the human youth had already returned to the village. Though referred to as a village, it had transformed significantly over the past century, flourishing and expanding beyond recognition. "Rue, you have returned. Did you encounter any perils?" A middle-aged man riding a beast resembling a bull inquired. This man exuded a potent aura, as if he harbored immense strength. A single punch could likely fell a profound immortal. No. Brother Rue slew a golden immortal level green serpent. And after I ingested it, we returned immediately. The youth replied with a grin. "My goodness, a golden immortal level green serpent. You are indeed impressive, though you still fall short compared to Rue." The middle-aged man chuckled. "Where is our master?" Rue inquired. "The master should be on the back mountain," the man pointed. Upon Rue's arrival, Zhang Yuan stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing into the distance. "Master," Rue called out. "You have returned?" Zhang Yuan smiled. "Has your swordsmanship progressed further?" "You perceive it, Master," Rue responded with a smile. "Were it not for your guidance, I would not be who I am today. Without your teachings, we might still be living in fear." Zhang Yuan did not respond immediately. After imparting a thread of human essence to him, he had remained here for a century. During that time, he had empowered the villagers, granting them strengths rivaling those of demons and immortals. Humans may lack sharp claws and resilient bones, yet they possess a thirst for knowledge and an indomitable spirit. Consequently, the manifestation of human power is diverse. Some individuals, upon receiving human power, could absorb demons to enhance their strength. Others embarked on martial cultivation, capable of slaying true dragons with a single punch. Some could communicate with all things: mountains, rivers, seas, and stars, drawing upon the forces of nature. Others condensed various weapons, swords, knives, spears, within themselves, utilizing them against enemies to slay demons and evil beings. In just a century, these humans had made remarkable advancements, some even capable of battling Tai golden immortals, progressing even faster than those practicing demonic arts, yet without any adverse effects. This rapid advancement was a form of retribution from humanity against the heavens. The universe bestows all things to nurture humans, yet humans possess nothing to repay the heavens. Those humans endowed with human power would exploit and demand, naturally advancing their strength with great speed. Of course, this was also due to the scarcity of those who obtained human power. "Rue, I have little left to teach you. If you wish to advance further in your worldly swordsmanship, you must not remain stagnant. Go forth and explore," Zhang Yuan advised. "All right," Rue nodded in agreement. Suddenly, a violent sound reverberated from outside the village. A massive black bear was relentlessly pummeling the protective array erected outside. "All humans within, come forth. You dare slaughter my demon kin with such audacity? Today, I shall have your lives." The bear's furious roars echoed. Behind the black bear, numerous demon clans watched with predatory intent. "Isn't that the bear king from the other side of the forest? We've not sought his trouble, and yet he comes looking for us?" A human remarked. "Not be too complacent. This bear king is a being of the great Luo level. Without our master intervening, we cannot contend with him. Kill!" The black bear summoned a hammer-like spiritual treasure, once more striking the village's protective array with tremendous force. Crack! The array shattered, and in the next moment, under the bear's lead, the demon clan surged towards the human village. They sensed the immense power concealed within the humans, and if they could devour it, their strength would surely increase. "Let us act. After this battle, we shall depart," Zhang Yuan declared. The humans, unable to contain their excitement, unleashed their abilities. Some transformed into demon forms, others harnessed their vitality to soar into the air, some uprooted mountains to hurl at the demons, while others summoned their true artifacts to engage in battle with the demon clans. "Can you handle that black bear?" Zhang Yuan inquired, stroking his beard with a smile. "I wish to give it a try." Rui's fighting spirit surged forth. Everyone in the village had been infused with human power by Zhang Yuan, and thus he was well acquainted with their capabilities. Although they received assistance from human power, their rapid progress was also related to their inherent talents. The demons that had previously attacked the village remarked that the villagers possessed pure souls, comparable to innate humans. Zhang Yuan suspected this was influenced by Rui, as his master had stated that Rui was the reincarnation of a great being, with talents surpassing all others. Chapter 93. The Immortal is an immortal, not a human. Meanwhile, Rui, wielding his long sword, approached the black bear. "A mere child dares to act so brazenly before me. You seek death." The black bear bellowed upon noticing Rui, raising its hammer-like spiritual treasure to strike forward. As a great Luo golden immortal, the bear emanated immense power. While it may not be capable of obliterating the heavens, it could certainly shift mountains and fill seas. Though the black bear, a feeble human, seemed unworthy of confrontation. However, the next moment, the bear dared not underestimate Rui. When Rui's sword struck, the bear was taken aback. The human boy bore no trace of celestial energy or cultivation, yet that single sword strike instilled a chilling sensation within him. The black bear hastily summoned his magical defenses. Clang! The sound of metal clashing resonated. To the bear's astonishment, the hammer was cracking under the force of Rui's sword. Though not an innate spiritual treasure, it was still a top-tier acquired treasure. What kind of sword is that? What I cultivate is the worldly swordsmanship. This sword is a manifestation of my heart's sword intent. If my sword intent is unbroken, then this sword remains unbroken, Rui replied calmly. Rui and the black bear exchanged blows, but the bear, lacking an innate treasure, soon showed signs of fatigue. Rui leaped into the air, sword raised. Despite the bear's desperate attempts to defend against this strike, it was futile. The massive bear's head fell to the ground, its essence claimed by Rui's sword. That moment, the others concluded their battles as well. Some felled tiger demons with a single punch, bathing in their blood to strengthen their bodies. Others absorbed the souls of the demons